1,000 Miles of Miracle in China. A personal record of God's delivering power from the hands of the Imperial Boxers. By A. E. Glover. First published in 1904. Audiobook produced by scrollreader.com. Copyright 2023. Preface by A. E. Glover. In retracing the marvelous acts of the Lord recorded in these pages, I have felt indeed that I am on holy ground. So sacred is the memory of that solemn past that I almost shrink from bringing it to public notice. The only thing that enables me to do it now is the persuasion that the experience we were called to pass through was not for our sakes only, but also for His body's sake, which is the Church. It's evident that God intends for His servants' experiences of suffering to be made fully known. This is for the purpose of glorifying His name and providing strength to all who seek to live a godly life in Christ Jesus. In this confidence, I commit the record, however imperfect, to the blessing of Him who in all our affliction was Himself afflicted, and the angel of whose presence saved us. Not unto us, O Lord, not unto us, but unto Thy name give glory. I desire to express my grateful appreciation of the valuable help rendered by Miss Gates in my preparation of certain parts of the narrative. Preface to the second edition by A. E. Glover from June of 1906. That another edition, in more popular form, of this present-day testimony to the power of the living God has been called for, is the sufficient proof that it has a message for the times. The Lord who redeemed us from all the evil of those days of which the narrative tells and gave us to be His witnesses to the fact, has Himself set to His seal that the witness is true. Originally written for the Church of Christ, it has been signally blessed to the building up of the people of God in their most holy faith. But not only so. The record has also appealed with the converting power of the Spirit of God to those who were strangers to His grace and, in some cases, avowedly hostile to His truth. In the light of these facts, I am able still more clearly to read the reason why of God's providential dealings with us in those dark days. Our sufferings were not to be for naught, over and beyond the high privilege that to us it should be granted in the behalf of Christ to suffer for His sake. God had purposed to add this above all, that He should cause the very sufferings themselves to become the channel of His saving life to many, according to that which is written. So then death worketh in us, but life in you. 2 Corinthians 4:12. And if it was true at the time itself that our consolation abounded through Christ, what shall I say now? The sufferings were verily but light affliction, in comparison of the compensations. I have learned this lesson, that, though the trial of our faith be a fiery trial, yet it yields, even here in this present time, not only the peaceable fruit of righteousness, but also gladness with exceeding joy. During the past year, through the kind labours of Pastor Hearn of Eibau, the story has found its way into the German language, and its message into many German hearts. I am privileged to know, too, and this is the crowning joy, that it has served to create a deeper sympathy with China's need and to provoke more earnest prayer and effort for her evangelization. The issue of the Boxer persecution has only been to furnish China with a unique opportunity for hearing and receiving the Word of God. And the shed blood of China's martyr church has only furnished the servant of Christ with one more pressing reason for hasting, under the constraining love of Christ, to carry into that deep darkness the light of the glorious gospel of Christ, though it mean, as it may, that Himself be offered upon the sacrifice and service of their faith. Introduction. Called and sent. As the Father hath sent me, even so send I you. Lo, we turn to the heathen, for so hath the Lord commanded us, saying, I have set thee to be a light of the heathen, that thou shouldest be for salvation unto the ends of the earth. In the ordinary routine of the missionary vocation, no less than in the extraordinary trials which God was pleased to lay upon me, as recorded in these pages, I had reason to thank him again and again for the unshaken and unshakable conviction that I was where I was by his own call and sending. The challenges and temptations faced by missionaries are substantial, making it essential for them to have a firm and unwavering anchor for their souls. This anchor comes from the assurance that they have been chosen and commissioned for this work by the undeniable will and action of God. They go forth not to fulfill their own desires or the wishes of the organization that sends them, but as individuals under divine authority, sent by the Holy Spirit and driven by their love for Christ. But for this assurance, how could his heart endure? In the prayerful hope that my experience of God's call to the mission field may be helpful to some, I would humbly venture to insert it as a not wholly unfitting introduction to my narrative. To be very brief, I was, at the time in question, actively engaged in the home ministry, serving with Prebendary H.W. Webb Peploe in the curacy of St. Paul's, Onslow Square. During the February simultaneous meetings in 1894, I began to wrestle with the idea that while urging others to consider the love and service of those in need, whether I myself was prepared to respond to those calls and go if God should call me. This led to great searchings of heart and definite dealing with him. I prayed for two things. First, to be made willing to say, "Here am I, send me." Secondly, I prayed earnestly for a revelation of his will for myself, such that I could not mistake it. I won't delve into the intricate details of how God answered my prayers here. It suffices to say that it involved 4 weeks of intense spiritual struggle, during which every conceivable temptation was presented by the prince of this world to deter me from obeying the voice. Yet, in his infinite grace, God was pleased both to open my ears to hear the call and my heart to joyfully respond to it. The call itself came unexpectedly, through what some might consider a mere coincidence. A lady from the St. Paul's congregation lent my sister, who was visiting me at the time, a book to read, which happened to be the first volume of The Story of the China Inland Mission by Miss Geraldine Guinness, now Mrs. Howard Taylor. Picking up the book casually one evening before bed, I was captivated by its contents, reading on without noticing the passing of time. The more I read, the more my heart stirred within me, until I found myself on my knees before God, pleading, "Search me, O God, and know my heart. Do you have a message here for me? Show me your will, and teach me to follow it." From that hour the battle was joined, and the one pursuing thought was China. I could not get rid of it by day or night. By a series of, to me, remarkable events, following thick one upon another, the one theme was kept ever before my mind. Wherever I went and whatever I did, it was nothing but the heathen, and in particular the perishing multitudes of China. Despite my attempts to resist, the question echoed in my thoughts of what the Lord told Elijah as he hid in the cave. "What are you doing here, Elijah? What are you doing here, Elijah?" Here was I, one of 4 clergy, let alone an army of lay workers, ministering to a small population of some 10,000, all of whom had heard and known the truth from their youth up. And there was China, with not so much as one solitary messenger to teeming millions. The thought became oppressive to a degree, and I blushed to lift up my face to my master, for I had only to tell him that I feared to take up the cross and follow him to China. Thus God dealt with my soul, nor did he leave me in his great patience, until he had brought me into subjection to all his will. Yet dreading even now, lest I might be presumptuously self-deceived, I set myself to test him by asking, in all earnest sincerity, what constitutes a divine call? The answer came at length, and to make it more tangible to myself, I wrote it down. But even then, I longed still for the full assurance that the call was for me. Fearful of leaning to my own understanding, not wholly satisfied with the result of visits to 3 eminent men of God, to whom I opened my case, I resolved to appeal from man to God alone, and earnestly besought him to settle the question for me himself through the guidance of his word and spirit. I can never forget the almost awful solemnity of that moment when on my knees, in simple dependence upon my Heavenly Father's wisdom and compassion, I closed my eyes and opened my Bible. One moment more for the deep heart cry, "Make thy way plain before my face for the glory of thine own name." And the next, I let my eye fall where it would on the page beneath. What were the words that immediately arrested it? The place of the scripture which I read was this: "And he said unto me, Depart, for I will send thee far hence unto the Gentiles." Acts 22:21. As I read the words, I was filled with wonder and amazement, and could only magnify God. As a result, a peace and joy passing all understanding flooded my soul. From that moment I knew, with a certainty beyond the power of earth and hell to disturb, that I was indeed separated to the work by God himself. The following statement, referred to above, embodies in brief the results of my 4 weeks' search for the knowledge of God's will for me, as written down at the time in view of coming seasons of temptation. Reasons for going to China. The Lord has commanded, "Go ye into all the world, to every creature. If I can go where others cannot, I ought to." Among all the believers, only a relatively small number can go. I am among those few. Nothing is holding me back. No obstacles are in my own. Also, the only apparent reasons against going, related to my family and personal health, have been resolved. Of the comparatively few who can go, a few only, alas, are willing to go. Lord, it is of thy grace alone that I now find myself among these further few. My going would be a distinct gain of 1 man to the work abroad, for my place here would be at once filled from a dozen applications of stayers at home. There would be no loss here, and the gain, therefore, of another there. Responding to need. The urgent plea from the needy, "Come over, we are grievously vexed with devils," cannot be ignored. An estimated 400 millions of souls without Christ dying 30,000 daily. Personal responsibility. My accountability before God is magnified by the immense privileges I've enjoyed. In England, known for its enlightenment, I am part of the highly esteemed evangelical Christian community. Specifically, I serve in a distinguished ministry and congregation within this community at St. Paul's, Onslow Square. Also, is it fair for me to be one of 4 clergy members serving a well-informed parish of 10,000 people, while in China there's scarcely 1 Christian messenger for every 100,000 individuals, people who have never even had the chance to hear the gospel, souls that have never once heard the joyful sound. Inspiring others. My decision to go could serve as a catalyst, inspiring others to recognize their own responsibility. It could also invigorate interest in missionary work both in my current parish and in others I have been associated with. I may reasonably hope that it would also tend to quicken the spiritual life of many dear to me, and by a practical showing forth of the law of love in the constraining love of Christ, might even lead to the conversion of those who are not yet Christ's. Personal spiritual growth. Imagine the profound insights into God's nature that would become available to me. I would draw closer to Christ, sharing in his sufferings, becoming more aligned with his death, and experiencing the strength of his resurrection. Confirmations of God's call. Over the past month, God has clearly indicated his desire for me to go through various means. Sermons that spoke directly to my calling, unexpected introductions to key individuals, through the unexpected workings of God's providence, such as a book on Hudson Taylor that was intended for my sister but ended up with me, or a lecture I heard at the church room, among other instances. I see signs of his guidance. Also through the lifting of visible barriers, such as concerns related to age, obtaining my parents' consent, and improvements in my health condition, I see the path clearing for my journey. The risk of inaction. If I hesitate now and choose to stay at home, I risk being set aside by God, considered as a vessel unsuitable for the Master's purpose, as one in whose soul he has no pleasure. The singularity of life. I have only one life to live. And I have but one fleeting opportunity of laying my life down for him who loved me and gave himself for me. Here therefore, O Lord, I offer and present unto thee myself, my soul and body, to be a reasonable, holy and lively sacrifice unto thee for China. Chapter 1. A cloud out of the sea. Shall we receive good from God, and shall we not receive evil? You know we are herein appointed. On February 21st, 1902, Mr. Stevenson of the China Inland Mission delivered this address at the unveiling of the memorial tablet of the martyrs of the China Inland Mission in Shanghai.
Between 1661 and 1893, a period of 232 years, there was a total of 130 Protestant missionaries who were martyred globally and lost their lives for Christ. However, in 1900, including the tragic murder of Mr. Stenhouse in 1901, the number of martyred Protestant missionaries and their 53 children in China alone reached 136, bringing the total to 189. In Shanxi, where we had 88 workers in June 1900, more than half of them were killed, with 47 losing their lives and only 41 managing to escape.
Consequently, it is evident that this narrative covers an era in missions history without parallel. I look back on that hour of darkness in the light of everything I have learned since then. I am more and more amazed at the miracle of deliverance God wrought for the 41, including myself, who emerged alive from the blood-stained province of Shanxi. There is no human method of interpretation that can explain the fact. Despite the number of those who fell, the number of those who escaped the sword of the Great Sword Guild is no less unique. It would be impossible to review our escape without briefly mentioning the causes that led to it. It is impossible to understand an effect without understanding its cause. In the summer of 1900, the flood of Chinese wrath spewed relentlessly against the foreign community, breaking bounds and throwing itself relentlessly against them. The crisis should be viewed and judged in light of 7 reasons. The scope of this narrative does not extend beyond a mere reference to them. The first. Undoubtedly, China's racial antipathy toward foreigners and everything foreign is one of the main causes. Chinese people have a general hatred of foreigners in their blood. As a result of a national exclusiveness derived from an overweening pride, this natural hatred has been fostered from generation to generation by boasting that the world is square. China is a circle touching the four sides, and the four corners outside the circle are foreign barbarian domains. Consequently, the Celestials' suspicion of foreign nations, founded upon one demand for territory after another, has grown over the past few years, which bodes nothing but the eventual dissolution of the empire. The second. A serious moral aggravation had been added to this innate hatred. The opium evil, England's sin and China's sorrow, was virtually forced upon her by the foreigner at the point of the bayonet. From a mere foreigner, he became a foreign devil in her eyes. Is it possible to wonder? There has never been forgiveness for this crying wrong among the Chinese as a race. Opium eating was almost universal in the province of Shanxi, where the writer was assigned. It is not exaggerated to say that 9 out of 10 people in the province are addicted to the habit in some way. Yet he has never met a Chinese who did not view indulgence as a vice. In his eyes, it is a sin. So much so that where every other appeal to his moral consciousness fails, you can always bring home to an opium smoker the fact that he is a sinner through the medium of his degrading habit. As Englishmen, we have sometimes been cursed in the streets when preaching because we brought the destructive drug into China, and a Chinese mind is unable to comprehend how a devil who has damned him soul and body could care so much about his salvation. In response, he argues,
"Who can bring a clean thing out of an unclean? What kind of gospel can come from a land that sends opium?"
An unprejudiced reader who wishes to gain an understanding of a vexed question from the Chinese perspective may well benefit from the following pregnant passages in Dr. Arthur H. Smith's suggestive work, China in Convulsion.
The connection between opium use in China and foreigners is inseparable, even in its name, Foreign Earth. While the Chinese have become almost a nation of opium smokers, the national conscience still exists and vigorously protests against the habit which it is powerless to stop. It is easy to show that many of the most thoughtful of the Chinese in the empire connect the decay of China and the general use of opium as cause and effect. The following pointed statement upon the subject is taken from the paper written by the Tao Tai of Suzhou, who is in charge of the salt gabelle in that city. From ancient times to the present day, there has never been such a stream of evil and misery as has come down upon China in her receiving the curse of opium. From the time that opium was first introduced into China until now, a period of over 100 years, the number of deaths caused by it must mount up into the millions. Now in China there are many among the upper classes who seem to be in ignorance concerning the true state of affairs and are not willing to blame the Chinese for their fault in using opium, but ascribe the real cause of the trouble to the greed of foreigners, and thus look upon them with hatred. Furthermore, as the uninformed masses hold strong animosity towards them, we frequently witness anti-missionary uprisings and riots occurring everywhere.
There is sufficient clarity in this passage to indicate that the Chinese are hostile to the instruments of national ruin. That the most intelligent men in China hold the strongest opinion as to the injury done by opium is easily proved, as, for instance, by the widely circulated and popular work of the celebrated Governor-General of the 2 Hukuang provinces, Chiang Chi-tung, lately translated for English readers under the title of China's Only Hope. In this, there is a chapter headed Cast Out the Poison, from which the following paragraph is an extract.
"Assuredly, it is not foreign intercourse that is ruining China, But this dreadful poison, it has wrought so much grief and desolation on our people. 100 years ago, the curse came upon us, more blasting and deadly than the great flood or the scourge of the fierce beasts. For the waters receded after 9 years, and the man-eaters were confined to one area. Opium has spread with frightful rapidity and heart-rending results through the provinces. Millions upon millions have been stricken down by the plague. Today it is running like wildfire. In its swift, deadly course, it is spreading devastation everywhere, wrecking the minds and eating away the strength and wealth of its victims. The ruin of the mind is the most woeful of its many deleterious effects. The poison enfeebles the will, saps the strength of the body, renders the consumer incapable of performing his regular duties, and unfit for travel from one place to another. It consumes his substance and reduces the miserable wretch to poverty, barrenness, and senility. Unless something is soon done to arrest this awful scourge in its devastating march, the Chinese people will be transformed into satyrs and devils. This is the present condition of our country.
When the most respected and most influential Chinese in the empire addresses his own countrymen with words like these, it is evident that there is behind them a profound conviction. While His Excellency is at great pains to show that the Chinese are themselves to blame for the ruin wrought by opium,
it is certain that most Chinese connect the misery, degradation, and wreck wrought by this baleful drug directly with the Western lands, through whose agency it became universally known, and that this fact has had an important influence in creating and, from the Chinese point of view, justifying hostility to foreigners. While no riot can be said to have had its origin solely through the use of opium, it is doubtful if there has ever been an outbreak in China against the men from beyond the sea, which was not either started or promoted by opium smokers. At their places of the resort, where the worst characters in every Chinese city, market town, and village are invariably attracted.
The third point. Shanxi was also affected by a local character, a non-foreigner. The agents of the Peking Syndicate had during the preceding year prospected for coal, iron and petroleum in the province, and the suspicious fears of the people were more than aroused. To show how real a factor their coming was in the situation, Mr. A.R. Saunders of the China Inland Mission subsequently all but lost his life on the supposition that he was one of the obnoxious engineers. And we ourselves were narrowly questioned all along the route of our flight as to whether the business which had brought us into the interior was not of the same nature. There is no doubt that the memory of the visit of Shockley and Sabione, who represented the syndicate, to our own station of Luan, Shanxi, in the early months of the preceding year, contributed in measure to feeding the rage of the people against us when once it was set ablaze by the Boxer agitation. The fourth point. The long prevailing drought and threatened famine was for us another serious element in the situation. For several years in succession, the harvest had been going from bad to worse, and the distress of the people of Luan was so great that, in the summer of 1899, it all but culminated in a riot. Our premises and even our lives were threatened. The day of destruction was fixed. And we knew that nothing short of God's direct interposition could hinder them from carrying out their purpose. At the time the tumultuous rain procession, numbering many thousands, was to pass our gates, we were gathered for prayer. It was a solemn hour, for, humanly speaking, nothing could save us. But prayer was turned to praise as we heard the passing clash of the gongs and the mad beat of the drums grow faint and die away in the distance. We learned later how God had wrought for us. Unknown to us, the prefect had sent a detachment of soldiers to guard the gates, and himself, with several of the leading gentry of the city, stood by to hold the rioters in check. These reasons will suffice to illustrate how desperate the situation could become if the drought continues. That is indeed what happened. Under the stress of sufficiently appalling circumstances, the Boxer movement found the people ripe for lawlessness. In our district, the early wheat harvest was one of the lightest, and with no rain falling, the autumn crop was doomed to failure. Grains were steadily rising in price on the market, and seeds were rotting in the ground. Only a few showers passed through April and May, mocking their hopes. Measures had to be taken. Prefects forbade grain from being sold outside the district, and a city merchant who disobeyed them was heavily flogged and fined. But above all, the wrath of the gods who were withholding the rain must be appeased. The prefect himself made special pilgrimages to the city temple to entreat heaven's favor and learn what he should do to secure it as early as the first week in June for a series of rain processions through the streets and fields. Whenever there is a public calamity, the superstitious mind of the heathen casts about for the cause, and in the Chinese case, the scapegoat is always the hated foreigner. For some time, wild rumors had been in circulation that we had poisoned the wells, and this was so generally believed that my evangelist would not allow me to take a long-looked-for itineration with him into the Cheo prefecture, as he said it would be as much as my life was worth to show myself there. The report added fuel to the fire. As a result of the drought and poisoned wells, the people's attitude was far from reassuring. Outward friendliness had become indifference, but indifference was now giving way to open contempt and unconcealed aversion. As we passed along the road, the hisses of "foreign devil" became the norm rather than the exception, and a menace unmistakable in its significance. The women shrank from any contact with the lady missionaries, and our services, at the church or on the street, were literally deserted. The rain did not come. Why? The answer the priests gave back was,
"The foreigner has blasphemed our gods in proclaiming them to be no gods, and he has insulted their majesty by bringing in his own gods, and foreign blood must be spilled before we can have rain."
The fifth point. It is a fact to be deeply deplored that one of the leading factors in the disquieted state of the people was the Roman Catholic Church's policy in China. Mr. Green, in telling the marvelous story of his deliverance from the Boxers, has not hesitated to affirm, on the universal testimony of the malcontents themselves, that Roman Catholicism alone is responsible for the creation of the Boxer Rising. That it was a powerful lever in setting the Boxer machinery in motion is unquestionable. Other inflammatory elements, however, were in the movement, as I have already indicated. All of these elements together conspired to bring the people's passions to a boiling point. Invariably, the question, usually the first, put to us by the mob was,
"What are you? Are you a Roman Catholic?"
Had we been a Catholic, it is absolutely certain we would not have been able to pass through. If ever murderous hate looked out at the eyes of men, it was when that question was being asked. It is impossible to exaggerate the bitterness of the hatred that the Roman Catholics have brought upon themselves. Their ambition to temporal power and spirit of political intrigue, their secret, and at the same time, unscrupulous methods of work, their arrogant pretensions, their interference in the law courts, backed up by threats of appealing to the government of their country, their rule of celibate living, their despotic exercise of priestly power, all this and more had provoked the natives to exasperation. Itinerating in the north of Anhui, where Romanists had been laboring, a brother missionary once told me that to mention the name of Jesus was to open the floodgates of blasphemy. To use his own words,
The Roman Catholics had made the name of Jesus literally to stink before the people, and the mere fact that the two religions owned the same Jesus for their God was enough in itself to defeat every effort to obtain a hearing for the gospel.
the sixth point. From all this, it will be readily seen that the state of popular feeling was ripe for any organized development of lawlessness, and it was taken full advantage of by the initiators of the Imperial Boxer movement. Whatever theories may be advanced to explain the origin of this remarkable disturbance, one thing may be affirmed, namely, that it was a movement from below, immediately satanic, the result of the necessary opposition of darkness. It was a direct effect of the persistent advance of gospel effort. As the true fight gained traction throughout the empire, it could not fail to provoke sooner or later an organized opposition from the forces of darkness, founded on both fear and hatred. The appeal made by this movement to the masses was neither merely patriotic nor anti-foreign. The writer would humbly venture upon the conviction that it was essentially and before all else religious. Directly recognized by the Great Religion, a blend of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, one might almost say it was formally initiated under its auspices. A Buddhist Lama abbot gave it substantial support in March 1899, and later on, the Taoist sect's head did the same. Pope Chang, in an interview with the Empress Dowager, counselled the slaughter of the foreigner. Close upon this followed an imperial edict of strong Confucian type aimed directly at the Christian religion, ordering civil and military officials to strictly observe the 16 sacred edicts of Kang-shi, and also the teachings of the Emperor Yin-ch'eng against heresy and heterodoxy, and to set apart certain days every month to explain the same to the masses. On June 25th, a proclamation, evidently the substance of the imperial decrees of the 21st of that month, was posted up at the telegraph office at Tai-Yen-Fu, the headquarters of Boxerism, which concluded thus:
Foreign religions are reckless and oppressive, disrespectful to the gods and oppressive to the people. The righteous people, that is the Boxers, will burn and kill. Your heavenly judgments are about to come. Turn from the heretical and revert to the true. Is it not benevolence to exhort you people of the Christian religion? It is therefore necessary to reform early. If you do your duty, you are good people. If you do not repent, there will be no opportunity for after regret. For this purpose is this proclamation put forth. Let us comply with it.
Furthermore, the style adopted by the society itself was the Buddhists' Patriotic League of Boxers. Their banners bore the legend,
Feng Chi Mie Kiao. By imperial command, exterminate the Christian religion.
The decrees they issued were given out as the very utterance of the gods themselves and flamed with all the fervour of religious fanaticism. They professed themselves to be moving by the command of heaven, and they claimed to be under the immediate favour, control, and protection of heaven. On enlistment, recruits were subjected to religious qualifying tests. His task was to repeat a simple formula over and over again until the gods took possession and the subject fell backwards to the ground, foaming at the mouth and lying for a few minutes, like in a trance, then rising to drill or fight. At that point, he was declared invulnerable to foreign swords and bullets. Because they were for the gods were for them. The movement was dominated by religious ideas. Although it was directed against foreigners in general, the real problem lay in their blasphemous religion, not in their barbarous civilization. As evidenced by the Boxer manifestos, this was the case. The persecution we faced then was distinctively religious. The foreigner was to be dealt with primarily on the ground that he was a religious propagandist, a setter forth of strange gods. On one occasion during our flight, we were sitting by the roadside, hemmed in by an armed mob, from whom we were momentarily expecting death. I had spoken a few words on the gospel message of the love of God when they began at once to blaspheme, and one cried out,
"Away with your God! We will drive him beyond the sea, never to return."
At another time, while I was speaking to the soldiers who guarded us in the cart, one of them said,
Stop that talk. Don't you know that the Emperor has made it a state crime to preach the Jesus doctrine? Your Jesus has brought trouble enough to China, but China will have no more of him now forever.
The Boxer uprising would have been a significant challenge by itself, but it became insurmountable once it had the official backing and support of the imperial government. This endorsement made the general populace see it as a golden chance. The newly appointed Viceroy of Shanxi province wasted no time in moving the movement's base from Shantung, where he had previously ruled, to his new jurisdiction. He quickly laid out plans to eradicate Christianity by targeting both local believers and foreigners for elimination. Rumors soon spread that he had the support of the Empress Dowager, and this was eventually confirmed by the behavior of the government officials themselves. We were told that they had orders to stop protecting us, and from that moment, we understood that we were completely vulnerable to the wrath of the unforgiving crowd. Other reflections on lessons learned. First, during such challenging times, it was incredibly valuable to focus not on the visible troubles, but on the unseen, eternal truths. The turmoil and conflict were ultimately under the control of a higher purpose, invisible to the eye, but clear to those with faith. This turmoil was part of God's predetermined plan. Despite the anger of the people and the opposition of rulers against God and his Christ, they could only accomplish what God had already decided should happen. This understanding kept our spirits from despairing. We were comforted by the knowledge that God was orchestrating events behind the scenes, turning even hostility into praise for himself. Through the adversity, he was achieving his goals and bringing glory to his name. Wasn't it a profound privilege to share, even slightly, in the sufferings of his Son, knowing it served a gracious purpose? Secondly, the persecution served as a divine summons to pastors and teachers, both local and international, to complete their mission by joining in the sufferings of Christ for the benefit of his church. Thirdly, the persecution was intended to purify the church in China, refining its members and strengthening their faith. Fourthly, this trial was seen as the answer to persistent prayers for an effective and significant opportunity to spread the grace of the gospel. Fifthly, the situation provided a chance to demonstrate to the new believers the strength of the truth we had preached. It taught us to find joy in hardships, persecutions, and difficulties for the sake of Christ, and to be glad for being deemed worthy to endure shame for his name. Sixthly, the hardship was also a clear sign of our salvation from God, a confirmation of our status as his children, and a means to share in his holiness. Lastly, this experience was precisely what we were told to anticipate as the lot of anyone who chooses to live a godly life in Christ Jesus and seeks to enter the kingdom of God. Indeed, our trials had a purpose. They were a reminder of the eternal plan of God, who orchestrates everything according to his will. In this knowledge, we found peace. Chapter 2. The Cloud Upon Our Horizon. What time, I am afraid, I will put my trust in thee. The first week in the April of the year 1900, we had the joy of welcoming to our station the veteran missionary, Mr. Alexander Grant, of Singapore and Amoy, who was returning to the coast from the provincial capital, Tai Yin Fu, where he had been visiting his married daughter and her husband, Dr. and Mrs. Lovett, of the Cheo Lang mission. He was accompanied by Mr. Hoddle, an independent worker in the city of Tai Rien. Though they had come from the capital, they had no evil tidings to bring us. Everything was, to all outward appearance, just as usual. How little we dreamed as we met together in happy fellowship what 3 months hence would have to reveal. Mr. Grant was to be a refugee, barely escaping with his life and only with the loss of all his effects. Mr. Hoddle, along with Dr. and Mrs. Lovett and around 40 other foreign workers, were beheaded and buried in a martyr's grave. Our own station would have been subjected to riots, and we would have been stripped of everything, falling into the hands of the Boxers. The first indication I received about this movement came from my servant, Churi. He asked for permission to return to Shantung to protect a small inheritance, claiming it was under threat from the Tatao Hui. I asked, "What is the Tatao Hui?"
What? Hasn't the pastor heard of what is going on in Shantung? The Guild of the Great Sword are looting the houses of the Christians and even putting some to death.
No, I had not heard it. I gave him leave, of course, to go, though of course also I took his statement with a grain of salt, as one learns involuntarily to do in China, and dismissed it from my mind. Little did I think how that expression, Ta Tao Hui, which fell upon my ears then for the first time, was to be burned in anguish into my very soul. Shortly thereafter, I received a letter distributed widely from my friend Mr. Horace Holding, who was pioneering in South Chile. The letter delved deeply into the actions of the Boxers and their presence in the nearby vicinity of his own mission. One sentence struck me deeply.
Who can tell whereunto this will grow?
And instinctively I felt the indefinable dread of the certainty that we too would be involved. I tried to put it from me, but the thought remained. And then I took it in secret to God and left it with him. Immediately after Mr. Grant and Mr. Hoddle had left us, I accompanied Dr. Julius Hewitt of the neighboring station of Yiwu on a journey to Kaoping Xian in the Cheo prefecture. While preaching on the street of the south suburb of the city on the first evening of our arrival, voices in the crowd called out,
"You foreigners won't be here long. The Tatao Hui are going to kill you all. Look out!"
Everything, however, on the journey was quiet, and a respectful hearing was very generally given to our message, and so we treated the remark as somewhat of an idle tale. But the words rang again in my ears.
Who can tell whereunto this will grow?
And in spite of myself, the old forebodings came back upon me in force. Later on, I saw in these occasional intimations the mercy of God in preparing us for what was coming. On May 28th, we were visited by our beloved Deputy Director, Mr. William Cooper, in the course of a systematic visitation of the Shanxi stations of our mission. He was accompanied by Mr. David Barrett of Luoliang. The news he brought from the west of the province confirmed the truth of the previous intimations. Yi Xian had been installed in the Viceroyalty on April 18th and was doing his utmost to foster the movement in Shanxi. His emissaries were everywhere in evidence, recruiting in city, town, and village, and the recruits were being drilled in broad daylight. More than this. Shortly before Mr. Cooper reached Hungtung Xian, which was one of our stations, a murderous assault had been made by Boxers on one of the native leaders of the church, Elder C. and his house was looted. Mr. Cooper felt that the outbreak was to be taken as a forewarning of what the church in every part of Shanxi might at any time now be subjected to. So strongly indeed was this impressed upon him that his exhortations to the native Christians dealt almost exclusively with the subject of persecution and were evidently designed to prepare them for the fiery trial that was to try them. It is interesting to note how the same spirit had been leading us, in the ordinary meetings of the station routine, to follow the same line of teaching. We had been continually dwelling on the possibility of persecution and the need of readiness to follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth, and this when there was nothing especially to call it forth. The Luan district was perfectly quiet, and hitherto there had been nothing to indicate the approach of so awful a tempest. Mr. Cooper's visit was the first premonition of the storm. Then it was that the little cloud like a man's hand was, for the first time, clearly distinguishable upon our horizon. Here I would turn aside for a moment to testify to what I saw and knew of the grace of God in his martyr servant, Mr. William Cooper. It was my privilege to be present at his ministrations at all 3 stations from May 25th to June 4th, and those 10 days were one continuous exemplification of the words, "We preach not ourselves, but Christ Jesus as Lord, and ourselves as your servants for Jesus' sake." While visiting us as an overseer, he yet exercised the oversight, not as lording it over the charge allotted to him, but making himself an example to the flock. He was before everything our servant for Jesus' sake. If ever a disciple washed the feet of his brethren, it was Mr. Cooper. His own need was forgotten in the needs of others, and where he could be of any service to another for Jesus' sake, he was ready at any time and at any personal cost. If he was worn out with the last long day's journey of a weary week of travelling, he was still ready in the evening to take a Bible reading or lead a public meeting, as the occasion offered. Fervent in spirit, he was instant in season, out of season, serving the Lord. No one who saw it can forget the joy that would light up the tired face when, in answer to the inquiry, "But aren't you feeling too tired?" he would reply,
"Not too tired. Though I tire in the Lord's service, I never tire of it, thank God."
He seemed those last days much occupied with God. He sought to be alone when he could, and his manner generally was quiet and reflective. I was particularly struck by it in the cart journey we had together from Luan to Yin-ch'eng, the last he ever took in company with a foreigner. The sun was intensely hot, but he walked by preference, only taking a lift now and again, as he said, for a change. It was evident that he wished to be alone with God, in the secret of his presence communing with him. To be with him was to be conscious that he lived in an atmosphere of prayer, that he literally drew breath in the fear of the Lord. The profound personal love for the Saviour that was evident not only in his speeches but also in his entire demeanour undeniably resulted from a life of prayer. It served as clear evidence of the depth of his communion with the Father and his Son, Jesus Christ. His end was in harmony with the whole spirit of his life, the motto of which might truly be said to be, "And we ought to lay down our lives for the brethren." Certainly he loved not his life unto the death. His ambition was to accomplish his course and the ministry he had received from the Lord Jesus, to testify the gospel of the grace of God in China. And in the diligent pursuit of it, he held not his life of any account as dear unto himself. Doubtless he experienced the same joy in laying down his life for his Lord in death that he had in laying it down for him in the sacrifice of the daily life. We are confident that with unwavering courage, Christ was glorified in his death when the fateful blow struck at Pao Ting Fu on July the 1st, no less than he would have been in his life. On Monday, June 4th, Mr. Cooper left Lu-ch'eng for Xuante Fu, en route for Tientsin and Shanghai. With a little company of native brethren, we escorted him a short distance on foot. Then, with the parting words,
May the Lord be with you,
as he climbed onto his litter, he departed. Right after that, I rode back to Luan with Mr. Barrett. The rain processions had now begun. Such times are always fraught with a peculiar element of danger, and we could not but be conscious that every rainless day served to make our situation more critical. News of the official encouragement given to the Boxer movement in the province had found its way to our parts, and the attitude of the people was in consequence becoming bolder in its hostility. All this led us to a definite commitment of ourselves and our way to the Lord, but not a thought crossed our minds of leaving the station. He who had interposed on our behalf so marvellously the year before was the same today, and we rested on his love and faithfulness. The following night, June 5th, we had retired as usual when between 12 and 1 o'clock a.m. we were roused from sleep by the noise of a rain procession nearing our premises on the main North Street. A sufficiently dreadful sound at any time, but awful in the dead of night. In the semi-consciousness of the awakening, it came upon the senses as a hideous nightmare, until one was alive to the truth of it. We held our breath as we heard by the sounding gong and the thump of the drum beating out the monotonous measure that they were opposite and had halted. Then the terror of clamorous cursings, and next the battering of the gate and a volley of stones and brickbats flung over the roof of the outer buildings into the courtyard where our own quarters were. There was no time to be lost. Our hearts went up to God as we hurriedly dressed, expecting each moment would see the gate broken in. Just as we were preparing to take the children from their beds, suddenly the volleying and battering ceased. The procession resumed its march, and the terrifying noise of curses, gongs, and drums drew away, only, however, to pass to the south quarter of the buildings, where our native helpers were sleeping. Here, a prolonged and determined attack was delivered, but again the same hand that had restrained their wrath on our side of the compound held them back, and at length they withdrew, shouting threats of revenge should the drought continue. Again, with fervent thanksgiving, we committed ourselves to the keeping of our Father, and once more lay down. It was now about 2 a.m., but for me there was no more sleep. I lay awake, partly to keep watch in the expectation that the rioters might return, and partly that I might seek the mind of the Lord as to how to act in the new circumstances. It is not too much to say that I agonized in prayer for the clear knowledge of His will. For the situation was one of peculiar trial and difficulty, owing to the fact that my wife was within 3 months of her confinement. If we remained, a period of severe nervous tension was before us, as they were the months more than any others, during which rain was wanted and ardently looked for. And meantime, if the drought continued, the popular excitement would be growing more intense every day. Any hour during those 3 months we might expect a similar attack, day or night, to the one we had experienced, and in all probability, sooner or later, the threats of vengeance would be carried out to the letter. Was I justified in exposing her to such a strain, not of days merely, but of weeks and months? Ought I not to avail myself of the permission already given us by the mission authorities to go for a needed rest to Chefoo and take her there without delay until the drought crisis was past? If so, then no time was to be lost, for the hot season had set in and it was already full late for taking the road. But then, what about the native church? And what about our sister, Miss Gates, who would thus be left alone in circumstances of strain and peril? I need only to mention a few such thoughts to show how my mind was torn with distress and conflict. But in the multitude of my thoughts within me, God's comforts delighted my soul. I sought the Lord, and he heard me and delivered me from my fears. As the morning broke, the burden was taken off me, and I had the clearest conviction of my duty. I knew that it was right before God that I should take her away to Chefoo without delay. The thought of leaving was naturally distressing to my dear wife, and the undertaking so serious from every point of view that we both felt we should wait unitedly upon God for his definite confirmation of the thought. This we did, privately together, and also in union with Miss Gates and Mr. Barrett, who was visiting us that week. These both concurred in the belief that the thing was of God, and my wife was willing to accept it as his choice for her. When we further found that both our devoted evangelist, Ouyang Chi-fa, and my wife's trusted helper, Mrs. Chang, at once and without hesitation expressed their readiness to accompany us, a sign we had asked of God. All doubt was for her, as for me, at an end, and we began forthwith to make our preparations. It was with the greatest shrinking and difficulty that we could bring ourselves to a decision that would leave Miss Gates alone in a precarious situation. Whichever way one looked, the whole position involved a complication which only God could deal with. I could only see one of two courses open to her, either to come with us, leaving the station for the time being in the hands of our native overseer, Elder Liu, or to join our fellow workers at the sister station of Lu-ch'eng, only 15 miles distant. To both of these, Miss Gates conscientiously demurred, in the persuasion that there was no sufficient reason, in her case, for leaving the station at all. She said if further trouble arose, she would seek the protection of the yamen. But more than this, she did not feel justified in doing. It was a conspicuous instance of courage, fidelity, and self-devotion, possible only perhaps to those who know their God. To this, neither my wife nor I would consent. We said that we felt we could only be free to go forward in the will of God, on the understanding that as soon as she saw signs of further trouble, she would leave forthwith and take up her residence at Lu-ch'eng, in compliance with Mr. E.J. Cooper's kindly expressed hope. We begged her also to make an interchange of visits with Miss Rice and Miss Houston to break the sense of loneliness. The pledge was given, and every serious difficulty in the way of our leaving was thus taken out of the way. Nevertheless, our hearts were very heavy, not so much with presage of evil to befall us by the way, for I had no doubt that the road to Tientsin was safe, and that with Mr. William Cooper just ahead of us on the same road, we, no less than he, would, with the help of God, get safely through. But to be leaving the little church at all, even though it was only for a few months as we hoped and believed, was a deep trial, and especially so in view of the difficulties created by the prospect of famine, and even it might be of persecution. And then the pain of saying farewell to our sister and valued helper, knowing as we did, and yet we never could know all, the loneliness of the path she was taking in obedience to her Lord. Yes, our hearts were heavy indeed as we put our house in order. It was truly for us the beginning of sorrows. How well I remember my last message to the native brethren as we met for worship for the last time before our departure. Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God, believe also in me. It was the word of the Lord to my own soul first. The only thing that could sustain pastor or people in such an hour was the knowledge that the Lord of life was in the midst, that great shepherd of the sheep, that God had given him to be head over all things to the church, and that, come what might, living or dying, we were the Lord's. Chapter 3. The Darkness Deepens. I have heard the defaming of many, terror on every side. He knoweth what is in the darkness. By the morning of Saturday, June 9th, everything was ready for the start. In order to keep the fact of our departure as far as possible from the notice of the outside world, we decided to ride our own animals to Yin-ch'eng and hire our mule litters from there. The overhanging cloud of sorrow at leaving our charge was still brightened with the hope that it was but a temporary separation, and our hearts revived under the prospect of the reunion that would, we believed, in the ordering mercy of our God, surely and shortly be given us. We started at 10 o'clock, having sent on the baggage to avoid attracting attention. My wife and I rode each a donkey, while our two little ones, Headley, who was 4, and Hope, who was 3, in Chinese dress, were in the cart with Mrs. Chang. Mr. Barrett escorted us out some distance beyond the city wall. Miss Gates was feeling the separation too acutely to accompany us beyond the doors. She told us afterwards that the sense of desolation that came upon her as the compound gates closed behind us was overwhelming. My dear wife felt this pain deeply as well. It was incredibly difficult for her to part from her beloved fellow worker like this. Several times during our journey, she expressed her strong urge to return, knowing how lonely and needy her sister must feel. We found the strength to continue only by recalling the clear signs of God's guidance and remembering Miss Gates's promise. We spent 5 hours covering those 15 miles, and riding for 5 hours in the hot sun was demanding, especially given my wife's condition. I remember her calm and cheerful demeanour, which was so typical of her. She tried to ease any concerns that might have arisen because of her condition and aimed to spread a sense of contentment to those around her. We decided it was best to continue straight through without stopping to prevent unnecessary curiosity. By the time we arrived around 4 o'clock, she was extremely fatigued. What a loving welcome awaited us. It was the first time Mrs. E.J. Cooper and my wife had met, Mr. Cooper having only just arrived to take up the station work, and how grateful they were as they looked forward to the prospect of joyous companionship in the collaborative work of the district. It was pretty to see little 5-year-old Edith, with her beautiful hair and English dress, taking Headley and Hope round the garden, and all 3 playing merrily together as though no clouds were lowering overhead and storms could never be. Shouts of delight told that their pleasure was at its height when baby Brainerd, who was 2, was put on the donkey's back, and then, after a judicious walk, transferred to his father's shoulders for a reckless gallop. Everything in that sweet home spoke of peace and love. The moral value of such homes in heathen lands, most certainly at any rate in China, cannot be overestimated, or the need of them too earnestly emphasized. Tender memories arise as I think of that Sunday, the last we spent together within the boundaries of our own prefecture and province. To us, at least, who were taking the road, it was a Sabbath of rest in every sense of the word. Mr. Cooper had already engaged our litters, and about 8 o'clock on Monday morning, they came into the compound. We took the precaution of fixing a curtain in front of the opening that we could let down whenever we deemed it expedient to keep our identity out of sight. By 10:30, they were made as snug as bedding and pillows could make them, and all was ready once more for the road. Dr. Hewitt and Mr. Barrett had ridden over from Luan to join in bidding us farewell. They had fresh news to bring. Mr. Barrett had just received a note by special messenger from his colleague at Yoyang, Mr. Woodruff, to say that the Boxers had appeared in the neighborhood and had given out their intention of making havoc on the church there, and he took it as a call to himself to return and stand with his brother in the forefront of the battle. The news was sufficiently grave to us all. What might not the next word be? Was it not the call to us to be also ready? The situation was becoming critical, and, in the light of it, the farewell was a solemn one. Well, it might be, for of the 8 of us, 4 men and 4 women, who were together that morning in the Lu-ch'eng compound, 5 were shortly called to martyrdom. Thank God these things were hid from our eyes at the time, else how could our heart have endured news of those devoted women? The 3 Lu-ch'eng sisters had laid down their lives for Christ within the next 2 months, and 5 months hence not one of the 4 was living. One word with regard to our martyred brother, Mr. David Barrett. I count it one of the choice privileges of my missionary life to have been allowed of God to know him. Young as he was in years, he was a ripe Christian. A man full of faith and of the Holy Ghost. Great grace was upon dear David. Short as our acquaintance was, it was long enough for the forging of the bonds of love, the love of Christ between us. His own soul was alive with divine love. It was his constant theme at all times. He took a tender interest in my 2 little ones, delighting to play and sing to them and to talk with them about the love of Jesus. To this hour, Headley remembers that the text, "We love him because he first loved us," was taught to him by dear Uncle David. I once overheard him saying to them,
"I want you to love Jesus very, very much. Do you know, Headley, I love Jesus more and more every day."
This was entirely characteristic. The love of God was the law of his heart and the theme of his lips. During the week he was with us at Luan, he spent much of his time alone with God, and the sound of his voice would often be heard in the private exercises of praise and prayer. An ardent missionary spirit, he yearned for the salvation of the Chinese. His whole soul went out to them in the compassions of Christ. Everything was considered in relation to the great end in view, and whatever was seen to be of the nature of a hindrance was resolutely laid aside. The circumstances under which Mr. Barrett met his death at the hands of the Boxers are not fully known, but the subjoined letter, written on the eve of martyrdom, is its own witness to the triumph of his spirit over the terrors of the power of darkness. I insert it in full by kind permission of Dr. Julius Hewitt, to whom it was addressed. It was sent from Yi Wu on July 6th and received at Lu-ch'eng, which is 27 miles distant, at midnight of the same day.
This morning, after worship on July 6th, I noticed a proclamation posted on the street. Cheng and Li doubt it's from the governor, suspecting it's from Tuen Liu Xian's official, a member of the Big Knife Society. Our study this morning included many of God's fear not promises, bringing us great comfort. I'll send you a selection from the Concordance, particularly relevant for Christians now. I plan to copy some for people to take home and study. The verses from Isaiah 7 through 16 were particularly meaningful to me today. I share this spiritual nourishment with you. I'm looking forward to reflecting on more passages this Saturday in preparation for the Sabbath service. I'll safeguard the photo of your dear mother. It's precious and must be protected. I've moved the large frame photo to the North Court. May God bless and guide her dear son. In the Bible, we find statements like, "Forget me not," and then "Fear not." Here are some of Jehovah's fear nots. Genesis 15. "Fear not, Abram, I am your shield." Genesis 26. "Fear not, for I am with you and will bless you." Judges 6. "Do not fear, you shall not die." Isaiah 41. "Fear not, for I am with you. Fear not, you worm Jacob, I am the one who helps you. Exodus 14. Fear not, stand firm and see the salvation of the Lord. Exodus 20. Do not fear, for God has come to test you. Numbers 14. Do not fear the people of the land. The Lord is with us, do not fear them. 1 Chronicles 28. Do not be afraid, and do not be dismayed, for the Lord God is with you. Isaiah 35. Say to those who have an anxious heart, be strong, fear not. Isaiah 43. Fear not, for I have redeemed you. Fear not, for I am with you. Daniel 10. O man greatly loved, fear not, peace be with you. Joel 2. Fear not, O land, be glad and rejoice. Matthew 10. Fear not, therefore, you are of more value than many sparrows. John 14. Let not your hearts be troubled. Hebrews 13. I will never leave you nor forsake you. The Lord is my helper, I will not fear. Psalm 27. My heart shall not fear. Though war arise against me, yet I will be confident. Psalm 56. When I am afraid, I put my trust in you. I shall not be afraid. Psalm 118. The Lord is on my side, I will not fear. I was writing these scripture references on scraps of paper when Deacon C arrived. He knew you from Tai Yin, where he assisted Dr. Edwards. Now a fugitive, he's heading to Hankow, disguised as a peddler. His harrowing account of the situation in Taiwan and the fate of Mr. Saunders' party was overwhelming. But God's peace remains in my soul. The missionaries are in danger, with the possibility of being targeted by the Empress Dowager's orders. The Lord reigns supreme in these tumultuous times. Deacon C warned us briefly and requested financial assistance, which I provided after consulting with Yin-ch'eng. His story was compelling. He's left everything, choosing faith over false gods. We gathered to pray and sing He Leadeth Me after he left. Its meaning has never been clearer to me. There's a rumor that this place might be attacked by Sunday. With the region in chaos, there's no predicting what might happen next. It seems to be a direct result of the Empress Dowager's influence, a chaotic upheaval in the empire. Yet in these troubled times, God's kingdom will only grow stronger. Considering my next steps, I felt guided towards Liangma as a refuge. I plan to entrust my safety to 3 natives. While discussing potential destinations, we had to quickly disperse due to an approaching mob. The governors are now opposed to us, leaving us to rely solely on God. Despite my physical frailty, my spirit remains calm and trusting in God. I've decided to travel to Liangma tonight, seeking refuge in Mr. Ko's house in the hills. It's a challenging journey, vastly different from my arrival here. We're praying for guidance, ready to embark on this new path. Cheng and others suggest you might also find safety in Liangma, though you'd need to travel discreetly. I'm concerned you might be heading into danger in Lu-ch'eng. These premises are highly vulnerable. We'll try to secure some valuables and important documents before leaving. I'm leaving everything in God's hands, trusting in His protection. We might soon be reunited in glory, possibly sooner than expected. I wonder about the situation in Ho-nan and the possibility of sending mails through that route. Tonight, I'll rest, spend time with God, and then set out under the moonlight, at peace, trusting in Him. Lao-san and Hai-kin will stay behind as long as necessary. They are faithful men, and I pray for their safety. My presence here no longer serves a purpose. We must remain faithful until the end. The people here are more familiar with the land and eager to assist me. God's ways are mysterious, and He works wonders. I'm considering hiding places in the Yoyang district, praying for all our stations in the west, like Pingyang. Come, Lord Jehovah.
But to return to where we were. The farewells were said, and the litters hoisted to the mules' backs, my wife and little girl leading the way in the first litter, followed by Mrs. Chang riding a pack mule. Then my little boy and I in the second litter, with Chifa to bring up the rear on a donkey. Thus began a series of journeys whose true essence can never be fully captured in words. Spanning 67 days from June 9th to August 14th, starting from the day we departed our station, these travels covered a total distance of just over 1,000 English miles. It's worth noting that these dates coincided with the hottest period of the Chinese year, and the summer of 1900 marked the hottest season in China in 30 years. Under normal circumstances, traveling during such extreme heat would be deemed imprudent at best, even with the usual precautions. However, the circumstances under which we traveled defy ordinary explanation, and will be detailed in the following account, To the Glory of God. Our litters had been hired to Xuan Fu. Thence we intended hiring again to Pao Ting Fu. The real difficulties of the journey would then be over, as the rest of the way is by river to Tientsin. This was the route Mr. William Cooper was taking, who was only a week in advance of us. More than once on the road, we regretted that we were not travelling with him. But it was the mercy of God to us that we were not. All was quiet as we passed along to Yin-ch'eng, where we slept the first night. We had no occasion to lower our curtains. Probably this was due to the fact that rain sufficient for the present need had fallen in the neighbourhood and allayed for a time the excitable tendencies of the people. Also, it had led them out into their fields and turned thoughts and hands to something else than mischief. For this we thanked God and took courage. It looked as though we should get well through. The next day, the muleteers disobeyed my orders and turned off the high road to follow the small road, as they always will if they can. The track lay over the roughest, wildest path in the heart of the Taihang Mountains. Multiple times the drivers lost their way, leading us into featureless and unpleasant areas where the loneliness and bleakness became overwhelming. The aged mules, afflicted with broken knees, regrettably repeatedly tripped over the rocky slopes and in the riverbeds. This had the dual consequence of causing the litter to sway uncomfortably, somewhat resembling the feeling of seasickness, and constantly keeping our nerves tense as we feared a potential accident. Often in going down or up the rocky passes, the only way the animals could keep their feet on the glazed surface of stone was by planting them in holes worn by the immemorial traffic. It was not long before stumbling turned to tumbling. The front animal that was carrying my wife fell, pitching her violently forward, while the hind mule was doing his restive best to work out from under the poles. Then the struggles of the beast to get up under the lash, and the terrible jerk of the last vigorous effort that set him on his feet again. What suffering it all was to me by sympathy with her. I tried exchanging litters, hoping that as my animals had not yet been actually down, they had something to recommend them over the others. But the fond delusion of superiority was dispelled when ere long we were both down, first one and then the other. Add to this that the small road meant vile inns that catered only for muleteers, not for travellers. For such, no suitable accommodation was provided. Hence, we had to make shift with food of the coarsest and rooms of the filthiest. How real a trial this was can hardly be understood except by those who have experienced it. After the fatigues of a long day's journey under a hot sun, quiet, restful sleep was an absolute essential to my wife, not to mention the little ones. But the tiny, grimy room was too stifling, and the vermin too lively, to indulge even the hope of such a thing. The nights were, for her, torture. The children, too, were bug-bitten about the face, till the people asked whether they were not sickening with smallpox. Thus, the mode of travel, which on the high road would have been comparatively restful, was turned to an occasion of peculiar weariness and trial. But this was not all. By the less frequented route, we were naturally objects of curiosity, where on the high road we should have been comparatively unnoticed. Thus it came to pass that the halting times, so far from being seasons of rest, which is what they should have been after hours of pitching and stumbling, became a real source of added weariness and often of serious apprehension. In the ordinary way, we would think little or nothing of curious crowds, beyond the inconvenience they entailed. Every foreigner has to face this as the inevitable, and endure it as patiently and good-naturedly as he can. But the circumstances under which we were travelling were more than ordinary, much more so even than we were aware of at the time. The muleteers gave us a significant hint of this, when, upon my remonstrating with them for disregarding my strict injunctions to keep to the high road, they replied that they had purposely turned aside to avoid publicity. The rumours were so evil about the foreign devil, and the temper of the people so inflammatory by reason of the drought, that it was highly dangerous to take that route. This was not reassuring. It gave room, to say the least, for fears that even these outlandish folk might not be so wholly untouched by the current news of the outside world as we could wish at the present juncture, nor by the prevalent feeling as to the cause of the drought. We could never be sure that there was not something behind their curiosity that would quickly turn it into hostility. It was always a matter of thankfulness if we were back in our litters and on the move again, without having encountered an angry demonstration. The third day we found that these fears were not altogether groundless. At noon we were halted in a village too insignificant to boast an inn. Consequently, the litters were placed on the narrow street, and we were instructed to head to the food shop, which had an attached room for guests. There, we opened our compact food container and started preparing a meal for the children. Before we could finish, the courtyard became crowded, and the room itself filled up with a curious and eager crowd. The heat was very great, and the atmosphere of the room soon became overpowering. We answered the questions that were put to us politely and pleasantly as we went on with our meal, but the crowds continued to press in upon us, until my dear wife turned sick and faint. Eating became a difficulty, and as for resting, it was out of the question. Appealing to their better feelings, Chifar persuaded them to leave us, and then tried to secure the boltless door, but to no purpose, for the door was then lifted from its hinges, and they swarmed in more boisterously than ever. Seeing the temper of the crowd, the proprietor now sent us word to go, and Chifar told us that we must leave without delay, or the situation might become extremely awkward. This, however, was easier said than done. Our head muleteer was an opium sot, and immovable until he had had his fill of the drug. So we were forced out to our litters in the street, and instead of the quiet meal and sleep we so sorely needed, we had to snatch what food we could as we sat in the broiling sun, confronted by a rude mob whose attitude was rapidly becoming a menace to our very safety. Thus we were for 2 long hours. At last the muleteers appeared, leading out the animals, and oh, the relief, as we passed out of that village gate and left the following crowd behind. In view of all we went through afterwards, this was a small thing, but I record it because it marked a distinct period in our experience, and also because it shows how gradually God was training us to endure the hardness of the sterner discipline to come. From this time, our progress was anxious work. We were well into the province of Ho-nan, that northern strip of it which divides between Shanxi and Chihli, and we knew that the Honanese were no lovers of the foreigner. We found it advisable to stop only when forced to do so, and even then to make short stays and extra early starts. On Friday, June 15th, we reached our last halting place, 17 English miles from Xuan Te Fu. One stage more, and then the prospect of being with dear friends and in the comfort of a home again, always delightful after days of travel, was never so delightful as now. As the litters were set down for the last time, our hearts went up in thanksgiving to God, and we entered the house where we were to take our meal in good spirits. It was a private house, there being no inn in the place, and our hostess received us with courtesy and an unusual show of friendliness. Food was brought in, and we were just praising God for the happier circumstances under which the next meal would be eaten when a man came in and entered into conversation with Chifa. As they sat squatting by the door and talking, food bowl in hand, I became aware that the ordinary voice in which they had been exchanging the usual generalities of talk was sunk to a low undertone, and I saw Chifa's face change colour. Involuntarily, he set the bowl down and listened intently to what the man was saying. I said, "What is it, Chifa? Is there anything wrong?" He turned to me as he said,
"God help us now, Pastor. Xuan Fu is all on an uproar. The sub-prefect's yamen has been burnt, the Roman Catholic premises destroyed, and there is not a single foreigner left in the city. All have fled."
I shall never forget that moment. I cannot describe the heart panic of it. It seemed as if I had suddenly stepped out of bright sunshine into darkness, blackness of darkness unrelieved by a solitary ray. My wife had lain down to rest on the kang, which is a dais of hard-baked clay beside the children. But with a woman's instinct, she divined what we were talking about and begged me to hide nothing from her. I was anxious to keep her from anything that would needlessly agitate, and sought Grace to tell quietly the substance of the man's information. It was just the signal for her faith to take fresh hold of God. The darkness was indeed real, but God was there, and that was enough for her. It was such a stay to my own heart at that time to see how, in the time of trouble, God was literally her refuge and strength. I had seen it often before, but never in such a day of trouble as this. For now, if ever, it was the swelling of Jordan to us. What could we do? Where could we go? Before us riot and certain destruction. Behind us, if we turned back, 6 days, and who knew how many more, of such difficulty as we had just experienced, and of exposure to the certain hostility which would now no longer be restrained. In either case, we were confronted with peril of the gravest kind. I dared not let myself think of what it might mean to my dear wife. I could only cry out in silence to God for her and the little ones. Then the deep comfort came. "Thou hast beset me behind and before. Thou art about my path." And as she and I knelt with Chifa in prayer for strength and guidance, the peace of God flowed like a river. As we discussed the situation, one thing was clear to us: we were to go forward. There was at least the chance that the report might be an exaggerated one, and as the China Inland Mission Station had not as yet been attacked, it was just possible that our friends might after all be found there. But in any case, it was a prefectural city, and if the worst came to the worst, we could put ourselves under the protection of the chief magistrate. We had our consular passport with us, and to present it was to make him responsible for our safety. The course of action was therefore clear. First, to ascertain whether or not any missionaries were still within the city, and if not, then to put ourselves directly under the care of the prefect. But how to get the information we wanted? Who would be willing to go for us at a time when the popular feeling was running high against us? Our God had heard and had already provided. It so happened that our informant was a Roman Catholic, a fellow sufferer, in a sense, who had himself escaped from the riot. He now agreed not, however, without considerable hesitation, for 1,000 cash, to carry a letter to the missionary in charge, Mr. Martin Griffith. We were to pay down half the amount. The other half he was to receive when he had finished his errand. I instructed him to return by a particular road in order that we might not miss each other, since, in any case, we intended to go on to the city. I then wrote a few lines to Mr. Griffith, idle as it seemed to do so. Afterward, I wrote a short note to Mr. Griffith, even though it might have seemed pointless. He tucked it into his sock and left. So much depended on whether he would keep his promise, and many prayers were said for him as he carried it out. It was now about 2 p.m., but we thought it advisable to delay starting, partly to give the messenger time to do his business, and partly to prevent our reaching the city before dark. We should not have started even when we did, but for an untoward event. A good many people were coming about us, and the small courtyard was full. Whether the actual state of affairs in the city, as reported, was known to them, I cannot say. There was no open show of incivility, but possibly our being where we were had something to do with that. Our hostess had been sitting with my wife and chatting in the kindest way, and we had thankfully noted several little attentions out of the ordinary. Indeed, she appeared so receptive that my wife felt encouraged to freely share the word of life with her. However, our distress grew when this woman suddenly experienced what the natives in our region call Wai-li, which I can only describe as a form of devil possession. We later discovered that she was a witch or spirit medium, and, as a result, she was susceptible to such possession at any time. In the first stage, it was a distressing sight to witness, but distress became horror as the fearful realities of the power of darkness passed before us and penetrated beyond the senses to the inmost parts of our being. There was no violence of any kind. She simply sat on her doorstep, looking straight before her, with dulled eyes, dead to all expression, and apparently just going off into a swoon. After so much kindness received, my wife and I were much concerned, and, supposing that she had been taken suddenly ill, wanted to assist her as far as we knew how. But Chifa warned us to have nothing to do with the matter, as she was under possession. Then the woman straightened herself, and with vacant, stony stare into space, began an incantation. The weird strain rose and fell upon the air. It made one's very flesh creep, for the burden of it was our Lord Jesus whom we preached. Higher and higher rose her voice after each pause, and more animated grew her gestures as she chanted, "I know not what, of blasphemy against the Holy One of God." I cannot describe what it was to be in the presence of such a manifestation of spiritual wickedness. The atmosphere about us seemed suddenly impregnated with a subtle influence of evil unknown before. It was as if the personal Satan stood beside us, and the air we drew in was charged with his very breath. On all 4 occasions I've been called to witness such a terrifying scene in China, the feeling within me has consistently been quite similar. I've had a strong sense of actually encountering the malevolent spirits themselves, which is inexplicably dreadful, and so subtly real that it cannot be solely explained through physical or mental means. A spiritual consequence necessitates a spiritual origin. Anyone who had stood alongside us, witnessing what we witnessed or hearing what we heard, would have had no doubt about the nature of the cause. The incantation itself provided clear evidence that it was a manifestation of the devil, one of the most devilish of its kind. The danger we had to fear was that those standing by would lay this devil possession at our door and say that it was the effect of the foreign devils coming to the place. Accordingly, Chifa told us at once to leave the house and wait in the litters by the roadside, while he went to urge the muleteers to an immediate start. Here again, God helped us. For the first time, there was a ready response. The mules were led out, and a few minutes later, we were hoisted to their backs. As we moved down the street, we could still hear the rise and fall of the witches' chant, fainter and fainter, until we were out of earshot. The awful sound followed us as a wail of woe rising from the heart of sin-stricken Christless China, as a call, therefore, to a more earnest devotion than ever to the work of preaching deliverance to the captives, and of praying, "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven." One could not compare the transformation of that kindly, lovable soul into a creature from which one shrank with horror with the transformation that might be hers into the beauty of holiness, without having the longing deepened to be a vessel of God's grace to those whose debtors we are, or the resolve quickened to spend and be spent for the hopeless millions that know nothing of him who was manifested that he might destroy the works of the devil. There was nothing said or done to us as we passed along to the village gate. Doubtless they were thankful to see the last of us, and, had we tarried, would have taken matters into their own hands to get rid of us. The start was, however, full early for our purpose, and the pace had to be regulated accordingly. I cannot attempt to describe the agony of that ride. Every step was bringing us nearer to we knew not what. Any moment now we might be stopped and our identity discovered. And what then? What? Our very destination, what was it? A city in full riot. Even if we made straight for the Yamen, should we succeed in reaching it, or even in passing the barrier of the city gate, then, too, it would be pitch dark ere we could expect to meet the messenger. What if in the darkness we missed him? Behind the close-drawn curtain of that windowless litter, as the twilight settled into night, I learnt something of what it meant to be left alone. The darkness seemed to enter from without and wrap itself about my soul. Those 8 hours were hours of weakness and fear, and much trembling, and of wrestling with God for the mother with the children. On and on, with nothing to break the silence but the footfall of the mules and the occasional call of the drivers, or their curt response to the salutations of the passers-by. I observed that they maintained a rigid reserve in replying to the usual questions, and that the frequent inquiry,
"Who have you got inside?"
was carefully parried. On and on, but no sign of the letter-bearer. Surely we must by this time have traversed the road along which he was to meet us. Would he never come? Had he, after all, ever meant to come? The suspense was almost unbearable. At last my curtain was pulled aside. It was Chifa.
What are the pastor's instructions now? We have passed the appointed place, and the man has missed us.
There was only one answer. Tell the muleteer to drive us right into the prefect's yamen. On and on, until the dark line of the city wall stood out before us. My heart sickened as I peered through the curtain. Fearfulness laid hold upon me as I thought upon what lay behind that wall, and I shrank from the very thought that we had reached our goal. How often had I queried longingly would the journey never end. Now it was only would that it could be prolonged. The only avenue through which the terrible uncertainty could be relieved had failed us, and we were shut up to the tidings we had heard and which had been more or less confirmed by passers-by. A few minutes more now, and we should know. It was just upon 11 o'clock. As we drew closer to the city, the drivers proceeded even more cautiously. The bells were removed from the necks of the mules, that our entrance might be as quiet as possible. I could not help wondering at the death-like stillness that reigned. It seemed difficult to believe that we were in the neighborhood of riot and destruction. Not a sound was to be heard except the going of the mules. Once more, I drew the curtain slightly aside and peeped. There was the great gate right before us, and we were about to cross the bridge. Yes, we were there now, and my cry went up to the God of our salvation. A moment later, and my curtain was drawn aside from without. Again, it was Chifar. "What is it? Tell me."
Blessed be our God, Mr. Griffith is in the city and has sent his servant here to await our arrival. He himself has gone out with Mr. Brown by the other gate to meet you, in case you should have been entering the city that way.
It is impossible to express what I felt. The tension of 8 hours could only find relief in tears. There was the man standing, lantern in hand, and he appeared in my eyes as an angel of God. I looked up, and there was my dear wife's litter standing close beside my own. She said,
"Oh, Archie, isn't it too wonderful? He has heard our cry."
Though it was 11 o'clock, strange to say the gate was open, and we could enter unnoticed. Over the bridge and through the gate, and now we were inside the walls. As I sat behind the curtains and listened, not a sound broke the stillness. The city was wrapped in sleep. Almost before we were aware of it, the litters had stopped and the curtains were drawn. Lanterns were lifted to the opening, and the faces of the dear friends we had longed but scarcely hoped to see were looking in upon us with words of loving greeting in whispers on their lips. The few minutes more were gone, and now we knew. What did we know? Not riot and destruction, not even the prefect's yamen, but a home of love and the tender mercies and compassions of our God. Chapter 4. The Breaking of the Storm. In the day when I cried, thou answered me, and strengthened me with strength in my soul. It was not long before we were in possession of the real facts. The messenger had fulfilled his trust and duly delivered the letter to Mr. Griffith. Why he failed to meet us on the road was never made quite clear to me. But the main end was secured. Our friends had not fled and were aware of our approach, and the lesser trial was forgotten in the greater mercy. The report that we had heard was to a very large extent exaggerated. Certain incidents had occurred both in connection with the Roman Catholics and with the sub-prefect's yamen, which formed a good basis for the story. But there had been no actual riot, nor had the foreigners fled. Nonetheless, the state of popular feeling was highly inflammatory, and it was generally believed in the city that not a foreigner remained in it. It was a remarkable providence of God that we entered the city at the precise hour we did. A large, idolatrous fair was in full swing, and had we entered earlier, we must have encountered trouble. Mr. Griffith also remarked upon the fact that the streets should have been deserted as they were, for the night before the revelry had been kept up till past midnight. In this, too, we could not but see the hand of our God. As it was, our coming was a dead secret to the city. How little they thought that instead of there being no foreigners left within the walls, there were more than had been known there for some time. As, however, such a rumour was abroad, Mr. Griffith felt it advisable to let it stand so, and not allow the general ignorance to be enlightened. So he begged us to keep altogether out of sight and not attempt to show ourselves even at the compound gate. During our joyful yet perilous stay there, spanning 11 days from June 15th to 26th, we never ventured beyond the boundaries of the mission grounds. As I will soon explain, this precaution turned out to be absolutely essential. We now learned for the first time something of the extent of the Boxer rising and the direction it was taking. News was forwarded us by Mr. C.H.S. Green from Huailu by special courier, from which we saw that the hope of our being able to continue our journey would have at least to be deferred. It was evident we were to tarry the Lord's leisure and not to make haste. While we were eager to continue our journey to its conclusion, we were confident that the delay was a result of his divine guidance, and the eventual outcome demonstrated his protection and his intention to deliver us. We could not but feel considerable anxiety for the safety of Mr. William Cooper, who had left Xuan-te-fu for Pouting Fu that very week. A telegram from Shanghai urging his return by way of Ho-nan arrived just too late to alter his route, as he was then too far on the road to be overtaken. This telegram was used by God to show me, later on, the possibility of escape in that direction, but for that, so far as I know, I should have been in ignorance of such a possibility and probably have made no attempt to leave the station beyond flight to the hills. As it was, I studied the route while at Xuan-te and knew how to act when the emergency arose. The telegram was too late to save Mr. Cooper, but I have a conviction that it turned to the salvation of myself and my house. Those days at Xuan-te were unspeakably precious to us. Looking back upon them now, I cannot sufficiently thank God for all that he gave us in the loving ministrations of Mr. and Mrs. Griffith and Mr. R. Brown. They did not allow us to know, until events revealed the fact, how they were risking their own lives to shelter us, for when once the secret of our arrival was out, the peril to themselves was extreme. As a matter of fact, our coming brought on the riot which lost them their all and compelled them to face what seemed to be certain death in flight. The privilege, as well as the consolation of being with them at such a time, was very great. In this lifetime, I will never fully understand how much of the strength to endure during the imminent trial was granted to us during those days of patiently seeking God's presence and learning to sincerely declare, "Therefore we will not fear, though the earth be removed." It was one thing to say it in the day of our prosperity, but we found together, all of us, I doubt not, that it was another thing to say it truly when the heathen all round us actually were raging and the kingdoms were, in a very real sense, being moved. The shared experience of suffering brought us remarkably close, even though we had not yet faced physical hardships. We lived in constant uncertainty, never knowing what might happen at any moment, whether it be day or night. Once discovered, the risk of a riot was unavoidable. Even just the fear of it meant enduring a very real form of suffering. My dear wife and Mrs. Griffith formed a special connection in those unique circumstances, united by the shared experience of motherhood. I am aware that the wonderful spiritual companionship between my wife and Mrs. Griffith, rooted in their faith in the Lord, played a significant role in renewing her inner strength and getting her ready for the significant challenges of suffering that still lay ahead. The first thing we did was to send on a message to our district superintendent, Mr. Bagnal, at Pao Ing Fu, to report our arrival, and to ask advice as to our taking the next stage to that city. We waited and waited, but no return message ever came. We also wrote to our home people, as the mail communication had not to our knowledge been stopped. These cards were received 15 months later, September 11th, 1901. Meantime, Mr. Cooper's servant, a member of the Yuangtung Church, who had attended him through from Hongtang, returned from Pao Ting Fu. He reported that they had had the narrowest escape of being taken, and that it was only by forcing the stages in the concealment of a closed cart that they had got through at all. Mr. Cooper sent no letter by him in case he might be searched, for the penalty of anything foreign being found upon the person of a native as death. This lad was now returning home and suggested that we should return with him. We felt, however, that having come so far, we ought not to think of returning unless we were absolutely compelled, and as yet the hope of getting through was not wholly shut out. I thought, too, that I ought to wait my superintendent's instructions until the latest moment. Influenced by the boy's report, Chifar now came to me and said that the risk of going on was too great, and that, whatever I might choose to do, both he and Mrs. Chang felt that they must discourage the thought, and refuse to accompany us. This, of course, was essentially undermining our chances. Our sole hope of successfully proceeding, from a human perspective, was to have trustworthy locals accompany us as Mr. Cooper had. Without that, continuing would have been unwise. However, we soon received extremely concerning news from Howie Lu. The Boxers had torn up the rails at Tientsin, cut the wires, and occupied the road between Tientsin and Chengting Fu. Mr. Green also reported the murder of a large party, including several ladies who had tried to escape by riverboat from Pao Ting Fu to Tientsin. All hope of reaching our destination by that route was therefore now abandoned. The only other possible route was that to the east, via Linsin Cheo and the Grand Canal. But armed bands rendered desperate by hunger were scouring the road in that direction. These things taken together showed us that the only path now open to us was to return to Luan. This conclusion was, however, settled out of hand by another circumstance. The secret of our presence in the city was out, and we could no longer be hidden. In a heedless moment, Mrs. Chang had gone out on the street one afternoon in company with Chifar. The impropriety of a woman on the city street at once attracted notice, and while the shape of her garment marked her as a stranger to those parts, her open feet branded her as a foreign devil. From that time, suspicion was excited and daily grew in intensity. The premises were visited by spies, and a sullen group hung all day about the doors. At length, the rumour became so ugly that the landlord insisted on our leaving the house one and all, or the mob would pull it down about our ears. Litters were accordingly engaged for the return journey to Luan, not a moment too soon. Even as we were making ready, the crowd were battering at the doors, and were only restrained from an actual outbreak by the tangible assurance afforded them by the litters that we were clearing out. I think there is no doubt that another case of devil possession had not a little to do with precipitating our departure. The subject of these attacks was a young woman, the daughter of respectable parents close by, who, when under possession, would sit in the middle of the road, heedless of traffic and everything else, pouring out torrents of vile talk. The foreign devil and his religion naturally came in for a full share. Such a nuisance had it become that her parents had sent her from home. But it so happened that a few days before we left, she unexpectedly returned, and the devil with her. I can hear the uncanny cries even now as she sat cursing in the road outside the mission gate, and one could not help shuddering to think how materially such cries would help at such a time to feed the fears of superstition and fan the fires of hate. It may or may not be true that coming events cast their shadows before. Certain it is, however, that nameless dread took hold both of my wife and myself in the thought of that journey. I cannot explain it. I only know that I shrank inexpressibly from it, and would have given my right hand to have remained where we were. But it was all part of the lesson of obedience to the Father's will, which can only be learned through suffering, as Hebrews chapter 5 verse 8 says, "Although he was a son, he learned obedience through what he suffered, our leaving as a deep distress to our friends. But we had waited much upon God for the clear unfolding of his mind, and none of us doubted that the step was of him." The sorrow of the farewell, as we parted from our beloved brethren and sister and the little band of native Christians, was mutual. But it was inevitable, and the word was with us, "Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God, believe also in me." Somewhat to our surprise, and greatly to our relief, the crowd made no demonstration as we passed out into the street and on towards the city gate. Mr. Griffith kindly accompanied us on foot for about a mile, and then, once more, we were alone. The muleteers had the strictest orders to take the high road, and to ensure this, I had it inserted in the written agreement. The first stage was to their own home, for the purpose of completing their preparations, so they said, for the journey. And here we slept the first night. Whether this was a ruse of theirs to furnish an excuse for escaping the high road, I cannot say. I only know it was a deviation, and a deviation that cost us dear. Early the next morning, June 27th, we were off again. It was not long before I saw to my indignation that they were taking the small road. Their excuse was ready enough. Having come thus far out of the way, they would have to take it for a short distance in order to strike the high road at the most convenient point. This was a deeper trial than any words can express. I could only see in it the old duplicity, and yet we were powerless to do anything. At the mercy of unprincipled men, as I believed, and with such a journey as the last to look forward to, my heart sank. But we were in our Father's hand. He understood that there were challenges ahead much deeper than we could imagine, and with this in mind, he was gently guiding us to learn the importance of relying on him. We completed the standard distance, approximately 15 English miles, without any troubles, and stopped for our midday meal and rest in a village known as Yin-ch'eng. All was quiet as we entered the inn yard, and we began to prepare the children's food. The meal was not ready before the yard was filled with a pushing, curious crowd. It was no use to plead the heat of the day and the fatigue of travel. Every view of point was occupied. The rice paper was torn from the window of the small guest room, and every aperture framed a face. This in itself would not have troubled us much, but with riot in the air, we knew not what might lie behind. We had scarcely swallowed a bowl of food when Chifa came in and said,
"We must be off at once, or I cannot answer for the consequences."
As quickly as might be, but without betraying undue haste, we settled ourselves once more in our litters, almost unfed and wholly unrested. The crowd had now grown to immense proportions. The whole of that large village town seemed to be there thronging about us, following behind as we moved out of the inn yard, and closely pressing us to the gate with an ominous silence. Suddenly, as we cleared the gate, a yell went up,
"Foreign devils! Kill them!"
and a storm of stones and hard clay clods rained about the litters. A large stone caught my little boy full in the chest and knocked him flat. The dear little fellow cried bitterly, but he soon recovered, as I prayed with him and told him not to be afraid because God was with us. Several stones entered the litter, but I parried them with a pillow. the mules were hit and became very restive, so that I thought we should be turned over. But by shifting now to one side, now to the other, I contrived to maintain the balance of the litter. The litter's framework began to visibly weaken under the relentless onslaught of projectiles. It would have disintegrated earlier if not for the unusual fact that the covering consisted of new straw mats. To shield ourselves from the intense heat, we had placed a thick cotton wool blanket over them. However, the blankets were ripped away, and the stones rained down upon the vulnerable straw structure. Just as the mats were parting, the litters were surrounded, and the stoning all but ceased. A big, powerful man seized the mule's head, and, looking in at me, ordered me to get out. I asked him what he wanted with me, and he said,
"I have something to say to you. Get down at once."
Knowing well enough that once down I should never get up again, I refused, and said, "If you want to say anything to me, I can hear you perfectly from right here, just as well as from outside the cart."
"You are Roman Catholics. Get down, I tell you."
"We are nothing of the sort. We abhor the Roman Catholic religion."
"If you're not a Roman Catholic, then what are you?"
"Our religion is the true religion of Jesus, and our doctrine the pure doctrine of God." The man turned to the crowd and said,
"They're not Roman Catholics. They're Protestants, so let them go on."
Upon this there was a great outcry, and the greater part were for taking us back to the village. But the big strong man got hold of the mule's bit and forced the litter on, saying,
"Come on, off with you, out of this place as fast as you can. We do not want you here."
Only too thankful for this turn in events, I was just shouting in the man's own words to the muleteer to hurry on with all speed, when Chifar rushed up, caught the animal's head, and like one desperate forced him round. He said,
"Is the pastor talking madness? At all costs, we must return to the village."
Why, we had only just been stoned out of it. Surely this was only to court certain death. Again, the feeling of utter helplessness, as we swung round into the very teeth of the raging mob. And again, the consciousness that the Lord was there. I had had no chance, of course, of communicating with my dear wife. How it had fared with her I could not tell, as she was behind. It was only when we turned round that I saw her litter in the midst of the surging crowd, battered and torn and all but wreck. How I longed to say one word to her, and to know how the matter had gone with her and little Hope. In this way we were led back, quietly, to my surprise, just within the gate, and lodged within a small dark room behind a food shop. The litters were brought in, and the doors shut on the crowd. Here, at any rate, was silence after the storm. It seemed wonderful to see that such a lull was possible. Now we could spread our bedding on the kang and speak one with the other in comparative quietness and rest. As we compared experiences, we saw continual cause for thanksgiving. My dear wife had been kept in perfect peace all through. The stoning had been severe and had bruised her about the arms as she was pitched first to this side, then to that, against the bulging framework. But a song of praise was in her mouth as she told me that she saw a man load a pistol in a field close by, and that he was in the act of taking aim at her when he was hustled by those about him, and the weapon knocked out of his hand. Whether this was accidental or otherwise, it was impossible to say, but it was a signal deliverance from death, and together we gave God the glory. For several hours we were left in comparative quiet. Food was brought, and my wife then took her opportunity of rest with the children, who were soon fast asleep. We heard the hubbub of the crowd outside and the loud, suggestive battering at the street door. But no one was allowed in except a handful of men. As evening closed in, however, a side door was opened, and a continuous stream of men, women, and children filled our tiny room until a late hour. The heat was stifling, and we were well nigh exhausted with the strain of keeping up after such an anxious day. At last the room was cleared, and we could lie down in peace. Only, however, to find that we were being pelted at through the window, just over the kang. The curtain I fixed up was almost immediately torn down, and I then blocked the window with a bundle of clothing. All that night, Chifa and Mrs. Chang sat in conclave with some 4 or 5 of the people's representatives while I kept watch by the window. It was a night of alarms and fears. Every now and again, Chifa came to tell me the result of the negotiations. They were demanding ransom money and had fixed an impossible sum. The alternative was that we were to be handed over to the Boxers, 2 of whom were that night sleeping in the house. 5 times at intervals during the night, a gun was fired at the street door to show us what we had to expect. Hands outside the window were trying to push the bundle back, and I thought it quite likely that they would shoot us as we lay on the kang, so I set my back against the bundle and gave myself to prayer. Thank God my wife was sleeping quietly with the children. What a long, long, weary night, and yet I dreaded inexpressibly the return of day. In the small hours, while it was yet dark, Chi Fa came to me, his haggard face looking years older, and whispered,
"The negotiations have failed. Our hope is in God alone."
Just at that moment my dear wife was rousing to wakefulness and instantly divining the drift of things asked,
"What is Chifa saying to you? Tell me all."
Never shall I forget the perfect calmness with which she received the news, and then said,
"Let us ask him and Mrs. Chang to join us in prayer while we can."
Or the strength I received through the quiet utterance of her unfaltering faith as she herself prayed,
"Father, glorify thy name."
We then quietly discussed the situation and the possibilities of escape suggested by our muleteers under cover of the darkness. The risk of leaving was, however, felt to be greater than that of staying, and with sinking hearts we abandoned our last hope. It was well we did so. During the course of that day, we discovered that individuals had lain in ambush outside the village throughout the night, anticipating our attempt and intending to harm us. Undoubtedly, there was a scheme to eliminate us, but it was done in a manner typical of avoiding responsibility. Therefore, we resolved that if we were to meet our demise, we would do so right where we were, ensuring that the authorities would be forced to investigate the crime. Very early, almost as soon as it was light, the crowds began to pour in upon us again. They even pressed on to the kang, pulling our things about and examining carefully all we had. Very few remarks were directly addressed to us, but we heard and saw enough to show us that we were more the objects of contempt than of curiosity. At length, the proprietor appeared with 1 or 2 others and, in peremptory tones, ordered every person out. No sooner was the room cleared than some dozen evil-looking men were admitted, who at once began a close and most offensive scrutiny. Chifa was not amongst them, to my dismay, and I could not imagine what had become of him. I was thankful to feel, however, that my wife was covered by Mrs. Chang, who sat by her on the kang and answered for her. We didn't face numerous inquiries, but we were openly discussed and closely scrutinized to determine if we bore any distinctive marks that might label us as devils. A Boxer song of good literary style was having a great run at this time, in which the people were given to understand that foreigners were devils and not men, and that they might know it by certain marks, chief among which was the blue eye. A translation of this song was given in a copy of the Peking and Tientsin Times early in the year 1900, where I first saw it. I here attach the translation given by Mr. A. H. Savagelandor in his work, China and the Allies.
God assists the volunteer Unionists, the volunteer United Trained Bands. It is because the foreign devils disturb the Middle Kingdom, urging the people to join their religion, to turn their backs to heaven, venerate not the gods and forget the ancestors. Men violate the human obligations, women commit adultery. Foreign devils are not produced by mankind. If you doubt this, look at them carefully. The eyes of all foreign devils are bluish. No rain falls, the earth is getting dry. This is because the Christian religion stops the heavens. The gods are angry, the genii are vexed, both are come down from the mountains to deliver the doctrine. This is not hearsay. The practice will not be in vain, to recite incantations and pronounce magic words. Burn up the yellow written prayers, light the incense sticks, to invite the gods and genii of all the halls. The gods will come out of the halls. The genii will come down from the mountains and support the human bodies to practice the volunteer Unionists. When all the military accomplishments or tactics are fully learned, it will not be difficult to exterminate the foreign devils then. Push aside the railway track, pull out the telegraph poles. Immediately after this, destroy the steamers. The great France will be vanquished. The English and Russians will certainly disperse. Let the various foreign devils all be killed. May the whole elegant empire of the great Qing dynasty be ever prosperous.
As they put their sinister faces close to ours and examined the color of our eyes, my heart sickened with fear, and I trembled as they drew the children forward and said,
"Look at these little devils. Their eyes are as blue as the big ones."
I cannot honestly say that I was, either now or at other times, exempt from the pain, whether mental or physical, that always attaches to the idea of suffering. To be innocent of the sensation of suffering is one thing. To be divinely sustained and strengthened under the felt power of it is another. Speaking for myself, I learned to the full what it meant to be in weakness and in fear, and in much trembling. These pages must, if they are to be a faithful reflection of real experience, reveal it again and again. But I trust they will also reveal that we learned with it and by it the meaning of the word. When I am weak, then am I strong. It now seemed evident to me that the room had been cleared, and these men introduced for one purpose only. The ransom demanded was not forthcoming, and the alternative was death. I perceived in these men our potential executioners. Their terrifying countenances alone were sufficient to dispel any other notion. However, when one of them revealed 2 steel daggers, shaped like bayonets, from behind his back and began to play with them before our eyes, all uncertainty vanished. At that moment, I could only pray to God, beseeching him to grant each of us the unique grace required for such a critical hour. The tension of this dreadful moment may have been even more agonizing because it was the first of numerous comparable situations, and the horrors of a violent death were still a recent experience for me at that time. The strain was relieved by the sudden appearance of Cheo. How I thanked God at seeing him again. But his face showed no sign of hope. He said,
"We are ordered to leave. The proprietor refuses to keep us here any longer."
Without further ado, the proprietor himself pushed in, snatched the coverlets from the kang, and, cursing us as he went, carried them outside. There was nothing for it. Without a word of remonstrance, we made haste to follow. A long, narrow passage led from our room to the street front, and in single file we walked as we believed, to our death. I placed my dear wife between Mrs. Chang and myself, bringing up the rear of our small band with little hope in my arms, while Cheo led the way, carrying Headley. I observed that the evil gang kept with us, and that the man with the stabbers waited to fall in immediately behind me. I cannot give any idea of that short walk down the dark, narrow passage from our prison house. If ever a man walked through the valley of the shadow of death, I did, in those 5 minutes. Many times we were called to pass that way within the next few weeks, but never was the anguish keener than now. I believed that the man meant to stab me from behind, and every moment I expected to feel the steel. My relief when we reached the street door, great as it was certainly not greater than my surprise. I could only suppose that the proprietor, having refused to stain his hands with our blood, we were to meet our end outside at the hands of the mob. When we came to the street, however, the spectacle that met our gaze was one for which we were certainly not prepared. Dense masses of people lined the roadway on either side. But our appearance was greeted, not as yesterday, by the sudden outcry of a riotous rabble, but by a silence so profound as to be awful to the senses. Not a sound escaped them. Certainly, this appeared to be the tranquility preceding a turbulent event. It seemed nearly impossible for it to be anything other than a foreboding of trouble. A narrow pathway cut through the midst of the gathering, with our litters placed on the road, repaired and prepared for departure, and the mules positioned nearby. Just beyond, on a grassy knoll elevated above the crowd, stood an imposing figure dressed in a white silk robe. He remained still except for the occasional slow movement of his fan. It was the Tifang, or local magnate. I can see him now, standing like a statue with calm and dignified bearing, the centre of the whole scene. The proprietor led us straight to our litters, where several men, the headmen of the village, were standing who directed us to get in. Almost before we could settle ourselves on the bedding, we were hoisted to the mules' backs, when, to my amazement, the Tifang came down from his vantage ground, and without a word, himself took the leader's bridle, and led my wife's litter to the village gate. Close behind him followed the headmen, one of whom led my litter in the same way. Not a soul of all that huge multitude moved from his place as we passed down the narrow lane they left for us. I thought of yesterday, and how they had waited till we had cleared the gate before they set on us, and I fully expected that the reigning silence and restraint would give way to an increase of tumult and violence. The fiercer that they were, denied their ransom money. Now we were outside the gate. Not a sound. The Tifang and village elders were still leading the animals, and the road behind us was deserted. In this way we were escorted to the boundary when the Tifang made us a courteous bow and returned. The headmen remained with the professed intention of getting us a proper escort from the yamen, but not long after their chief's withdrawal, they also took their departure. It is impossible to describe the state of our feelings when we found ourselves once more free and unmolested. The suddenness of the situation, following nearly 18 hours of facing imminent death with no hope of escape, was utterly bewildering. It appeared almost too good to be real. We both recognized it as nothing less than a direct intervention by God on our behalf, and the joy of our rescue overwhelmed the pain of our ordeal. A song of gratitude filled our hearts as we conversed with one another from our litters. It was only later, though, that we discovered from Chifa just how truly miraculous our escape had been. There was no rational explanation for the Tifang's support of our cause. The fact that the local people remained restrained, unable to harm us, was undeniably the work of God, with his fear upon them. Throughout our subsequent experiences, we encountered this supernatural phenomenon repeatedly. However, this initial display of it, while not the most extraordinary, left a particularly unique impression on us. Chapter 5. Into the Valley of the Shadow. Even there shall thy hand lead me, and thy right hand shall hold me. Our muleteers now resumed charge of the litters, and we journeyed quietly on with praiseful hearts. I longed, however, for the time when we should strike the highway, as my fears about the small road had not proved so groundless as the men would have had me suppose, after all. We had gone perhaps 1.5 miles when I saw a band of about 20 men spring from the roadside where they had been squatting and make for my wife's litter, which was now about 100 yards in advance of mine. At the same time, others came running over the fields to join them. My heart sank. Mischief was yet before us. I called aloud upon God as I saw my wife and little girl surrounded, unprotected, and I helplessly apart from them. Instinctively I shouted for Chifa, who should have been riding close behind me, but there was no voice in reply. I turned in the litter and with difficulty forced a hole with my finger through the rush matting at my back, when I was troubled to see a crowd in full pursuit and our attendants nowhere to be seen. My own litter was now quickly surrounded and taken forcible possession of by the pursuers. It was evident we were prisoners once more, and completely at their mercy. They made us know it too. With rude violence, they began to rob as we went, snatching at the loose articles that lay nearest to hand. My distress can be imagined when I saw the crew that held my wife's litter slash the cords of the light framework and tear the matting from the poles. The back was shorn clean away, and I could see her supporting little Hope with one hand and with the other beating off the hands that clutched the goods. To this day, it remains a mystery how she managed to keep herself steady. The litter she was on was tilted at what seemed an impossibly steep angle as the men yanked at the bedding right under her. With each passing moment, I braced for the dreadful possibility of her rolling off onto the ground, right under the feet of those ruthless men. The intensity of my feelings is beyond words, especially when they turned a bend in the road, disappearing from my sight. The distance between us had been rapidly increasing, and it seemed as if I should never get to the place where they had disappeared. I covered my face at the thought of what the next sight might reveal, and prayed for grace to bear it, for apart from God's direct interference, I could not reasonably hope to see them alive. The bend was reached at last, and from that point the path led by a steep incline to a dry torrent bed. I looked anxiously forward, but there was no sign of my loved ones. In the meantime, the plundering of my litter went on, and the wrecking of the framework, just as in the case of my wife's. But this was as nothing now. All was swallowed up in the one thought: are they yet alive? Now we were at the foot of the pass. The mules' heads were turned towards the village at the head of it, when there before me I saw my dear wife's litter set down on the ground in the middle of the torrent bed. Once more the painfulness of the situation was forgotten in the thanksgiving that went up to God, as I saw that both she and my little girl were still sitting within it. A few more paces, and then my own litter was set down in the same way beside hers, and the animals led away. To my amazement, she was as calm and free from agitation as though she were in her own home. It was now about 9 a.m., and the sun was getting hot in a cloudless sky. From the time we left Yin-ch'eng, we had seen nothing of our attendants and had no idea of what had become of them. Hundreds of people hemmed us in, squatting on the slopes of the ravine or pressing around us with something more than the usual curiosity. In the ordinary way, they should have been in the fields at work, but it was a prime element of danger to us all along the route, seriously complicating the situation that the continued drought had brought all agricultural work to a standstill and turned quiet, inoffensive labourers into a band of idle, mischievous loafers. Again our hearts went up to God in praise as we saw first Chifa and then Mrs. Chang making their way towards us. Their animals had been taken, and they were on foot. They told us that we were again to be detained until ransom money was forthcoming, and that we were not to leave the torrent bed until an earnest of it had been paid down. But both price and earnest had to be fixed, and that meant for us 6 weary hours under a scorching sun, from whose fierce rays our shattered litters afforded us no protection. The gully, indeed, proved a very furnace, all chance of airflow being excluded first by its natural position and then by the suffocating pressure of the hundreds that ringed us round. It was, indeed, a time of proving, and we found our God again to be a very present help as our shield and strength. Grace sufficient for fainting heat and the cravings of hunger and thirst was richly supplied, as well as for a forbearing spirit and courteous manner towards those who thrust themselves rudely upon us or plied us with a round of contemptuous questions. Nor was our behaviour wholly lost upon them. The heart of one old woman was so far touched that, unknown to us, she sent her son home for a kettle of boiling water for us to drink, repeating this kindness until our need was satisfied. And a draught of cold water was also sent us from a neighbouring well. At length, it was decided to require the payment of 100 ounces of silver. This we absolutely refused, and hours more had to be passed in our painful circumstances as the penalty of refusal. The amount was, to our surprise, I must say, brought down to 50 and finally 30 ounces, 10 of which were to be paid down before we moved from the spot. There was nothing for it but to agree to this. But how to get at the silver without the crowd knowing what I was about? In God's providence, before leaving Luan, I had the foresight to prepare a number of small gold bars. To ease transactions on the road, each bar was carefully marked with its exact weight. I kept these in a compact pouch under my bedding, ready for quick access in times of need. Now, under Chifar's cover, I quietly searched for the pouch and managed to open it subtly. The first few gold bars I retrieved amounted to just a bit more than the sum required. Had it not been for this fortunate circumstance, a longer search within the litter might have aroused suspicion, potentially leading to us being completely stripped of our possessions. The earnest money was no sooner paid than the leading headman of the village ordered the mules to be put in, and himself took charge of my litter. We were led up the stony steep of the straggling street till we came to a large doorway. The folded leaves parted, and we entered a spacious courtyard from which we saw at a glance that it was the house of no ordinary man. Here our litters were placed, and we were instructed to proceed to the next enclosure, whose door was promptly closed behind us. An old lady, who later turned out to be the headman's mother, along with his wife, welcomed us with a display of cordiality that was as heartwarming as it was unexpected. Meantime, we were shown into one of the dwelling rooms, small enough but comfortable, and told to rest ourselves and not be afraid. Bowls of millet and a kettle of boiling water were quickly at our disposal, and also a hand basin for washing purposes. In all this we found abundant cause for thanksgiving. The mere fact of privacy and quiet was a blessing of no mean order, for we were worn out with long fasting and watching, and with the strain of a situation which had brought us into the continuous apprehension of a violent death. The extended period of confinement during the intense midday heat of a blazing day, with the constant uncertainty about the intentions of the numerous watchers, had taken a toll on us. And now we had at last found a shelter from the heat, a refuge, however temporary, from the storm that had beaten so fiercely upon us, and the supply of our present needs. The unexpected kindness, too, of our hostess quite overcame us, and we saw in it all the tender compassions of our Father in heaven. The situation was, however, sufficiently critical. There was no disguising the fact that in spite of the outward show of kindness, we were prisoners and more or less objects of contempt. Moreover, as the hours went by and Chifa had had an opportunity of gauging the temper and purpose of our captors, it became evident that we were in an evil case. We had only two options available to us. One was to send a letter to Mr. Griffith to inform him of our dangerous situation and seek the intervention of the prefect of Xuante through him. The other option was to approach the Xian at Wuhan, who was obligated by treaty rights to provide us with assistance as the magistrate responsible for our safety. However, the challenge was finding someone brave enough to deliver a letter to the foreigner on our behalf. Or who was there that could be trusted to inform the Xian at Wuhan? For Chifa was himself a marked man, and all else were against us. How often we were brought to the cry, "We have no might, neither know we what to do, but our eyes are upon thee." We had no paper at hand to write on, and besides, if we had, no one must suspect that we were writing, or it would bring us into even greater peril. In the mercy of God, I found a tiny bit of crumpled rice paper in my pocket, and, dividing it between us, we watched our opportunity. Before long, we discovered that an additional muleteer who had inexplicably accompanied us thus far was planning to return to his home near the city that very night. He agreed, in exchange for a fee, to deliver the letter for us. Around midnight, in the silence of the night, he embarked on his journey with the valuable message discreetly concealed in his sock. The note I sent to Mr. Griffith, to the best of my recollection, had the following content. Dear Martin, the day after we left you, we were stoned, imprisoned, and held to ransom at Yin-ch'eng. We were let go by the miraculous intervention of God, but have again been seized and are detained in this place, a village about 10 li away. We are in sore straits. Our only hope of escape seems to lie in your being able to get us help from the prefect. The situation is most critical and urgent, but our hearts are being kept in the peace of God. May He guide you and us. Yours affectionately, in Christ, Archie Glover. I don't know the exact content of the message my dear wife sent to Mrs. Griffith. However, a year later, while I was in England, I discovered that God had used it in a remarkable manner. Mrs. Griffith told me herself that all through their subsequent flight and long confinement at Cheng Ting Fu, she kept the tiny fragment the only writing she had in her possession, until the pencil marks were faded out and the paper worn to tatters. She said that she could never thank God enough for having sent her that little word to lighten the darkness of her weary night of suffering, and to revive her fainting spirit in distress. The following day, which was Friday, June 29th, passed without incident, offering a welcome contrast to the previous day's turmoil, even though our escape route remained hidden. Chifa remained mostly out of sight throughout the day. His primary concern was to find a way to inform the Wuhan Mandarin about our predicament, and he was vigilant for any potential opportunity. Unfortunately, none presented itself. Every thought was baffled, and we were brought to our wits' end. As we waited upon our God, we learned how good it is to trust in Him at all times, and to pour out our heart before Him. It must have been about 10 that night, when Chifa came to us with the exclamation,
"Thanks be to the Lord's grace."
The headman in whose house we were was, he said, connected with the yamen. An opium sot and a thoroughly bad man, he wanted to make something for himself out of the situation, and so had agreed to let Chifa go to Wuhan in company with his old mother at daybreak, provided we paid him 15 ounces of silver down. It seemed almost incredible. Even Chifa had hardly dared to believe that such a thing could be, and even up to the last feared that some excuse would be found for its not being carried through. On several occasions, threats were made along these lines. However, the money was paid without hesitation, and the deal was agreed upon. Equipped with my passport and visiting card, they discreetly departed before dawn, disappearing into the early morning. In this manner, both the seemingly hopeless plans were successfully executed. Our letter had been sent to Xuante, and our attendant had set out for Wuhan. All Saturday we watched in prayer and waited for God's answer. The tiny courtyard where we were lodged was kept very quiet. Save for 1 or 2 relatives, no one was allowed in, and we, for our part, were strictly forbidden to show ourselves at the courtyard gate. Several opportunities were given of speaking the word of life to the members of the household, including the headman himself. I vividly remember the profound interest shown by the young woman who initially welcomed us, especially as my wife sat beside her in the doorway, and, holding her hand, told her tenderly the story of the Saviour's love for her, even unto death. It is one of the pictures of that time that has engraved itself with peculiar distinctness upon my heart. Who shall say that our captivity there was not of God, in his design to set another captive free? Hour after hour passed, and still no word from Xuante. We had anticipated Chifa's return by early afternoon, as the distance to and from Wuhan allowed for it. However, the afternoon turned into evening, and evening turned into night, and neither Chifa nor any message arrived. Just upon midnight, there was a noise in the outer courtyard of loud and angry voices. The inner door was flung open, and by the light of lanterns we saw the old mother being led in, supported on either side. She was in a state of devil possession, and chanting the weird incantation peculiar to such a condition. They took her to her room, and there, through the remaining hours of the night, we heard the unearthly voice above all the rest, as it rose and fell in cursing cadence. It was an untold relief to see Chifa safely back, for, circumstanced as we were, it was not difficult to believe that he might have fallen a victim to foul play. He told us that after considerable difficulty, he had been allowed to see the Yin-ch'eng and had been given an escort of 10 soldiers, who were accompanied by a petty official and several gentlemen of the yamen, and we were to be ready to start at morning light. Meanwhile, the commotion in the outer courtyard grew louder, and Chifa returned with news that the soldiers were arguing about their payment and were close to leaving. Furthermore, the headman, who had previously agreed to the arrangement, had suddenly changed his mind. He was now furious, in the grip of uncontrollable anger, and swearing that he wouldn't allow us to leave. A moment later, and the man plunged into the room, quivering with blind rage and cursing us all at the top of his voice. The resonant wail of the mother's chant blended with the loud tempest of the son's abuse in a unison that only devils could create. It made one tremble. The presence of the power of darkness was brought so near. But now see how marvelously God was working for us. Just when matters were at their worst and we at our weakest, a messenger from Xuante Fu appeared. I recognized him as a well-to-do businessman of that city, of good standing and repute, and one in whom Mr. Griffith placed much confidence. Addressing himself immediately to the headman, he asked him how it was he dared to molest us, and told him that the news of his conduct had come to the ears of the prefect, who had forthwith dispatched a band of 50 soldiers to look into matters, and that Mr. Griffith was with them. He had himself been sent on before, to tell him that if a hair of our head was touched, or one single cash taken from us, the headman would have to answer for it in person to the prefect himself. Never shall I forget the extraordinary effect produced by his sudden appearance and speech. The terrifying bully, all cursing and bitterness, was instantly transformed into the fawning sycophant, all flattery and consideration. He was in terror at the thought of the 15 ounces of silver he had demanded, and implored us not to expose him. We told him that he had treated us kindly while we were under his roof, and that as the silver was promised on our part in return for the service he rendered in securing us an escort from Wuhan, we should certainly not regard it in any other light. His gratitude was profound and genuine enough, I have no doubt, and from that moment he was kindness itself to us. He quickly adjusted the difficulty with the Wuhan escort, and soon all was quiet. The only thing that broke the silence of the last 2 hours of that troubled night was the haunting cadence of the old witch mother's chant. When all were asleep, the Xuente messenger returned and handed me a pencil note from Mr. Griffith. It was dated Friday 5th in the morning and ran much as follows.
Your letter just received does not come to reassure us. We are preparing for flight ourselves and have been up all night packing, every moment expecting to be rioted. We deeply grieve to hear of the peril you are in, but are powerless to help you, as we are practically in the same plight as yourselves. The prefect will do nothing for us. Our eyes are upon God alone. We shall sleep tonight at the muleteer's home and take cart thence to Yin-ch'eng, if possible.
I turned to the messenger. This is a very different story to what you have given out. There is not a word about the Fu giving help. And so far from Mr. Griffith being on his way here with 50 soldiers, you must be aware that he is himself in need of help and about to flee.
Hush! Not a word. This is a ruse of my own to get you out of this net. Mischief is brewing, and if you do not get out now, you never will. All you have to do is keep quiet and leave matters with me.
We lay down, but we could not sleep. Our heart was filled with wonder. God, even our God, was with us, mighty in working. He had verily broken gates of brass and cut bars of iron in sunder, and in the night his song was with us, and our prayer unto the God of our life. We thought much of the dear Griffiths and their kindred peril, and our hope was that we might yet meet them at Yin-ch'eng, only one stage distant from our own destination of Luan. But we never even heard of them again until our 2 months' wanderings were over, and we could not but conclude of them, as they were led to conclude of us, that a violent death had overtaken them. Chapter 6. Out of the Depths. In all their affliction he was afflicted, and the angel of his presence saved them. Our litters were prepared once again, and at 8 o'clock on that Sunday morning we were finally released from captivity, filled with gratitude. It was July 1st, the beginning of a new week and a new month, one that would bring unimaginable terrors and unforeseen suffering. However, we thanked God that these horrors were hidden from our eyes, and instead we had the assurance of the Lord's presence with his promise, "Fear not, for I am with thee. Look not around thee, I am thy God." It was on this day, July the 1st, that a tragic event occurred in Pao-ting-fu. The Deputy Director of our mission, Mr. William Cooper, along with Mr. Bagnall, our District Superintendent, Mrs. Bagnall, and their little daughter Gladys, were mercilessly beheaded just outside the south gate of the city. It was destined to be to us also very memorably the day of darkness and of the shadow of death. It was not easy to face the mob again after nearly 3 days of privacy, and with the knowledge now more than ever certainty of what it was sure to mean. But then we were under official protection, and this went far to allay anxiety. As was customary, eager crowds had assembled, and now we found ourselves fully immersed in the midst of it once again. The headman led my litter, accompanied by the Xuente messenger, who wore an air of authority that seemed to carry everything before it. The latter accompanied us beyond the village boundary, and, at the parting of the roads, took courteous leave of us, and returned to the city. The Lord render to him again the kindness he showed us, our true friend and benefactor. The Yamen gentlemen and soldiers kept close beside us, and their presence undoubtedly made itself felt. At any rate, it was an untold comfort to us, for as yet we knew nothing of the widespread conspiracy under imperial auspices, which converted our passports into mere paper and our rightful protectors into our persecutors and very murderers. A footnote to the reader. As a matter of history, an edict went forth the next day, July the 2nd, from Peking, ordering the expulsion of all foreigners and the persecution of Christians, while 4 days previous, on June 28th, an order had been issued from the throne to all viceroys and governors to support the Boxer rising. Our reception all along the road to Wuhan was of such a kind as to show us what our fate would have been but for the escort. The word had gone on that we had paid out money for our release, and it was clear that each town and village we passed through was eager for a share of the spoils. The men were generally armed with some implement or other, and our appearance was greeted with an outcry of,
"Kill the foreign devils."
Our curtains, kept closely drawn, were quickly torn away. From the evil look and malicious gestures of the crowds, as they hooted and cursed us out of their place, I am sure it would have gone very hard with us, had not God's mercy provided official help. Even as it was, the people were hardly restrained from assaulting us, and one could only be conscious that it was again God's fear holding them back at the very crisis of their rage. When we arrived at Wuhan, we were driven into the Yamen, where word was speedily brought us that the Mandarin was willing to give us audience. I confess I followed the runner with some trepidation, as I had never interviewed a great man before, nor seen the awful majesty of a Yamen judgment hall. Besides, my vocabulary was not of the largest, and my knowledge of Yamen etiquette by no means of the profoundest. However, Chifa was with me, and I took courage. We passed through 2 small, mean-looking courtyards. It surprised me to see how mean they looked. From there was passed into a third, equally small, but with a display of tinsel and dingy finery, which marked it out as the Mandarin's own quarters. At the doorway was the Ta-Ren himself, in full official dress, waiting to receive me, with a small retinue of gentlemen. As soon as he saw me, he reached out his hand in the most fatherly way, and with a genial smile led me to the guest seat on his left. 2 cups of tea were brought immediately for himself and for me, and the reassuring manner of the kindly-seeming old man, however hollow, sent all my fears to the winds. He conversed most affably with me, examining my passport and assuring me he would do all in his power to get me through to my station without further annoyance. While we were thus talking, a small crowd stood by, dirty underlings rubbing shoulders with the upper 10 and one and all, the higher with the lower, innocent of even the smallest semblance of decorum in the presence of their chief. In due time, a passport letter addressed to the next magistrate was prepared, and an escort to Xian was arranged for. On returning, I was surprised to find my wife seated, not in the litter as I had left her, but on the ground, the little ones by her crying bitterly, and she herself looking as if she had received some shock. The mules had become restive and refused to stand, with the result that just before I appeared, The litter had been overturned, and they were thrown to the ground. Thank God, they sustained no serious injuries, although my dear wife, in trying to save the children, had fallen heavily enough to be badly bruised. But she made light of the misadventure, and her brave spirit soon brought smiles into the little one's eyes in place of tears. We lost no time in getting off, as delay meant increasing crowds, which was the same at such a time as increasing danger. The escort given us consisted of 6 sorry-looking underlings who shortly after starting dropped to 4. These men, who should have been for our help, proved to be our worst enemies. We must have been travelling about 4 hours in the mountains for a distance of some 12 English miles, when we struck a broad, dry riverbed, along which the mule track lay. I had noticed that an hour or so previously the escort had again dropped to 2, which made me not a little uneasy. However, I persuaded myself that the remaining 2 represented officialdom, and after all, what more did we need? No one would attempt to touch us where government authority was in evidence. How little I knew. At a bend in the river track, we came upon a large, straggling village town. And ere we were well abreast of it, the torrent bed was swarming with excited men and lads, and the air rent with shouts and yells of,
"Kill the foreign devils! Kill! Kill!"
We saw they were preparing to stone us. There were many rocks lying around them, ready to be used as projectiles, and a majority of the people had already armed themselves with them. Several stones had actually been hurled, when Chifa stopped the litters and asked the escort the meaning of it all. Upon this they stepped forward, and in a very casual, half-apologetic way produced our papers for the headman to see, who forthwith took possession of our litters and led us to a large, newly built inn, standing by itself at the head of the way. As we entered the courtyard, the gates were closed behind us, no one being allowed admission but the village elders. The guest room ran the whole length of the north side of the courtyard and was only partially finished. There was a good kyang, however, at one end, and a good roof was over our heads, affording substantial shelter from the intense heat, for both of which we thanked God. In this room we passed through a time of agony such as was not surpassed at any period of our sufferings, before or since. It was the familiar tale of a ransom demand, with the ultimatum of death as the alternative. Shockingly, this matter was openly discussed in front of the very officials who were supposed to safeguard our well-being and, even more surprisingly, with their cooperation. In fact, it was at their suggestion. When we arrived at the inn, the 2 individuals who had been guarding us were rejoined by their colleagues who had mysteriously disappeared earlier. Having knowledge of previous attempts, some of which were partially successful, to extort money from us, they had rushed ahead to inform the townspeople of our arrival and orchestrate the scheme for our apprehension. They were not naive enough to let go of the chance to profit handsomely, even if it meant blaming the townspeople if anything went wrong. After all, what could the townspeople do against a riotous mob? I never saw Chifa in such distress of mind. We were strictly guarded. The escort withdrew themselves sullenly to the opposite end of the room with their opium and tobacco, and made not even a pretense of doing their duty by us. Our one hope, humanly speaking, lay in our being able to inform the Kuan at Shaykhisiyin of our plight and secure his prompt intervention. However, the distance was considerable, ranging from 26 to 32 miles for the round trip. The question remained, who would be willing to make the journey? The muleteers utterly refused, and when Chifa planned under cover of darkness to slip out on muleback, they became so nasty that the thought had to be abandoned. So the afternoon wore on, The plotters plotted at the one end, and we made our prayer to God at the other. As night fell, a small lamp was lit. The faint glow from the cotton wick barely pierced the darkness, only enough to cast the shadowy figures of the sinister men at the far end of the room. They were gathered together, seemingly plotting. To shield ourselves from their gaze and to create a bit of privacy, we set up a makeshift curtain using a cord stretched from one wall to the other, draping our blankets over it. We had just put the children to bed when Chifa told me that there was now no hope of getting out alive. It was not merely a money question, he said, but we were held responsible for the prolonged drought, and it was the common belief that nothing but foreign blood would bring the rain. Unless God himself directly intervened by a miracle, nothing could save us. Then I said, "But we are under official protection, and when the government has undertaken to safeguard us, what have we to fear?" He replied,
"In this situation, that doesn't matter at all. Our own escort has turned against us. They can simply justify their actions to their superiors by claiming that they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers."
Then, indeed, sore anguish came upon me and soul distress. The news must be kept at any cost from my dear wife, and I charged both Chifa and Mrs. Chang to tell her nothing that would unduly alarm her. I sought grace so to control my feelings that I should not betray them by look or manner, but notwithstanding, she guessed the truth, and begged me never to keep anything, however painful, from her. She would not be denied her wifely privilege of fellowship with me in prayer, nor therefore of partnership in all the suffering. And from that time on, I kept nothing back. We had all things in common, the worse as well as the better. Thus it came to pass that we had been pouring out our heart before God, and seeking grace to endure even unto death, if his will were so, when a truly marvelous thing happened. The door was pushed open, and a soldier in full uniform entered and quietly hung his coat and cudgel on the latchet. His handsome face and commanding manner were something out of the common, and could not fail to arrest attention. But this was not enough to account for the effect his sudden appearance produced upon all. I cannot describe it. It was simply startling. He was just a non-commissioned officer on a special assignment to Yin-ch'eng. His stay at the inn was merely a routine part of his journey. Nothing more. No, not all. Our eyes were opened to see in him none other than God's deliverer. Even as he entered the door, he stood before us as the very angel of God. I might almost say a light shined in the prison. There was something so supernatural about his presence. It was the most remarkable experience of its kind that I ever had, or my wife either, for we were both conscious of it at the same time. Not only so, but his coming produced a corresponding fear in the hearts of our enemies. We learned afterwards that the escorts were in dismay, believing that his business was in some way connected with them. In any case, the general impression produced on all was that he was charged with some important commission concerning us and on our behalf. In keeping with our conviction was the remarkable fact that from the first he identified himself with us and espoused our cause. Chifa invited him to eat his food within the privacy of our curtained space and talk with him there, an invitation to which he at once responded. The image remains vivid in my mind. Two figures, dark against the blanket, barely illuminated in the weak, flickering light of the lamp, speaking earnestly in whispers that were inaudible to everyone else. At that moment we knew nothing about the stranger or his mission, nor could we grasp what he was discussing. Yet we seemed to instinctively understand that he was a messenger sent by God, and his words were meant for peace, not evil. After the soldier had finished his meal, he withdrew, and with a heart almost too full to speak, Chifa came to tell us all. It was believed by our captors that the man was officially sent to look after us, and on the strength of this belief he undertook to pass us out at dawn the next morning and himself accompany us to Yin-ch'eng. What this news meant to us cannot even be imagined. It was literally the turning of the shadow of death into the morning. There was still, however, the difficulty to face of the people's temper towards us on account of the drought. Continually throughout the day, they had been battering at the gate and threatening to break it in with repeated cries to bring us out to them, and we gave ourselves earnestly to prayer on this account. It being the Lord's Day, we determined to hold divine service before lying down to rest, and with our Chinese Bibles and hymn books, we took our seat on the ground by the curtain under the lamp. As we prayed and sang praise to God, a deep hush fell upon all in the room, and ere long we were joined by the soldier and the 2 muleteers. As he would be better understood, I asked Chifa to read and expound the scriptures, and then we sang again, and each prayed in turn. The soldier listened with the deepest interest. There was something beautiful about that young man's face and manner that drew the heart out peculiarly towards him. I see the earnest eyes still fixed on the preacher as he preached unto him Jesus. And I cannot but believe that, in answer to much prayer, the seed of eternal life was sown in the fruitful soil of a heart prepared by the Spirit of God to receive it. Whoso offereth me the sacrifice of thanksgiving glorifieth me, and prepareth a way whereby I may show him the salvation of God. The second miracle of that memorable day followed almost immediately upon the conclusion of our worship. We had pleaded with our God to have mercy upon the people, not only in their deep spiritual need, but also in their temporal distress. In the presence of everyone, we prayed earnestly, asking that for the glory of His great name, He would graciously send plentiful rain that very night. We hoped this would show them that He is a merciful God, and that we, His servants, were not responsible for the drought. Almost immediately after we settled ourselves on the kang, His response came from heaven. A thunderclap so powerful it shook the prison. Then the rain began, pouring down in a deluge that continued relentlessly throughout the night. When morning broke, it was clear shining after rain, and the song of the Lord was in our mouths. The gate of our prison inn opened to us, as it were, of its own accord. Our heaven-sent soldier rode beside us and never left us all the way. No one molested us as we passed out into the road and along the highway to Shenzhen. Indeed, we scarcely saw a soul, for at daybreak all hands had hurried to the fields to take early advantage of the long-looked-for opportunity for putting in the seed. Arriving at Shenzhen, I had to leave my wife and children at the inn under the soldier's care, while I accompanied Chifa to the yamen. I was determined to guard as far as possible against a repetition of the last experience, and an official interview was an urgent necessity. We found that we had to walk from one end of the city to the other. To me, an endless walk in the thought of my loved ones, alone in the inn and at such a time. In spite of pigtail and gown, I was recognized as an alien, and the inevitable crowd began to haunt my heels. By the time we reached the yamen, it was uncomfortably large, and from the expressions which repeatedly saluted my ear, it was by no means certain that we should get out without trouble. The Mandarin's deputy received us coldly enough, and said it was impossible for us to see the Laoyi. I presented my card and insisted that he should take it in. My business was imperative. He returned with the excuse that His Excellency was too unwell to see me. Upon this I said that being so, I had no alternative but to appeal to his superior, the prefect of Changte. The subtle suggestion worked as we hoped, and shortly after, we were brought before the influential figure. I quickly explained everything we had endured since leaving Wuhan, including the ineffectiveness of our escort and rumors that our passport was a forgery. I requested that he validate our passport with his seal and provide us with a written assurance of safe passage to the next district. Glad to get rid of us at any price, he readily agreed, and thanking him for his kindness in receiving me, I made the customary bow and withdrew. By God's grace, the curiosity of the people, whether on the street with us or at the inn with my loved ones, remained controlled. It was evident, though, that their attitude towards us had shifted from what it had been in the recent past. It was wise for us to move on, and as soon as our escort arrived with the official papers, we departed. The non-commissioned officer continued to accompany us. His presence at the inn had been extremely helpful and reassuring to my wife. Along with him, a messenger from the Wuhan government office, a young man who had followed us unofficially and volunteered to assist us, was also present. He played a crucial role in keeping the crowd away from the guest room door, allowing everyone to eat their meal without disturbance. There was no demonstration as we filed down the high street to the south gate, and from that time on, our journey was pursued in peace. At Yin-ch'eng, we changed escorts without the formality of a visit to the Laoyi, and here we took farewell of our soldier deliverer. My wife's eyes moistened, I know, as we commended him at parting to the mercy and love of God in Christ, and I am not ashamed to confess that my own did too. In addition to several books, we made him a present of 500 cash, a sum utterly inadequate to his services, as it seemed to me. But Chifa knew his own people best, and cautioned me not to give beyond that amount. Unworthy as I thought the gift, the recipient acknowledged it graciously and with every appearance of unaffected gratitude. The abundant rain had calmed the hearts of the people, at least for the time being, and they were now too busy in the fields to notice us much. As we neared our sister station of Lu-ch'eng, the familiar road seemed to parable our inner experience and to sing aloud of the loving kindness of our God. The once dry ground had transformed into pools, and the arid land into springs of water. Since our last journey through this area, we had witnessed the glory of the Lord and the majesty of our God. Chapter 7. Flee! Flee! Though the Lord give you the bread of adversity and the water of affliction, yet thine eyes shall see thy teachers, and thine ears shall hear a word behind thee, saying, This is the way, walk ye in it, when ye turn to the right hand, and when ye turn to the left. We arrived in Lu-ch'eng around 10 a.m. on Tuesday, July 3rd. Our friends were not entirely surprised to see us return, but were deeply relieved and thankful when they heard our account, as they had been hearing increasingly alarming rumors on the streets. These rumors prompted Mr. Cooper to contact the local CN. Meanwhile, back at our station in Luan, the situation appeared to be highly uncertain. Miss Gates had been keeping Mr. Cooper informed about the conditions there, and it was evident that she was under considerable pressure, as the situation could become critical at any moment. We were resolute in our decision not to pause, but to continue on the remaining 15 miles as quickly as possible. The young man from Wuhan had committed in Yin-ch'eng to go ahead with a letter for Miss Gates to inform her of our imminent arrival. This was a gracious provision of God's providence, as Chifa could not be spared for this task. We aimed to keep our return as discreet as possible, and for this purpose we reduced our luggage leaving behind the boxes that appeared more foreign at Lu-ch'eng. Furthermore, we chose not to have an escort, as their presence in the city would likely attract attention and raise questions about our return, which we preferred to keep low-key. As we bid farewell to one another once more, we were all aware that this farewell held a deeper significance for each of us than usual. Before we would meet again, 4 weeks from then, we would all come to understand, as never before, the true meaning of sharing in his suffering and undergoing his trials. The muleteers prodded the animals onward, and our journey continued smoothly. The road remained serene, but we were cautious, keeping our curtains closed. We reached a substantial village called Lan-Chen, halfway along the route, which had a history of being somewhat unfriendly toward us. Not too long ago, they had even made an attempt to forcibly remove Mrs. Dugald Lawson from her cart as she passed through their village. Before coming within their view, we decided to take a detour to avoid any potential trouble, and we were fortunate not to be detected. 10 li from Luan, we travelled through the village of Quanzuen, one of our outstations where we had a chapel and a small, enthusiastic group of church members and individuals inquiring about the faith. As we peered through the curtains, we spotted several beloved and familiar faces in the street. We couldn't resist revealing ourselves briefly to exchange the Christian greeting of peace and to offer our prayers for God's grace upon them. We couldn't afford to linger for more than a brief exchange. An hour later, we were passing through the north gate of the city for the final time. Everything appeared calm. The heat was oppressive, and there were no people in sight. As far as I could tell from behind the curtain, the drivers were not stopped or questioned by anyone along the way. Yes, we had entered unnoticed. And now we found ourselves beside our mission buildings. Oh, the goodness and mercy of our God! We turned the corner into the side street leading to our more private entrance, and within a minute our litters were positioned within our own compound, and we were back in the comfort of our beloved home. The reunion with our fellow sister, Miss Gates, given the events that had transpired since our last meeting, brought immense relief to all of us. We discovered that her journey had been no less challenging and perilous than ours. The Boxer movement in the province had gained momentum swiftly and had extended to our immediate vicinity. Brigades were being hastily assembled in every city, and recruitment was brisk in towns and villages. In Tuanliu-Haisien, located 20 miles away, a corps of 200 men had already been established, and the Boxer leader assigned to oversee activities in Luan was anticipated to arrive in the city soon. Shortly after our departure, the rain processions had resumed parading the streets. Due to the prevailing Boxer rumors and the widespread distribution of their provocative posters, these processions became a cause of heightened concern. Miss Gates made the prudent decision that, in case of an emergency, it would be wiser for her to seek refuge in the prefect's yamen. Relocating to Lu-ch'eng would likely be perceived as an act of fleeing, an interpretation that would lead to swift disaster, not only for her, but also for the Lu-ch'eng community. In the meantime, she consulted with Mr. E.J. Cooper and maintained almost daily communication with him. The Sunday just before our arrival, on that fateful July 1st, these processions reached their climax with a grand event attended in person by the Fu, the Xian, and all the prominent figures of the city. According to legend, in the distant past, a devout individual from the village of Sutian, located approximately a mile south of the city, had been divinely directed to a spring near Li-ch'eng during a severe drought. The water from this spring was believed to have the miraculous ability to bring rain from heaven to any place where it was transported. From that moment onward, the discoverer and his family gained renown in Sutian. Whenever the region experienced an exceptionally dry season, the head of the clan would visit the fountain, accompanied by a delegation from the village, including the village idol. The event we're discussing involved receiving the sacred water outside the city and then transporting it within the city walls to the temple of the god of war. There, with appropriate ceremonies, the water was stored until it demonstrated its miraculous ability to bring about rain. Since the procession would need to pass by our premises to meet the returning delegation outside the North Gate, the native Christians were understandably concerned about potential trouble. Their concerns were not unfounded because the people from Sutian had held a long-standing grudge against us and had previously made threats. They were now openly proclaiming their intention to attack the Jesu-tang, the church, and vandalize it as they passed by on their return from the pilgrimage. The ongoing drought had been unequivocally blamed on us by the Buddhist priests. They were aware that merely suggesting such an idea would readily gain acceptance among the members of the procession. Furthermore, the rumor that we had poisoned all the wells had resurfaced. With such incendiary allegations circulating, the threat was akin to striking a match to tinder. Miss Gates, out of consideration, sent the native helper and servants back to their homes, retaining only 2 who were unwilling to leave her, Chong Sheng-min and Chang Pao-ri. Nevertheless, several others, along with a few inquirers, had come in on the preceding Saturday with the purpose of standing by her during this time of trial, and, if necessary, protecting her to the end. One of these individuals, Li Tongqi, a recent convert who had already demonstrated remarkable loyalty to Christ, walked 40 miles over the mountains upon hearing that Chang Qiaoxi's life was in peril. Such devotion provided tremendous encouragement to our sister. These dear brethren greatly supported her, remaining steadfast in prayer, both in communion with her and in private. At the appointed hour when the procession was expected to pass by our doors, the small assembly gathered in the chapel. The gathering was more of a celebration of praise than a prayer meeting. While 10,000 people were honoring their idol, the handful of believers within whose lives were being sought were exalting the beauty of holiness and attributing honor and strength to his name. Li Tongqi's prayer in particular deeply touched Miss Gates's heart. His plea was that if it was not God's will at this time for them to lay down their lives, he would instill such fear in their enemies that they would have no power over them whatsoever. As they were thus engaged, they heard the tremendous procession's roar growing louder as it drew nearer. Without pause, it surged forward, thundered past their gate, and eventually faded into the distance. God had answered their prayers in a miraculous way. It was later revealed that, unbeknownst to Miss Gates and those with her, news of the planned riot had reached the officials. Both the Fu and the Xian, along with many prominent members of the gentry, positioned themselves opposite our premises. The Fu and the Xian even stood in the doorway until the entire procession had passed by. This incident is intriguing for another reason. It provides a revealing contrast to the officials' attitude toward us within the same week. I should also mention that the significant rainfall on the night of July the 1st, which had played a crucial role in ensuring our escape from the inn, was in Luan credited to the virtues of the sacred water. It was interpreted as a divine sign that the gods were pleased with the Boxer movement's devotion to the great religion. On July the 2nd, unsettling rumors began to spread about the Empress Dowager secretly ordering the elimination of foreigners. Alarmed by these reports, Miss Gates encouraged the local helpers and servants to go back to their homes and started planning for a possible escape to the hills. Despite this, the loyal Shengmin, steadfast in his dedication, declined to abandon her. He knew of a cave and proposed to lead her there, promising to safeguard her against any forthcoming dangers. Such was the situation we found on our return. At this point, it became clear to all of us that we were confronting a crisis whose full nature and extent were impossible to determine, but its seriousness was unmistakable. The recent support from local officials had provided some assurance of our safety. We also understood that street rumors should be taken with caution. So, we hoped and reassured one another that the situation might not be as dire as it seemed. However, we were unaware of the provincial governor Yi Hsien's strong hostility towards foreigners and the active measures he had already taken to hasten his violent intentions. We were aware that the Boxer movement was spreading in our region and had now become a reality we had to confront. On the day after our return, July 4th, I dispatched our cart to Lu-ch'eng to retrieve the boxes we had left there. We gathered together in fervent prayer, seeking a clear understanding of God's will. At that moment, it appeared to us that, unless we had more concrete information than mere street rumors, it would not be wise to consider leaving the station. During dinner, as we sat at the table, Elder Liu entered to inform us that the Xian had inquired whether we were planning to travel south. This inquiry took us by surprise, as it was quite unusual and seemed unwarranted. We speculated that the Xian might have been perplexed by our sudden return and was seeking an explanation. In hindsight, I now believe it could have been a subtle hint for us to escape while we still could, possibly due to his awareness of an edict he had received that day, but was hesitant to enforce. Regardless of his intentions, we thanked His Excellency for his inquiry and assured him that we had no intentions of leaving the city. At dusk, our boy returned from Lu-ch'eng with our boxes, along with a note from Mr. Cooper. A quickly scribbled note in pencil on a piece of paper came from the Reverend A.R. Saunders of Pingyao. The message conveyed that they had experienced a riot at their station and narrowly avoided capture and death. They were en route to Lu-ch'eng, hoping for a peaceful situation there, and expected to arrive in the next few hours. The group consisted of 4 adults and 4 children. Mr. Cooper concluded that trouble was likely imminent for our own stations as well, and that everyone needed to be prepared for a similar ordeal. He also requested our prayers, seeking special grace to guide him in handling the increased responsibilities of the situation. The situation was becoming increasingly critical, and we felt compelled to consider our options seriously. Should we not, at the very least, be prepared for a sudden escape if the need arose? However, the situation took a turn for the worse when we received reliable information that the rumored edict from the Empress Dowager calling for our destruction had been posted outside the yamen. It was now widely known that our deaths were being planned, and a specific date had even been set for our execution, the 10th day of the 6th moon. On the north side of the mission compound, there was a small door in the wall that opened into fields far from the main road. We rarely used this door, but that morning a thought crossed our minds that we might need it for a potential escape route. We decided it would be wise to have the key ready just in case. So, I went to retrieve the key from its usual place, but to our dismay, it was missing. We searched everywhere for it, high and low, but it was nowhere to be found. Now, the time had come when I desperately needed that key. My only chance of safely reaching the yamen was to slip out through the back fields, as it was too dangerous to appear on the main street. Once again, we turned to prayer, and after an extensive search, we managed to find a few old keys. One of them miraculously fit the lock. With a heart full of gratitude, I took Sheng Min with me and quietly made my way through the fields in the darkness towards the Xian Yamen. The Menshang, the official in charge, received me with the usual formalities but seemed prepared with a prearranged response, expecting my visit. When I urgently requested to meet the Ta Ren, the county magistrate himself, I was told that it was absolutely impossible, as the Lao Yi, the magistrate, was unwell and should not be disturbed. The Menshang offered to listen to my concerns and promised to relay them to his superior. He invited us into an inner room and asked me to sit down. I then informed him about the troubling rumour I had heard regarding an edict supposedly issued by the throne for our extermination. I wished to inform His Excellency of this rumour and implored him to take immediate action if it proved to be baseless. The deputy's manner was of the blandest. He too had heard that a little small talk of the kind was about, but he could assure me there was nothing in it. Positively nothing. And with a reassuring,
"You have really nothing to fear,"
he promptly dismissed me. I went back with the burden considerably lightened, though not wholly removed. In light of Menshang's assurance, we were convinced that there was no sign indicating God wanted us to abandon our station. The recent friendly gestures from officials last Sunday convinced us we were much safer inside the city walls, protected from unpredictable hostility outside. Moreover, how frequently had such rumours turned out to be just baseless stories, and these threats merely empty words. However, when I awoke next morning, July 5th, the shadow of the cloud was over me. I felt it particularly as I went to my private devotions and opened my Bible at the portion for the day in the regular course of reading. It was the 8th chapter of Joshua. When I reached the 5th verse, it read, "It shall come to pass that when they come out against us, we will flee before them." My thought was arrested, and as I prayed over the passage, I heard but one voice, "Flee before them, flee before them." The word flee seemed to stand out from all the rest. I shrank from the call. The memory of the road we had just passed over was too bitter. Was it possible God was calling us to pass that way again, the mother as she was and the little ones? Then the words in verses 1 and 8 lit up. "Fear not, neither be thou dismayed. See, I have commanded you." The call was so clear and emphatic that, in spite of our resolve the previous day and the assurance given by the Mandarin, I felt convinced that flight was now for us a God-appointed duty. Following breakfast, we convened for our routine family prayer, with Miss Gates joining us as she normally did. We were reading sequentially through the books of Samuel, and that specific morning's chapter was 2 Samuel, chapter 15. When I woke up on the morning of July 5th, I felt an overwhelming sense of unease. During my personal prayers, this sentiment grew stronger as I read my Bible. My reading for the day was from Joshua chapter 8, with verse 5 particularly impactful.
"It shall come to pass that when they come out against us, we will flee before them."
The phrase, "flee before them," resonated with me intensely. Despite my hesitation, recalling the difficult journey we had recently undergone, these words felt like a divine directive. Furthermore, verses 1 and 8 in Joshua, which state, "Fear not, neither be thou dismayed. See, I have commanded you," underscored this message. Despite our decision the previous day and the Mandarin's assurances, I was now convinced that fleeing was our God-ordained duty. Soon after, a message came from the Haisien, instructing me to send my servant to the Yamen as he had important news, but explicitly advising me not to come myself. An hour later, Shengmin returned with the confirmation we had dreaded, directly from the Mandarin. The Xian confirmed that the rumors were true. Orders from Peking had mandated the withdrawal of our official protection. He expressed that we could choose to stay or leave, but in either case, he could no longer assist us. We now saw the reason, as well as the mercy, of the clear guidance just given us from God. To stay was to be left absolutely in the hands of the people who but 4 days before had vowed our destruction, and who would now recognize in the withdrawal of official protection the official sanction of the deed. Choosing to leave carried with it a degree of uncertainty, something that was completely absent in the alternative option. This element of uncertainty was faint, but it was still present. In staying, all hope that we should be saved was taken away. In going, there was just a ray of all but hopeless hope to which we clung, for who could tell if God would be gracious and bring us through? It was now that God used the telegram addressed from Shanghai to poor Mr. William Cooper at Xuan-te to guide me in the decision. If only we could get clear of the district and work down towards the coast in a southerly direction, we should be always getting farther away from the disaffected zone and might yet outdistance the trouble. Therefore, the appropriate action was to arrange for mule litters to travel to Cheo in Ho-nan, where our mission station was located. From there, if needed, we could continue our journey to Shanghai by native boat. If our money supply ran short, our brethren at Cheo would make up the deficiency until a fresh supply was received from headquarters. For it must be understood that at this time we had no idea that the trouble was other than local. We had to learn piecemeal, by bitter experience, that it had affected Ho-nan not less than Shanxi, and that the Cheo scheme, even if it could have been carried through, was a thing of naught. As it was, however, God used it to foster hope and to accomplish his purpose in our escape from the city. Shengmin was accordingly sent off to secure 3 litters. Quietly, busily, prayerfully, the day was spent in packing, settling the affairs of the church, and making the necessary dispositions of property. Our flight would, we knew, be followed inevitably by the looting of the premises. To attempt to save any articles at all seemed lost labour. But a friend of Shengmin's volunteered to take 2 of our boxes and hold them in safekeeping for us, and we trustfully gave them into his care. We also gave permission to the personal staff on the place to take whatever they found that might be of use to them, feeling that we would rather they had the benefit of our goods than the lawless rabble. One of the last things I did was to send our dining room clock as a present to the Xian, in the hope that it might move his heart to some degree of pity for us. The day was spent quietly, diligently, and prayerfully as we packed our belongings, settled church affairs, and arranged our property. Knowing that our flight would likely lead to the looting of our premises, we realized that trying to save any items was probably futile. However, a friend of Shengmin offered to safely store 2 of our boxes, and we entrusted them to his care. We also allowed our staff to take whatever they could use, preferring that they benefit from our belongings rather than the disorderly mob. Elder Liu entreated us with tears to lose no time, but make the best of our escape while we might. He said,
"It is your only chance of life, poor as that chance is, but to remain within the city walls till the morrow's light is certain death."
The final prayers were said, the last words of encouragement and promises from the scriptures were shared, and heartfelt assurances were exchanged with our church members before they dispersed. Amidst this turmoil, we often questioned our decision to flee. The dilemma of abandoning our flock in such a dire time weighed heavily on us. It was only after profound internal struggle that we found peace in the belief that our departure was God-directed and ultimately for the Church's benefit. Our staying could result in their definite demise, as their association with us put them at risk. On the other hand, our leaving might give them the chance to escape and save their lives, serving God's glory and aiding in the spread of the gospel. While eating our midday meal, Shengmin returned from his long quest to say that he had been to every hiring place known to him in the city for carts and litters, but that no one would take the foreign devils. What was to be done now? We were beginning to realize that in very deed we were as the filth of the world. Had it really come to this, that we were so hated of all men that no man cared for our souls? This stark revelation of widespread animosity felt like a death sentence, highlighting our dire situation. Understanding that the southern route was our only hope, I spared no effort in finding some means of transportation. I sent the boy out again to search, while we fervently prayed for success. The urgency and importance of this mission couldn't be overstated. Everything depended on it. I clung to the belief that God, who had commanded me to flee, fear not, would surely provide a way for our escape. As the sun set, the boy returned with unexpected news. After an exhaustive and almost hopeless search, he finally found 2 Roman Catholic muleteers in the western suburb. They covertly agreed to transport us to Cheo for the hefty sum of 80,000 cash. Despite the high cost, we agreed and promptly finalized the arrangement. This development seemed like a direct answer to our prayers, a means provided by God for our crucial journey. That evening, our former servant, Lan-Chen, arrived, deeply concerned for our well-being. He informed us that an order had been issued to close the city gates, significantly complicating our escape plans. He suggested that we risk fleeing on foot, carrying only a small packet of essentials. He proposed a daring plan, to be lowered by a rope over the city wall at midnight, a risky endeavor as this act, if detected, was punishable by death. He was willing to assist us in this escape if we agreed to meet him at a designated spot on the north wall. This presented a new and daunting challenge. With the city gates closed, our arranged litters seemed useless. The idea of scaling the wall was fraught with danger, both physically and legally. The likelihood of detection and the severe consequences made us hesitate. We faced a moral dilemma, wondering if it was better to risk death in an attempt to do good rather than through an act that might be perceived as wrongdoing. We contemplated the possibility that God, who had provided the litters, might also make a way for us to use them. Ultimately, we decided to hold on to the hope that the litters represented. If this plan failed, we would accept it as God's will. That night, while we were packing in the bedroom, Shengmin came in, exclaiming with an unusual degree of excitement,
"Come, all of you, do and look at the moon. It is a strange sight. I never saw anything like it. Everybody is talking about it."
Observing that his behavior implied a belief in a sinister omen, I sought to calm any potential alarm this might cause my wife. I also aimed to counter his superstitious fear by emphasizing our faith in God. I said, "We who believe in God trust only in Him. We do not rely on the signs and superstitions that concern the heathen. They hold no significance for us and cannot instill fear in our hearts." After he left, however, Miss Gates suggested it might still be wise to investigate the phenomenon he was concerned about, even though we didn't share his superstitious beliefs. When she came back, she could only say,
"Oh, you really ought to see this moon. It is too extraordinary."
So we went. Never shall I forget the horror of the sight. I use the word advisedly. As we looked up, my wife exclaimed,
"How really awful."
There, staining a clear sky, It stood among the stars, a mass of blood. I could only repeat the word that came immediately to my lips, so singularly in keeping with the dark judgment hour now close upon us. The moon shall be turned into blood before the great and terrible day of the Lord come. The situation appeared to align perfectly with what had been foreseen or feared, as if it was being fulfilled right before our eyes. Only God knows the reasons for this occurrence, especially on this particular night, and what his intentions were in allowing it to happen. From a human perspective, this development seemed extremely unfortunate. It felt as though it sealed our fate and extinguished any remaining hope for escape. In an already dire and fearful situation, this added complication seemed to only have one interpretation and one inevitable outcome, especially in the minds of those inclined towards superstition. Certain it is that one word only was on the lips of all.
See, blood written in heaven. Tien Laui himself confirms the Emperor's decree for the destruction of the foreign devil. And look you, tomorrow is the 10th day of the 6th moon.
Chapter 8. The 10th day of the 6th moon. Remember the word that I said unto you, a servant is not greater than his Lord. As midnight approached, the litters finally arrived. They were arranged to stay in our stables overnight, enabling us to depart early in secret. Their delayed arrival had caused us some anxiety, fearing that the sight of the blood-red moon might have dissuaded the men from fulfilling their agreement. So, when we finally heard the sound of hooves on the stones, our hearts filled with gratitude to God for providing us a means of escape. The emotions of those final moments at our station in Luan are hard to describe. Our hearts were heavy with sorrow, a feeling akin to facing death, yet underlined by God's peace and the knowledge of his greater glory. My wife, bolstered by divine strength, prepared for the physically demanding night ahead. Our 2 little children lay asleep, innocently unaware and ready for the flight. My wife and Miss Gates packed with calm efficiency, as if for a routine journey. Despite the urgency, there was no panic. Everything was done with the quiet confidence that comes from relying on God's strength. We left each room and cupboard tidy, as though we would return in a few days. By lantern light, we packed the 3 litters. The reality of the situation felt surreal. We had just reached the safety of our home after perilous weeks, and now we were leaving it again to face uncertainties, at least as great as before. Packing our belongings, I couldn't help but express my heartache in silent prayers to God. The muleteers arrived to finalize the preparations and reminded us it was time to leave. We knelt for the last time in our cherished home, praying beside our sleeping children. We entrusted ourselves and the congregation we were leaving behind to the care of our Heavenly Father. Then, carrying our little ones and locking the doors behind us, we settled onto the mules' backs, ready to embark on our uncertain journey. The first streaks of light were breaking over the hills as the little cavalcade stole across the wide compound, and, like light from heaven, the promise was flashed into my dear wife's heart.
I shall not die, but live and declare the works of the Lord.
Precious promise. How many times it carried her over the power of death in the awful valley of the shadow that she was just entering, the sequel will show. We left the mission silently, passing through the large gate into the main North Street. Sheng Min was with us, leading our own donkey. Pao Ri stayed behind to close the gate and secure it, ensuring our departure went unnoticed. He then climbed over the wall and caught up with us further down the street. Our loyal dog, Bobs, decided to follow us As if sensing the gravity of the situation and knowing he might never see us again, even though he had never before tried to leave the premises when we went away. The stillness of the sleeping city seemed to amplify our tension. We had removed the mules' road bells to avoid attracting attention, but even the sound of their hooves on the stone streets seemed alarmingly loud to my anxious ears. From what I could tell behind the curtain of the litter, we didn't encounter anyone. In silence, we continued through the streets, eventually reaching the main street near the Great South Gate. But there, we were stopped by the closed gate. The drivers knocked loudly at the gatekeeper's door, but there was no response. Dawn was breaking, and time was running out. Despite the situation, a sense of peace filled me, reminded by the Spirit's whisper, "Be still, and know that I am God." Finally, a voice demanded to know who we were and why we wanted to leave so early. Initially, the gatekeeper refused to open the gate, but after some heated discussion, I heard the sound of the massive gate slowly opening. We had to pay the gatekeeper, but miraculously he accepted a relatively small amount of 10,000 cash, and we quickly continued our journey out of the city, giving praise to God. It was now daylight, and we had yet to encounter anyone who might hinder us. I felt a growing sense of freedom and hope. We aimed to reach Kaoping Shen, 40 miles away, before nightfall and before our escape was discovered. However, a few miles out, I realized that Miss Gates's litter was missing. After waiting for some time with no sign of her, Paori informed us that she had been stopped by a group of men demanding money. She was now free and would soon catch up. This incident made it clear that the knowledge of our escape had spread, significantly diminishing our chances of a successful escape. Miss Gates joined us shortly and urged us to continue with as much speed as possible. We knew that once the city awoke, we would likely face more robber bands, and every second was crucial. Our hearts poured out silent prayers from within the litters. The children were awake, struggling to understand why they needed to be silent and remain in the dark. Their obedience and adaptability in such a confined and unusual situation were remarkable and provided us with some comfort despite our sorrow at their suffering. We had been travelling for about another hour when we were abruptly stopped, the sounds of pursuers confirming our fears. The knowledge of our flight had spread, and we were now at the mercy of God's hands. From then until our first stop, about 5 miles further, we had to continually pay off various robbers. No violence was used against us, as Shengmin and Paori managed to keep the robbers occupied with the cash. However, as we reached Hantian around 9 o'clock, a shocking betrayal unfolded. Our muleteers, who had been colluding with the robbers, led us into an inn and essentially handed us over to our enemies. This marked the beginning of 40 days of relentless turmoil and threat. Initially, we only took necessary items from our litters, expecting to resume our journey soon. But it became clear that escape was not an option. The inn's courtyard filled with hostile men, and we discreetly secured our remaining silver on our persons. The situation worsened as more people gathered, particularly the hostile folks from Sutien, making our predicament increasingly dire. I could no longer safely appear in the courtyard. We were effectively prisoners. The landlord was openly uncivil and neglectful, making it extremely difficult to get food. We had nothing to eat from noon until Sunday afternoon, enduring 2 days of hunger. The noise outside intensified as the day progressed. Shengmin and Paori gathered information from the crowd, learning that the motive was revenge for a drought and compensation for lost harvests. Our situation took a heartbreaking turn when our faithful dog, Bobs, was stoned to death just outside. and our donkey was also cruelly killed, though we were unaware of its fate at the time. As the search for silver began, it became clear to us that keeping the money hidden in our clothing was no longer safe. If the searchers failed to find the silver elsewhere, they would undoubtedly resort to searching us, potentially leading to violence or even death. Seizing an opportunity while they were preoccupied outside, we quickly removed the silver we had concealed on ourselves and hid it among the belongings on the kang. The boldness of these men in openly searching travelers' property within the confines of an inn, violating their own traditions, was a clear indication of their overwhelming hatred and rage. During this tense time, a group of boxers arrived at the inn and began discussing our fate with the village leaders present. Frustrated by their unsuccessful search for silver and fueled by a vengeful spirit, they collectively decided that we should be put to death. To justify this heinous act, they planned to demand an exorbitant ransom of 200 ounces of silver, blaming us for the drought and the resultant losses, thereby framing their demand as a form of legitimate compensation. When Shengmin came in to break the news, we saw that he was much agitated. Seating himself on the kang, he said,
"The Boxers are here, and we are all to be killed."
Then, burying his face in his hands, he leaned his head on Miss Gates's shoulder and wept bitterly. We were all much affected, the more that the little ones had caught up the words as they fell from his lips, and began to cry bitterly too, as they clung about us, questioning,
"Oh, Father, Mother, what are they going to do to us? Are they going to kill us? Really kill us?"
In such a dire situation, our natural response was to turn to God. We humbly and trustfully lifted our eyes to Him, recognizing that our help could only come from above. Focusing on the unseen and entrusting ourselves to His will, whether it meant life or death, we prayed that, above all, He would be glorified through our circumstances. In this moment of surrender and faith, an extraordinary sense of peace from God filled our hearts. This divine peace calmed our fears and anxieties, providing a profound sense of comfort and strength amidst the chaos and danger surrounding us. This experience was a testament to the power of faith and the solace that can be found in God, even in the most perilous and uncertain of times. Even the darling children's terror was hushed to rest as they repeated after their mother, while she kissed away their tears,
"I will trust and not be afraid."
And soon after, they were wrapped in a calm, untroubled sleep. In the face of our grim fate, we urged Shengmin and Pao Ri to leave us and save themselves. However, they both adamantly refused, fully aware that their association with us would likely lead to their own destruction. Their self-sacrifice was remarkable, epitomizing a level of devotion and bravery that will be remembered when the full story of the Boxer persecution is told. They voluntarily and deliberately chose to risk their lives for us, a gesture of unparalleled loyalty. Shortly after they returned to the courtyard, a sudden commotion erupted. Shouts, yells, and the sickening sounds of violence. We feared the worst, believing that our loyal friends were being beaten to death. The harrowing noise ended as abruptly as it had begun, leaving us in anguished silence. Unexpectedly, a small mandarin named Ma from the Lu An Yamin entered our room. After a brief conversation with others, he informed us that we were being fined 200 ounces of silver for allegedly causing suffering to the locals. Our protests about the injustice of this accusation were met with sneers and dismissal. As darkness fell, our situation seemed utterly hopeless. We were in the hands of the Boxers, facing certain death, our animals killed, and we feared our loyal companions as well. Yet, in that moment of despair, Sheng-min miraculously appeared, a beacon of hope in our darkest hour. It turned out that it wasn't Sheng-min and Pao Ri who had been attacked, but 3 men who had defended us. They had been severely beaten for their courageous stand, but had survived. Later, these men came to us, showing their bruises and seeking compassion for their sacrifice on our behalf. In gratitude, we gave them some compensation. This turn of events, especially the return of Sheng-min, who we thought had died, was a testament to God's continual presence and care, even in the most dire circumstances. It was a reminder of His mercy and the promise of His protection in the challenging days ahead. A lamp was now brought in and set in a niche of the wall above the table. In the dimly lit room, Ma Lao-yi and a group of men entered, filling the space. Whether they were local officials or merely Lao-Ai's associates, they were united in their purpose and intent. They brought in chairs and arranged them around the table, with Lao-yi positioning himself at the head with a semblance of official authority, initiating what seemed like a mock trial. We remained on the Kang, uninvolved and unaddressed in the proceedings. The accusations levelled against us were supported by false testimonies, accusing us of heinous acts we were completely innocent of. Allegations ranged from traditional superstitions like harming children for alchemy to more contemporary charges like poisoning wells and obstructing prayers. The dim light from the makeshift lamp cast eerie shadows on the accusers' faces, heightening the tension and fury in the room. As each charge was confirmed to their satisfaction, the atmosphere grew increasingly hostile, culminating in a unanimous decision that we were unfit to live, and a death sentence was pronounced. The method and timing of our execution were then debated. Suggestions included poisoning us with opium, beheading, shooting, or a public mob attack. The latter allowing everyone to participate and thus diffusing individual responsibility was ultimately chosen. It appealed to their desire for collective revenge and reduced personal accountability, a significant factor in their decision-making. They planned to carry out this sentence at daylight the next morning. With that, the grim assembly dispersed, marking the end of the 10th day of the 6th moon. Amidst these menacing deliberations, we were acutely aware of God's presence, invisible to our accusers, but ever present to us. We sensed His protection and salvation even in this dire moment. This experience was a profound realization of the Scripture's promise that nothing, not even death or the hostility of others, can separate us from the love of God in Christ Jesus. This belief gave us an indescribable sense of peace and strength, even as we faced what seemed like certain death. Chapter 9, Condemned. Father, save me from this hour. Father, glorify thy name. In the few remaining hours before our impending death sentence, our surroundings were filled with turmoil. Ma Lao-yi, accompanied by his dubious associate, settled into our room, even laying out his bedding on our keng. Throughout the late hours of the night, a constant stream of people came and went, their demeanor marked by arrogance and taunting. They openly and jestingly discussed the impending events of the following day in a disrespectful manner, with Ma himself being the most vulgar among them. Our persons and effects were now subjected to close scrutiny and search. The Laoi mounted the Kang and with his own hands overhauled each article in turn. At last, he came upon what he wanted, silver. With the exultant greed of a miser, he clutched the packet and said,
You foreign devils will have to make this up to 200 taels before we have done with you. Where's the rest?
Understanding that arguing or resisting would prove fruitless, and recalling the gentle example of our Master Christ, who, in his suffering, refrained from making threats, we made the choice to peacefully relinquish our humble belongings. At the same time, we also felt compelled to admonish the wrongdoing. Once everything was in his possession, scales were brought out to verify the weight. I can still vividly recall the scene, with him seated at the table surrounded by about half a dozen of his criminal associates, all focused on adjusting the weight on the balance beam. The lamp had been moved from its niche to the table to ensure accurate readings. As the flickering light illuminated their sordid faces, the room, covered in dirt and cobwebs, appeared exactly what it was: a den of thieves. It was a profoundly unsettling display of human depravity. In that moment, I grasped more deeply than ever before how the love of money truly is the root of all evil. Every unholy passion seemed to manifest in the greed etched on their faces. There seemed to be no sin too great for these men to commit in their relentless pursuit of the coveted wealth. They were possessed by it. It was their very life. Their souls were intertwined with it, and they would have willingly traded their souls to obtain it. When the weight was told, it was declared at so much. Turning to us, Ma said,
"There is a deficiency. Come, bring out the rest of your money, or it will be the worse for you."
We responded by explaining that he had taken everything we possessed, emphasizing that he had already conducted a comprehensive search on his own. However, if he still doubted our honesty, we told him he was welcome to search once more. Upon this, he and his companions searched our persons, but finding nothing more in the way of money, he significantly said,
"Very well. If you can't make it up in money, you will have to make it up in kind."
And forthwith they hilariously fell to appropriating whatever their heart coveted amongst our goods on the Kang. That done, Ma turned to us again.
"This is not enough. It will not nearly meet the deficiency. What else have you got? Quick, give it up!"
His demeanor was disrespectful and abusive, and seeing that he was about to search our persons again, we gave up the last possessions we had, our watches, which were concealed in an inner pocket. These and my pocket knife were evidently considered a great find, and were turned over and over with every mark of satisfaction, but all to no purpose. He said,
"Still not enough. What we have here will not even bring the amount up to 150 ounces. In default of payment, your effects in the litters are forfeit also."
No need to be told that. We guessed it long before. It was only a Chinese-style attempt at saving their face over a shameless piece of wholesale robbery, determined upon from the beginning. Having thus vindicated their wicked actions, they lay down beside us, not for rest, but to indulge in opium and revel in their ill-gotten gains. I can still vividly picture Laui amidst the swirling opium smoke, caressing the substantial 50-ounce silver shoe, periodically holding it up to the light of his opium lamp to scrutinize its purity markings. This ritual was repeated with each item they had taken from us. Around 3 a.m, a man with a large lantern from the Yamen local government office entered, seemingly to receive final instructions. Following his departure, the deep sound of a gong resonated intermittently through the stillness until daylight. Despite the sweltering heat, the pests, and the stifling opium fumes, God's grace was sufficient for us. Miraculously, my wife managed to find a brief respite in sleep, a gift for which I was profoundly grateful to our gracious God. We spoke little, and only in whispers, to avoid arousing our captors' suspicions. Yet, in the quiet contemplation of our imminent death, we each found solace in the deep peace of faith, confident in whom we had believed and assured of his protection over what we had committed to him. With the gong's summons, even before dawn, signs of activity began outside. Periodically the door would open and a few individuals would peer in, exchange words with Lao Yi, and leave. These were likely involved in planning our execution. As daylight broke, the inn's courtyard filled with increasing numbers of people, turning it into a bustling, crowded place. For about 2 more hours we endured this dreadful wait. Throughout this ordeal, by God's help, we managed to respond politely to numerous inquiries and bore the harsh taunts of many onlookers. One of the profound consolations during these trying times was our ability, through Christ's compassion, to bless those who cursed us and pray for our abusers. Remarkably, our actions were noticed by our captors, who commented on them several times during our captivity. The stark contrast between our response and what they were accustomed to under similar circumstances left a noticeable impression. They would be heard to remark aside,
"These people cannot be so bad after all. For while our mouths are full of cursing and bitterness, theirs are only full of kindness and good words. They never revile us back again. Truly they heap to themselves great merit against the life to come."
Meanwhile, Ma Lao Yi remained occupied outside. The tumultuous commotion seemed to diminish in the face of an impending end, and the meaningful silence conveyed that final preparations were underway. Without a spoken word or outward gesture, my wife and I exchanged a silent and intimate farewell. The radiance she spoke of was evident on her face, and the gentle strength of her hand's grasp assured me of her fearless embrace of death. Her eyes only welled with tears when she bid her little son farewell, nothing more. We came together in prayer, and I entrusted each one of us into the care of our Father, in anticipation of the impending death. Yet, as I prayed, the words felt compelled on my lips. "If it is not your will for us to meet our end now, then, O God, for the sake of your glorious name, thwart their plans and diminish their strength." Shortly thereafter, Ma Laoi entered with his entourage, issuing abrupt orders for us to leave for the litters. I took the lead, carrying my young son, followed closely by my beloved wife, holding baby Hope. However, Ma's impatience could no longer be contained, and he recklessly lost control. Grabbing Miss Gates by a hair, he forcibly pulled her away from the bed and pushed her towards the door with a clenched fist. We were scarcely allowed time to seat ourselves before the signal to move on was given. Our boys were dragged back and not permitted to accompany us. So far as I was able to see, the 3 litters started together, that occupied by my dear wife and little girl following close behind mine, for which I thanked God, as the thought that possibly we should be divided in the article of death was the one thing that had burdened me. As we passed out of the courtyard into the street, what a sight met our gaze. The roadway for the first 100 yards was held by Boxer guards, armed with sword and spear, and brave in Boxer red, while on either side, as far as the eye could see, was massed in dense formation a countless multitude, eagerly expectant and armed, apparently, to a man with some rude implement or other. No sooner had we cleared the inn gate than the mob closed in upon us. Then we were halted, and they formed themselves into a procession, headed by Ma Lao Yi. A young man with a large gong stationed himself beside my litter. When all was ready, marshalled at a signal from the Lao Ai, the procession moved forward to the measured beat of the gong. I could only attach one meaning to all this. It was a sacrificial procession, and our murder was to be viewed in the light of an offering to the gods. The appeal, therefore, very subtly, was to the strongest of human passions, the religious, in order to make the issue doubly sure. As we continued to move forward through the chaotic crowd toward the place of sacrifice, it served as a fresh reminder of the power of the One in whom we placed our trust to grant us perfect peace. To an ordinary person, the situation would have been profoundly terrifying. But I can honestly say that my only apprehension regarding my own fate stemmed from the menacing weapons carried by the mob. It may sound peculiar, but when I saw the sharp blades and pointed spearheads wielded by the Boxer soldiers, I found solace in the expectation of a swift end. Clinging to the litters were a group of desperate men. I can still vividly recall the man beside me, shirtless, his long hair tied around his head for combat, a sizable stone gripped in his right hand, and a bowie knife in his left. I yearned to learn about the well-being of my loved ones left behind, as well as Miss Gates. Summoning great effort amidst the swaying of the litter, I managed to twist and create a small hole with my fingers in the straw matting behind me, just large enough to peer through. What a sight greeted my eyes! The path behind us resembled a turbulent sea of heads and weapons, the fragile litters, teetering perilously under the crush of bodies, seemed like two small shells bobbing on the crest of frothy waves. I felt relieved to observe that those inside the litters were still safe, although Miss Gates was some distance behind, making it difficult to discern more than her presence. My beloved wife, holding our precious little Hope, occupied a position nearer to the front, allowing me to clearly see every detail. Her arm lovingly encircled the timid child, and she spoke to her in soothing tones. It was truly remarkable to witness how her face radiated a serene tranquility, mirroring itself in the delicate features of our baby girl. From time to time, she would gaze upon the chaotic scene before her, as if beholding not the turmoil, but the invisible one. A heavenly smile graced her lips, and her visage radiated with a light beyond this world. Her countenance resembled that of an angel, a vision of incomparable beauty that will forever remain etched in my memory, a glimpse of heaven amidst the inferno of sights and sounds. In that moment, my soul could only praise the Lord, for I witnessed how completely death was conquered in his humble servant through the empowering presence of Christ dwelling within her, granting her the victory. We had traversed about 2/3 of the long main street when an extraordinary commotion ensued. Ma Laoyi dashed at the animal, pulling my litter, and tearing at its mouth forced a halt. Then, in a manner typical of Chinese tradition, he erupted in anger, cursed and condemned the town's inhabitants for their peacefulness, accusing them of ruining the entire operation. At that moment, I couldn't comprehend the significance of his actions, but it became clear that the prearranged signal for an attack had not been heeded. Most likely, Ma Lao Ai's orders were for his followers to strike at a specified location once the gong had stopped sounding. We had reached the designated spot. The gong had indeed ceased to sound, that much was certain, and yet the people had not responded to the call. It was a truly remarkable occurrence, the very last thing one would expect in such a situation. I, who witnessed it and grasped the sheer hopelessness of the situation from a human perspective like no one else, can affirm that it was nothing short of the divine intervention of him who had listened to our prayer and outwitted the cunning schemers. The Lao Ai's anger eventually gave way to the impassioned persuasion of those around him, particularly the men who had testified against us. They implored him to have us escorted to the town's outskirts, where they pledged to resolve the matter to his contentment. As a result, the procession resumed its course, and we were quickly carried beyond the town's gates. We were well outside when Ma thrust his head into my litter and said,
"Throw out your bed bag, quick!"
This was easier said than done, as the object was not only heavy and unwieldy, but also served as our seat. The challenge was how to dislodge it while we were still seated on it. Nonetheless, the Lao-yi recognized the difficulty as much as I did, and immediately took it upon himself to solve the problem with his own hands. My cooperation spared him considerable trouble, and under God's providence, likely saved our lives. The large, unwieldy object fell over the side, almost dragging both of us and the entire structure along with it. Miraculously, like a boat shedding its ballast, the litter stabilized. I found myself and my young son precariously seated on the sharp edges of the boxes, entangled in the ropes below. As soon as the bed bag and its contents vanished, those who had been close to us promptly dispersed. It was akin to throwing a piece of meat to hungry wolves. While they lingered to quarrel over the plunder, we were swiftly escorted to the town's boundary. However, their absence was soon filled by others, evident from the chaotic struggle occurring beneath us and the uncomfortable sinking feeling as we descended further into the netting. I made an effort to lift myself onto the crosspole, with Headley seated on my lap. However, our uncomfortably close proximity to the mule's hindquarters agitated the animal, causing it to kick and thrash about in a rather unsettling manner. It became apparent to me at that moment that our fate was sealed. Staying any longer in the litter was out of the question, unless we chose to entangle ourselves in the ropework, which would inevitably lead to our demise. Preferring to meet our fate outside rather than within the confines of the litter, I held Headley close, lifted my heart in prayer to God, and made the decision to leap to the ground. The scene that unfolded before my eyes defies adequate description. Being confined within a vehicle enclosed on 3 sides had limited my view until now, preventing me from comprehending the full extent of the situation. It appeared that the Lao-yi's request for my bed bag had triggered a widespread melee. The mob that had gathered outside pursued all 3 litters simultaneously, breaking into groups of frenzied marauders driven by greed. They clashed with devilish cries, vying for the plunder. I had acted just in time by leaving the litter, for hardly had my feet touched the ground when it was overwhelmed, crumpled, and obliterated. I anxiously scanned the chaos for the other 2 litters, not because I held any hope of finding their occupants alive, but rather to confirm whether they had already departed from this world. This was undeniably death, impending and inevitable for all of us, a matter of mere moments. Yet it was the instinctive and foremost thought in my heart. Where are they? Are we still together? Is it possible for me to know whether they have already been called home? Miss Gates's litter had vanished from sight, and I feared the worst, that she had met her demise. However, my wife's litter was still visible, running parallel to mine, approximately 20 yards away. In between us, a raucous, brawling mob swarmed and encircled her from all directions. Reflecting on the entire span of my tribulations, as deep as the sea of torment I had endured both before and after, nothing matches the anguish I experienced in those moments. If ever my soul was pierced like a sword, it was then. I could do nothing but watch helplessly as I knew my beloved wife and child were in grave danger. I witnessed the litter tipping over and crashing heavily to the ground, the mules panicking. In the next instant, it was swallowed by a seething, tumultuous mass of malevolent humanity. I observed the knives they used to cut through the cords and framework, and I cried out to God, beseeching him to show mercy to my precious wife and child, and to end their suffering swiftly. Death had become an acceptable prospect to me at that point, and I was even expressing gratitude to God for its nearness. Yet, just as I looked on, emerging from the heart of that murderous throng, I saw the form of my beloved Flora, and sweet hope was by her side. I beheld them as one might have regarded Lazarus emerging from the tomb. The miracle was no less astonishing in that moment than it was in ancient times. It was nothing short of a resurrection. Just as Abraham received his beloved from the dead in the deepest reverence, I received mine. Oh, how I rushed forward to embrace her. Her hair was dishevelled and her face pallid, but she was as composed as when I saw her through the hole in the litter. Both mother and child had emerged unharmed. There were bruises and torn clothing, but not a single wound, not a scratch, and baby Hope was as serene as her mother. To complete this wondrous miracle, Miss Gates was with them, unharmed and equally composed. It is nearly impossible to adequately convey to the reader the truly miraculous nature of their rescue, for I believe Miss Gates' experience mirrored that of my wife's. How the fragile structure did not crumble under the onslaught of that immense human mass. How the occupants were not crushed beneath the weight that buried them. How not a single knife blade reached them as their attackers slashed at the sole mat of straw that shielded them, and how they managed to break free from the narrow confines of their confinement and find a path to safety, unharmed amid the murderous mob surrounding them. These are questions whose answers can only be found in the Word of God. The angel of his presence indeed saved them. I cannot attempt to describe the emotions that overwhelmed us when we stood together once more. We moved to a clear spot just off the road, lifting our hearts in praise and thanksgiving to him who alone performs great wonders. It felt like a pledge of deliverance to the very end, and together we celebrated this remarkable fulfillment of the promise we clung to when we set out. I shall not die, but live and declare the works of the Lord. In our present circumstances, there was no apparent indication that we had escaped or would eventually escape the death sentence that had been unequivocally pronounced upon us. We walked in faith, not by sight. Faith entails fixing our gaze on the things that are unseen, God's promises, his power and his faithfulness, and giving glory to God, especially when the visible world presented an outlook of sheer impossibility to the natural eye. Thus, we learned that the next step required a fresh act of faith. Throughout those dark weeks, there was never a moment when we didn't have to divert our attention away from the seemingly hopeless circumstances of imminent death to focus on Christ, the resurrection, and the life. We had to believe that God could raise us up, even from the dead. There were moments when it felt as though my faith was slipping, and as I contemplated the absolute hopelessness of the situation, I caught myself almost doubting the Almighty and asking the dishonoring question, can God? I give praise for the mercy that lifted me up and empowered me to resist blasphemy, turning my gaze toward Jesus, the author and perfecter of faith. So there we stood, calmly awaiting to witness what God would orchestrate next, whether it be life or death. All in his sovereign hands. Once the litters had been looted, it didn't take long for them to be emptied of their contents. As individuals took what they desired or could seize, they quickly departed with their ill-gotten spoils. To our astonishment, they soon scattered in all directions as if in retreat, leaving us standing alone. Could it have been the divine breath of God dispersing them? Or perhaps, like someone from ancient times, they had glimpsed the form of another, resembling the Son of God, standing with us. Within a matter of minutes, the vast throng that had borne us towards death had dissipated, leaving only a few scattered groups of 3 or 4 individuals observing us from a distance. Among those who fled was the formidable Ma. Just when I was standing with my young son, bracing for the impending blow that could come at any moment, he had suddenly lunged at me from the midst of the crowd. His face was contorted with anger, and he delivered a staggering blow before demanding that I reveal if I possessed any concealed items. Calmly, I opened my tunic, revealing a small pocket attached to my belt where I kept my consular passport. He reached in, extracted the document, and a quick glance at the heading revealed its purpose. With a malevolent glint in his eyes, he tore it to shreds before me. Then, instructing me to surrender the pouch as it was, he took it, found it empty, and departed. That marked the last time I saw Ma Lao Ai. Thus, miraculously, one of the most critical episodes of that perilous era came to an end. What made it even more remarkable was the conspicuous absence of the Boxer soldiers. I saw no signs that they followed us beyond the town gate. Whether they did or didn't, I have no recollection of spotting a single one of them among the tumultuous crowd that assaulted us. When one considers that their very purpose was the annihilation of foreigners, and that we were not only in their grasp, but also openly targeted for a deadly fate. Along with the rest, this fact defies explanation except through divine intervention and restraint. As individuals who experienced it firsthand, comprehending the terror of death and the apparent impossibility of escape in a way only we could, we bear witness that from beginning to end, it was a sequence of miracles. In it, we discern the complete fulfillment of the prayer we fervently offered together before departing from the inn. If it is not your will for us to meet our end now, then, O God, for the glory of your great name, thwart their plans and diminish their strength. Hadn't he accomplished both of these? Associate yourselves, O people, and you shall be shattered. Devise a plan, and it will be frustrated, for God is with us. Chapter 10. The Sorrows of Death. And who is sufficient for these things? But our sufficiency is of God. Our current circumstances demanded a renewed commitment of ourselves and our path to God. Here we were, still alive but stripped of every earthly possession, not even having money to buy food, surrounded by adversaries whose hostility burned as fiercely as before. What were our next steps to be? Where should we go? If we moved forward, a group of thugs awaited us. If we retraced our steps towards Han-Tien, it felt like we were inviting the very destruction we had narrowly avoided at their hands. In genuine perplexity, we raised our gaze and made a simple request for God to lead us, just as He led His people of old, in accordance with the Scripture. He led them safely, so that they did not fear. Our helplessness had reached a point where we had no choice but to rely entirely on God, even for the basic act of putting one foot in front of the other. Following our prayer, it became evident to us that our best course of action was to return to Han-Tien. We realized that the quiet character of the town had interfered with Ma's plans. We guessed that being near the town was safer than being on the open road, where there was no law and order. Also, if our sons were still alive, they would more likely find us in the town. Besides, we were hungry and thirsty, having not eaten for 20 hours since the previous day's noon. We hoped that someone, even among those against us, might have pity and give our dear children something to eat. With this in mind, we turned around and went back the way we came. We wearily retraced the path we had traversed only an hour earlier, passing the crossroads and entering the town gate. We settled down on a roadside stone block approximately 20 yards from the gate. The long street lay nearly deserted now, a stark contrast to the earlier chaotic scene it had hosted. Were it not for our undeniable destitution, one might have thought it had all been a mere dream. Occasionally, small clusters of men conversed with one another, and just across from us at a nearby doorway, a small group of women observed us with curiosity. We waited for a while to gauge the response to our reappearance. Finding that we were left undisturbed and cautiously entertaining the hope that our pitiful state might have stirred some compassion in the women's hearts, Miss Gates addressed them from her position. She beseeched their mercy and requested nothing more than a sip of water. Upon hearing her voice, they exchanged glances and then, with a somewhat fearful demeanour, they shook their heads and withdrew into the safety of the doorway. Exposed to the scorching sun without any shelter, we remained seated, hesitant to leave our spot, and pondered what lay ahead. We anxiously scanned the surroundings, longing for the arrival of our boys. However, as time passed without their appearance, our hopes waned, and we grew disheartened by the prolonged anticipation. During this phase of our tribulations, it felt to us that the presence of our native helpers was essential for our safety. Where none would dare to give us food, for instance, a native could procure it for us. And so, in many other ways, they could do for us what we could not do for ourselves. Meanwhile, the situation was growing increasingly uncomfortable. The riffraff, who had been lingering on the outskirts of the town, anticipating that we would depart from the town toward the countryside, began to congregate and converge around us. They appeared almost irrationally apprehensive of us, drawing closer gradually until, encouraged by a few who ventured closer, they gradually formed a ring around us. All of them were armed, and they clearly represented the lowest and most sinister elements of the town, individuals with no moral scruples. They stared at us with an unsettling silence that sent shivers of apprehension through our hearts. Eventually, some whispered exchanges among those at the inner edge of the circle led us to the conclusion that it was time to take action. But what action could we take? Where could we possibly flee? Once again, the gracious response from our God met us at the very moment of our need. As we readied ourselves to depart, who should emerge through the encircling crowd but Sheng Min? I will forever cherish that moment, the solace and delight of reuniting with the dear lad, precisely when we needed him most. He took in the situation at a glance and said in a low tone,
"It seems as if the Lord means to save you since he has protected you so far. But come quickly, we must be going."
The impact on the onlookers appeared to be one of confusion. They retreated sullenly as we stood up, and not a single person attempted to approach us or even follow as we walked past and exited through the gate into the open. Staying close to the boy, we continued on until we reached a point where the road split into two options. The main road veered to the left, while directly ahead, a sort of bridle path led through a small ravine. As it appeared to provide better opportunities to avoid detection, we decided to take the latter path for a while, intending to later rejoin the main road at a location where they were less likely to anticipate us. However, shortly after entering the ravine, we encountered two vagrants, the older of whom regarded us in a way that indicated trouble, and then he started following us. Given the isolated nature of the area, and with a foreboding sense of danger, I chose to take the risk of the public road instead. So, maybe a little too soon, we climbed up the slope and crossed through the fields. The unruly individuals from Han-Tien had, by this point, sufficiently regained their composure to lament the fact that they had allowed us to depart without resistance. As we emerged again atop the bank, a group of armed individuals spotted us and sounded the alarm. Consequently, following Shengmin's counsel, we withdrew once more into the gully. The two vagrants continued to pursue us closely. Not wanting to convey fear, we deliberately slowed our pace to a leisurely stroll, even taking occasional breaks as if for rest. However, whenever we sat, they sat. When we stood, they stood. It was unmistakable that they had some ulterior motive. Nonetheless, the presence of a native with us seemed to serve as a deterrent, and I am certain that this was, by the providence of God, our salvation at this critical moment. It was within this ravine that the profound hopelessness of our situation descended upon me more intensely than ever before. We were stripped of all means of support, a daunting 700 miles from the nearest place of refuge, devoid of transportation or the resources to acquire it. Surrounded by hostile crowds on all sides, we were essentially wandering in a desolate wilderness. We found no city to take refuge in. We were hungry and thirsty, and our spirits were growing faint. In just a few days, we would be entering the hottest period of the year, the dog days. As I gazed upon the two fragile women and the two tiny children in our group, a pressing question weighed heavily on my mind. Can your heart endure this? I found great solace and comfort in witnessing the remarkable composure and cheerfulness exhibited by the ladies. It was imperative to divert the thoughts of the dear children away from the distress of the past and the present, and prevent them from asking distressing questions, which undoubtedly aided in preventing preoccupation with our own circumstances. We would share small stories or search for flowers together, climbing up the banks to collect them. This led us to a marshy area where, to our delight, we spotted the shimmer of water amid the tall grass. There, by the still pool, we expressed our gratitude to God as we drank the first sip of water in 22 hours, cooling our hands and faces. Shortly after, the elder vagrant called out to Shengmin. After exchanging pleasantries in an attempt to establish friendly rapport, Shengmin sat down beside him and conversed for a while, at a distance from us on the opposite bank. Their discussion revolved around the tramp's claim of having a nearby cave where he could hide us for a few days, promising to provide for all our necessities. It was abundantly clear that this was a scheme, and we promptly dismissed the idea without hesitation. From that moment, Shengmin's attitude toward us underwent a marked change. He responded brusquely when spoken to and simply gestured in the direction we should follow. Concurrently, he began associating with the men and trailing behind them. Whether this was merely a feigned stance on his part, given our complete vulnerability, or if he had genuinely turned against us, a notion that was almost inconceivable given the evidence of his prior loyalty, remained unclear to us. It caused us considerable distress and even fear, especially when he gestured for us to head in the direction of the tramp's cave. As we exited the ravine, a small village named Cheo lay before us, roughly half a mile away. It was evident that our arrival had been anticipated, as a group of men and boys awaited us, quickly moving towards us as soon as they spotted us. Each one of them carried some type of weapon, primarily of agricultural nature, such as hoes, pitchforks, sickles, knives, and the like. My heart sank as the haunting image of mob violence resurfaced in my mind. What could we do? Where could we possibly escape to? We looked back, and as before, another group armed with weapons was approaching, The unruly individuals from Han-Tien were in pursuit, and within moments the two groups converged, encircling us from all sides. We once again resigned ourselves to the seemingly inevitable fate of death, sitting down by the roadside to await our fate. However, it appeared that the tramp had other intentions, his own agenda that he was unwilling to abandon. He instructed us to stand up and continue moving, guiding us toward a makeshift stall on the outskirts of the village. Grateful for any relief from the tension of our predicament, we followed his command, with the diverse crowd trailing behind us. The sun had now reached its midday zenith, and we were grateful to find shelter under the rush thatch of the stall. However, the owner of the stall vehemently refused to accommodate us and ordered us to vacate the premises. A grassy slope just beyond, lightly shaded by a cluster of saplings, appeared to be a more welcoming resting spot. As soon as we settled there, we found ourselves once again surrounded by the same gathering as before. For the next 3 hours, as we remained in that location, we experienced the full spectrum of emotions, from the bitterness of impending death to the solace found in Christ's comfort. The malicious intent of our adversaries was unmistakable. It was as if they were toying with us, akin to a cat playing with a mouse before ultimately ending its life. They encircled us, their actions alternating between crude mockery and sinister suggestions regarding how they should carry out the act of slaughter, all the while sharpening their weapons on stones before our eyes. The moving spirit of it all was the wicked tramp.
"We'll strip them first, and then break their heads,"
we heard him say, and the word was readily taken up and passed round. As we sat in agonizing suspense, a Boxer officer appeared on the scene. He was a young man with the demeanor of a soldier, possessing sharp and handsome features, but his expression was devoid of any compassion, bearing the cruelty of the grave. He set aside his forage bag, drew his sword, and engaged in conversation with those around him. His oft-repeated
"Aj yai,"
as he looked across at us, rings still in my ears, and the look itself, even now my blood curdles as I recall it.
"What are you doing, letting these foreign devils sit here? Why don't you kill them?"
"We are going to beat and strip them first."
"Beat and strip them, indeed! No, kill them outright. That's our first business."
The Boxer officer then stepped forward, standing directly in front of us, and scrutinized each of us closely. He inquired about our country of origin, the reason for our presence in China, and our current intentions. Our responses seemed to amuse him, as he sneered contemptuously and turned to converse further with the others. Eventually, he sheathed his sword, shouldered his forage bag, and mentioned that he was en route to the Boxer camp, which was 7 miles away. He declared that he would return shortly with his company to complete their mission, and swiftly departed. It was indeed a marvelous respite, even if only temporary, granted to us through the infinite mercy of our God. The officer's unexpected departure brought a faint glimmer of hope into the prevailing darkness, and strengthened our resolve to place our trust in the One for whom all things are possible. It was a tense situation as we continued to sit, and the crowd around us grew larger and more aggressive. The wide ring of onlookers was gradually closing in on us, with some of them just a few paces away. It was clear that they were becoming impatient and intended to take matters into their own hands without waiting for the arrival of the Boxers. Once again, my beloved wife and I exchanged words of farewell. I also gave her instructions on how to act, both for Little Hope and herself, in the event of an attack, while I took responsibility for protecting Headley. In the midst of this turmoil, Sheng Min's concern for us was rekindled. He pushed his way through the crowd and brought the dear children small three-cornered cakes made of rice and dates. The children, who had been hungry for 26 hours, eagerly reached for the tempting morsels. However, one of the men in the crowd snatched the cakes from their hands and ate them in front of them. This act broke the restraint, and another man, who had been growing increasingly aggressive, suddenly lunged forward. He grabbed my wife's left hand and attempted to tear her wedding ring from her finger. In that moment, anger surged through me, and I felt a strong temptation to strike out in retaliation. My beloved wife looked at me with an appeal in her eyes and clenched her hand to protect the sacred symbol on her finger. The natural instinct of my flesh was to respond with resentment. However, the power of God intervened, and I remembered the scriptural command, "Avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. Recompense to no man evil for evil." I whispered to her, "Let it go, darling. Don't grieve over it. The Lord will give you much more than this." With meekness, she opened her hand and yielded up the cherished wedding ring. It was a painful sacrifice for her, and witnessing her subjected to such insult was deeply agonizing for me. However, the memory of her gentle act of resignation remains more precious to me than the lost ring ever could have been. It epitomized the essence of what the ring symbolized, her Christ-like expression of true wifehood and womanhood. This overt act of violence was the signal for a general attack. With a wild shout of "Rob!" they rushed upon us. The situation escalated rapidly, and there was no time to think about how to respond. We were each seized and forcefully thrown out into the road, into the midst of the frenzied mob. I couldn't imagine that any of us would emerge from this alive. I was torn away from my wife and children, and in the midst of the chaotic turmoil, I thought I was about to face a murderous assault. In a brutal and harrowing process reminiscent of a lynching, my clothes were ripped from my body. When I finally found myself alone, incredibly still alive, I was shocked to discover that I was nearly naked, wearing only socks and a collar belt. It was fortunate that my mind had other concerns than my own state. I was preoccupied with thoughts of my loved ones. Where were they? And where was Miss Gates? I turned to look, and amidst the fighting crowd, I spotted my beloved wife, standing alone, anxiously searching for her little children. She was flushed from the violence she had endured, her gown was torn away, and only a shirt and her lower garments remained. But she had not suffered any major injuries and displayed a remarkable heroic calmness. She greeted me with,
"Oh, thank God you're alive."
Every other thought was, for the moment, swallowed up in that for both of us. Then she said,
"Have you seen the sweet lambs? Oh, where are they?"
It was a heart-wrenching sight when, a moment or two later, we finally laid eyes on them. They were not dead, thank God, and didn't appear to be injured, but they were overwhelmed with terror and confusion, wringing their baby hands and crying out in distress as they ran aimlessly through the frantic crowd. Retrieving them took but a moment. Poor little angels. Their relief at seeing us appeared to eclipse their fear, and soon their tears were forgotten in the comfort of having their tiny hands back in ours. They had been left with nothing but their lightweight gauze, undergarments, and socks. And what about Miss Gates? She was sprawled in the road about 30 yards away, her dress removed, lying face down and utterly still. Initially, we feared she might be dead, but Shengmin was with her, and as I approached, he helped her to sit up, and she slowly opened her eyes. With his assistance, she managed to move, and together we all returned to the booth, where we were permitted to sit on a low bench near the entrance to the food shop behind it. I can share what happened to my wife, Miss Gates, and the children when we were separated during the attack. Miss Gates was pulled along for some distance, and the force of her head hitting the ground caused her to lose consciousness. Headley was quickly stripped of his clothing, while Little Hope, being a girl, was subjected to cruel treatment as they forcibly tore at her clothes. She told me that
a man came towards me with a sword, and I prayed in my heart to God to not let him hurt me, and then he turned away from me.
Regarding my beloved wife, she was knocked down during the initial rush and then dragged around, sometimes by her head and sometimes by her feet, while they forcibly stripped her. It appeared that we had reached the lowest depths of suffering and humiliation, to a state where choosing death over life seemed almost tempting. I cannot express the depths of despair that filled my soul as we sat there in our complete destitution. I can only say that the realization of all that our circumstances involved for the weak women and children under my care, together with the bitter shame of my condition, completely overcame me. And for the first and only time in all those sad weeks, I gave way to my grief. When my beloved wife saw the silent tears, she gently said,
"Darling husband, why do you cry? Remember, this is the fellowship of Christ's sufferings. He is counting us worthy to suffer shame for his name."
Thus, through the tender ministry of her love, he poured his balm into my heart. Some individuals in the crowd appeared to have been moved by our wretched state, and they offered us a bowl of thin millet gruel to drink. We thanked God for this meagre sustenance, praying for his blessings upon the generous souls who provided it. It was another sign of his nearness and watchful care over us. Later, a tattered coat that resembled the attire of beggars in China was passed to me from within the food shop behind us. The person who handed it to me was none other than the tramp, now dressed in my own clothing. Our friend had achieved his goal. He had obtained my garment, and I received his. We had swapped places. Under ordinary circumstances, it would have been challenging to handle such a filthy item. But in our dire situation, I could only thank God's grace for providing me with some form of covering. I expressed my gratitude to the man and readily put on the ragged coat. Shortly thereafter, one of my stolen shoes was returned, which proved to be immensely valuable to me later on. Additionally, the children's shoes were also recovered. However, the most remarkable act of kindness came when our boy, Hao-ri, arrived on the scene. He brought with him a pair of trousers that had originally been part of his own outfit for the journey to Cheo. They were well worn and patched, and they only reached about halfway up my legs, but that didn't matter. They met my desperate need, and more than that, they symbolized the love of Christ, extended to me in his name and for his sake. As I thanked the dear lad in the name of the Lord Jesus, I couldn't help but think of the king's recognition that awaited him. I was naked, and you clothed me. Inasmuch as you did it unto one of the least of these, my brethren, you did it unto me. Come, you blessed of my Father. Chapter 11. A Great Conflict of Sufferings. Father, forgive them. The afternoon was advancing, and we were soon expecting the return of the Boxer officer and his troops. There was no indication that the crowd's intentions had changed. They seemed just as determined to follow through with their plans. Having already stripped us, it seemed this act was just the beginning of their threats to take our lives. They remained around us in a threatening manner, suggesting that we only had a short respite, not a lasting escape. This belief was further confirmed when the boothkeeper came out again and ordered us to leave the area. Forced to return to our spot under the saplings, we fully understood our grim fate. From a human standpoint, escape seemed impossible, and the Boxers' return was imminent. Any effort to flee would likely raise suspicion and prompt an immediate attack. We reluctantly took our seats once more on the hillside, staring at what appeared to be an inevitable demise. At this critical moment, the tension reached its highest point. The next step, as they had indicated, would be our execution. Having already taken what they wanted, their next move seemed obvious: to end our lives. During that hour, I experienced a unique mixture of anxiety and calm. My eyes constantly moved towards the area where the Boxer leader had vanished, anticipating his feared comeback. Then, they would shift back to the clear signs of our looming end. However, amidst all this fear, the deep peace of God remained incredibly constant. As we sat there, it was natural for us to pray. Our prayers focused not on ourselves, but on those who might take our lives. Amidst our dire circumstances, we found deep solace in sharing not only in Christ's sufferings, but also in his overwhelming love. The very prayer he uttered on the cross, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do," became ours as well. In those bleak moments, our ability to feel divine love and compassion instead of resentment and hatred was a living testament to the gospel's truth, a truth that no worldly philosophy could deny. I often reflect on what the rationalism promoted by so-called higher critics could have offered us in that situation. As we sat for hours facing those who prepared for our cruel end, what comfort could their theories have provided? I sometimes wish those who confidently analyze the mysteries of faith from comfortable homes, or who critically examine sacred texts in academic ease, could experience a situation like ours, if only for a few hours. They would have to rely on their higher reasoning alone for support and comfort in a situation as testing as the Boxer persecution. I am forever grateful to God, for when I embraced his word, I accepted it not merely as human words, but as the true word of God, which powerfully works in those who believe. Had my faith not been firmly established upon that rock before the trials came, and the storms violently struck during those terrifying weeks under the constant threat of death, I am certain my mental strength would have wavered. It was through every word that came from God's mouth, as documented in his inspired scripture, that my companions and I found our sustenance during those challenging times. It was literally as though I heard his living voice beside me. Now he was breathing in my ear. "Fear not them which kill the body, and after that have no more that they can do, but fear him which after he hath killed hath power to cast both soul and body into hell. Yea, I say unto you, fear him. Fear thou not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am thy God. I will strengthen thee, yea, I will help thee. Yea, I will uphold thee with the right hand of my righteousness. Fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer. Be thou faithful unto death, and I will give thee a crown of life." Then he would speak in the word of the promise. "When thou passest through the waters, I will be with thee, and through the rivers, they shall not overflow thee. When thou walkest through the fire, thou shalt not be burned, neither shall the flame kindle upon thee." And I knew it for my Lord's own voice when the words echoed within. "Said I not unto thee that, if thou wouldest believe, thou shouldest see the glory of God? Verily, verily, I say unto you, if a man keep my saying, he shall never see death." These passages in particular stand out with peculiar distinctness from amongst the many that were borne in upon my heart that day. I rested my whole soul upon the verily Verily I say unto thee of him whom I knew to be the truth, and whose saying I had in his strength sincerely and earnestly sought to keep. And I relied upon him to fulfill to me the promise, Thou shalt never see death, and thou shalt see the glory of God. How graciously and abundantly he met my expectations. I proved the literal truth of his words, for I bear record that he gave me such a sight of the glory of God as to eclipse the sight of death and to deliver me from all my fears. I remember well the comfort wherewith I was comforted by God over the story of Stephen's last hour. My thoughts dwelt much upon it, for, in a certain sense, our circumstances resembled his, and I prayed the Lord Jesus to be to each one of us then what he had proved himself to his servant in the same great conflict of sufferings. And the testimony of each one of us afterwards was that we had seen the glory of God and Jesus as we sat on that slope beneath the saplings. In a letter written from Hanko by my beloved wife to a dear friend of hers in Dover, I and her summarizing her own experience thus.
The first message that meets me after our terrible journey seems just to express all he has done for us. If it had not been the Lord who was on our side, then they had swallowed us up alive. And, oh yes, our hearts do say, Blessed be the Lord who hath not given us prey. I can only write a little, but it may bring comfort to know all is well. All is deep praise to him, for the experience has been so blessed, the experience of his power to cover and keep in perfect peace, only seeing glory when face to face with death, the experience of his tender carrying and enabling love when brought nigh unto death on the road. All has been blessed experience of him.
And Miss Gates has had the joy of giving publicly at home the same personal testimony to the grace of God. One thought that brought great comfort to me, particularly concerning the weaker individuals with me, was that Stephen's spirit was not released from his body as a result of the stoning, but through a direct act of liberation by Christ in response to Stephen's plea, Lord Jesus, receive my spirit. Just a moment before he had cried out loudly, and his life force was still strong within him. Furthermore, he was fully conscious at the moment he breathed his last, as evidenced by his prayer, Lord, do not hold this sin against them, immediately followed by falling asleep. The phrase, he fell asleep, seemed incongruent with the idea of a dissolution involving conscious pain and distress. From these considerations, I concluded that, however distressing the circumstances surrounding our end might be, the end itself would not be so. The departure of the spirit would occur in obedience to the releasing touch of its Redeemer, entirely dependent on that touch alone. The moment of its separation from the body would be the moment of its reception by his hands. The experience of the faithful servant as his spirit entered into the rest of God could only be likened to the idea of falling asleep. So gentle, so tranquil, so effortless would his departure be. I rejoiced in the thought that, no matter how terrifying the manner of death awaiting us might appear to our natural selves, our compassionate Lord would, in response to our plea, himself set our spirits free. We would experience only what Stephen experienced, not a struggling, agonizing departure under the blows of torturous weapons, but, under the painless release of love's tender hand, a serene falling asleep. I must also mention another passage that served as the foundation for God's consolations to my soul in the hour of death. I wish to bear witness that the blood of Christ, who is our peace, was the sole foundation of my perfect peace in the immediate prospect of appearing before God, the judge of all. This, then, was the comfort wherewith we ourselves were comforted by God in all the tribulation of those weeks of daily dying. My experience was not unique. It was shared by my companions in suffering to a degree which led me again and again to glorify God in them. and I know that many others who were called to pass the same road at that period will find in my testimony an echo of their own inner experience. How long we continued to sit there, I could not say. The time seemed interminable. The sun was dropping to the west, and still the mob held back, and still the Boxers had not come. At length, to my amazement, one of the men, probably a village elder, called to us,
"What are you sitting there for? We don't want you here. Be off with you."
The cry,
"Be off!
Be off!"
was taken up, and I saw our God-given opportunity. I said, "We have no wish to stay here. If my respected elder brother will allow us to go quietly on our way, we will go at once." We rose and began to move away. Once again the crowd retreated as if under some invisible force, and not a hand was raised to harm us as we proceeded toward the Kaoping Road. Our interaction with the scholar seemed to soften the people's initial reluctance to engage with us, leading them to be more open to conversation. Although their questions were sometimes impolite and disdainful, this presented us with a chance to share the teachings of Jesus. However, our message faced fierce resistance, particularly from an elderly man. He had been quite vocal during the scholars' discussion, but now his reaction was one of unbridled anger. He thundered,
"Jesu! Jesu! What do we want with your Jesu? We mean to drive you foreign devils out of China and Jesu too. Away with him and away with you, Cheo Pa."
It seemed now in very truth that the end could not be delayed. The crowd made a threatening move towards us as they again took up the cry,
"Cheo! Cheo!"
We replied in the same courteous and amiable manner as before, explaining that we had no desire to cause them any distress by our presence. In fact, it was their actions that were preventing us from departing. We suggested that if they agreed not to follow us and simply let us proceed on our path, we would gladly do so, causing them no further inconvenience. The pressing question on our minds was how to make the most of our limited freedom and the time we had. We considered possible strategies to avoid being followed. Thankfully, the rising landscape on either side provided effective concealment. Carrying the children, we left the road they had seen us on, opting instead for the fields beyond, passing through a quarry. Unexpectedly, we were caught in a heavy rain shower, leaving us completely drenched. We saw this, however, as a blessing in disguise, God's providence aiding us. The rain not only discouraged our pursuers, but also helped counteract the superstitious accusations they had made against us. We continued our journey, desperately seeking a temporary hiding spot. Despite our efforts, we found nowhere to take cover. After the rain ceased, we had covered a fair distance, and I began to feel a renewed sense of hope. However, this was short-lived. When I looked back to survey our surroundings, I spotted the silhouettes of scouts on the horizon, indicating that we had been seen. We quickly moved to lower ground, temporarily out of their sight, and soon stumbled upon a small hollow off the main path. It was elevated enough to be missed by casual passers-by. The hollow was partly hidden by shrubs and scattered with large boulders. It seemed like the perfect refuge we desperately needed. Carefully, navigating the precarious boulders, we descended into it, one by one. With the sun set to go down in about an hour, our hope was to remain undetected until then, which would allow us to escape under the cover of night. Huddled together, we listened intently, almost fearful that the sound of our heartbeats might give us away. We hadn't been in our hiding spot long when we heard voices and the sound of people hurrying by. They passed without noticing us, allowing us to breathe a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, another group approached, and, like the first, continued on, unaware of our presence. But at last a couple of men happened to turn, when they were all but past the spot, spied us huddling together and stopped. The game was up. Realizing our cover was blown, we knew there was no option left but to confront the situation bravely and walk down to the road. The men hurried off to report their discovery. Exhausted from the day's ordeals, drenched from the rain, and extremely hungry, our situation seemed more dire than ever. It was at this low point, as we aimlessly wandered into what could be further hardship and mistreatment, that we received another sign of the Lord's presence and care. It was a reminder of his promise that resonated in our hearts: "I will never fail thee, nor forsake thee." Two men appeared across the field and called out to us. Uncertain of their intentions, Xiongmin responded to their call. After a brief exchange, he signaled for us to join them. One of these men turned out to be a gentleman from Luan City. With much compassion in his look and voice, he said,
"I am so sorry for you. I would assist you, but am helpless to do so. Certain death awaits you. You cannot escape it. There are people there and there."
He pointed a warning.
"Waiting to kill you. I would urge you, however, under any circumstances to avoid the village before you. And yet I know that you cannot go far without losing your lives. It is very, very hard for you."
And with that, he handed me 25 cash, saying,
"Take this. It is all I have on me."
His companion then came forward, and without saying more than,
"I am so sorry for you,"
thrust into my hand a tin of condensed milk which he had recovered from the plundered supply of our litters. The kindness and mercy shown to us at that moment were beyond words. We were deeply touched. My dear wife, particularly concerned for our little ones, was moved to tears at the sight of the milk provided by our benefactors. We expressed our heartfelt gratitude to them repeatedly in the name of the Lord Jesus. Heeding the advice of our friend, we changed our course towards the village of Wangfang, aiming for the house of Qin Xianseng, an evangelist from our church. Only his wife was at home at that time. Our plan was to reach her house under the cover of darkness, hoping she could hide us in the loft until the danger passed. This was a hopeful but unattainable wish. Yet it was this hope that sustained our courage and directed our steps on the path God had prepared for us. Our change in direction was quickly noticed, and a large group of men began to pursue us. The situation became extremely tense, and the men's hostile demeanor kept us in a constant state of alert for an attack. Eventually, they charged at us, specifically targeting our boys. Sheng Min, who was strong and robust, fought back, but facing 30 men, he was quickly overwhelmed and pinned to the ground. The ensuing chaos resembled a wild football match. Every now and again, the poor lad became visible for a moment, struggling desperately, and my wife and Miss Gates covered their eyes as they cried out,
"Oh, they are killing him! They are killing him!"
During the chaos, Xiongmin was completely obscured from our view, leading us to fear the worst. It was a period of dreadful suspense as we sat, bracing ourselves for what might come next, expecting that we would be the next targets. Then the group dispersed. Some ran off in different directions, while others searched the ground eagerly. About half a dozen men rushed towards Pao Ri, who had initially eluded them. Standing near us, he didn't resist, so they simply searched him thoroughly. After robbing him of his small amount of silver and cash, they left. To our immense relief and joy, Xiongmin then re-emerged, clearly showing signs of the struggle, but miraculously unharmed. Unbeknownst to us, both he and Pao Ri had hidden some of our silver in their clothing before leaving the inn at Hantin, safeguarding it for future necessity. The attackers' discovery of silver on Shengmin was their primary interest. Once they were convinced they had taken all his valuables, they let him go. In the intense scuffle, some silver and cash from his wallet had fallen to the ground. This scattering of money diverted many from further pursuit, as they were more focused on scavenging whatever they could find. When we reached an open area, an awaiting crowd directed us towards a specific path. Here, we witnessed another remarkable intervention from God. A woman in the crowd, moved by our distressed state, lent the ladies a needle and thread to mend their torn clothes. Overhearing the surrounding conversation, which suggested plans to kill us near the village we were being pointed towards, she began the traditional wailing for the dead. This act alerted us to their intentions. Guided by Shengmin and Paori, we chose an alternative route. However, this path also led us to more crowds, who converged on us and then joined us as we continued. The road was steep, and our progress became increasingly weary. The support of our native servants during this ordeal was an immense comfort, a blessing from God for such a time. Yet, it was at this point that God chose to remove one of them from us. I noticed Paori moving ahead swiftly and then disappearing into the crowd at a bend in the road. I assumed he was scouting ahead and would reappear, but we never saw him again. This loss was a heavy burden at the time, but we placed our trust in the Lord, confident in his perfect wisdom and guidance. I eventually learned why Paori had vanished. With the village of Wangfang as our intended destination, he had decided to go ahead to inform Mrs. Qin so she wouldn't be caught off guard by our arrival. This was to ensure a smooth entry without causing any disturbance or having us wait outside her door. Unfortunately, his arrival was met with a very unwelcoming response. Mrs. Qin, terrified by the Boxers' threats against anyone associated with the foreign religion, had renounced her faith and was burning incense when Paori entered. Her fear upon seeing him was so great that she pretended not to recognize him. The idea of sheltering us was out of the question for her. Even having Paori at her doorstep was dangerously risky. She urged him to leave immediately. Paori, having failed in his mission, tried to find us again. He searched extensively, but in vain. Eventually, exhausted and unable to locate us, he had no choice but to return home, disheartened. Chapter 12. A Hairbreadth Escape. I flee unto thee to hide me. The beloved of the Lord shall dwell in safety by him. Finally, our exhausting journey led us to a high ridge, descending steeply on one side to a dry riverbed. A bit further was a small isolated temple, and beyond that, a village. As we reached the ridge, the crowd had not only grown in size, but had also become increasingly aggressive. It was not just the lower classes who were hostile. We distressingly noted that men of better standing and wealth were among them. In fact, the rough shoving and rude jokes we faced seemed to come more from these supposedly respectable individuals than from the others. Twilight was quickly giving way to darkness, indicating that the crowd was moving with a specific purpose. We were being pushed towards the temple, and as we approached it for the second time that day, we heard the foreboding sound of the processional gong. At Shengmin's signal, we stopped and turned around. He whispered,
"Don't go on. They mean to stone you to death there. Turn quickly."
As we turned to face them, the mob became increasingly aggressive, pushing and shoving us roughly while hooting and yelling, insisting we move in the direction they wanted. It was at this extremely critical moment that we witnessed a truly miraculous occurrence of God's interference. Shengmin, realizing the immediate danger and understanding that we had no option to move either forward or backward, urgently whispered,
Descend swiftly down the steep slope, then follow the path.
Without hesitation, we followed his instruction. We spotted a narrow goat trail among the rocks and shrubs on the steep slope. We moved in single file, carefully making our way down until a bend in the path concealed us from view. With our pace quickened and our strength seemingly renewed by divine intervention, we continued. In that moment, despite our physical exhaustion, we experienced what it meant to run without growing weary and to walk without fainting. The instant we vanished over the slope, the mob came to a sudden, complete halt, as though an unseen, overpowering force had stopped them. The loud shouts and cries that had filled the air just moments before fell into an eerie, profound silence. The change was so abrupt and shocking that I risked a glance back. The sight was almost unbelievable. Hundreds in the mob lined the ridge, utterly motionless, as if under a spell, watching us. The very people they thought they had trapped, escape from their grasp. None of them attempted to follow. Shengmin was the last of our group, and ahead of us, illuminated by the bright moonlight, lay only the white zigzag path of the trail and the wide expanse of the dry riverbed. One might question if there's a purely natural explanation for this occurrence. However, such a view seems plausible only to those who consistently deny the supernatural's role in the natural world, refusing to acknowledge the sovereign power of the Lord God Almighty in the affairs of men. The truth is, the most natural of all causes can be supernatural if we are honest with ourselves. In this event, I witnessed a clear demonstration of a fundamental principle. The natural law of cause and effect aligning with God's promise. Call upon me in the day of trouble. I will deliver thee, and thou shalt glorify me. With hearts full of amazement and gratitude, we continued our journey, acutely aware that God had granted us yet another miraculous escape that day. Without stopping, we traversed the expansive riverbed, taking advantage of every bit of cover and staying within the deep shadows cast by the bright moon. Despite the fatigue and the rough, boulder-laden path that caused us to stumble frequently, we pressed on towards Yuangtang, drawing closer with each step. The stark contrast between the day's earlier chaos and the now prevailing undisturbed quietness was striking. Were we truly alone at last? As I looked around, my eyes caught sight of 4 figures emerging from the shadows across the riverbed. They moved stealthily, paralleling our path and keeping pace. Eventually, they stepped into the moonlight and crossed directly towards us, quickly catching up. As they passed by, they engaged us in casual conversation, a common practice in China for travelers to inquire about each other's origins and destinations. They walked in single file, and we noticed they were armed with pole axes, carried over their shoulders. In the early part of the evening, Shengmin had been called aside by a man in the crowd and warned that
the Boxers are going to kill you down at the bed of the river.
A certain smartness and bearing about these men seemed to indicate that they knew something about drill, and to justify our fears that the warning was a well-founded one. With no other option, we continued in our chosen direction, placing our trust in God. The possibility of escape seemed bleak, as the men were closely observing us from a distance, carefully matching their pace with ours. Eventually, we sat down, both to alleviate our exhaustion and in the hope that it might unsettle them. To our observation, they too sat down. It became evident that these men intended to follow us, implying we would eventually have to confront them in some manner. Despite the men being a little distance away, we seized the opportunity to open the milk tin and give our little ones a small amount of the vital nourishment, their only sustenance since noon the previous day. We unanimously decided to reserve the milk solely for the children, as we were once again without money, following the loss of the 25 cash entrusted to Shengmin. This milk was the only means we had to sustain them. We then turned our hearts to fervent prayer, asking God, our strength and Redeemer, for protection against the 4 Boxers who were after our lives. Fortified in spirit, we stood up and continued our journey. The Boxers, in response, also stood and followed. At a junction where crossroads intersected the riverbed, there was a small hill. Under the moonlight, we could clearly see the 4 white-coated figures seated there. Their intentions were unmistakable. They were waiting for us, presumably to end our lives at the riverbed. As we approached, they stood and spoke to us again. I didn't catch their words, but Shengmin's response implied that whatever they were asking was none of their concern. They then brazenly demanded money from us. Realizing we couldn't bypass them, we calmly sat down on the grassy slope. They refused to accept our assertion that we had no silver, unmoved by our obviously destitute state. They returned to their seats on the hill, keeping watch over us, and persistently tried to coerce Shengmin into revealing any hidden money. They seemed convinced that we had buried most of our money and were determined to extract the location from us before doing us harm. Thus, we found ourselves in a situation as dire as any we had faced that day. The day's trials were not yet over. But we trusted that the same God who allowed this trial would provide the grace to endure it, and in doing so would turn our sorrow into a cause for glorification and joy. For over an hour, we remained in this standoff. The 4 men spent their time in a loud argument with Shengmin, while we engaged in silent prayer. Occasionally, one of the men would jump up, cursing and standing over us with his poleaxe, threatening to strike. However, when they realized they could not extract any information or money from us through questions or threats, they sat down to consider their next steps. During this time, Miss Gates, overhearing their conversation, expressed a grave concern.
Unless God performs a miracle, we won't survive this ordeal. It seems impossible, but I feel compelled to ask him to remove these men entirely. It's our only hope, and for the Lord, nothing is too hard.
So we prayed in the name of Jesus, echoing Miss Gates's plea. Next, from the opposite bank of the riverbed, we witnessed additional men drawing nearer. Initially, it was just a few individuals, but their numbers steadily grew. They seemed to be merely passers-by on their way home, but the unusual scene caught their attention. Quickly, their sympathies aligned with the Boxer ruffians, and we were now faced with a much larger threat. Emboldened by the increase in their numbers, the original 4 became more brazenly aggressive. They warned that if we didn't comply with their demands, we would be stripped of our remaining clothes. Brandishing their poleaxes, they positioned themselves in front of us, swearing and gesturing menacingly, trying to intimidate us. Astonishingly, despite their threats, they hesitated each time they advanced towards us. This hesitation was a peculiar and noticeable contrast to their otherwise aggressive demeanor. At last, in a fit of fury, 2 strong young men from the group threw down their poleaxes and confronted my wife and Miss Gates directly, threatening to strip them if we did not provide the information they sought. Our response was silence, which they met by once again grabbing their weapons and advancing toward the defenseless women. I've never felt such a profound sense of shame and contempt for my own gender as I did in that moment. They moved forward, then retreated, then advanced again, their strange hesitancy still evident. This hesitation seemed to momentarily fade, possibly due to a moonbeam reflecting off the surface of the milk tin in my wife's hand. One of them lunged forward and snatched it away. Emboldened, the two then rushed at the women. They grabbed them by the throat and tore off their upper garments. Miss Gates managed to retain a light gauze vest, but my dear wife was left exposed from the waist up. Their quiet, submissive demeanor, their patient endurance without a word of complaint, was incredibly moving. Yet, the anguish and indignation in my heart were indescribable, seeing them exposed to the cold night air under the moon's harsh light. They had faced violence and murderous hatred 3 times in a single day. And now, as the day ended, they were left in the mountains, cold and partially unclothed. These were 2 women of delicate upbringing, one of them the partner of my own being. In that moment of immense sorrow, I am grateful that we were able to pray together with genuine yet breaking hearts. Lord, do not hold this sin against them. As the men turned to face us again, holding the garments they had forcibly removed, I addressed them with a remark that reflected both the severity of their actions and the expectations of basic human decency. You are human beings, it is true, but you have not the feelings of your kind. This statement was particularly cutting to a Chinese person, carrying both a righteous rebuke and a pertinent reminder of their lack of empathy. The impact of my words was unexpected. Like an arrow hitting its target, they reacted. With a sullen attitude, they returned the garments to their owners, first one and then the other. That garment of my wife's, which I still keep, serves as a powerful reminder of God's intervention more than any scholarly treatise ever could. Its worn and torn condition is a testament to God's presence and action in times of need. It also speaks to the divine life of Christ manifested in his followers, a life that could only be divine. The impact of this incident on the onlookers was not clear to me, but gradually they dispersed until only the 4 Boxers remained with us. They returned to their knoll to converse, while we continued praying for God to remove them. Eventually, they approached us again, this time ordering us to follow them back to Luan City. We responded that we were too exhausted to walk any further. If they insisted on taking us, they would need to provide a cart. They cried,
"A cart for foreign devils! We'll fetch ropes, and we'll fetch men, and if you can't walk, you shall be dragged."
With a mocking laugh and a dismissive remark that they would return soon, the men shouldered their weapons and swiftly left, leaving us alone in a matter of seconds. In this moment, God had answered our seemingly impossible prayer, removing the metaphorical mountain that loomed over us. Our faith, though severely tested by the overwhelming odds against us, held firm in the belief that with God on our side, no adversary could prevail. This incident reinforced the scriptural truth. If God is for us, who can be against us? And the Lord is my helper. I will not fear what man shall do unto me. We watched the men disappear with a profound sense of awe at God's intervention. It was peculiar that they didn't leave anyone to guard us, as even a single person would have been sufficient for their purpose. But this entire event unfolded in such a way that it was clear it was the work of God, aligning perfectly with our plea for him to remove all of them. We gave all glory and honor to God, acknowledging his mighty hand in our deliverance. The moment the last was out of sight, Shengmin said,
"They are gone, thanks to the Lord's grace. Now come quickly, we don't have a moment to lose."
In that critical moment, Shengmin swiftly picked up Headley, while I lifted Hope, and we began to flee. The moon was high in the sky, and I estimated it was around 11 o'clock at night when we once again traversed the riverbed, cautiously making our way towards Uangfang. The tension was palpable, as being discovered now would almost certainly result in our deaths. We didn't know how far the Boxers had to travel for reinforcements, but their confidence in a quick return suggested they weren't far. This proximity heightened the risk of being recaptured, a thought that weighed heavily on us. Our situation was further complicated by the brilliant moonlight and the whiteness of the ladies' sanzi, Chinese dresses, which made us more visible. Moreover, there was hardly any place to hide. To this day, the sight of a full moon brings a shiver down my spine as it vividly brings back memories of that harrowing night. I often wished for the moon's bright light to dim, if only for a short while, to shroud us in darkness. However, in that moment of trial, we learned to trust in God's protection as promised in the Scripture. He shall cover thee with his feathers, and under his wings shalt thou trust. This assurance gave us strength to continue, despite the perilous circumstances. Xiangmin thoughtfully addressed the issue of the white sanzi by draping his dark blue coat over Miss Gates and his black lingquazi, a kind of short, sleeveless overall, over my wife. This helped to camouflage their bright attire. My own attire, resembling that of a beggar, served as an excellent disguise, and I used it to cover the lighter garment of the little one in my arms. With these adjustments, we continued on our journey. Our fatigue was momentarily forgotten, overshadowed by the joy of our newfound freedom and the fear of being recaptured. The silence and stillness around us were absolute, the late hour and the deserted path working in our favor. I constantly looked back, eagerly waiting for the moment when the knoll, our landmark for potential pursuit, would vanish from view. The relief was immense when it finally disappeared, with no sign of the Boxers' return. Our hopes of reaching safety seemed increasingly attainable. As we moved further up the river, the terrain became more conducive to hiding, with the Wangfang Hills offering wooded areas and dense undergrowth for cover. Aware that the discovery of our escape would soon trigger a swift pursuit, we urgently needed to find a hiding spot. Thus, we left the riverbed and headed across the fields towards the nearest shelter. It was then that one of the boys noticed a graveyard, its somber firs and tombstones creating stark contrasts in the moonlight. The cemetery, shrouded in deep shadows, appeared as a haven of darkness. We directed our steps towards it and found the darkest spot we could beneath the fir trees and behind the tombstones. There, at midnight, exhausted and enveloped in God's peace and under his protective shadow, we lay down and slept. Chapter 13. In the Mount with God. Eye hath not seen nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man, the things which God hath prepared for them that love him. Our rest was brief, as Miss Gates soon awoke to the sounds of the Boxers in hot pursuit. She quickly alerted us, preparing us for the possibility of being discovered or needing to flee again. The noise indicated that the men had indeed returned with additional support, only to find that we had escaped. Frustrated and relentless, they were now searching the surrounding area. Our immediate concern was whether the darkness of our hiding place, which we had thought of as a shield, might instead lead the Boxers directly to us. The sounds of their search grew dangerously close, heightening our fears of discovery. Miraculously, they moved on, missing us by what seemed like mere chance, but we knew it was God's protection. Once again, we gave thanks to God for our deliverance and sought his guidance in prayer. Miss Gates expressed concern that our current hiding place wouldn't remain safe for long, especially once daylight exposed us. Attempting to reach Uangfang was too risky with the Boxers on our trail, and the woodland cover was insufficient for daytime concealment. Sheng Min then proposed a potential solution. He knew of a secluded cave nearby. He suggested that we try to reach it despite the risk involved. This seemed to be our only viable option, and we prepared to follow his lead. The brief rest we had received, though short, was of God, rejuvenating us significantly. Recognizing that the need to move was directed by God, we trusted that His grace would be sufficient for all our needs, whether it be strength in our weakness or anything else. With this faith, we committed ourselves and our perilous journey into His hands, once again lifting the sleeping children into our arms and stepping out from our shelter into the unknown. As we ventured forth, God's providential care was immediately evident. Our main concern had been the exceptionally bright moonlight, which greatly increased the risk of detection. And yet, we were all of one mind in the conviction that it was God's way for us now. As we passed out from the deep shadows of the firs into the peril of that remorseless glare, I can call it nothing else, I feared. And my heart's cry went up to God to cover us. In almost less time than it takes to write it, the dread light was quenched beneath a rolling sea of cloud. Nor did it appear again until we were in the place to which He would bring us. Navigating through this darkness was incredibly challenging. We avoided well-trodden paths and populated areas, instead weaving through fields and clumps of trees for cover. Our journey involved scaling rough stone walls, cautiously descending to lower levels, trudging through ploughed fields, and fighting through dense undergrowth. At one point, my wife sank into a bank of soft soil, losing her shoes, which I also struggled to retrieve, without losing sight of our group. We couldn't risk calling out to them in the enveloping darkness. We faced numerous hazards, such as slippery ridges and hidden holes, and stumbled frequently. And how often we stumbled almost to a fall. Yet throughout all these trials, we felt upheld by God's mercy. In the overwhelming darkness, the guidance of God was our only assurance. At times, the night was so pitch black that I could barely see my wife, even though she was only a few yards ahead. The fear intensified when I occasionally lost sight of the others, plunging me into terror. To add to our distress, Sheng Min, disoriented by the darkness, realized he had lost his way, dashing our hopes of finding the cave. Faced with this new predicament, Sheng Min suggested seeking refuge in an abandoned temple, often found in secluded areas. We continued, moving slowly and cautiously, frequently stopping to listen for any signs of danger. Eventually, we came across a rural shrine. Sheng Min cautiously went ahead to scout the temple, while instructing us to stay hidden in the grove. His reconnaissance revealed a concerning situation. The temple was occupied, likely by the men searching for us. Without delay, we turned back, fleeing into the unknown. Feeling utterly helpless and drained, I found solace in prayer. The Lord is my shepherd, shepherd us now, for we have no strength to go on. He leadeth me, Lord, lead us now, for we know not which way to turn. In our ignorance be our wisdom, in our weakness be our strength, for the glory of your holy name. The hills then came to mind as a possible sanctuary. However, as lost and weary travellers, finding our way there seemed almost impossible. We had managed to distance ourselves from the temple and were cautiously navigating a coppice when the shouts of our pursuers once again shattered the silence, freezing our hearts. They were evidently moving towards us as the sounds grew louder and more distinct. We stopped in our tracks, afraid to make the slightest movement. Just when it seemed they were upon us, the direction of their cries changed, indicating they had taken a different path, sparing us once again. In this perilous situation, we recognized that even the smallest mistake could lead to our discovery. Fortunately, the children, exhausted, were in a deep sleep, which was a tremendous blessing despite the challenge of carrying their inert bodies. We waited until the sounds of pursuit were distant enough and the immediate surroundings were quiet again. Then, with our hearts steadfastly focused on God, we cautiously moved forward. Soon, we encountered a gully slicing through the coppice. As we approached it, we heard a commotion and the barking of dogs, followed by a sudden burst of light. A fierce, pulsating flame shot up, illuminating the night sky with its red glow and revealing the prominent features of the landscape. Remarkably, this terrifying scene played to our advantage, as it silhouetted the mountain we were seeking against the fiery backdrop. We patiently waited for the flames to subside before quickly crossing the gully and entering the coppice on the other side. Eventually, we found ourselves on the slope of the mountain, making our way towards the summit as we had hoped. The glow in the sky faded and darkness enveloped us once again, right when we needed it most. The hillside offered no cover, and any light from the moon or a resurgence of the flames would have easily exposed us. Yet, in that enveloping darkness, we felt the protective presence of God. Slowly and painfully, we made the ascent. It seemed, in the particular circumstances, the counterpart of the words which came continually to mind. They climbed the steep ascent of heaven, through peril, toil, and pain. And our stricken hearts took up the refrain as they travelled on in thought to the spiritual reality. Grant us, O God, the gift of your grace, so that we may walk in their footsteps. Reaching the summit filled us with profound gratitude. The top was circular and quite bare, about 14 or 15 feet in diameter, making it very exposed and unsuitable for a daytime hiding spot. However, a unique feature of this hill, a basin-like indentation, provided just the concealment we needed. We could sit or even stand in this basin without being visible, as long as we stayed away from the edge. We crept into this natural shelter, overwhelmed with thankfulness for the safekeeping provided by our shepherd Lord. We hastily prepared for a brief rest, unearthing several large stones to use as pillows. Lying down, we rested in the knowledge that the same God who had guided us so miraculously would also watch over us as we slept. The Lu'an district, situated about 3,000 feet above sea level, subjected us to an intense cold, especially in our state of scant clothing. The chill I experienced that night was unparalleled. We huddled closely, trying to use our garments as both coverlets for the children and coats for ourselves, but the cold was relentless. My teeth chattered uncontrollably throughout the night. Sleep eluded all of us, except the children. The clouds eventually cleared, exposing us to the bright moonlight and fulfilling the promise that the moon shall not smite thee by night. Far below, we could hear the distant shouts of our pursuers, which continued almost until dawn. Then, a serene calm enveloped us, free from immediate fears, and we were acutely aware of the protective presence of God. I now approach a moment in my life's journey that stands as one of the most profound and solemn. Reflecting on the many sacred experiences I have had, it's challenging to pinpoint one as the most significant. However, the experiences and dealings of the Lord with us on the mountaintop were so uniquely profound and introspective that this place, perhaps, holds a special distinction. It felt akin to the biblical significance of Mount Moriah for Abraham and Isaac, or the Mount of Transfiguration for Peter, James, and John. Indeed, for us, it was a sacred space where we deeply felt God's presence. Notably, this momentous day was a Sunday, July 8th, further emphasizing its spiritual significance. The sunrise that day was spectacularly beautiful. The fiery red sun, rising unobstructed into a cloudless sky, seemed almost prophetic of the intense trials that awaited us. After the night's severe cold, the early warmth of the sun was initially a welcome relief. However, as the sun climbed higher and its heat intensified, it became a source of significant discomfort and concern. The summit, devoid of trees or any form of shelter, offered no respite from the sun's rays. The basin where we were concealed had only coarse, dried turf and a few stunted shrubs for cover. As the day progressed, the lack of shade and the relentless sun posed a serious challenge to our endurance and well-being. Awakened prematurely by the bright morning light, the children adapted to the situation with an admirable resilience and patience. We remained in our positions, lying or sitting, speaking only in whispers to minimize our presence. Despite the lack of traditional entertainment or activity, the children showed remarkable composure and understanding. After a time of united prayer, the reality of our situation became more pressing. We had not eaten solid food for over 42 hours. The lack of food was a concern, yet it was remarkable how we were spared from severe hunger pangs. Although the gnawing feeling of hunger was there, it was not overwhelming. We trusted in God's provision, believing that He knew our needs and would provide accordingly. The children, eager to be helpful, began searching the area for edible plants. They excitedly collected various weeds and leaves, distributing them as if they were a proper meal. With grateful hearts, we thanked God for this humble sustenance, asking for His blessing on what was provided. In this simple act, we lived the scriptural call to give thanks in all circumstances and to do everything for the glory of God, even in such extreme conditions. This experience of sharing a meal made from the sparse vegetation around us was a poignant reminder of our reliance on God's grace and provision. That day, under the unrelenting sun, I came to understand the profound significance of giving thanks for our meals. The dry, uncooked weeds and leaves we consumed were indeed the bread of affliction, but when sanctified by the word of God and prayer, and received with gratitude, they transformed into a source of sustenance and blessing. By 7 in the morning, the sun's heat became noticeably oppressive. As it climbed higher in the sky, its intensity magnified our vulnerability, especially since we were without proper head cover. The children, clad only in gauze combinations, had their arms and legs largely exposed, and their delicate skin quickly turned a painful red, as if scalded. As the sun dried our skin, it also parched our mouths, leading to an intense thirst. This challenge was far more severe than our hunger, as we had no means to alleviate it. The lack of water and the inability to soothe this basic need was a trial far greater than any we had experienced thus far. The little one's complaint of,
"I am so thirsty. Please give me something to drink,"
soon became a piteous cry.
"Oh, Father, dear Father, do give me water. Mother darling, won't you give me water?"
We sought to hush them tenderly, for they could not now refrain from crying aloud in their distress, and we knew that this would, in all probability, lead to our discovery.
"Don't cry, darlings. We will ask God to send us water, and we will be patient till He does."
The simple laying of our deep need before our Father comforted them, and it was touching to see how heroically they wiped their eyes and set themselves to try and be good. We strove to divert their thoughts from their distress in various ways, but presently the pitiful cry broke out again.
Darling little pets, you mustn't cry out loud, or else the naughty men who took our things will find us and take us away. God knows how thirsty we all are, and he will help us to bear it till he sends the water."
Again the earnest effort to contain, as they sought to amuse themselves with grass and soil, and again at length the pleading cry,
"Oh, do give me water, just one drop,"
as they clung about us with their loving ways and tender endearments. Seeing how much it affected my dear wife, I said to them, "Don't you think we would give you water, darlings, if we could? But you see we can't, and you see how very, very sad it makes sweet mother to hear you crying so. You surely won't go on making her sad, will you?" Once more the resolute brushing away of the tears as they set themselves to please us in this. But as the time went on, our precious little Hope was unable to control herself. Her involuntary wail,
"Father, Mother, water, water,"
continued without intermittence as long as she was able to articulate, tore our very heartstrings. Hedley's response, simple yet profound, epitomized a remarkable level of resilience and selflessness, especially for a child of his tender age. His ability to endure such discomfort silently, to spare his mother further distress, was a testament to his extraordinary character. In the face of extreme conditions, with his body parched and suffering from the relentless sun, Hedley chose to bear his hardship in silence, focusing on the grass to distract himself from his thirst. This act of stoic endurance in one so young was nothing short of inspiring, a clear demonstration of the strength and courage that even a child can exhibit in dire circumstances. Some days afterwards, I was asking him a few questions about that particular time, and, amongst others, this: "Why did you keep so quiet, when all the time you wanted water as badly as Hope did?" His answer came so naturally and simply,
"I saw how sad it made darling mother to see me cry, and I asked God to help me not to cry once more, till the water came."
Truly, out of the mouth of babes, thou hast perfected praise. Sending Shengmin to find water was a decision fraught with anxiety and trepidation. The sight of our children suffering under the harsh conditions became unbearable. Yet leaving our hiding spot was tantamount to courting death. The dilemma was agonizing. Staying put meant enduring the escalating crisis of dehydration, but sending Shengmin carried the risk of losing him, a risk that felt almost too great to bear. Reluctantly, we decided to send him, putting our faith in God's guiding and protective grace. As he left, a mix of emotions overwhelmed us. His departure symbolized not just a physical absence, but a significant emotional loss. Previously, during our brief separation when we faced the threat of death, the impact of his absence had been acutely felt. Now, as he ventured out, the risk of not seeing him again was a stark reality, highlighting the desperate straits we were in. With Shengmin gone, a profound sense of loneliness enveloped us, deeper than mere physical isolation. The dear lad's departure may have been the occasion of it, but it was not the cause. This feeling transcended the absence of our loyal servant. It seemed to stem from a spiritual trial, an encounter with the power of darkness. This period marked the pinnacle of our ordeal, a time characterized by intense temptation and spiritual testing. It was in this moment of isolation and vulnerability that we faced one of the most profound challenges of our journey. In the face of relentless hunger, thirst, and the scorching sun, my wife's physical condition began to deteriorate, causing deep concern. The sun's unyielding blaze felt almost punishing. Our prayers for relief seemed to go unanswered. The sky remained clear, devoid of any merciful cloud to shield us from the heat. It felt as if heaven itself had turned to brass above us. Amidst this, Miss Gates and I devised a makeshift shelter for my wife and the children using our garments. By removing them and holding them together, we created a screen, adjusting our position in accordance with the sun's movement. This provided a small measure of relief, which, though minimal, was enough to bring some comfort and strength to my wife. As noon approached, a profound sense of spiritual darkness descended upon me, and I sensed that my companions shared this experience. It felt as if Satan himself was testing our faith, trying to break our spirit. The comforting presence of the Lord, which had been our source of strength and solace, now seemed distant. Our hearts cried out for God, yearning for his presence, reminiscent of Moses' plea for God's accompanying presence, when he said, "If you will not go up with me, carry us not up there." I understood, as never before, why Moses so earnestly pleaded for the presence. Without the assurance of his nearness, the challenge was not just physical, but also intensely spiritual. We felt the oppressive weight of malevolent spiritual forces and the terrifying presence of our adversary, the devil, prowling around like a roaring lion and seeking to overwhelm us in our weakened state. It was a test of faith like no other, stripping us down to our very essence and challenging the core of our belief. In our moment of profound distress, it felt as if the Lord was mysteriously near yet distant, allowing us to endure this trial for reasons known only to him. In our affliction he was with us, yet he chose to obscure our recognition of his presence. It was as if he was waiting for the culmination of this trial, where, like the angel of his presence in biblical times, he would come to offer us comfort and strength. This ordeal was not just a test of our faith as soldiers of Christ, but also a discipline as children of God. We were experiencing a form of divine judgment, a refining process similar to what Christ himself underwent. The lesson of learning obedience through suffering, of accepting the cup given by the Father, was now our lesson too. As the sun climbed higher, the absence of Shengmin became more worrying. The protective shadow from our makeshift shelter grew smaller. The children, particularly affected by the heat and thirst, showed signs of severe distress. Headley, in a daze, played with the grass, while Hope deliriously moaned for water. Our reassurances about Shengmin's return seemed to have little effect on them. A particularly troubling aspect of our dehydration was the thickening of saliva in our mouths, making speech increasingly difficult. If water didn't arrive soon, we feared losing the ability to speak altogether, as it was already challenging to separate the tongue from the palate. In this dire situation, every passing moment without water intensified our suffering and desperation. As the sun reached its zenith, the last vestiges of shade vanished, intensifying our plight. I clung to the biblical promises. "A man shall be as a shadow of a great rock in a weary land, and when the poor and needy seek water and there is none, I, the Lord, will hear them." We were living these scriptures, yet in our most desperate moment it felt as though God remained silent. It was as if all the forces of nature and spiritual warfare converged upon us. The relentless sun beat down from above, while the adversary seemed to assail us with doubts and fears from below. In this crucible of suffering, I found myself repeatedly countering the enemy's attacks with Scripture. "Who is he that condemneth?" I recited, affirming Christ's death, resurrection, and intercession for us. "He that spared not his own Son, how shall he not with him also freely give us all things?" These verses became my shield against despair. Yet the experience that followed is one I approach with profound reverence and hesitance. It is a testament to the incredible ways of God, and I am mindful to reveal only what serves to glorify him and demonstrate the depths of his mercy and power. This period was not just a test of physical endurance, but a profound spiritual battle, where faith was both the battleground and the weapon. In that intense trial, our resolve to trust in God, even in the face of death, was both challenged and fortified. How often I fell back upon the word, "I have prayed for thee, that thy faith fail not." Again and again did I give him my Lord's own declaration. The Lord himself has said that I will in no way leave thee or forsake thee. And over I said to the accuser, "Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him." I would fain draw a veil over the solemn sequel. May he strengthen me to show forth just so much as he directs of his own marvelous works to his own glory. The enemy's answer to all this was the collapse of my beloved Flora. She too had known the bitterness of those hours of darkness, but the language of her unwavering faith had been,
"My flesh and my heart faileth, but God is the strength of my heart, and my portion forever. I know whom I have believed, and am persuaded that he is able. He faileth not."
Indeed, the sight of her own steadfast endurance, and the sweet, unmurmuring resignation of her spirit to the will of God, as that good and acceptable and perfect will which was all her delight, had been from the first a channel of divine strength to me in seasons of special weakness. What it was to me on the mountaintop, during those hours of fierce temptation from within and from without, none but God can ever know. And now she lay prostrate before me, overborne by physical weakness and deeply troubled in soul. As I watched her panting and gasping for breath, with no power to alleviate her suffering beyond supporting her head, it seemed as though I heard the serpent's hiss, "Hath God said, where are his promised mercies and loving kindnesses now? Has he not forgotten to be gracious?" The cruel taunt was winged to the heart of my beloved too, and in an agony of soul, she cried out from the deep darkness,
"O God has forsaken us. It can only be that we are not in his will, or he would surely never have suffered us to come to this."
Her distress, physically, was such that I felt sure she was dying. But it was as nothing to the trouble of her soul. At that moment, it appeared as though the enemy was on the brink of victory. The cup of sorrow overflowed, and I recognized this as the chastisement of the Lord. I remained silent, fully aware of his reprimand, with a heart completely shattered in his presence. At that moment, it felt as though the enemy was on the verge of victory. The depth of our sorrow seemed unbearable. I was silent before the Lord's chastening, my heart completely shattered. Scarcely had the words of anguish passed my precious one's lips than God put into Miss Gates's mouth the most wonderful song of praise I have ever heard. Kneeling by the side of her prostrate sister and holding her hand, she poured forth passage after passage, promise after promise, from the Word, exalting his name, declaring his faithfulness, and proving his unchanging and unchangeable love, sworn to us in the everlasting covenant and sealed to us in the blood of his own beloved Son. Never shall I forget the music of that heavenly utterance. It was as if heaven were open above us, and the strains of the harps of God were being borne to us from glory. My beloved Flora eagerly embraced it, thirsting for God like a soul in search of the living God. Together we drank out of the wells of salvation, with what joy I cannot express, deep draughts of the pure river of water of life, flowing freely to us now from the throne of God and of the Lamb. The time had come at last for him to reveal himself to us. Our eyes were opened, and we knew him, and the word of his promise was fulfilled to the letter. A man shall be as rivers of water in a dry place, as the shadow of a rock in a weary land. Instantly the darkness was past, and the true light was shining again. The heavenly expression in her countenance of joy, unspeakable and full of glory, where but a moment before it had been one of unspeakable anguish and distress, was an evident token of what God had wrought. I see her now as she looked when, with the tears coursing down her cheeks, she said,
"Oh, I will never, never doubt him again."
And I may add here that from that moment her glorious faith never wavered for an instant, but went from strength to strength through conflict after conflict, till she appeared before God in the heavenly Zion above. Then together we repeated right through, with parched lips and stammering tongues, but with hearts that had tasted of the wine of heaven, the beautiful hymn, so true to our experience. How sweet the name of Jesus sounds! In a believer's ear, it soothes his sorrows, heals his wounds, and drives away his fear. It makes the wounded spirit whole, and calms the troubled breast. 'Tis manna to the hungry soul, and to the weary rest. Dear name, the rock on which I build, my shield and hiding place, my never-failing treasury filled with boundless stores of grace. Jesus, my shepherd, brother, friend, my prophet, priest and king, my Lord, my life, my way, my end, accept the praise I bring. Weak is the effort of my heart, and cold my warmest thought. But when I see thee as thou art, I'll praise thee as I ought. Till then I would thy love proclaim with every fleeting breath, and may the music of thy name refresh my soul in death. The impact of this heavenly elixir on my beloved wife's physical well-being was nothing less than extraordinary. From what seemed like a near-death state, she experienced a sudden and remarkable rejuvenation. She sat up with a newfound strength that left me astonished. It wasn't just a revival from the brink of collapse, it was the infusion of a life force that invigorated her for renewed vigor. Truly, it was a tangible confirmation of the word to which we resolutely clung.
My strength and my heart faileth, but God is the strength of my heart and my portion forever.
By this visitation of God's grace, our hearts were encouraged to wait for his deliverance from a situation which was still gravely critical. It was past noon, and there was not a sign of Shengmin. The sun's blaze was fiercer than ever, and the sensation of thirst was becoming well nigh intolerable. Not only so, the power to articulate clearly was fast going from us. Indeed, we had the greatest difficulty in making ourselves understood, and I saw that very soon it would no longer be possible to communicate with each other by speech. As I struggled to force out the syllables, I understood the meaning of the expression, "My tongue cleaveth to my jaws." Darling Little Hope's moan was reduced to an indistinguishable sound as she vainly strove to frame the word.
Water.
However, the situation reached its peak when Miss Gates, the instrument through which God had worked to restore my dear wife, suddenly collapsed and fainted. It felt as though it were a final, vengeful strike from our retreating adversary, an attempt to conceal the shame of their defeat by directing malice towards the one who had led the victorious charge. A new and critical emergency unfolded before us, and in that moment all my old feelings of helplessness resurfaced. While my dear wife and I implored God for her recovery, I distinctly heard a voice behind me, as clear as if it had been whispered in my ear, saying,
"Arise and descend without delay."
Turning to my wife, I said, "My love, we must summon the strength we have left and make our way down to the water. It is not God's will for us to linger here any longer. I then took Miss Gates by the arm, leaned over her, and uttered, "Dear sister, we must depart promptly. In the name of the Lord Jesus, arise." In an instant, her consciousness was restored, and she stood up with a renewed strength from above. With such a clear confirmation that this was indeed the work of God, and with the assurance that the Lord our God was leading the way, we departed from our concealment and ventured out into the open once more. Down below, in the not-so-distant distance, we could see a slender streak of silver shimmering in the sunlight, the calm waters towards which our shepherd Lord was finally guiding us. I cannot adequately express what that sight meant to our yearning eyes. The happiness of showing it to our beloved children and witnessing the faintest hint of a smile gracing their weary, suffering faces. We descended slowly and with great pain, utilizing whatever cover the lower slopes offered. We made our way across the ploughed fields in as direct a path as the terrain allowed, descending to the lowest point, and then, by the shortest route we could manage, reached the water's edge. Without concern for whether we were observed or not, we practically sprinted, not just towards the river, but straight into it. Oh, the joy of quenching the thirst of our precious children as we scooped water into our hands and offered it to their parched lips. However, the process was too slow to satisfy the urgent need. Wading into the middle of the stream and placing our mouths to the surface, we drank and drank, until our thirst was finally appeased. We barely registered that the slender silver streak we had seen from afar actually had a more brass or copper-like hue, as the water was heavily laden with yellow silt. This became evident when, after drinking, our tongues and palates were coated with a thick layer of mud. Nonetheless, such details were of little consequence at that moment. I can only express that, to me, those sips of water could not have been more delightful if they had been the purest well water. Beneath the scorching sun, we dared to sit in the refreshing shallows for a few extra moments, washing our hands and faces. Then, with hearts full of gratitude to our Heavenly Father for so graciously providing for our needs, we sought a secluded spot where we could lie down unnoticed. Not far from the river's edge, there lay a graveyard resembling the one we had concealed ourselves in the previous night. Dark yew trees offered welcome shade, and there were high mounds overgrown with tall grass, among which we could hope to conceal ourselves. Being a solitary place, and the time of day known as Shangwu, the period of rest when few are active in the sweltering season, we hoped and believed that our refugee would go unnoticed and our solitude unintruded upon, at least for an hour or two. However, the events of the coming hours were not ours to control. They belonged to the one who was guiding us with his watchful eye upon us, and we could trustfully entrust them to his care without anxiety. Once again, a heathen burial ground would become the place to commemorate your great benevolence. The significance of the cool shelter provided by those lovely shades cannot be fathomed by anyone who hasn't experienced being exposed to the unrelenting blaze and stifling heat of a midsummer sun for at least 7 hours. In the waters before us and the shade above us, we found the physical manifestation of the precious promise given to us on the mountaintop, which had already been abundantly fulfilled on the spiritual side. A man shall be as rivers of water in a dry place, as the shadow of a rock in a weary land. According to his word, he had not abandoned us. When the poor and needy seek water, and there is none, and their tongue faileth for thirst, I, the Lord, will hear them. I, the God of Israel, will not forsake them. Among the many wonders of that unforgettable day, our miraculous protection from sunstroke stands out. Those who have endured a summer in China can understand the magnitude of the fact that the sun did not smite us during the day, despite circumstances where, in human terms, a few minutes would have been enough to cause even fatal harm. Our severe suffering under its relentless power serves as a testament to this marvel. Our skin peeled from our faces, and the arms of our dear children from shoulder to elbow were covered in huge blisters. However, the sun had no power to harm us further than that. The Lord had been our shield on our right hand, safeguarding us from the arrows of its rays. We are living witnesses to His goodness, and we bear witness that His mercy endures forever. I cannot conclude this part of my account without acknowledging the supernatural endurance displayed by Miss Gates and expressing my profound gratitude to her. For more than 3 hours, she stood under the intense, scorching heat, shielding my wife and children, in an act of selfless devotion that I can never erase from my memory. The recollection of this noble act of Christian heroism will forever remain with me as one of the most remarkable deeds I have ever had the privilege of witnessing. Believe that no words of mine can adequately convey the true depth of our experience. As I reflect upon it, I can only exclaim, "What hath God wrought?" This was undeniably true for us on that sacred mountaintop, where we felt the sentence of death within ourselves. Yet it was all designed so that we would not rely on ourselves, but on God, the one who raises the dead. He delivered us from such imminent peril. It is certain that the extraordinary power that either brought us out alive or enabled us to endure what we did not come from within us, but solely from God. As we descended from that hill, we carried with us the awareness that we had truly encountered the Lord. I believe that the sufferings we endured during this present time cannot even begin to compare to the glorious revelation that awaits us. As we lay down, exhausted from long hours of vigilance and fasting, the hope of that glory burned brightly within our hearts. With a yearning born from our experiences, we gazed ahead to the day when the redeemed will hunger no more, thirst no more, and the sun will not scorch them, nor any heat torment them. For the Lamb, who is at the center of the throne, will nourish them and lead them to the springs of living water, and God Himself will wipe away every tear from their eyes. Chapter 14. Arrest and Treachery. When my spirit was overwhelmed within me, then thou knewest my path. We had just begun to enjoy our peaceful spot when the sound of music from a nearby temple reached our ears. It was clear that a worship service was taking place, and I was concerned that the worshippers would soon finish and possibly pass by us. Looking towards the source of the music, I noticed a narrow road running along a small graveyard, offering a clear view of our position. I suggested we move to a better spot, but it was too late. As we tried to move, the first people emerged from the trees, concealing the temple, and walked along the path. They seemed to hurry past without noticing us, and I started to think we might be more hidden than I'd thought. Then, the sound of a gong signaled a procession, and soon a group of disheveled Yamen servants, dressed in their distinctive clown's caps and carrying signboards, announced the arrival of an official. It was futile to hope we could avoid being seen. Staying as low and still as possible, I peeked through barely open eyes. I saw one of the attendants stop abruptly and look intently in our direction, then speak to his companions, who also paused to stare. My heart sank when I heard them exclaim, "The foreign devils!" I realized we were once again in the hands of our adversaries. As the Mandarin's chair came into view, he leaned forward, curious about what his followers were so intently observing. He promptly sent a runner to investigate, while instructing his carriers to halt. Unsurprisingly, the runner's mission attracted a crowd, and soon the cemetery was bustling with individuals in clowns' caps, carrying signboards and umbrellas. The runner needed no explanation. One glance was enough for him to understand the situation. He returned to his superior and reported that the foreigners were the ones lying there. The official, identified as the Mu-an sub-prefect, swiftly gave a command, and the procession resumed its journey. Before we could fully grasp the turn of events, a small, covered cart from the yamen appeared beside us. Its arrival was so abrupt it seemed to materialize out of thin air. In charge were a minor official and 2 soldiers. The official approached and instructed us to get into the cart. Meanwhile, poor Miss Gates had once again become unresponsive. My attempts to awaken her were futile, and when she finally regained some awareness, she could only express her inability to move due to illness. The official repeated his command, explaining that he was sent by the sub-prefect to escort us to the next magistracy at Kaoping-sien. The claim seemed too fortunate to be true, and, suspecting it to be a deceitful scheme by the Boxers to take us away for execution, we resisted. Nevertheless, the officer presented a document that appeared to be an authentic passport, complete with official seals. To prove his sincerity, he pointed to a bundle in the cart, claiming it contained clothes for us from the Laoji and a sum of money. We had no time to weigh what to believe or dismiss. Our skepticism was likely evident in our expressions as we glanced at each other. The official, growing impatient, stamped his foot and again commanded us to enter the cart. So I said to my wife and Miss Gates, "Perhaps this is God's way of saving us. One thing is clear. We can't keep wandering as beggars, vulnerable to hostile crowds. If this leads to life, we'll live to thank God. If it leads to death, we're destined to die regardless. Let's trust in the Lord and take the cart." Once the decision was made, we acted quickly. Within moments, all 5 of us were packed into the cart, with Miss Gates being helped into her seat by a soldier, and before we fully grasped the sudden change, we were crossing the water towards Uangfang, on our way to Kaoping. Let me pause here to underscore the importance of these events. The cart, as it turned out, was key to our eventual escape. Though I'm getting ahead of my story, it's worth mentioning that our suspicions were partly right. There was indeed a plan to execute us. It seems likely they had been searching for us all night, had given up, and were heading back to the city without us. Thus, it was nothing short of miraculous how our paths crossed with the Mandarin's return from worship. Had we been 20 minutes later, we would have missed the procession and the cart, leaving us at the mercy of the mob. It was then I truly understood the urgency of that voice commanding me, "Get thee down and tarry not." It was indeed God speaking. I also realized the miraculous strength given to us, where, by human standards, action seemed impossible. Moreover, I saw God's wisdom in Shengmin's absence, which ironically led to our salvation. Had he brought us water on the hill, we wouldn't have left our hiding spot. Instead, we left just in time to quench our intense thirst and escape the heat before being discovered. In this way, God compassionately provided for our needs and opened a path to safety. Regarding our loyal friend Shengmin, we never saw him again. After leaving us, he went to a nearby village by the river, trying to find a way to bring us water without raising suspicion. Being penniless, his situation was as dire as ours. Soon, he was recognized and accused of being a Roman Catholic, because he had been seen with us. When he denied this, they decided to test him by ordeal. They believed that if he were exposed to the sun, the sign of the cross would appear on his forehead at noon if he were Catholic, thus proving his guilt. So they tied him up, made him stand on mystical symbols drawn in the dust, and forced him to face the sun for over 2 hours. The test, predictably, proved nothing, but it left him temporarily blinded. He wasn't released until late afternoon. Returning to the hill and finding us gone, he searched the hills and caves, only stopping when every possible location was exhausted. The next day, he went back to the city, reporting to the sub-prefect about our last known condition. He learned that a cart had been dispatched for us with clothes, 10 ounces of silver, and 6,000 cash. The first part of this statement might have been true, but as for the personal benefits like clothes, silver, and cash, they were non-existent, at least to our knowledge. Thus, Sheng Min's selfless service to us had come to an end. Both he and Piaori were with us only as long as we needed them. And now, under the circumstances of our arrest where they could no longer help, they were gently taken away by the same caring hand that had provided them. At that point, we had no idea why we had been apprehended. It was only through the unfolding of events that we came to understand the grim reality. Our capture was meant for death, not preservation. The passport we were given wasn't a standard official document ensuring safe passage from one jurisdiction to another. Instead, it was a semi-official letter from the sub-prefect to his colleague in Kaoping, falsely claiming we had caused disturbances and should be expelled from Shanxi. Its informal nature meant it held little real authority and was open to interpretation by any magistrate who read it. The full implications of this would soon become clear. Despite the precariousness of our situation, being under official protection after days of mob terror felt like a significant relief, especially with the initial promises hinting at hope. In such dire circumstances, we clung to any shred of optimism. Linking each step of our journey with what we believed to be divine guidance, the promise from the beginning, "I shall not die, but live and declare the works of the Lord," revived our hope. The officer's flimsy assurances, coupled with our faith in God's plan, offered real comfort. The respite from the scorching heat in the cart and knowing we were headed in the right direction lifted our spirits significantly. The contrast to our previous dire situation was stark. Sitting on the cart's shaft, in my tattered clothes, with my loved ones behind me, I paid little attention to the surprised stares of those we passed. Few people were out in the heat of the day, and our arrest was not widely known. Thus, until we reached Wuangfang around 1:30 p.m., we encountered minimal disturbance. The officer overseeing us rode on horseback just behind, while the soldiers pushed the mule to a brisk trot, faster than usual for China. Seated on the hard boards of the springless cart, bumping over what could only loosely be called roads, my wife and Miss Gates, already exhausted, endured a lot of discomfort. But after about half an hour, we reached the small village of Wuangfang. There, we stopped at a food shop that doubled as an inn. We were asked to get off the cart and given the choice to either stay in the public area at the front or in more private quarters at the back. Considering our situation, we chose the latter, which seemed to please our escort. This decision, seemingly minor but actually crucial, was guided by God's hand, as would soon become evident. We crossed a small courtyard to a narrow, dingy room on the other side. It was dusty and dirty, but it offered shelter from the heat and some privacy, hopefully keeping us away from the feared crowds. There was a mud kang, a traditional Chinese bed, filthy yet inviting rest. We settled our tired bodies there, unaware of the dark shadow that would soon loom over us. The memory of that room still sends shivers down my spine. The officer in charge ensured we were well cared for. We were brought hot water to drink. And the savoury pork dumplings served to us were unforgettable. Their aroma was tantalizing. The sight and smell of such food, especially after not eating for over 50 hours, was overwhelming. We had eaten nothing since Friday at noon, except for a bit of grass picked at sunrise on the mountain. So we ate with an intense hunger, grateful to God for the officer's unexpected kindness. The kindness we experienced initially gave us hope that perhaps we were in safe hands. However, it soon became clear that this was merely a facade, intended only to reinforce the persuasive words that had convinced us to enter the cart. As word of our arrival spread, crowds began to gather outside the food shop. Gradually, people started to spill into the courtyard, and once again, we found ourselves under the intense scrutiny of numerous onlookers, surrounded by a constant flow of people. As time passed, I grew concerned by the absence of our escort, especially since the usual duration for a midday stop had been exceeded. Outside, there was a troubling bustle reminiscent of our previous ordeal in Han-Tien. The onlookers' meaningful glances and hushed conversations heightened my suspicion that things were amiss. Our sense of unease deepened as we observed the return of people who had on the boxer badge within the crowd, signifying the presence of numerous members from the prominent sword organization. Eventually, the door to our room was closed from the outside, and a boxer guard was stationed to watch over it. The situation grew increasingly tense, and it became clear that if our escort didn't return soon, we would be in grave danger. The brief reassurance provided by the pork dumplings faded, replaced by the overwhelming fear that this was another boxer scheme, and we had been deceived again. Could it be that our escort had abandoned us, leaving with the cart? In search of answers, I opened the door to peer across the courtyard. To my relief, there was our donkey, quietly feeding at the trough. Seeing our donkey tethered inside, within our line of sight, was a relief. It gave me hope that we were still safe, even though I couldn't understand why our escort was taking so long. When I stepped back from the door, the sentry shut it with a pointed gesture. I reminded him that as guests with an official passport from the Laoai, such rudeness was not in line with Chinese etiquette. Perhaps to save face, he allowed us to open the door occasionally, a privilege I used to keep an eye on our surroundings. As the afternoon progressed, my fear of a trap grew. The internal struggle between hope and despair, faith and fear during those hours was intense. I blamed myself for getting into the cart in the first place and for choosing the inner room, which seemed to cut off any chance of escape. I even doubted whether the mule outside was actually ours or just left there to mislead us. Yet, in hindsight, these decisions that I regretted were part of God's plan for our ultimate rescue, as would later become clear. How often do we pray for guidance, take a step in faith, and then doubt our decision when the outcome isn't as expected? We easily fall into unbelief and complain, forgetting that we are in God's hands. So strong in us is the Egyptian sin of unbelief, and its consequent, the sin of murmuring against God in the desert, whither He Himself has led us in the wisdom which we profess to have trusted. A passageway next to our room led to the back of the building, where people were constantly moving back and forth. Their activity seemed ominously like they were preparing for something dire. I feared they were planning our execution at the rear of the building. I remember mentioning that Uang Fang, the village where we found ourselves, was no stranger to us. In happier times, we had visited it often, sharing the gospel with its residents. Our thoughts had initially turned to the home of our evangelist, Chin Lo-han, as a potential refuge. At this moment, we yearned to see his wife, to offer her encouragement in these trying times. We were still unaware of her fear-driven denial of her faith in the face of persecution. The people coming into the courtyard seemed preoccupied with their own concerns, thankfully leaving us relatively undisturbed. Various women had entered from time to time. Then, in the late afternoon, the door opened, and a small, hobbling woman approached and climbed up beside my wife and Miss Gates on the kang. They recognized her as a neighbor of Chin Tasao, someone they had previously shared the word of life with. Her expression was fraught with fear, and she spoke in hushed tones, revealing that the Boxers had been searching for us all night. They had even rummaged through Chin Tasao's house, believing we were hiding there. Disappointed in their hope of finding us, they had then seized everything she possessed. She added,
"I have come to tell you that now they have caught you. They are going to kill you here. You are all to be burned to death in this room, and Chin Ta-sao is to die with you. They are even now piling the wood to fire the building, and when all is ready, my neighbor will be brought across. I feel so sorry for you."
She slipped off the kang and hobbled quickly away. So, it appeared that our fate was to be burned, not hanged. We found ourselves once again staring into the face of death. In this moment of profound fear, we called out to the one who reigns over even the King of Terrors, the one mighty to save. Our situation was as dire as it had ever been in Yin-ch'eng, Han-tien, Sha-Hokeo, or at the torrent bed. Yet no circumstance was too desperate for the one who had repeatedly rescued us from the brink of death. And in that instant, we received a fresh reminder of his care. Our decision to not seek refuge with Chin Tasao had inadvertently saved us from the Boxers' search. The same God who had been our protector continued to be with us, Emmanuel, God with us, unchanging and eternal. We still had access to the throne of grace, where we could find mercy and strength in our direst hour. And indeed, this was such a time, as we witnessed preparations to burn us alive right before our eyes. Any doubts about the validity of the woman's alarming news were erased when the innkeeper and his servant entered. They began to hurriedly remove every item from the room, even the straw mats from under the ladies on the kang. After they left, the door was closed, a sentry stood guard, and we were left alone in the emptied room. Everyone had fled from us as if we were already condemned to death. From a small, paperless opening in the window, I could keep an eye on the mule without arousing the sentry's suspicion by opening the door repeatedly. Though it seemed unlikely, I held on to the hope that our escort was still nearby, as desperately as a drowning man clings to a floating chip of wood. I peered intensely through that small opening, vigilant for any sign that the animal might be taken away. I believed this hope was a gift from God, and it gave me the strength to offer some reassurance to my wife and Miss Gates. Then I heard the back gate open, close to where the mule was tethered. A man slipped in and quickly untied it. It was a now or never moment. I whispered urgently, "Come, instantly." Grabbing the children, we quietly opened the door, slipped past the sentry, and swiftly made our way out the courtyard gate before it could be closed. There, to our surprise, was our escort, hastily preparing the mule to leave without us. Our sudden appearance left them dumbfounded. They couldn't deny they were leaving, caught as they were in the act, and they couldn't refuse to take us without losing face, bound as they were by their orders to transport us to Kaoping. We found ourselves surrounded by a huge crowd, the escort, cart and all. The crowd shouted at our appearance, but made no move to harm us. They were clearly caught off guard, especially since we had exited from the back gate, a place they least expected. They had assumed we were securely trapped. Through the conversation between the escort and the onlookers, Miss Gates discerned the true nature of our situation. They spoke openly, not realizing she understood their language. It was clear. Our so-called protectors were conspiring with the local Boxers, planning to leave us to our fate once they were gone. The sudden disruption of their plan led to a hurried discussion on how to salvage it. Their new scheme was to agitate the mule while we tried to mount, then use its restiveness as an excuse to flee before we could get on, thus achieving their goal while maintaining their dignity. Unaware that we knew of their plan, the escort hastily whipped the donkey into the shafts. Miss Gates whispered to me,
"They're planning to leave before we can mount. We must get in now, before the mule is fully harnessed."
Without hesitation, we acted. To the shock of our escort and the crowd's astonishment, Miss Gates, then my wife, leaped into the cart. I quickly handed up the children and seated myself beside them. The officer's surprise turned to anger as he and the soldiers cursed and demanded we get out. Calmly, Miss Gates informed him that we were aware of their scheme and insisted on staying in the cart until we reached Kaoping, as per our official passport. Faced with our refusal, they briefly considered setting the cart on fire to kill us. However, they hesitated to take such a direct action that implicated them and damaged Yamen property. They rationalized their decision by saying,
"There are Boxers farther on who will take care of them."
To save face, they claimed they needed us to move so they could access their money and coats stored inside the cart. Handing out these items was simple, but their frustration was evident in their dark expressions and grumbling. When they realized we wouldn't be swayed, the officer mounted his horse, the soldiers harshly spurred the mule, and we dashed off amid the crowd's curses, jeers, and shouts. Reflecting on these events, I am astonished at the deliverance God provided. Not just in how he led us out of the room guarded by the sentry, or how he foiled our enemies' plans, but what amazes me the most is how the Lord restrained them from attacking us in their anger. As we drove through the street, the cart was pursued by hundreds of local Boxers armed with bludgeons and gnashing on us with their teeth, as they cried after us and on every side of us, within easy striking distance.
"Death to the foreign devils! They think they have escaped us. Wait till they get to Yin-ch'eng, and then see what will become of them."
Chapter 15, with the Rain Processionists of Yin-ch'eng. I will deliver thee on that day, saith the Lord, and thou shalt not be given into the hand of the men of whom thou art afraid. For I will surely deliver thee, because thou hast put thy trust in me, saith the Lord. Amid this outburst of diabolical fury, God kept our hearts in perfect peace. The consciousness, the divine presence and covering was never more real to us all, I think, than now. Simply being on the cart was a tangible sign of God's presence, reaffirming his promise to be with us wherever we went. Each moment of grace and deliverance fortified our trust in him and became a new reason to believe he would continue to save us. I've often reflected on how such assurance brings tranquility and confidence, even in the most tumultuous situations. It's a truth I've come to cherish and affirm, applicable in all trials, under any circumstances. So it was that we were driven out of Wangfang amidst curses and threats. The Boxer mob followed us to the edge of the village, then gradually dispersed, leaving us to continue our journey to Yin-ch'eng in relative peace. The sudden quietness was a stark contrast to the storm of hostility we had just endured. recalling the hateful expressions and threatening gestures of our pursuers, I'm once again amazed at the divine power that restrained and then scattered them. Our escort's mood was evident in the breakneck speed at which they drove us along. Yet, the knowledge of God's protection and the realization that every jolt brought us closer to our destination overshadowed any discomfort. Despite their earlier treachery, I maintained hope in their official duty, trusting that they wouldn't dare defy their superiors' orders. In times of crisis, we often find a way to hold on to hope, no matter how unreasonable it may seem. Around 6 p.m., we made our way into Yin-ch'eng. This bustling hub, known for its coal and iron industries, was a town of significant size and importance. It was a familiar place for us, as we often visited it during our preaching journeys. I remembered being here with Dr. Hewitt just 3 months earlier, spending hours preaching and distributing Christian literature on the streets. But now, my situation was starkly different. Worn from suffering, my appearance was disheveled, unshaven, hair unkempt, dressed in tattered clothes. I was a prisoner, seemingly on my way to execution. It seemed the escort wanted to keep our arrival low-key. We didn't pass through the main streets. Instead, entering through a quieter route with hardly anyone around, we soon stopped in front of large closed gates. I noticed the officer avoided the usual loud methods of summoning the gatekeeper, opting for a more discreet approach. We didn't have to wait long before the gates opened, and we were ushered into the courtyard of a rather comfortable inn. I was relieved to find that we were the innkeeper's only customers, and it was a further relief to hear the gates close behind us and to know that we were to have the premises to ourselves and the sorely needed boon of a quiet night's rest. At the same time, the sound of the Wang-fang Boxers' parting shout still rang in my ears.
Wait till they get to Yin-ch'eng and then see what will become of them.
There was nothing, however, to indicate trouble or the approach of it, and as it seemed the officer's wish that we should be treated civilly, my confidence in his reliability was largely restored. A nice room was allotted to us, and hot water brought us to drink. And thus, in rest and quietness, we lay down on the kang with hearts lifted in thankfulness to God. Within 10 minutes of our arrival, we heard shouting and pounding at the gate. The gatekeeper had no choice but to open it, and a group of about a dozen people barged in, eager to see the foreign devil. This first wave was soon followed by more, rapidly filling the room and spilling outside. Those who couldn't fit inside tore the paper panes from the windows, clambering over each other to catch a glimpse of us. The escort, seeing the growing crowd, instructed us to sit on a bench by the doorway, visible to all. As soon as I stepped outside, it became evident that the majority of the men and boys in the gathering were without shirts, sporting green headbands, and each of them brandished a substantial club that resembled a stout cudgel. The meaning of this was unmistakably clear. They were participants in a rain procession. Our timing couldn't have been worse, arriving during such a ritual when the already volatile temper of the populace reaches a fever pitch. Even in normal times, encountering a rain procession could be dangerous, but now, with public sentiment so strongly against us, the situation was perilously amplified. We sat there for a while, allowing the crowd their curiosity and answering their rude questions with courtesy. But it was clear their intent went beyond mere curiosity. As their confidence grew, their behavior shifted from insolent words to aggressive actions. They started to encroach upon us, their playful jostling quickly turning hostile. Recognizing the situation's escalation, the officer directed us to another room across the courtyard. There he took out a padlock and began locking us inside. This action was alarming. Memories of our ordeal in Uangfang flashed in my mind. Once locked in, I feared we would never escape alive, left at the mercy of this fervent mob while the escort fled with the cart. Any objection on our part only angered the officer more. Reluctantly, we decided to accept his explanation that he was locking us in for our own safety. We conveyed to him our trust, hoping he would indeed ensure our safe passage to Kaoping. With that, the door closed, sealing us inside with bolts and locks. What a position was ours now! As it was said,
"Wait till they get to Yin-ch'eng."
It seemed certain that our doom was fixed. As we sat on the kang within, listening to the noise of the tumult and the cries for us to be brought out, we realized as much as ever before the helplessness and hopelessness of our position. And once more, we stayed our hearts upon the word, God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Therefore we will not fear, though the earth be removed, and though the mountains be carried into the midst of the sea. Describing the intensity of our situation to an average reader is a challenge. A single look at the windows revealed a terrifying sight. Half-naked fanatics glaring in through the now bare frames, their curses raining down on us. The wreaths on their heads only added to the wild, savage atmosphere, reminiscent of a bacchanal riot. However, unlike a bacchanal's festive chaos, this was the fury of a mob bent on murder. Our primary offence in their eyes was not just the drought we were supposedly causing them, but our presence during their day of intercession for rain, which they believed we were sabotaging. They had been praying for rain all day, and our arrival was seen as a direct affront, a curse nullifying their efforts. As long as we were there, they believed their gods would ignore their pleas. For the sake of their beliefs and their own well-being, they felt compelled to remove us. Suddenly, with a tumultuous surge, they broke down the door and stormed into the room. What might have happened next is something I hesitate to imagine. If not for the swift intervention of the officer and the innkeeper, the situation could have turned catastrophic. The innkeeper, worried about his property, insisted that we couldn't stay any longer and had to leave. The officer joined him, breaking through the crowd to order us off the kang and outside. I was apprehensive. To willingly step into a mob of agitated rain processionists felt like walking into a den of enraged lions. I admit, fear gripped my heart at that moment. As I looked at my wife and children beside me, I silently cried out to God for help. In an instant, I was wrenched away from my family, dragged off the kang, and thrown into the midst of the angry crowd. As I stumbled among them, my fear unexpectedly vanished, replaced by a stark realization that the end might be near. My primary concern was being separated from my loved ones. Miraculously, no one in the mob laid a hand on me. Regaining my balance, I anxiously turned to see what had happened to my family. With remarkable bravery, my wife and Miss Gates had leaped from the kang right after me, pulling the children through the throng. To my immense relief, they were close by, and within moments we were reunited, holding hands tightly. The crowd, like a powerful current, swept us through the courtyard gates. The press of bodies was intense, sometimes lifting us off our feet. My wife nearly fainted from the jostling. It was only by God's strength that she, Miss Gates, and the children endured. As we emerged onto the road, we encountered the main body of processionists who hadn't fit into the courtyard. The convergence was like two torrents meeting, and we were helplessly carried along the narrow street, uncertain of our destination. It was surprising that no one had yet harmed us. Perhaps A lingering respect for the innkeeper had restrained the mob within the courtyard. But now, out on the street, what would prevent them from unleashing their full wrath? By providence, the officer responsible for us was close by. We had come to understand that, while he was eager to be rid of us, he was also careful not to implicate himself in any harm that might befall us. As we moved beyond the town into the open countryside, the crowd's grip on us eased. I noticed the officer, who had been trying to distance himself from us, appeared intent on escaping our vicinity once more. I shared my observation with the ladies, and at my wife's suggestion, we executed a strategy that, under God's guidance, likely saved us. My wife took hold of the officer's right hand, and Miss Gates seized his left, firmly holding on. This action publicly established him as our protector in the eyes of the surrounding crowd. He seemed hesitant, if not unable, to shake off this responsibility. We surmised, correctly it seemed, that he wouldn't openly reject the duty imposed on him by our actions. However, the unhappy man's heart was meditating evil. Miss Gates overheard him discussing our death with those about him and saying,
"I will get them to sit down and rest themselves at yonder stony spot, and once down they need not get up again. It will be easy enough there for you to trample them to death."
She told us what she had heard, and urged us, should he or anyone else invite us to sit down, on no account to do so. As we continued, the sheer size of the crowd surrounding us became apparent. A conservative estimate would place their number between 8,000 and 10,000. On such a significant day, with rituals crucial to their hopes for rain, people from the entire countryside had converged here. Additionally, the ongoing drought had halted agricultural work, leaving many idle and eager for any form of excitement. Eventually, we reached a large, open area known for its stony ground. Here, the crowd could easily do as they pleased with us, given the ample space. The officer halted, and the massive procession came to a stop. Addressing us, he suggested we sit by the wayside, using the excuse of a potential wait for the cart. We politely declined, expressing our preference to stay on our feet and remain near him. The poor man looked utterly torn, caught between appeasing the mob and his fear of failing his official duties. I vividly recall the sweat on his brow as he hesitantly insisted we rest. We firmly declined his offer again. To heighten his commitment to us, I asked if he could carry my little girl. Surprisingly, he complied. This gesture further bound him to us, showcasing to the crowd that we were under Yamen protection. I hoped this act, especially the sight of a small child in his arms, might serve as a silent, heart-reaching appeal to the onlookers, penetrating where words could not. As the officer hesitantly agreed to carry my little girl, I wondered about his motives. Perhaps he was trying to mask his guilt with a refusal, or maybe he thought a gesture of kindness would lower our defences, showing his supposed goodwill. Regardless of his intentions, the scene was striking. There he stood, a man internally aligned with the hostile crowd, yet outwardly our protector, holding little hope above the throng. There was no escaping us. The ladies held tightly to his gown, one on each side. It seemed, much like Balaam of old, that he was powerless against his own desires. God had chosen to bless us, and this man could not counter it. The mob's own impotence was equally remarkable. They circled us like wolves, eager yet hesitant to strike. They tried to persuade us to sit, threatening violence when we refused. If not for the presence of the Yamen official as our shield, they likely would have attacked. Their only recourse now was to move us beyond the area where they believed our presence hindered their prayers. Once again, we were carried along, coming to a halt as the crowd noisily deliberated our fate. The cautious irresolution of the officer led him to make another attempt at bolting. He had already given little hope back to me, and now he was nervously looking this way and that, as though for some loophole of escape from us. It was so obvious that I thought it time to remind him once more of his responsibility, and said, "Your duty is to take us to Kaohsiung. If we can't stay the night at Yin-ch'eng, you must take us elsewhere."
How do you suppose we are to get elsewhere? Our cart is away yonder at the inn.
Very well. You have to get us somehow to Kaohsiung, and your business is to send to the inn and have the cart brought to us here. Shortly after our tense standoff, 2 uniformed soldiers emerged, their intentions unclear, but undoubtedly decisive. Using their cudgels, they cleared a path through the crowd to reach the officer. Although their discussion was beyond my hearing, I noticed the officer subtly trying to slip away from us into the crowd. We managed to prevent his escape just in time, much to his annoyance. As the sun set and twilight approached, the threat of darkness loomed, heightening our fears of what the unruly mob might do under its cover. Our experiences with hostile Chinese crowds had taught us their temper could suddenly escalate to dangerous levels. It felt like these Boxer Processionists were nearing that point. Remarkably, their aggression had been restrained thus far by God's mercy. The arrival of the soldiers, regardless of their mission, seemed to have a calming effect on the mob. In retrospect, I suspect they may have convinced the people that we were imperial prisoners en route to Kaohsiung for an official execution, a notion that possibly held back the crowd's violence. Throughout these tense moments, our hearts were constantly lifted in prayer to the rock of our salvation. The means of our deliverance were unknown to us. The threat of death loomed as large as ever, fueled by the officer's deceit and the uncertain intentions of the soldiers. At any time, a single signal could spell our end. Even as we pleaded for the cart to be brought to us, our words seemed almost hollow, echoing with doubt. Personally, I must admit that my faith faltered, scarcely prepared for the divine response that was to come. Yet, in that extraordinary moment, what seemed impossible to us was made possible by God. To our amazement and profound gratitude, we saw the cart rapidly approaching, drawing up right beside us. There was no longer a need for the officer's command. The cart, once feared as a harbinger of doom, had transformed into a clear instrument of our deliverance, a manifestation of God's intervention. Without hesitation, we boarded, seeing it not just as a means of escape, but as a divine vessel of salvation, and that from God. The sullen silence amid which we took our seats broke into a confused roar as we drove off, the dominant note of which,
"Death to the foreign devils,"
was so often to resound in our ear. But beyond this, no attempt was made to stay us. Not a hand was put forth to touch us, nor a foot to pursue us. In a few minutes, the wild hubbub had passed to a distant murmur. And as darkness fell, we were alone once more in the heavenly quiet of silent, lonely roads. Chapter 16. A Night to be Remembered. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. Our escorts were not in the mood to talk or listen, leading us to travel in silence. This was a relief, as we were incredibly tired. The intense mental and physical suffering we endured in the mountain solitude, followed by the prolonged stress of being in the hands of those seeking to harm us, left us deeply affected. It's surprising that the ladies, in particular, didn't experience a severe reaction. The ways God helped us during those days are beyond words. From beginning to end, it was a continuous miracle. Even when his power wasn't shown through direct intervention, it was clear to us in the subtle ways he gave us strength and grace for our spirit, soul, and body. Reflecting on the day's events, we were more convinced than ever that the Lord had sent his angel to rescue us from danger. The escape from Yin-ch'eng was certainly not less miraculous than that from Fang. The incident, among others, illustrates this. In our region, to cross the line of a rain procession was a crime to be visited there and then, in the case of a man, with a heavy cudgeling, in the case of a woman or animal, with death. The year before, our evangelist and I had narrowly escaped a severe handling when returning late one night from the street chapel in Luan City. Seeing the procession coming up the street, we drew aside into the darkness of a doorway, where we expected to be secure from observation. The vanguard, however, whose duty it was to clear the way, found us and ordered us to strip off our coats. Our refusal was the signal for a demonstration which showed us that no time was to be lost if we were to get away with a whole skin, and we beat a retreat just as the main body was upon us. Already the advance party had begun to strike at our legs, but happily we were not far from a crossing where 4 roads met, and the turning we took proved, in the mercy of God, to be off the appointed path for the procession. Had it been otherwise, we should have been hunted down, and the usual penalty would have been meted out to us without mercy. My worry about our situation in Yin-ch'eng was considerable. When the officer explained that our departure from the inn was due to the locals believing our presence hindered their prayers, we fully grasped the seriousness of this warning. This meant they saw us as an obstacle in their path and intended to act on that belief. Normally, a local would be severely punished in such a situation. For a native woman, the consequence was even death. So, what could we, as foreigners, expect? Especially when the Empress Dowager's decree against us was known, and Boxer placards declared our elimination a meritorious act. Escaping would have been incredible under normal circumstances, but given our situation, it seemed nothing less than miraculous. We saw this as a direct act of divine intervention. We were reminded yet again that God is a deliverer, and our collective testimony remained firm. To Jehovah the Lord, and Him alone, belong the escapes from death. I'm not sure how long we had been travelling, but it was over an hour when we arrived at a medium-sized village. The long, narrow street was empty and quiet as we stopped at the only inn's dilapidated door. The servant took a while to respond, suggesting that he rarely had visitors and didn't rely on them. Regardless, our arrival seemed significant enough to warrant his attention. However, upon realizing he had to accommodate a group of foreign devils, his attitude changed. He rudely closed the gate on us and cursed at us and told us to leave. With no other shelter available, where could we rest now? We were incredibly weary, every part of our body aching, made worse by the continuous jolting of the springless cart. We had no choice but to continue, as our guards insisted. The next hour or so was almost unbearable, yet there were small consolations. The quiet of the deserted roads, the mental reprieve, the darkness concealing our identity, and even the mere act of moving brought some relief. Moreover, being together in the cart, despite everything, allowed us to maintain our spirits. Above all else, it was a valued time for waiting on God without distraction, and in the opportunity of undisturbed communion, we were able to renew our strength for what was immediately before us. When we reached our destination village, we faced the same rejection at the inn as before. We truly felt what it meant to be scorned and cast aside, just as our master was. It appeared this rejection would be our constant experience. Gazing into the street and feeling the cold night air, our spirits and bodies were disheartened. Yet we remembered that a disciple should expect to be treated no better than their master. If he was uncared for and without a place to rest, it was only fitting we should experience the same. Indeed, we were called to share in his sufferings, a privilege that brought its own rewards. In this understanding, we found our strength in the joy of the Lord. Our only option was to accept whatever shelter we could find, which led us to seek refuge in the local temple. This was the officer's decision, and shortly after, we were in the large theatre area in front of the temple. We dismounted there. The escort tied up the mule and went to negotiate with the village elders for our lodging, leaving us behind the temple wall. We expected the escort to return quickly, so we looked for a place to sit in the meantime. The only option was an uncomfortably angled pile of stones, but in our exhaustion, we were grateful for anything. Holding the sleeping children, we settled in as best we could. Our small, weary group soon caught the attention of several bystanders in the area, who, under the clear moonlight, easily recognized us as foreigners. Word quickly spread through the village, and our initial concern grew as the small gathering turned into a sizable crowd. Our unease was compounded by the realization that we couldn't rely on our escort. For all we knew, this might be another one of their tactics to avoid their duty. But as long as the cart remained in sight, we held on to the hope that they hadn't abandoned us, and we continued to keep watch. I can't say how long we waited, but it felt endless. We grew increasingly hungry and cold. The crowd's initial silent curiosity turned into something more menacing. Through hostile stares, threatening gestures, and outright declarations, they made their intentions clear. They sang praises, the Ta Tao Hui, and openly discussed how they might kill us if we stayed much longer. Near the temple, a large fire burned ominously in a square grate right in front of us. The crowd suggested and agreed on the horrifying idea of burning us alive, possibly as a form of sacrifice, similar to what happened at Han-tien. Our hearts reached out to these misguided people, understanding that their actions stemmed from a lack of knowledge about God and His teachings. Whenever we could, we spoke to them about the eternal life and salvation that Christ offers through the gospel, about redemption through His blood, and the forgiveness of sins. However, there came a point where they wouldn't listen anymore. In their eyes, we were merely agents of evil, to be feared, despised, and eliminated immediately. All we could do then was to silently pray for them in our hearts. Taken up with the attitude of the crowd, I was not on the alert as I ought to have been in the matter of the cart, when suddenly a cry from my wife startled me to my senses.
"Quick, Archie, quick! They're bolting away."
Indeed, they had seized their chance. Surrounded by the crowd, the escort had quietly untied the mule without us noticing. My wife caught a glimpse of them as they hurried through the enclosure and were off. Instantly, I was on my feet, chasing after them. My fatigue vanished in that moment. I ran as if I had wings. The mule, being a spirited animal, was quickly moving under the driver's urging, but I managed to catch up with him before he had even made it halfway down the street. As I firmly held the mule's reins, my wife and Miss Gates quickly joined me. I knew they wouldn't be far behind. The escort was visibly furious, but they seemed too caught off guard, or perhaps too concerned about maintaining their dignity to react aggressively. Their go-to excuse, typical in such situations, was that they were taking the mule to its stable for the night. "Very well, then take us with him," we insisted. Without much choice, they let us into the cart, much to their annoyance. The threatening crowd, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, could only watch in surprise as we drove away. They were evidently relieved to see us go, as their parting shouts made clear.
Death to the foreign devils!
We couldn't help but feel grateful for being denied shelter in the hostile village. A peaceful night in the open seemed far better than the questionable safety of a room filled with potential enemies. However, realizing we were heading back towards Yin-ch'eng was unnerving. We boldly told the escort that we wouldn't consider spending the night in either Yin-ch'eng or Wuangfang, knowing that returning to either place could mean certain death. Their response was a barrage of insults. I remember feeling overwhelmed by their hostility, fearing they might turn against us. Though we remained outwardly silent, inwardly we cried out to God fervently. The previous comfort we found in the quiet of the lonely roads vanished as we approached the town. The familiar, unnamed anxiety returned, especially as we got close enough to hear the distant sounds of the rowdy crowd. Knowing that the Processionists were still active, I couldn't hold back any longer and addressed the officer in polite tones. "We are not willing to enter the town. You know they wanted to put us to death there, and you are not wise in risking death for us again. We trust you to find us suitable lodging elsewhere." He turned on me fiercely.
We are going nowhere else tonight. Where should I find stabling at this hour if not at Yin-ch'eng? If you don't wish to come, get out and sleep under yonder hedge. You slept out in the open last night, and you can do it again tonight.
I was convinced we had reached a critical point, fearing they might forcefully abandon us by the roadside. This seemed even more likely when they abruptly stopped and began discussing something among themselves. However, to my relief, that wasn't their intention. After their conversation, the officer instructed one of the soldiers, and, accompanied by another leading his horse, quickly headed off on foot towards Yin-ch'eng. The hour or so we spent waiting in the road for their return felt like an extension of that day's trials. Normally, we wouldn't expect many travellers at that hour, but this was an unusual night, and we knew the Processionists would soon be returning home. We were grateful not to be caught up in their midst again, but we were still in considerable danger. Our stationary cart, clearly visible under the bright moon, was bound to attract attention. The prospect of encountering the Processionists who had already threatened our lives earlier that day was far from comforting. So, once more from beneath the shelter of the cart, we sent up our prayers to God, the protector of the vulnerable. In due course they came, one here and another there, singly and in groups. One and all, arrested by the unusual sight, stopped at the answer to the customary inquiry.
"Who have you got there?"
"The cursed foreign devils."
The bitterness in the soldier's voice struck me deeply. It was almost an invitation for the about 20 bystanders to attack us. Although they joined him in hurling insults at us, no one actually moved to harm us. That prolonged hour under the cold moon left a lasting impression on me. While the danger wasn't as immediate as at other times, it was a period of intense suffering and remarkable mercy. The guards' open hostility removed any illusion of safety we had, leaving us completely exposed. But despite having no human protection to deter them from acting on their intentions, they seemed restrained by an unspoken fear. They feared a fear, and we knew well that it was a fear from God, who stood as a wall of fire between us and them. The suspense finally ended by the return of the other two. We had feared their return might worsen the situation, but thankfully it was the opposite. The officer appeared to be in a hurry for some urgent matter. After speaking briefly to the groups around us, he ordered the carts, which were facing the wrong way due to the mules' restlessness, to be turned towards Yin-ch'eng. With a sense of relief, we quickly set off, leaving the potential aggressors to their own devices. Our hearts felt lighter as we left another danger behind, yet we couldn't completely relax. knowing we were heading towards Yin-ch'eng. Our recent experiences taught us that escaping one threat often led to another. We found ourselves in a constant state of transitioning from gratitude for past deliverances to prayers for upcoming challenges. This was how we coped, hour by hour, drawing strength from our faith in the one who cares for us, learning in a very practical way what it meant to trust beyond our worries. As we hurried along the road, now completely silent and deserted, the moonlight intermittently disappeared behind drifting clouds. It was after midnight when we reached the town gate. There was no doubt about it. They intended for us to stay there overnight. But instead of guiding us to a respectable inn inside the town, the cart stopped just inside the gate. We were directed to get out and spend the night on the stage of a small stone theatre, which faced the main street. These stages are typically where tramps, outcasts, and professional beggars sleep. The choice of this place seemed intended to demean us and reinforce our perceived lowliness. Our appearance, especially mine in traditional beggar attire, seemed to fit right in with this setting. We had no option but to comply, but only after we had them promise to return for us early in the morning, before the town woke up. We didn't put much stock in their word, but appealing to their honor was our only remaining human strategy. Yet, we also hoped that God might use this appeal to fulfill his purposes. So, with faith, we turned our prayer into hope, trusting that it would be to his glory. The officer ushered us onto the small, cramped steps of the steep stairway leading to the stage. We climbed one after the other, our hearts heavy with the weight of our situation. Thankfully, the darkness concealed the squalor that surrounded us on the stage. Only the vague shapes of about 5 other people, beggars and outcasts like us, were visible, seemingly asleep. The officer woke one of them, a woman, and instructed her to keep a close watch on us until morning, warning her not to let us escape as we were scheduled for execution the next day. After tossing us a few small steamed breads, he quickly departed on the cart, leaving us in the stillness of the night. Yes, really gone this time, our one hope of escape, and we were alone once more, publicly exposed in the very midst of our enemies. I shall never forget what I felt like as the rattle of the cart died away in the street. With the knowledge that they had twice attempted to abandon us, how could we reasonably expect to see the escort again? The elderly woman who had been tasked with watching over us showed unexpected concern. She expressed sorrow for our situation and lamented the grim fate we were facing. Then, with a gesture of compassion, she encouraged us to lie down and rest alongside the rest of her gang. Finding, however, that we withdrew to the farthest corner and the deepest shadows, she came and settled herself beside us, watching us intently and giving vent to her inner feelings in a series of sighs, mutterings, and ejaculations. It was dreary work, listening to a voice in the dark, with its hoarse, low monotone,
Aja, they are all to be killed in the morning,
and the consciousness of being thus narrowly overlooked by a hag who, for aught we knew, had a stake in our destruction, as well as of the near neighbourhood of her lawless clique, was disturbing enough, to say the least, to make sleep out of the question. The old woman's eagerness to see us asleep raised our suspicions, hinting at a possible hidden agenda. Miss Gates shared the gospel message with her, though it was hard to tell how much the woman understood. Later, when the night grew still and she thought we were sleeping, she quietly approached her 4 male companions, waking them for a hushed conversation. Sensing something amiss, we decided to reveal our awareness of her actions. Miss Gates spoke up, suggesting the woman go back to her own resting spot instead of staying near us. This unexpected move clearly caught both her and her companions off guard. To our great relief, she complied, joining the others in pretending to sleep. How we stayed awake through that night is beyond me. It was a necessity of our situation, and I can only attribute our endurance to divine grace. Despite the unclean conditions, the discomfort from vermin and our awkward sleeping positions, and the biting cold that seemed to reach our bones, my eyelids were so heavy it felt almost impossible to keep them open. We had decided to take turns keeping watch, waking each other periodically. But even these brief moments of rest were so filled with anxiety that they hardly offered any real relief. It was a night filled with dread, indescribable in its intensity. Throughout those long, dark hours, my constant prayer was, "O Lord, I am oppressed. Undertake for me." The whole night was fraught with suspicion that the beggars around us were only pretending to sleep, waiting for a chance to attack. Every slight movement they made fueled our fears. Looking out into the street, we were constantly on edge, dreading the sight of our enemies emerging from the darkness to seize us. As much as we longed for the night to end, the approach of morning light brought its own terror. We anticipated the hostile crowds gathering as they had the day before, but this time there was no one to shield us from potential violence. Our heightened state of nervousness was evident when, in the early hours, a group of 6 or 8 men passed by the theatre. Miss Gates was convinced they were lurking at the foot of the stage, preparing for an attack at dawn. This illusion persisted until I mustered the courage to crawl to the edge of the stage to check. We sat in more than just physical darkness that night. Yet we drew comfort by thinking of Him who gives life to the dead and recalling that our advocate had faced all manner of temptations. The words from Micah 7:8 resonated deeply with us. "When I sit in darkness, the Lord shall be a light unto me." As dawn broke, the full extent of our degradation became painfully clear. My gaze shifted from the filthy, squalid figures of the beggars to my own family lying beside me. Seeing my wife and children in such a state, amidst rags and dirt, my heart ached. To any onlooker, we would have seemed no different from the others around us. Yet, even in these dire circumstances, we found profound comfort in the knowledge that we were enduring this hardship for Christ's sake. This brought a sense of peace that even our young children could feel. In our journey, moments of deep despair were often illuminated by unexpected rays of hope, usually sparked by the innocent and trusting words of our children. Such a moment happened then, breaking through the sadness of our situation. It was Headley's voice that pierced the gloom, reminding us of the strength and resilience that can come from the most unexpected sources.
"Father dear."
"What is it, darling boy?"
"I think Jesus must have slept in a place like this when he had nowhere to go to."
"Yes, darling, I think it very likely."
"Then we ought to be glad that we are like Jesus, oughtn't we?"
Headley, my dear child, had no idea how deeply his simple message resonated with me. We ought to be glad that we are like Jesus. It was clear to me that this wasn't just a phrase for him. It was a real, sustaining force. Amidst all the suffering, it kept him, and little Hope too, from despair. Yet there they were, hungry, blistered, nearly bare, lying on the cold, hard stone of the stage, surrounded by unimaginable filth. Despite their tender age, these little ones demonstrated a faith and endurance in Christ that was truly humbling. Their resilience not only challenged my own faith and patience, but also brought renewed courage, joy, and strength in the Lord. As dawn broke, the beggars around us began to stir. They gathered around a small fire of sticks, chatting and occasionally glancing our way with suspicion, but they didn't interfere with us. A nearby food shop that opened early provided them with breakfast. As full daylight arrived, they left our vicinity, seemingly eager to distance themselves from us, perhaps out of fear. The old woman, having watched over us until morning as instructed, likely felt her duty was complete, especially since escaping in broad daylight seemed impossible. Despite our recent experiences, we clung to a faint hope that the escort would return for us, as promised. Given our hostile reception in Yin-ch'eng the day before, and now without any protection, we braced for more adversity. But in this moment of quiet, following the beggar's departure, we devoted our time to earnestly seeking guidance and protection from God. We committed ourselves, our concerns, and our path entirely into His hands. As the promised dawn passed without any sign of the cart, we watched helplessly as morning turned into a bright, cloudless day. Still, there was no sign of the cart. With each passing hour, the town would soon awaken, our presence would become known, and any chance of escape would vanish. We were faced with an urgent decision. Should we stay and hope for the cart, risking discovery, or attempt to flee on foot while we still could? I felt the heavy weight of responsibility. The lives of those in my care hinged on my decision. The prolonged absence of the escort, well past the agreed-upon time, along with the imminent threat of capture and harm by the hostile crowd, made the idea of fleeing seem a viable option. I was nearly convinced of this desperate plan, but my wife's firm belief that the cart, promised so explicitly, should not be so hastily abandoned, gave me pause. Yet staying put felt like a direct path to disaster. Every option seemed fraught with peril, leading to a sense of near despair. In this moment of extreme uncertainty, we came to a unanimous decision to stay put, trusting that this was where God intended us to be. We committed ourselves to His care, choosing to wait patiently and trustfully. As we embraced this resolution, a profound sense of peace enveloped us, a peace beyond understanding, affirming that, regardless of the outcome, we were in God's hands. As the town slowly came to life, the first few passers-by stopped, intrigued by our unusual group on the stage's back wall. Initially, they merely observed us from a distance, but as more people gathered, their curiosity turned bolder. They climbed onto the stage, sitting or squatting in front of us, their stares unwelcoming, their whispers filled with ominous speculations about our fate. The situation became so uncomfortable that we eventually decided to leave the stage and find a spot on some stones a few yards away. There, under the relentless sun, we sat, gradually feeling overwhelmed by the heat and the tightening circle of onlookers. Seeking a respite, albeit minimal, we moved back to the stage, valuing the slight space it afforded us more than any shelter. Throughout this ordeal, we made a point to treat everyone with respect and respond politely to questions, though we spoke sparingly. Attempts to discuss the gospel were met with mockery, and we learned that maintaining silence was often the best strategy. It helped to preserve a certain restraint among the crowd, a crucial barrier in those tense moments. Among the crowd that surrounded us, I sensed there were some who genuinely felt pity and sympathy. One instance stood out particularly. As we sat at the edge of the stage to prevent them from crowding us, an elderly woman in the throng caught our attention. Her expression conveyed genuine compassion. Moved by this, Miss Gates approached her and, pointing out the tattered state of my wife's clothing, asked if she could borrow a needle and thread. The kind-hearted woman quickly obliged, and we were grateful to be able to mend the tears, thanking her deeply for her generosity. This small act of kindness seemed to momentarily soften the crowd's demeanor, keeping any outright hostility at bay. Each moment of calm was crucial, as we still clung to the hope that the cart might arrive at any time. But as the minutes stretched into hours, our ordeal became increasingly unbearable. The relentless sun forced us to retreat to the back wall of the stage, where a thin sliver of shade offered slight respite. Yet again, the crowd surged forward, their presence marked by coarse jokes and hostile gestures. We endured this as long as we could before seeking refuge once more on the street below. Our growing exhaustion from hunger, thirst, and the relentless sun, compounded by the stifling press of the crowd, drove me to seek some relief. I approached a nearby food stall, humbly asking for water. In a display of compassionate mercy, a display I attribute to God's kindness, my request was graciously fulfilled. I returned to my family with a bowl of boiled water in each hand, and the stall owner generously repeated this act until our thirst was quenched. I hope those acts of kindness, given at a time when helping foreigners was fraught with danger, are remembered and blessed by the Lord. This gesture of goodwill was another of those timely blessings that seemed to come just when we needed them most. It did more to uplift our spirits than to quench our thirst. Seizing this moment, we openly expressed our gratitude to God, praying aloud for the well-being of those around us. We asked for rain for their fields and for the living water to nourish their souls. After this prayer, the crowd's demeanor softened. They seemed to have nothing concrete to criticize or condemn us for. The precariousness of our situation grew by the minute. The mix of superstition, fear, and hostility in the air was palpable, and it was clear that if the escort didn't arrive soon, the crowd's fear of us might escalate into something more dangerous. The mounting uneasiness around us was an ordeal I dreaded deeply. Yet, in this trial, we were learning to find strength and patience through God's power, understanding deeply that our salvation was in His hands. As noon approached, there was still no sign of the cart that had been promised to us at dawn. Despite the uncertainty and the growing concern, we found solace in the belief that we were exactly where God willed us to be. Our trust in Him filled our hearts with peace amidst the turmoil. Then, in a moment that I'll never forget, a sight that filled us with overwhelming joy finally appeared. It was the officer, recognizable by his long pipe, hastily walking past us. He paused briefly to inform us, somewhat casually, that they would soon return to escort us further. Tossing us a piece of steamed bread, he quickly continued on his way. This moment was a double blessing: the reassurance of the escort's presence in the town and the provision of food for our immediate need. With hearts overflowing with gratitude, we gave thanks to God, whose mercy endures forever. Chapter 17. Travelling to Execution. We are accounted as sheep for the slaughter. Nay, we are more than conquerors through Him that loved us. Quite some time passed after the officer's promise, and the delay was so prolonged that my fears began to resurface, challenging my faith. I couldn't help but wonder if his words were just hollow assurances, a concept all too familiar in the context of moral standards in China. Yet I questioned why he would have made an appearance if he intended to abandon us. This internal struggle led me back to the belief that God's hand was guiding these events. Perhaps this man, despite my doubts, was still meant to be an instrument of God's will in our eventual deliverance. The brief appearance of the officer had a noticeable effect on the crowd. It seemed they interpreted his presence as confirmation that our fate was sealed by official hands, not theirs. This belief, I'm convinced, was the only thing preventing them from taking action themselves. Had the escort truly forsaken us, I have no doubt we wouldn't have survived the day. As it stood, the surrounding talk was dominated by grim predictions of our imminent demise. Around noon, 2 horse-mounted soldiers with unsheathed swords rode out of the town. Onlookers whispered to us that these men were our designated executioners, instructed to wait for us outside the town and carry out our sentence. These developments shifted our focus from hopes of rescue to the constant reminder of our mortality. We slowly began to accept that even if the escort fulfilled their obligation to escort us to Kaoping, it might only be to facilitate our execution, as they had hinted. The cherished hope that the cart had been given for life died within us, though it died hard, and its place was taken by the earnest expectation and the hope that in nothing we should be ashamed, but that with all boldness Christ might now be magnified in our body by death, since the will of God was so. The sequel to the passing out of the horse soldiers was all in keeping with the one thought. About half an hour later, the officer reappeared and, ordering us to follow him, led us outside the gate. 2 carts were awaiting us instead of 1, and I was dismayed to see the kind of vehicle provided. The cart that was initially sent for us had been replaced with a distinct type of vehicle common in the region, a low coal trolley. This trolley was uniquely designed with spokeless wheels and an axle that formed a single unit. It was colloquially known as the Mountain Tiger, a name derived from its ability to deftly navigate through steep and narrow mountain passes. The cart we were given was rudimentary in its construction, a mere strong wooden frame, lacking any sides or overhead protection, and devoid of cushioning to soften the ride. The women and children were directed to sit on one cart, while I was to follow solo on another. This stark arrangement seemed to mark us as common criminals, being transported to our supposed end. In stark contrast to the previous day's chaos, a hushed silence enveloped us as we departed from Yin-ch'eng for the second time, led by the officer on horseback. Remarkably, there were no signs of hostility from the crowd. Instead, a palpable sense of fear, or perhaps awe, seemed to grip them, possibly overshadowed by what they perceived as our imminent fate. Under their silent gaze, we moved out of sight, finding ourselves once again in solitude. As I rode alone, separated from my fellow sufferers, I was immersed in my own thoughts. The profound sense of desolation on that lonely journey is indescribable. The weight of an unspeakable sorrow pressed heavily upon my soul. Some might wonder why, after experiencing such clear demonstrations of grace, my spirit faltered. Why didn't my faith rise above these circumstances? Only God truly understands. I simply acknowledge that, in those moments, my heart was shrouded in darkness. It's important to remember that such times of trial don't necessarily indicate a lack of faith. Often, they are the very experiences that strengthen and educate faith. In leading his people from faith to faith, God asks them to follow him at times where his path is in the great waters and his footsteps are not known. And considering everything, was my despair so surprising? Physically, the toll was immense. It had been a month since our journey began, filled with relentless hardship. The hope of deliverance we had clung to, symbolized by the cart, had vanished, leaving an unfillable void. Every jolt and bump of the crude trolley, especially as it navigated the rugged terrain, was a stark reminder of what my dear wife was enduring alongside me. The sight of her exposed to the harsh midday sun without any form of relief felt like a wound being continually reopened. I had represented to the officer before starting that, situated as she was, such a mode of conveyance was the refinement of cruelty. But the only answer vouchsafed was a callous,
"There's no help for it."
I feel compelled to share an observation that seems relevant in this context. Coincidentally, the very hour of my deepest soul distress corresponded with the horrific events unfolding at the governor's yamen in Tai Yin Fu. It leads one to ponder the interconnectedness of these experiences. Isn't it often said that when one member of a community suffers, the impact resonates throughout the entire group in ways that are beyond our full understanding? Could it be that the wave of anguish engulfing our beloved brethren and sisters in Tai Yin Fu at that time was also casting its shadow over us, even at the fringes? This thought, that we were in some way connected to their ordeal, lingered in my mind, adding a profound sense of solidarity to our own suffering. At the boundary, marking the beginning of Cao Ping's jurisdiction, we were brought to a stop in front of a small yamen. The officer soon emerged, holding 2 small pennons of imperial yellow, each emblazoned with the words "officially forwarded by the Changchi district magistrate," the formal title of the Lu'an sub-prefect. With deliberate care, he attached these flags to the harnesses of our mules. Once secured, he signalled for us to proceed. The significance of this act seemed inescapable. As I contemplated what it meant, I couldn't shake the feeling that these yellow pennons were essentially our death warrants, publicly displayed for all to see as we journeyed on. Recalling the sub-prefect's mention of a secret edict from the Empress Dowager, it appeared to me that these flags marked us as imperial prisoners, destined for execution. This interpretation was further reinforced by the behaviour of our escort and the very nature of our transport. A peculiar incident occurred just as we were about to continue our journey, further cementing our grim assumptions. A man emerged from the yamen, clad in the unmistakable attire of a mourner. Rough white calico clothing, a waist girdle made of string, a cap of the same material, white shoes, and a white braid in his queue. In joining our procession and positioning himself near the officer at the front, his presence sent a chilling message. To us, this seemed more than just a coincidence. It felt like a deliberate act to symbolize that we were part of a funeral procession, perhaps a macabre representation of China's feigned mourning over the demise of foreign devils. Convinced by such compelling signs, I felt compelled to share my thoughts with my dear wife and Miss Gates. The weight of these solitary reflections was too much to bear alone. Taking a risk, I left my cart to run ahead and speak with them. The comfort found in those brief moments of conversation was immeasurable. I found them with the same conviction, but calm and in perfect peace, and together we lifted our hearts to God for grace to glorify Him in the death we were shortly to die. I was then ordered back to the lonely cart. As I sat there in prayer, recalling the remarkable rescues we had already experienced and reflecting on the awe-inspiring titles bestowed upon Christ, an unexpected thought struck me. What if, contrary to all our fears, the yellow flags were actually a symbol of imperial protection? Could it be that they were intended to safeguard us, especially in a region known for its hostility towards foreigners? This idea seemed almost absurdly optimistic, almost like a stark reversal of logic, given all the ominous signs we had encountered. Yet in that moment of doubt and despair, this seemingly irrational thought became a beacon of hope. It was as if God was using the most unlikely and unreasonable notion to rekindle my faith, reinforcing my belief in His mighty power to save us from even the most dire circumstances. Despite the presence of guards, I jumped out of the cart and hurried to share the inspiration it provided with my fellow companions. The words of the promise given to my wife on the morning of the flight,
"I shall not die, but live and declare the works of the Lord,"
revived in our hearts to the quickening of our faith. And once more He turned the shadow of death into the morning and gave us the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness. In those moments of introspection, I came to understand that God had allowed my hope in the physical deliverance by the cart to fade. This was to remind me that my faith and hope should be anchored in Him alone, not in any tangible means of escape. It was a lesson in the true essence of faith. A journey not guided by sight or earthly expectations, but by a complete and immediate trust in God. I realized that it was sufficient to know God was with us, regardless of visible avenues of escape. Whether our path led to life or death, the outcome was safe in His hands. This profound truth, though simple, was something God patiently brought to my remembrance time and again, bearing with my slow grasp of such a fundamental aspect of faith. As we reached the summit of the pass and started our descent towards Kaoping, the journey became unbearably treacherous. It seemed as though our guards had forgotten they were transporting living beings, not inanimate cargo. They showed a disregard for our humanity that was shocking. Perhaps they would have been more cautious had they been carrying coal or iron rather than human lives. The suffering we had experienced until now paled in comparison to this new ordeal. The decline transformed into a series of sharp ledges, down which our mountain tiger trolley careened with a dangerous ease. The previous jolts and bangs were replaced by a relentless series of violent crashes that shook us to the core. The conditions were so unbearable that even our escort relented, allowing us to make the descent on foot. This small mercy reunited us, and together, under the scorching sun, we slowly made our way down to the base of the pass. The phrase, "in weariness and painfulness," perfectly encapsulated our state as we continued our journey. The sun's scorching heat was relentless, not only beating down from above, but also reflecting off the surrounding rocks like a furnace. Deprived of both food and drink, our bodies ached profoundly from the brutal ride. Imagining the toll this journey took on the women and young children in our group doesn't require much effort. Yet, amidst this hardship, Little Hope's spirit remained unbroken. She sang to us along the way, her sweet voice a testament to the unwavering spirit her mother and Miss Gates had nurtured in her. The memory of her singing, a ray of light in our darkness, is one of the most poignant recollections I have from that journey. Eventually, any ambiguity surrounding the meaning of the yellow flags was dispelled when the escort openly declared that we were under an imperial death sentence, being taken to Kaoping for execution. While the comforting interpretation of the flags as symbols of protection faded, the hope in God that they had helped rekindle remained steadfast. Our fate seemed sealed in death, but our focus had shifted to the living one, seated at God's right hand, in whom all power resides. Every journey, no matter how grueling, comes to an end. After enduring 60 Chinese miles of relentless jolting, crashing, and oppressive heat, we arrived in the city at 7 in the evening. The 2 horse soldiers who had left Yin-ch'eng earlier and were rumoured to be our executioners had not crossed our path. They likely went ahead to inform the local officials of our arrival. The size of the crowd that greeted us indicated that our entry was anticipated. My heart sank at the sight, remembering a previous visit to the city with Dr. Hewitt when we were met with hostility. Our ragged, dirty appearance and the humiliating mode of transport, combined with the yellow flags signalling sanctioned animosity, didn't bode well for a warm reception. As we entered the yamen, the massive crowd surged in with us, heightening the sense of foreboding. After our trolley carts were taken away and the escort left to report and submit their papers, we found ourselves standing alone amid a tumultuous crowd. The situation was far from comforting. Despite the efforts of the officials to control the crowd, their attempts were futile. We were surrounded by hooting and yelling, the throng pushing us up the steps of the inner gate. I vividly recall little Hope's terrified screams as she clung to me, pleading for safety. The oppressive heat and the crush of bodies nearly overwhelmed us. The frenzy of the mob intensified, and it seemed we were on the brink of disaster. But in a merciful turn of events, the inner courtyard gate opened just as we reached our limit, and we were quickly ushered inside into a small room with 2 modest kangs. Though it was a prison, it felt like a haven of peace compared to the chaos outside. The angry shouts and banging on the gates persisted into the night, but we were grateful for our secluded refuge, praying for the people outside and for strength to face whatever lay ahead. In His kindness, God once again exceeded our expectations. We were provided with a hearty supper by the Mandarin, consisting of rice, bread, and eggs. While he did not meet us personally, he sent his son, the Shao-yi, with reassuring words. We were promised safe passage to the next jurisdiction, Cheo, the following morning, along with 1,000 cash for our journey. Our evening was filled with visits from minor officials and local gentry, who bombarded us with the usual array of curious questions, showing neither particular sympathy nor hostility. There was, however, one striking exception. A Yamen official, staring intently at me, said,
"Surely you are one of the 2 pastors who were over here about 2 months ago preaching in the south suburb."
I replied, "Yes, I am."
"The Jesus doctrine is a good doctrine and your words were very good. It is pitiable to see the honorable pastor in a beggar's rag. Will you please exchange it for this of mine?"
And he presented me with a gown of blue calico, one certainly that had been well worn, but still most presentable, and, to my eyes at that time, a princely garment. The act of kindness we received, though small, had a profound impact on us. It hinted that there might be others among the officials who were sympathetic towards us, even if they were reluctant to show it openly. The treatment we were getting, both the good and the less favourable, didn't seem to align with an imminent execution. The assurance that we would be sent on the next day bolstered our belief that our lives might be spared here. Fortunately, we were unaware of the tragic events unfolding elsewhere in Shanxi province at that time. For, as I have already indicated, this proved to be none other than the day of the massacres at Taiyinfu, where, at the governor's yamen, where they had lured by enticing promises a devoted company of men, women, and children, 44 souls in all, were ruthlessly put to the sword. I may here add that, but for the delivering hand of God, we ourselves would have been of that company. The order from Yixien was to send all foreigners in Shanxi to the provincial capital for execution. The reason why we were sent south instead of north remains one of those mysteries known only to God. Our journey out of the province was marked by the unusual circumstances of being escorted under a criminal's passport. This meant that each magistrate we encountered had the discretion to either pass us on, send us back, forward us to Tai Yin Fu for execution, execute us themselves, or simply abandon us at their jurisdiction's border. The same magistrate who let us continue our journey to Kaoping had, just 3 days later, abandoned another group of missionaries at the border, illustrating the precariousness and unpredictability of our situation. As we journeyed from one city to the next, both in Shanxi and Ho-nan provinces, uncertainty loomed large. We never knew what fate awaited us at each new destination. There were moments when we were on the brink of being sent back to Luan, and at least once we were nearly redirected to Yi-hsien himself. The fact that we managed to cross from Shanxi into Ho-nan and then into Hupei, despite such overwhelming odds, stands as a testament to God's direct intervention in our lives. Out of the 19 yamen we passed through, 14 were known to be so hostile to foreigners that our continued journey was a subject of debate at each one. Even with the remaining 5, the anxiety of not knowing whether they were friend or foe persisted until our arrival. Thankfully, many of these daunting details were unknown to us at the time and only became clear later as we were able to process them. That evening, after our curious visitors finally departed, we found rest on a stone kang. Our only pillow was my worn beggar's garment, which we rolled up for the children's heads. It goes without saying that before we lay down to sleep, we offered heartfelt thanks to the God of all grace, who had guided us through yet another day filled with peril and hardship. The return of the escort was, in my eyes, one of the most miraculous wonders we experienced. Their evident desire to be rid of us, coupled with their inherent deceitfulness, made their decision to continue escorting us inexplicable from a human standpoint. It was clear to me that whatever motivations they might have had, the true force guiding this turn of events was the deliberate plan of God. July 10th, at break of day, we were knocked up and ordered hurriedly out. An escort of 6, 4 of whom were soldiers in uniform armed with bludgeons, was awaiting us, and 2 carts, to my distress, the coal trolleys of yesterday. I remonstrated and entreated them at least to give the ladies a litter, but the request was set aside with a hard impatience which made our hearts sink. There was no time, they said, to think about a covered cart now. If we did not wish to be attacked by the city mob, we must be gone. With that, they rushed us off without a moment's hesitation. Although we were relieved to depart before the city stirred, the conduct of our guards only heightened our apprehensions. As the journey progressed, it became increasingly uncertain whether their intention was genuinely to bring us to Cheo. While they maintained an outward show of politeness, we could sense the same deceitful nature in them as we had encountered with the guards from Luan. The memory of those grueling 30 miles, both from an internal and external perspective, is a terrible memory. The journey was as harrowing as the day before, marked by relentless crashing over rugged mountain paths and boulder-filled passes. Except for a brief respite at an inn, we were subjected to the unrelenting blaze of the sun throughout the day, just as unprotected as before. However, one small solace in my own experience was the company of my little son on the trolley, a comfort I had sorely missed. To shield him as much as possible from the jarring impacts, I held him on my knee, concerned for his fragile body. The severity of our travel required constant prayers and a firm trust in our Heavenly Father's protection, especially for the more delicate among us. That we sustained no serious injury under such conditions remains a testament to the miracles we witnessed and the answers to our fervent prayers. About 9 a.m., when we had made some 10 miles, we drew near to a large market town. Before entering it, the escort were at pains to warn us that the folk were notoriously anti-foreign and that we should never get through, the effect of which was to bring us once more to the throne of grace with the cry of the poor and needy. We had no sooner entered the gate than we were driven into an inn and taken to a back room. We were now able to join unitedly in prayer, and again we put up the definite petition that God would be pleased, for his great name's sake, to put his fear upon the people of this town in such a way that it might not be possible for them to lift a finger against us. With the small amount of money we had for the journey, we enjoyed a bit of independence, buying our food for the first time, and even indulging in the simple luxury of a wooden comb. Meantime, a crowd was gathering at the courtyard gates, which had been closed behind us, and the yelling and battering that now ensued told its own tale. The terrible cry, "Kill the devils," was its own confirmation of the escort's warning. We noticed, however, that the soldiers of the guard were not with us, and with their prolonged absence, the painful suspicion gained ground that they themselves were at the bottom of the uproar. Finally, when they summoned us to depart, it was accompanied by a stern reminder that there was no hope for our survival if we attempted to leave the town. With the grim reality of imminent death before us, we stepped out onto the street. The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice, the floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters. What was it that paralyzed the arm and tied the tongue of the vast crowd that lined the way? We witnessed it firsthand. The very people who had been clamoring at the doors for our appearance seemed to have turned to stone at the sight of us. Hundreds of them, I might almost say thousands, massed on either side, watched us pass slowly along the narrow lane they left for us, without speaking a word or lifting a finger against us. A few lads echoed the shout that had so lately rent the air.
"Kill the devils!"
But there was no response of any sort or kind, a fact which only served to point to the phenomenon. Once more, we were allowed to witness the mighty power of God, and, in the fearsome awe of a murderous mob, to read the literal answer to the prayer we had offered in the inn. And our hearts were bowed in worship before him as we freely acknowledged, "This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes." As we overheard snippets of the escort's conversation, it became clear that our suspicions were correct. Their plan to discreetly dispose of us en route without implicating the Yamen had unexpectedly failed. This failure, given their apparent confidence in the scheme, was a subject of much bewilderment among them. Knowing this, our journey took on a grim undertone, as we braced ourselves for the likelihood of death, whether through their treachery or eventual official action at Cheo. After enduring another 3 torturous hours under the midday sun, we arrived at a large village. We were brought to a halt at the far end, in front of a small shrine. While the animals were taken away for rest and the guards sought their own respite and food, we were left on the trolleys, exposed to the relentless heat and the unpredictable mood of an increasingly large crowd. After all we had already endured, one might have hoped that the spectre of death was behind us. Yet, in this new place, we were about to confront it once more, its bitterness undiminished. We found ourselves on the precipice, akin to the biblical crossing of the Jordan River, facing a relentless and rising tide of danger. The food shop connected to the inn where our escorts resided quickly became a bustling hub of activity. It became apparent from the disdainful treatment we received that our supposed protectors were, once again, betraying us. Our suspicions were confirmed by sporadic reports that reached us, indicating that they were hatching sinister plans against us. They pondered how much foreign blood should be shed due to the drought, debating whether all should perish or only one. A disturbing question emerged. Should the victim be chosen from among the children or the adults? As bystanders discussed the topic, the covert expressions of sorrow and sympathy that emanated from many of them touched us deeply, catching us by surprise. The uncertainty that hung in the air was eventually dispelled when a message arrived from the inn confirming a grim decision. It had been determined that the ladies would meet their end right there, while only the children and I would be taken to Cheo. The rationale behind this choice seemed to stem from a belief that foreign women possessed a particularly malevolent influence and that they were to blame for the drought and other afflictions. This sentiment surfaced multiple times during our journey, and the harsh treatment of the two ladies, coupled with the often brutal indifference to their suffering, appeared to reinforce this belief. Only God could truly comprehend the anguish that coursed through each of us upon receiving that message. As my dear wife read the message, a fleeting expression of pain crossed her face, a glimpse into the profound inner torment she felt. But it was swiftly supplanted by the same serene radiance I had witnessed on more than one occasion when confronted with the imminent presence of death. She turned to me, her voice resolute, and said,
I do thank God that you and the children are to be spared. It is a comfort to me now to think that they will have you to care for them.
But the prospect of witnessing my wife's murder and then having to endure its aftermath was unbearable. For both the beloved children and myself, the only solace we sought from God was the mercy of deliverance through death, sparing us from such indescribable anguish. I cannot linger on the unexpressed anguish that enveloped us during the interminable hour of suspense that followed the grim announcement. It felt like an intense concentration of the sorrows associated with death. In Han-tien and other places, there was at least the comfort of knowing that we would face death together. But the prospect before me now was one that, when considered in its natural light, had the potential to unhinge one's sanity. The conversation around us revolved solely around the impending death of the two ladies, with even the location of the deed being pointed out, a field to the right of the shrine. It is sometimes heard in this so-called Christian land that religion can drive people to madness. Let those who wish to spread such words be shamed by their lack of understanding of God. I testify that during those days of continual suffering, and most profoundly in that dreadful hour, it was religion, in its truest sense, that preserved my sanity. Thank God, I knew in whom I had faith, and I was not disappointed in my trust that He could safeguard what I had entrusted to Him. Each one of us understood that these sufferings were endured for the sake of Jesus, and each of us experienced firsthand that, just as we shared in Christ's sufferings, our comfort also overflowed through Him. Even as my beloved wife and I exchanged our final, hidden farewells, the sting of death was mitigated by the awareness of Christ's incomprehensible love, although the anguish still lingered. Despite the prevailing certainty of our fate, we persisted in fervent prayers to God, our refuge and strength. We implored Him to manifest His might in our favor, delivering us from the very brink of death for His own glory. As the escort finally emerged from the inn, followed by the mules, we recognized that the decisive moment had arrived. The animals were harnessed, and the command to proceed was issued. Amid an eerie silence that resembled the quietude of our morning departure, the carts began to move. A profound hush descended upon the onlookers, and instead of being led to the field to the right of the shrine, as initially planned, we proceeded through the gate onto the Cheo road. In a last-minute reversal, whether due to the wavering of the village elders or other reasons, is immaterial. What remains clear as a testament to his boundless grace is that I sought the Lord, and he heard me and delivered me from all my fears. I had no need to rely on secondary explanations for what was undeniably supernatural. Our experience in that nameless Chinese village was as real as Elisha's encounter in Dothan. Just as the mountain was filled with horses and chariots of fire around Elisha, we were granted the understanding that the angel of the Lord had encircled us, protecting those who revered him and had rescued us. It was evident that the change in our situation had nothing to do with any shift in the escort's attitude toward us. This became apparent not only through their conversations, but also due to the fact that they made a more determined attempt to separate us from them before our journey's end. 2 of their members were dispatched to the last sizable settlement on our route to notify the locals of our approach and incite them to attack us upon a designated signal, which would be the raising of a bludgeon at their current location. My heart sank as we approached the scene before us. A crowd numbering in the thousands had gathered to intercept us, and it seemed almost impossible that we could traverse the lengthy street unharmed. I can never forget the momentary fear that gripped me as we entered the gate and witnessed the soldiers suddenly raising their bludgeons. What happened next? My fear turned into a deep calm when I heard, almost like someone speaking, "Don't be afraid. No one will harm you." Then something incredible occurred. The large, unruly crowd parted and made way for us, like a miracle. They stood still, just like the way the waters once did. They remained strangely silent as we slowly walked through the narrow path between them. To the surprise of the frustrated soldiers, not a single person attacked us or paid attention to their calls to do so. That was the final time the escort tried to harm us. They themselves were amazed by the extraordinary things they had witnessed along the way, and they eventually brought us to Cheo as planned. We were extremely exhausted at the end of that both terrifying and miraculous journey, but our hunger, thirst, and tiredness faded away in light of the threefold deliverance we had experienced. We had seen Jordan retreat before our very eyes, and we understood that it had done so at the presence of the Lord. Chapter 18. Left to the mob. The very hairs of your head are all numbered. Fear ye not, therefore. The customs of Cheo towards outsiders were notably unwelcoming. The Roman Catholics had managed to establish themselves within the city, but this was achieved through a forceful approach of pressure and intimidation. They were clearly not desired there. At times, this was explicitly shown to them. Protestant missionaries, adhering to the belief that their spiritual mission should not involve physical force, brought their religious message to the city. However, they found no encouragement to settle. In fact, they were often not even allowed to temporarily stay, facing expulsion from inns and the city itself. Hostility towards foreigners was rampant, making any attempt to enter the city, even under favorable conditions, a matter of great faith and prayer. This was especially true given the imperial government's opposition to us and the negative implications of our arrival. Whatever else the trolleys carried, they carried at least a load of prayer. As we approached the city, a courier on horseback sped past us at full speed, quickly vanishing through the gate. I couldn't be certain of his mission, but it seemed related to our presence. This event, minor as it might have been, contributed to my overall experiences of either joy or sorrow. Instinctively, I felt it foretold some impending trouble. This incident served as a reminder for me to be more vigilant and prayerful, preparing for any unexpected challenges that might arise. As the sun dipped towards the west, we reached the city's main gate. The massive arch above us felt like an entrance to a daunting and perilous path, casting a chilling shadow over our spirits. One cannot fully comprehend the apprehension of entering a hostile Chinese city. Facing villages and towns was challenging enough, but the sight of the tall, brown, fortified walls and knowing what awaited behind them filled me with a unique and persistent fear. In these moments, the Lord's comforting words, "Fear not," were especially reassuring and necessary. Just steps inside the gate, our journey was halted by a group of Yamen officials leading a crowd. Among them, we spotted the malicious face of our main accuser from Han-tien. They aggressively grabbed the animal's reins, spinning them around, and demanded we leave the city. For a tense moment, our fate was uncertain as they adamantly refused us entry. We faced the possibility of being sent back to Kaoping or left to wander the roads. During this standoff, the officer overseeing us presented the documents he was assigned to deliver to the sub-prefect. The introduction of these papers shifted the situation. The officials quickly reviewed them, discussed briefly, and then ordered that we be taken to the Yamen. In the streets of Cheo, we deeply felt the need for God's unseen army to surround us. Our trolleys attracted a growing, boisterous crowd of men. By the time we arrived at the Yamen gates, the size of the mob was intimidating. As we entered the enclosure, they flooded in after us. When we dismounted and the carts were taken away, we found ourselves isolated and defenseless among them, similar to our experience in Kaoping. Even the nominal protection of officials to hold back the crowd was absent here, leaving us vulnerable. Our only option was to stand our ground, enduring the scorn and rough treatment from the unruly mob, and patiently wait to see what actions would be taken against us. We didn't have to wait long for action. The Hassien, clearly worried about a riot breaking out within the Yamen, quickly commanded his subordinates to remove us from the area. Remembering our experience in Kaoping, I initially thought they were escorting us to safer quarters in the inner courtyard. However, as they pushed us towards the outer gate, the grim realization dawned on us that they intended to leave us at the mercy of the hostile crowd outside. Overwhelmed by the blatant injustice and the dire situation we faced, I refused to leave and insisted on speaking directly with the Mandarin. My request was met with mocking laughter and my resistance with forceful expulsion. Amidst jeers and shouts, we were pushed out to the street and instructed to wait there for the Mandarin's decision. This was essentially another attempt to dismiss us, irresponsibly exposing us to potential mob violence. The lengthy period that followed was, as you can imagine, extremely distressing. Fearing that we would be swept into the open street and irretrievably separated, we stayed close to the Yamen gate. There, we were cornered, facing the dense, tumultuous and loud crowds. Our main concern was to calm the children and protect them from the crushing crowd. We were quite literally in a tight spot. Reflecting on it now, it's remarkable how God restrained the mob. Several times, as the mass of people surged forward, it seemed we might be overwhelmed. Eventually, the deputies arrived with instructions from the Mandarin. We were to spend the night in an inn on the street and then be sent to Huaikung Fu the next morning. Staying at an external inn felt like a direct exposure to the mob, possibly leading to our demise. I protested again, urging the officials to allow us to stay in the Yamen and requesting a meeting with the Quan. They responded that if we had anything to say, it must be in writing, as this was the only way to potentially reach him. This was essentially a refusal, as they knew we had no means to write a letter, and even if we did, it was unlikely to be delivered. Subsequently, we were pushed onto the street and instructed to follow them, with the large crowd trailing behind us. The inn where we were taken was located on the main street, a place where we were especially vulnerable. Behind an open food shop, through a narrow passage, lay a small courtyard. Here, we were allocated a tiny room. After settling us in, the officials left, leaving behind only one disreputable person to represent the Yamen. For several more hours, we were subjected to public curiosity. Until well after nightfall, a continuous stream of people flowed through the narrow passage into the small square, which had no other exit except our room. To try and shield my wife and children as much as possible, Miss Gates and I attempted to intercept the crowd at the threshold, allowing them to see and question us outside. This worked for a short time before the growing crowd forced us back into the room. Every space was filled. Even the kang, a traditional Chinese bed, was surrounded, trapping us within walls that felt more oppressive than stone. I vividly remember the agony of those hours. Beyond the hostile demeanor of the onlookers, the heat and foul air were suffocating. We were intensely hungry and thirsty, and our bodies ached from the trials we had already faced. In that moment of crisis, we found refuge in our God. Surrounded and overshadowed by men standing around and over us on the kang, threatening to force us onto the street, we remained calm and unafraid. This peace was not of our own making. It was from the Lord, as no human force was there to protect us. Indeed, the authorities were openly against us, and the people were well aware of it. They had every opportunity to act on their anti-foreign sentiment, yet they did not harm us. It wasn't until the inn's closing hour that the crowds finally dispersed. Countless people, likely numbering in the thousands, had surrounded us since our arrival. After enduring hours of aggressive questioning and the threat of violence, their departure left a surprising calm. The sudden quiet, following the relentless chaos of the mob, felt almost surreal. Was it really true that the only person remaining was the scantily clad underling nonchalantly heating his opium pill over the lamp flame across the courtyard? When everything quieted down and the shop was securely closed, I approached the Chang Kui Tea to request food. My previous attempts had been unsuccessful, and even this time my request was met with dismissive disdain. He refused to cook for us, leaving us to settle for the remnants of the evening's boiled millet in the copper pot. Grateful for even this small provision, we praised God and entrusted ourselves to His care for the night. I had resolved to stay awake and keep watch, recognizing the danger we were in. However, despite the seriousness of our situation, my resolve faltered. I recall a menacing group of men being allowed into our room, scrutinizing us closely as we lay. After that, my memory fades. To my embarrassment and regret, I slept soundly through the night. When I awoke at dawn, my wife expressed her distress over the night's events, saying,
"Oh, what an awful night it has been."
"How do you mean, darling?" I said. "Haven't you slept? What is it that has troubled you?"
Thank God you slept through it. Miss Gates and I would not wake you unless we saw absolute need for doing so. But it seemed as if hell were being let loose against us. For hours they have been yelling in the streets and battering at the doors to have us brought out and put to death. Is it possible? You have heard nothing of the pandemonium?
I had to admit, with both surprise and shame, that I had indeed slept deeply, a sleep of complete unconsciousness. It troubled me greatly to think that I had rested while my companions were awake, praying and enduring distress without my support. This lapse was unintentional, and perhaps it was a necessity in God's view, for I was at a loss about how to proceed. In retrospect, the only solace I find in this memory is how it highlighted the selfless dedication of those with me. This incident, which I fear was not entirely unique, showcased a poignant truth. The weaker vessel demonstrated greater resilience and the strength of selfless love, surpassing what is often expected of the stronger. It was only later that we discovered the full extent of the peril we had faced and the remarkable nature of our deliverance by God. At midnight, the city erupted into chaos. With terrifying cries, the mob first attacked the Roman Catholic quarters, setting them ablaze, with the priests narrowly escaping with their lives. Then, the mob turned towards our inn. For what felt like an endless duration, amidst the clanging of gongs, they demanded that we be handed over to them. How the crowd eventually dispersed without achieving their goal remains a mystery. When I awoke, the surroundings were as tranquil as when I had fallen asleep. In light of this, we praised God for what seemed like a miraculous intervention in our favor. This event was even more astounding considering that, just 2 days later, our fellow missionary, Miss Rice from the Yin-ch'eng group, was tragically killed not far from the very walls of this city. This contrast highlighted the exceptional nature of our escape and the profound gratitude we felt for our safety. At around 7 in the morning, a minor official from the yamen, accompanied by the underling and a few soldiers, arrived and ordered us to depart. They intended to send us to King Fu immediately to prevent further disturbances. When I asked about our means of transportation, the disdainful reply indicated that 3 donkeys had been generously provided by the Laowai, implying that we should be grateful for any provision made for us. My dismay was evident upon discovering that the saddles for our 30-mile journey were merely the bare wooden frames typically used for loading goods on pack animals. It seemed utterly absurd. I expressed my frustration, insisting that it was unreasonable to expect 2 delicate women and young children to endure such travel conditions. I firmly declared that we wouldn't leave the inn until 2 mule litters were provided. The response to my insistence was quite animated. It seemed miraculous, and certainly a relief that, instead of resorting to violence as they had threatened, they took back 2 of the donkeys and returned with a single mule litter, albeit a rudimentary one. This litter was simply a structure of poles and loosely tied rope, with a worn, dirty straw mat as a seat, lacking any cover for privacy or protection from the sun. The women and children were to be transported in this, treated more like cargo than passengers. Recognizing that further protest would be futile, we resigned ourselves to the situation, even expressing gratitude for the switch to the mule litter. The sight of my wife, Miss Gates, and the 2 children cramped in the litter was disheartening. They were positioned back to back against the poles, with the children squeezed in the limited space between their legs. Then they were hoisted onto the mules. I mounted the uncomfortable saddle frame, and with the escort surrounding us, we set off. A large crowd had gathered and followed us as we moved through the main street towards the south gate. The possibility of an outbreak was ever present, but our focus on God gave us the strength to persevere. It was astonishing that we managed to leave the city without incident, especially after the previous night's riot. The crowd seemed to be under the impression that we were being taken to a military camp for execution, which appeared to satisfy their desire for action. Another hot day lay ahead. As we left the suburb, the heat was already intense, and the thought of enduring conditions similar to the past 3 days was daunting. Thankfully, we had some resources to meet our immediate needs. However, being seen as foreigners and condemned prisoners, we weren't allowed to make purchases ourselves. Thus, we had to entrust most of our limited funds to the underling for buying necessary hats and fans. He eventually returned with 5 rudimentary rush fans and lied that no hats were available, having sold out. His deceit was apparent as he pocketed the cash, significantly heavier with our money, seemingly unfazed by the dishonesty of his actions. The weight of a lie may be insignificant in any place when it leads to personal gain. As we approached the feared military camp, word of our arrival spread quickly, drawing the attention of the military personnel. Soldiers in uniforms started to blend with the crowd, and as we passed by the mud-walled enclosure of the camp, numerous soldiers could be seen rushing towards the gate. The behavior and conversation of our escorts with the soldiers appeared increasingly ominous, giving the impression that we were indeed being brought to an execution site. Throughout this tense journey, a recurring phrase was repeatedly heard, resonating like a constant refrain. This phrase, which we would hear throughout the day, seemed to underscore the gravity and urgency of our situation.
See, the rain does not come. The sky is as brass. Foreign blood must be spilt, or the season will pass.
Those were indeed moments filled with terror, as any attempt to appeal to the soldiers at that point seemed like it would surely lead to our demise. Yet, as we moved forward, it became clear that we were shielded by God's protection, facing nothing worse than verbal abuse and derision. This indicated that no formal orders for our execution had been issued to the commandant, and gradually the crowds began to thin. The loud noises of the city streets faded, and we found ourselves on the relatively peaceful country roads. However, the word relative is key here. Traveling during the day meant we could never fully escape the anxiety that comes with encountering Chinese crowds, even in more remote areas. It was surprising how quickly people would appear, seemingly out of nowhere, in places where we had just been alone. Since we were now on a major road, frequented by traffic between 2 provinces, it was less surprising to encounter so many people. Throughout the morning, our journey was accompanied by the same repeated refrain, as our escort responded to the inquiries of the many passers-by we encountered along the way.
Where are you from?
The Fu.
That is, Cheo.
Who have you got there?
Foreign devils.
Where are you taking them?
To death.
And then the terrible refrain again.
The wrath of the gods, for vengeance does call. Foreign blood must he spilt, so that the rain can fall.
As we continued our journey and passed the Ingpan, our escort was joined by a mounted trooper, equipped with a sword and pistols, who assumed command. His demeanor was marked by a stern silence and a rough manner, which did not bode well for us. This change in leadership, along with his intimidating presence, seemed to align with the ominous and mournful tone of the refrain that had been echoing throughout our journey. The atmosphere was tense, filled with apprehension about what lay ahead, as the trooper's arrival added a more serious and potentially dangerous element to our situation. As the day progressed and the sun's intensity grew, our suffering intensified. Our attempts to use the small rush fans to shield our heads from the sun proved futile. They were simply too inadequate for the task. Moreover, the fans were needed to stir the stifling air and ward off the swarms of flies that surrounded us. The memory of that harrowing journey remains vivid in my mind. The image of the ladies and children cramped in the litter, squeezed into the tight rope mesh without any means to ease their discomfort, is particularly distressing. My wife's face, already etched with the hardships of our journey, was now marked by the pain of dysentery, which had begun to afflict her. The children, overwhelmed by the agony of raw blisters, cried inconsolably, their arms a painful sight from shoulder to elbow under the relentless sun. Even the underling, typically indifferent to our plight, showed a hint of compassion. He lent his broad-brimmed straw hat to my wife and did not object when I gathered leafy twigs from roadside trees to provide some relief for the children's blistered legs. As the morning wore on towards noon and the cravings of hunger and thirst asserted themselves, we longed for the midday halt, and in all innocence asked when we were to rest. The answer made one's blood run cold.
Rest indeed. There will be no need for such as you to rest.
Which was a significant way of reminding us that we should be dead ere the day was out. Our journey continued in sorrowful silence, traversing a rugged mountain road. Eventually, we were brought to a halt in the narrow street of a small village, in front of a dilapidated hovel. The mules were unhitched, and a poor, miserable-looking woman who lived in the hovel was instructed to care for us. Grateful for any respite from the oppressive heat, we followed her inside. Her abject poverty was not just evident in the state of her dwelling, but was most profoundly reflected in her gaunt, sorrowful face. Our shared experience of suffering seemed to create a bond between us. When an opportunity arose for the ladies to speak with her privately, away from the ears of our guards, she showed deep empathy for our situation, believing we were facing execution. She also shared her own heart-wrenching story of hardship brought on by a prolonged drought. This encounter provided a precious chance to share the gospel message. The woman appeared ready and receptive to hear it. In that moment, our physical hunger and thirst were overshadowed by the profound joy of sharing the spiritual nourishment of the gospel. The burdens and fears of death were momentarily lifted as we offered guidance and hope to someone burdened with life's hardships, introducing her to the Saviour she had never known. I still vividly recall the glow of fulfillment on the sisters' faces when they returned to me at the hovel, sharing the happiness they found in this spiritual encounter. Throughout this period, there was a constant stream of people coming and going, and the guards uniformly responded to every inquiry about us with the chilling phrase,
"We are taking the devils to execution."
When we resumed our journey, the guards' demeanor remained harsh and unapproachable, possibly even more so than before. The muleteer in charge of the litter was particularly ruthless in his treatment of the women and children. Any attempt to plead for more humane treatment was met with a torrent of curses and threats, dangerously escalating our situation. I'd been walking almost incessantly since leaving the Fu. The discomfort caused by the pack saddle was so severe that I could only bear it for a few minutes at a time, eventually forcing me to give it up entirely. At one point, when the trooper dismounted to stretch his legs, I found myself exhausted from the relentless heat of the rocky road, my bare feet aching and overwhelmed by hunger and thirst. I looked longingly at his well-cushioned, comfortable saddle and reluctantly asked if I might use it until he was ready to ride again. My request was met with dismissive silence, and his stern gaze was a clear warning against any further entreaty. Reflecting on this journey, it's astonishing that we survived under the care of such an escort. This is particularly striking considering that several of our fellow missionaries in Shanxi were killed under similar circumstances by their official guards. The peril we faced was not only from the hostility of the crowds, but also from those who were directly responsible for our transport and supposed safety. Chapter 19. The Death Plot of Lan-Chen Cheo. Why should it be thought a thing incredible with you that God should raise the dead? God is able to raise up even from the dead. And now we were nearing the borders. Just a bit more, and we would be across the boundary and out of Shanxi, a prospect that quickened our hearts with eager anticipation. To the best of our knowledge, the Boxer uprising hadn't reached Ho-nan, and with each step south, our hopes for ultimate escape grew stronger. I vividly recall the intense desire I felt to leave the province, whose name had become synonymous with fear. We'd only been on the road for a few hours, and the sun was still blazing, when we reached a large town on the frontier named Lan-Chen, Cheo, nestled high in the hills. To my surprise and worry, instead of continuing towards our goal, Hui King Fu, we stopped. Our litter was placed on the street, and we were asked to get out. 2 men emerged from the building across the street, which turned out to be the customs checkpoint, and began to inspect the documents handed to them by the Cheo assistant.
"What's this? They are irregular,"
we heard them say as they took them inside for more careful scrutiny.
"There is no passport."
The meaning of the ensuing conversation, prompted by this development, could be somewhat understood from the tones, expressions, and gestures of the men at the open door. It signified detention, at the very least. For me, with the hope of crossing the border and leaving Shanxi so close to fulfillment, the idea of any delay was unbearable. Yet, I was not fully prepared for what actually happened. We were instructed to enter the room and sit on the kang, where, to our alarm, we watched our escort, whose job was to ensure our safe passage to Hui King Fu, calmly lead our animals away and head back towards Cheo. I will never forget the despair of that bleak moment, left behind and still in Shanxi. Would we even manage to escape alive? It seemed unlikely, now that our only means of escape was gone, our documents rendered useless, and our escort departed. Moreover, the behavior of the men detaining us quickly confirmed our fears that we were their captives. 5 men stood guard over us, scrutinizing our every move. Meanwhile, our arrival had caused the usual commotion, attracting the inevitable crowds near the door. To reduce the excitement, and possibly with a more ominous intent, our guards ordered us outside. For a considerable time we sat on the doorstep, uncertain of what might happen next. Eventually, under the guise of putting the children to bed, my wife managed to excuse herself, while Miss Gates and I stayed to confront the gathering crowd. As night fell, we were ushered back inside and locked in, surrounded by a roomful of men. From the noise without, it was evident that the excitement was growing in intensity. The sound of blows soon mingled with the indescribable hubbub, followed by the shrieks and cries of women. These were quickly succeeded by a simultaneous yell,
"Kill the devils! Kill! Kill!"
and battering at the door. The situation was now so critical that a council was held in the room as to what should be done with us. Strengthened by the irregularity of our papers, the verdict went against us by a large majority, and on the popular plea that
"No rain can fall till foreign blood has been spilt,"
they separated with the decision that we were to die there. The gravity of our predicament was overwhelming. With all pretense of official protection gone and every avenue of escape closed off, we faced a dire situation. The local populace clamoured for our demise in the streets, and it seemed a death sentence had already been decreed by those now bearing the fleeting mantle of official duty. My experience in Lan-Chen Cheo, on the border of Ho-nan and Shanxi, can only be aptly described using the words of St. Paul. We were burdened excessively, beyond our strength, to the point that we despaired for our lives. Indeed, we felt the sentence of death within ourselves. Whichever way we looked, death seemed our only prospect. Any reliance on ourselves or anyone else was utterly severed. We were left with nothing but to plea, "Save me, O God, for the waters have come up to my neck. I sink in the miry depths where there is no foothold." Facing what seemed like certain death, we were as good as dead. If deliverance were to come, it could only be from one source: God, who raises the dead. The conditions that night were almost unbearable. It was a scorching midsummer evening, and the room, measuring about 20 feet by 12, was not only small and filthy, but also lacked proper ventilation. The only semblance of airflow came from occasional holes poked in the paper covering the small window, as the door, our main source of fresh air, was securely locked. To worsen matters, the fire used for cooking during the day was kept burning throughout the night, further heating the already stifling room occupied by 10 people. The air was thick with the nauseating smell of opium and tobacco smoke emanating from the pipes of our 5 jailers. These men lay naked around us, illuminated by the light of an opium lamp. The discomfort was compounded by the infestation of vermin in the kang and the relentless biting of mosquitoes. Our rest that night was not for sleep, but for vigilance and prayer, bracing ourselves for the possibility of a death sentence at any moment. Throughout the night, the guards occasionally spoke to each other and glanced over at us to ensure everything was in order. During those long, exhausting hours, we found solace in the presence of God, feeling a sense of refreshment for our souls amidst the tumult of our thoughts. At daybreak, the crowds began to reassemble. The decision of the council that we were to die had doubtless exercised a quieting effect upon them the previous night, and induced them to withdraw until the morning. Now, however, they would demand the carrying out of the sentence to the letter, and ere the sun was up, the terrible cry rang out upon the air once more, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" We knew well that the crisis had come, and that nothing but the direct and immediate intervention of God Himself could deliver us out of their hands. In that moment of despair, a divine promise resonated powerfully within me. "Call upon me in the day of trouble. I will deliver thee, and thou shalt glorify me." My faith grasped this promise, encouraging me to appeal to God with the conviction that He had committed His name to this very hour of our distress. Our role was clear: to call upon Him. Understanding that the root of their hostility towards us was the prolonged drought, we felt compelled, inspired by this promise, to unite in a fervent plea to God. Our prayer was for Him to intervene for the sake of His great name, to send sufficient rain to relieve the suffering of these people, and to do so immediately due to our dire situation. So, kneeling on the kang, we earnestly prayed in Chinese, ensuring that our jailers understood our actions and requests. We poured out our hearts before God, imploring for His intervention not just for our deliverance, but also as a merciful response to the desperate needs of the community affected by the drought. The skepticism of our jailers was evident. They mocked the very idea that rain could suddenly pour from a sky that had been relentlessly clear and scorching, foretelling yet another day of oppressive heat. They had already echoed the taunts from outside, warning us that our end was near, as there was no sign of rain. According to them, the skies wouldn't yield a single drop until our lives were taken. Their derisive disbelief clearly reflected their thoughts. The exact duration of our prayer is unclear to me. What stands out in my memory, however, is that soon after we rose from our knees, a remarkable event unfolded. The heavens opened, and a deluge of rain descended upon the raging mob outside. Within moments, the streets were deserted, the angry shouts silenced, leaving only the sound of the heavy rain. This sudden downpour seemed nothing short of miraculous, a divine response to our fervent prayers in a moment of desperation and danger. In that critical moment, the words, "God is a very present help in trouble," transformed from mere text into a profound and vivid truth for us. The extraordinary way in which God revealed his love felt like a direct manifestation of his presence. It was as if he was right there with us in that prison room, not visible to our eyes, but undeniably felt in our hearts. The rhythmic sound of the rain, heavy and relentless, was like an echo of his voice, a divine melody accompanying the new song of gratitude and praise he inspired in us. From the depths of that wretched place, our voices rose in a blend of the Song of Moses and the Song of the Lamb, exalting the greatness and righteousness of the Lord God Almighty, the King of Saints. Our prayer, born of desperation and need, was transformed into a hymn of praise. Our prison, filled with sighs and despair, turned into a sanctuary where we celebrated him who gives songs in the night, offering our thanksgiving to our God. This experience was a powerful testament to the transformative and uplifting power of faith, even in the darkest and most hopeless of circumstances. The remarkable turn of events had a noticeable impact on our jailers. Their earlier harsh disbelief seemed to give way to something resembling awe. Although they maintained a facade of rough indifference, their treatment of us softened considerably compared to the previous day's cruelty. Initially, we had struggled immensely to convince them to provide us with food, even when offering to pay their price. Now they were more generous, though still not abundantly so. The door, which had been firmly locked, was now opened, allowing us the small but significant liberty of standing at the threshold to breathe in the fresh air from outside. The incident that clearly demonstrated how deeply our jailers were affected and how they directly linked our prayer to the subsequent rain was quite simple, yet poignant. I was standing at the doorway with the two young children, observing the rapid flow of water as it cascaded down the inclined street, transforming the previously dusty road into a makeshift river. As we stood there, we sang, praising God with the lyrics of some children's hymns familiar to them. One particular chorus, which the children loved to sing in Chinese, translated literally to English, is,
Praise, praise the Lord Jesus, who gave his life for the world, and who rose again from the dead. Praise be to Jesus, the Lord of grace. Glory, glory to the Lamb, who was slain on Mount Calvary. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Amen.
As we sang, the talk within subsided. Our keepers were listening intently over their pipes, and presently one was heard saying to the rest,
"They are praying to their god Jesu to send the rain faster, and just look, it actually is coming down faster."
The intensity of the rain was astonishing. It descended in such dense sheets that it seemed as if an immense reservoir had burst open right above us, unleashing its entire volume at once. I had never witnessed rain of such magnitude in my entire life. It continued relentlessly throughout the day and well into the next night, varying only in its intensity but never ceasing. For this, we were profoundly grateful to God. This miraculous downpour led to two significant outcomes. Firstly, it silenced all those who had been clamoring for our demise. The justification previously used for our execution, the prolonged drought supposedly caused by our presence and prayers, was irrefutably disproven. However, our jailers were quick to emphasize that our survival hinged on the rain being sufficient to thoroughly saturate the parched earth. Whenever we questioned if the rainfall had been adequate, Our queries were initially met with mockery. As the reign continued and its adequacy became undeniable, their ridicule turned to evasion, until it was impossible to deny the obvious. It then became clear that the decision to execute us was predetermined, regardless of the stated reason. This revelation underscored the harsh reality that our fate was precariously hanging in the balance, independent of the drought or its alleviation. The second consequence of the torrential rain was a day of relative calm and privacy, a respite that was indescribably precious to us. True, the imminent threat of death still loomed over us, but for the moment we were spared the immediate terror of the hostile, bloodthirsty mob. This brief period of tranquility, devoid of their menacing presence, was a profound relief. The actual prospect of death, although still present, felt less immediate compared to the palpable danger we had just escaped. Our peaceful morning was eventually disrupted by the arrival of a courier from the Cheo Yamen, local government office. In keeping with local customs, we greeted him politely and inquired about the purpose of his visit. As expected, our courtesy was met with the disdain it apparently merited. However, from the manner in which he conveyed his message to our jailers, we could infer the general content of his communication. After finishing his business, he left as swiftly as he had arrived. As evening approached, 2 men arrived who, despite their worn and drenched clothes, had the demeanor of gentlemen and officials from the Yamen. They were clearly anticipated and quickly engaged in a serious discussion with the officer in charge. Meanwhile, 2 soldiers from their entourage, each carrying a stack of 3 guns, positioned themselves discreetly across the street. Any flicker of hope for eventual escape from Shanxi, rekindled by the miraculous rain, was utterly extinguished by this development. The 3 officers openly deliberated our fate, discussing our execution and its method without any pretense of secrecy. This chilling reality starkly reminded us of the grave danger we remained in, with our lives hanging in the balance.
We can no longer make the plea of no rain, but what of that? Enough for us that they are ignorant foreign devils who know nothing of Chinese and are the curse of China. Why should they be allowed to live? Nay, look at their papers. The instructions passed on to us from Kaoping are that they be taken out of Shanxi, never to return. What is the meaning of this never to return, but that they are to be put to death? We will take good care that they are both taken out of Shanxi and that they never return. See, we have guns with us, and tomorrow morning we will have them away yonder and shoot them outside the gate.
When matters had come to such a pass as this, it was clear that nothing would be gained by silence. So I said to Miss Gates, who had interpreted to me the substance of their talk, if they suppose that they can put us to death with impunity simply on hearsay charges, it is time we disabuse them of the idea. They think we are ignorant foreigners who know nothing of Chinese. Let them know we understand more than they bargain for. With admirable courage, she left the Kang and, facing the chief official with calm dignity, said quietly and courteously,
Your Excellency is talking of putting us to death, and upon no certain charge. You ought to know that this is contrary to the law and custom of your honourable country. You ought also to know that, as foreigners coming from Great England, you are bound to protect us. If we have done anything wrong against the law of the land, your duty is to bring us before the proper authorities for trial. And if it can there be shown that we have committed crimes worthy of death, we refuse not to die. But our guilt must first be law, fully established before a regular tribunal, or a terrible retribution will befall both yourself and your country.
The unexpected and bold response from us, who they deemed as uninformed foreigners, had a remarkable impact on the officials. Our words, which effectively reversed the perceived power dynamic, shifted their demeanor from one of dismissive indifference to attentive politeness. The truth and justice of our position were so evident that, in an effort to maintain their dignity and save face, they felt compelled to deny any intention of harming us. In an attempt to mask their embarrassment and confusion, they offered a respectful bow to Miss Gates, adding,
"We assure you, you have nothing whatever to fear from us,"
and went out into darkness and driving rain. Thankful as we were to be rid of their presence, we yet knew that their assurances were purely hollow and false as their own hearts. It was not for a moment to be expected that they would go back upon their intention after such an open avowal of it, especially as they had gone the length of bringing the very weapons of death with them into the place. So we could only look upon their words as a blind and set ourselves to face the certain issue, death. Death by bullet. On the morrow at latest. We retired to the seclusion of the Ch'eng to face it, as so often before, in the presence of God. With the same calmness and composure as though in her own home, and with the same careful thoroughness, my precious wife prepared the dear children for bed. This simple yet profound act of normalcy and devotion amidst chaos provided a sense of peace and continuity. Then, laying them down, we prayed, and afterwards sang to them their evening hymn as we always do.
Son of my soul, thou Saviour dear, it is not night. If thou be near, oh, may no earth-born cloud arise to hide thee from thy servant's eyes. Be near to bless us when we wake, ere through the world our way we take, till, in the ocean of thy love, we lose ourselves in heaven above.
It was specially moving to hear their little voices in the words,
Be near to bless us when we wake,
and to know, as they did not, what the waking would be too. One thing, however, they knew as well as we, that whether it were to life or death, he would, as we had prayed, be near to bless us. And in that sweet confidence, notwithstanding the pain of their open sores, they fell asleep. As night enveloped us, the door was once again secured, locking us in. The air, laden with moisture from the recent rain, turned oppressively warm and humid. Trapped under the same unbearable conditions as the previous night, the room's atmosphere swiftly became intolerable. This second night, the discomfort seemed even more acute. The noxious mix of opium fumes, tobacco smoke, gaseous emissions from the Emmy used in the stove, and the limited oxygen being consumed by 10 people rendered the air almost unbreathable. But even these physical discomforts paled in comparison to the emotional distress caused by the brazen indecency of the men around us. In the face of these hardships, we committed ourselves to vigilance and prayer, as we had done previously. Reflecting on the miraculous events of the day and drawing inspiration from them, our hearts overflowed with praise for the God of our salvation and adoration for the Lamb at the center of the throne. These moments, though fraught with danger and discomfort, were richly blessed and imbued with a deep, abiding peace. The sense of triumph in God, who surpasses all understanding and expectations, rejuvenated our wavering faith. With renewed conviction, we decided to pray again in front of our jailers, using their language, for God's direct intervention in our imminent peril. Kneeling on the Ch'eng, we called upon him in Chinese as the Almighty Saviour. Our specific request was that, for the glory of his great name, he would prevent the officials from Cheo or our captors in the room from harming us in any way. Additionally, we included fervent prayers for our enemies, asking God, in his mercy and for the sake of his beloved Son, to forgive them and turn their hearts. There was dead silence as the prayer went up. By the dull light of an opium lamp, we could discern the forms of the 5 men lying or sitting in different postures about the room. But it was not sufficient to reveal the expression of their faces. Presently, however, the silence was broken, and out of the semi-darkness came the words,
"They have been praying to their God to deliver them. Deliver them indeed. Too late for that now. What is the use of praying when everything is fixed?"
The conditions in the room had deteriorated to an almost unbearable level, making it incredibly difficult to even breathe. My wife, in particular, was suffering greatly. Not only had we been enduring extreme hardships for 7 consecutive days since Thursday, July 12th, but her health was also rapidly declining due to dysentery, exacerbated by the harsh conditions. Without any shelter from the rain, no means to dry her drenched clothing, and only the coarsest food available, her strength was noticeably fading. The stifling, toxic air of the room only worsened her exhaustion. The only slight relief she received was from the continuous fanning I provided. Her dire state necessitated earnest prayer, specifically entrusting her health to God's healing and fortifying care. In the midst of this trying situation, sometime after midnight, as we estimated, a quiet knock at the door broke the silence. A voice demanded entry. The bolt was withdrawn, the bar lifted, and the imposing figure of the Cheo Laoi appeared in the doorway. This unexpected arrival in the dead of night added a new layer of uncertainty and tension to our already fraught circumstances. He shouted,
"Up, up, up, and be doing! Now's our time. These foreign devils are under your hand and in your power, and you must put them to death. Do it in any way you choose, but do it you must, and do it now. Kill them at once, and don't be afraid. Poison them with opium, if you will, and to prevent trouble, stupefy them first by burning such and such a narcotic. Do as I counsel you, and never fear."
And with that, he passed out into the darkness. The burden of this terrible communication was interpreted to me by Miss Gates in the whispered words,
"The end has come. The Laoi has instructed them to kill us now."
In response to the uncertain situation, we continued to exercise cautious vigilance. Despite understanding the interactions among the jailers, we gave no indication of our awareness. We prayed to God and set ourselves to watch over them discreetly. After the door was resecured and a brief conversation among the men, they lay down as before, soon appearing to be asleep. As time progressed, there seemed to be no immediate signs of treacherous intentions. Miss Gates was positioned towards the back of the kang, partially obscured by shadows that the dim light of the opium lamp couldn't dispel. Meanwhile, my wife and children were somewhat shielded by my form as I continued to fan them. Eventually, one of the men rose and began preparing something in a vessel. Once it was ready, he lit it and then returned to his spot. Gradually, a profound sense of exhaustion overwhelmed me. My movements became laborious, especially as I persisted in fanning to alleviate the oppressive heat. I tried changing positions, standing up on the kang to fight off the weariness, but the struggle was increasingly challenging. My eyelids grew heavy, my mind clouded, and my movements became sluggish and involuntary. Despite my efforts, the fan eventually fell from my grasp, followed by my own collapse onto the kang. Overcome by an irresistible sleepiness, I succumbed to unconsciousness, regardless of the potential danger we were in. This was a moment of utter physical and mental exhaustion, marked by a resignation to whatever fate awaited us. The jailer had been closely observing the effects of the burning substance, presumably a drug intended to incapacitate us. Its noxious fumes were meant to ensure our defenselessness, paving the way for a fatal attack. As the heavy silence enveloped the Kang, indicating the apparent success of his plan, the jailer left his spot to confirm the state of his intended victims. He brought the lamp closer, intending to examine us before delivering the final, lethal blow. However, to his utter astonishment, as he directed the light towards Miss Gates, he discovered she was fully awake. The drug had failed to affect her. Her prompt and alert response to his approach, signaling her awareness of his intentions, caught him completely off guard. In his surprise and confusion, he could only utter a disjointed,
"Not asleep yet? The bugs are too lively for you tonight, eh?"
and withdraw to his plank and his pipe. In the strength of God and the patience of Christ, our dear sister continued the lonely vigil of self-denying love and unceasing prayer, to which, undoubtedly, we owed the preservation of our lives. Awoken from my deep, drug-induced stupor by alarming sounds, I was immediately jolted into alertness. The distressing cries and groans were coming from right next to me. Quickly rising, I was confronted with the harrowing sight of my beloved Flora, cradled in Miss Gates' arms, suffering from asphyxiation. She was in a desperate state, gasping for air, panting heavily and struggling to breathe, all while moaning in distress for more air. In this moment of dire emergency, I turned towards the jailers. "My wife is dying, can't you see it? Open the door, I entreat you, and give her air. Have pity upon her, oh, have pity, and open the door, if only for 1 minute." In the face of such a desperate plea, the jailer's response was one of cold indifference and contempt, starkly showcasing the callousness of their hearts. Their refusal, accompanied by a curse, was not entirely surprising, given that Flora's demise was precisely their objective. In this moment of despair, I prayed for God to forgive them. With a sense of urgency, I grabbed 2 small rush fans and began to use them with as much vigor as I could muster. Remarkably, my sleep had not only rid me of the narcotic's effects, but had also somewhat rejuvenated my strength. By God's grace, I was able to respond effectively to the crisis. However, the agony of witnessing my wife's suffering with no means of providing significant relief was heart-wrenching. Then I recalled the promise given to her at the beginning of our ordeal. "I shall not die, but live and declare the works of the Lord." Holding on to this promise, I worked the fans, joined in prayer by Miss Gates. As dawn broke, we experienced the profound relief of seeing her breathe normally and quietly again, physically weakened but spiritually rejoicing and giving glory to God. The night had passed, and the intended act of murder had not been carried out. There was still time for the men to act before the day fully began, and we remained vigilant in prayer. The approaching dawn served as a reminder that our execution was scheduled for that morning. We prepared ourselves, committed to glorifying Christ in whatever way our lives might end. After 2 tense hours, the men remained inactive. With the sunrise and the sound of early traffic, it became clear that we were still alive. As the jailers awoke and dressed, they discussed the events of the night and how to explain their actions to the Lao-yi. Their planned response was,
"These people have been praying to Jehovah God, and we could do nothing against their prayers."
Such was the testimony of the heathen around us, of the same men who but a few hours before had mocked at the futility of prayer and scoffed at the idea of a God that could deliver out of their hands. In due course, the door was unlocked and thrown wide open, and into the noisome prison room streamed the blessed light and air of heaven. Its entrance seemed like another visitation of the personal presence of our God, to revive our spirit and to change our strength. As it poured in irresistibly, scattering the darkness and its terrors so long upon us, and driving before it the foul atmosphere that had poisoned the very springs of life, it spoke to our heart of a power that was for us, against whom no weapon that was formed could prosper. And the word came to me triumphantly, He shall deliver thee in 6 troubles, yea, in 7 there shall no evil touch thee. At the quickening voice, hope sprang again into being, not the sickly uncertainty begotten of sentiment, but the strong consolation born of a living faith in the word of the living God, which works effectually in those who believe. A settled conviction that what he had promised in the word whereon he had caused me to hope, he was both able and faithful to perform. Twice already since our imprisonment here, God had wrought miraculously for our deliverance. Might we not take it as a guarantee that his determination was to bring us over the border to Huai Kung Fu after all? But how? The people were expecting our execution, and even apart from that, we had no passport to get us through, no animals to carry us, no officials to escort us. Look not around, for I am thy God. If the situation was, to all outward appearance, as hopeless as ever, it was so only that he might prove us, for he himself knew what he would do. Remarkably, we faced no objections to sitting or even standing in the doorway. This freedom was particularly beneficial, as the fresh morning air was vital for my wife's recovery in her weakened state. The rain had stopped by daybreak, leaving a crisp, rejuvenating coolness in the air. The sun was bright, and the sky was clear, hinting at another hot day. However, the rain had already accomplished its life-giving work. What was once parched ground had transformed into pools of water, and the dry lands were now replenished with springs. Rivers flowed where there had been dryness, and streams appeared in what were once deserts. The immediate benefit of this transformation was that the local people, in their joy and relief at the rain's effects, had temporarily set aside their animosity towards us. Their eagerness to capitalize on the improved conditions had drawn them out to their fields. The mysterious fate of the 2 officials from Cheo remains unknown. We were left with no clear indication of their actions or intentions following their last appearance. It's possible that they left during the night, potentially giving instructions to the Lan-Chen officer to discreetly eliminate us. However, this is purely speculative, as they never made another appearance at the Lan-Chen office, nor did we see them again. I am inclined to believe that God used Miss Gates' assertive warning about their responsibility in any extrajudicial execution to instill fear in them. Perhaps this fear led them to covertly encourage others to carry out the deed they themselves were too apprehensive to execute. They might have then discreetly retreated to avoid any involvement or accountability while the act was being carried out. In this way, it seems that God intervened to remove these 2 officials from our situation. Our prayers were answered in this regard. They were not allowed to harm us, nor were they given any power over us. While we remained unaware of the fate of the 2 officials from Cheo, we operated under the assumption that they were still present, and that the threat of being taken out for execution loomed over us. However, we chose not to reveal our concerns through our words or expressions. Instead, we decided to act as if we expected our captors to fulfill their duty and send us on our journey immediately. The previous day, the heavy rainfall had been a reasonable excuse for our continued detention. With the rain having ceased, we saw an opportunity to insist that we should be moved forward without further delay, in line with the Cheo prefect's original intentions. For a significant period, we were left in a state of uncertainty. A heated discussion among our captors ensued, during which it became clear that there was disagreement among them. The sudden absence of the two Yemen officials likely contributed to this lack of consensus. Some argued for our continued detention and execution at the current location, while others favored sending us forward, thereby transferring the responsibility for any potential harm to us onto the authorities of the next jurisdiction. The stalemate was unexpectedly broken when the muleteer who had been with us 2 days earlier and whom we had assumed had returned with the disloyal escort suddenly reappeared. Despite his previous harsh treatment towards us, in a surprising turn of events, he now seemed to take a stand in our favour. Although not out of apparent sympathy for us, his intervention aimed to achieve the outcome we desired. Standing among the others, with a brazen demeanour and a defiant look, he spoke,
"I care not a straw for all your talk. My orders are to carry the foreign devils to Huai King Fu, and to Huai King Fu I carry them. Put them to death here. You would only be fools for your pains. Don't you know that, even if they get as far as the Yellow River, they will get no farther, for all the fords are held by the Big Knife Society. But, for that matter, there's a band of them not far off. They'll make short work of the foreign devils and save you a deal of trouble."
The muleteer's unexpected action led him to retrieve the frame of our litter from a nearby shed. The sight of him placing it on the street and beginning to work on the lashings was incredibly moving. It's hard to convey the flood of emotions that overwhelmed us at that moment. It felt as if the Lord was reversing our misfortune, and the best way I can describe our astonishment and joy is by quoting the words, "We were like them that dream." From that point on, everything was done, albeit with the typical unhurried pace characteristic of the region, to expedite our departure. 3 men from the Lan-Chen Yamen were assigned to accompany us, forming our new escort. Our documents, such as they were endorsed and handed to the officer in charge. His presence with us would be adequate to get us across the border, thereby resolving the passport issue. Regarding transportation, 2 pack mules and a donkey were requisitioned from a passing convoy of coal-laden animals, claimed under the pretext of them being for the use of Yamens. These animals would serve as our means of conveyance. As I observed the men loading the litter, now carrying our precious burden onto the backs of the mules, I was filled with a sense of surreal disbelief. It was as if I couldn't fully grasp whether this was reality or a dream. Contrary to our expectations of being tumultuously led out for execution, there were no crowds pursuing us. They were preoccupied with work in the fields. We encountered no insults or hostility from those we left behind. Instead of a violent end outside the city gates, we found ourselves quietly journeying towards our intended destination, facilitated by the very individuals who had previously sought our demise. This extraordinary turn of events was a powerful testament to the unexpected ways in which God can provide deliverance and change the hearts and plans of people. Leaving Lan-Chen Cheo behind, we marveled at the wonders God had performed. We were miraculously saved from death 3 times, by the people, the jailers, and the Cheo officials. Our prayers were answered remarkably, overcoming the immense challenges that blocked our escape. The memory of Lan-Chen Cheo is etched in my mind as a time of profound agony, a period where the desperate plea, "Abba, Father, if it be possible," seemed to be the only expression capable of capturing the depth of our distress. Yet even amidst this turmoil, we were enveloped by a comforting presence. This overlying sense of divine protection and guidance transforms the memory into one of indescribable joy, unspeakable. So, alongside angels, archangels, and the entire heavenly assembly, we extol and exalt your magnificent name, continuously offering our praise and proclaiming, "Holy, holy, holy Lord God of hosts, heaven and earth are full of thy glory. Glory be to thee, O Lord Most High." Chapter 20. New Perils in Ho-nan. He brought them out of darkness and the shadow of death. Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works. Friday, July 13th, marked the 17th day of the 6th moon according to the Chinese calendar, and the 8th day since we commenced our second escape. It's been a week since we departed from Lan-Chen, a week that stands out in my life due to intense personal suffering and remarkable demonstrations of divine power. Our current path traversed through breathtaking landscapes, ascending the imposing Taihang Mountains that separate the Shanxi and Ho-nan provinces. Centuries of heavy traffic on this major trade route have transformed the rocky incline into a series of steps, so uniformly shaped that it seems almost as if they were crafted by skilled workers. The route is a nearly unbroken climb over rugged, steep rocks, rising to an altitude of around 2,000 feet before descending into the plains of Ho-nan. The rugged beauty of this area is awe-inspiring, and the panoramic views that suddenly come into sight around a bend or appear between the gaps in the cliffs are stunningly beautiful. To me, seeing these sights for the first time and in the light of newfound freedom, they were particularly striking. However, our freedom was limited. Despite being deeply grateful for our miraculous escape, we remained prisoners and were constantly reminded of this fact. Both our escort and our driver maintained their deep-seated hostility towards us. If anything, they seemed to compete in showing their harsh disdain, which seemed to come naturally to them. The travel conditions were just as challenging as before. The sun beat down mercilessly on us, with no protection for our heads. The children had a slight relief, thanks to small, square handkerchiefs made of coarse local fabric that my wife had managed to acquire for them. These handkerchiefs, folded twice, barely covered the tops of their heads. To maximize their protection against the sun, I kept these handkerchiefs damp, frequently dipping them into the puddles that had formed in the rocky road's holes after recent heavy rains. However, as the day progressed and the sun grew stronger, the water in these holes heated up almost to the point of steaming, making the handkerchiefs less effective in cooling the children's overheated heads. I vividly remember the intense heat of that morning. It felt as if we were surrounded by fire, not just from above, but also from beneath and all around us. The dry rocks and the hot air seemed to radiate heat. Since my donkey was equipped only with a painful pack saddle, I had no choice but to walk. In this situation, God's providence was evident, as my Chinese socks, which were left to me when my clothes were taken at Cheo, proved to be a blessing. Their sturdy calico soles, sewn in the traditional Chinese manner, were crucial for my journey. Riding was impossible due to sores, and the heat from the rocky ground was so intense that without my socks, walking would have been unbearable. I could only find relief by occasionally dipping my feet, socks and all, into the hot water holes along the way and switching the single shoe I had managed to keep between my feet. The ladies and children suffered greatly under the harsh weather, not only due to the cramped space they were confined in, but also because of the rough terrain we traversed and the poor construction of the litter they travelled in. The steep climbs and descents of our path caused a jolting motion, quite unlike the smoother experience on flat roads. Imagining their discomfort is possible even for those who have never experienced travel in a northern Chinese litter where they were packed tightly, akin to cargo, within the rope structure. Due to the abrupt, awkward movements, The sisters endured painful rubbing against the loosely tied wooden frame. However, even more distressing was the situation my dear wife faced as the mat beneath her started to wear out, causing her to gradually sink through the ropework. As the netting came apart, she was lowered to a point where she had to cling desperately to the poles. In this precarious position, during descents, she would collide against the mule's hindquarters. The mule, irritated by this, would kick, putting not only her, but everyone in the litter in grave danger. Yet, when I asked the muleteer to stop for a few minutes to fix the rope, he only responded with a scornful sneer, unmoved even by the plea for my wife's well-being. Her quiet, patient endurance, reflecting the gentleness of Christ, was particularly striking to me at that moment. She didn't utter a word of reproach or complaint, only embodying the enduring meekness of her Lord. It was only at our usual resting place that the ropes were finally tightened, not a moment sooner. At the peak of the day's heat, we experienced an immense joy as we crossed the eagerly anticipated boundary line, finally able to say, Shanxi, with its terror, is behind us. We are now out of Yi Hain's reach. Indeed, we were in Ho-nan, beginning our descent towards the vibrant green plains below. My eyes have never delighted more in a landscape than they did at that moment, gazing upon the verdant beauty spread out before us. It was a beautiful sight in itself, but made even more striking by the stark contrast with the brown, drought-stricken barrenness of Shanxi, and by the sense of freedom it symbolized, fulfilling our long-deferred hopes. However, we soon learned through bitter experience that leaving Shanxi did not mean we were free from danger, including the threat posed by the Boxers. The violent sentiment of this movement had spread to Ho-nan, infecting the provincial governor Yin-ch'eng with a hatred for foreigners almost as intense as the notorious Butcher of Shanxi. Moreover, our documentation was irregular, which meant we risked being sent back to Shanxi at any point during our journey, at the whim of any Mandarin we encountered. Additionally, we were unaware of recent events in Ho-nan. We didn't know about the reign of terror initiated by the Empress Dowager's bloody edicts, the evacuation of all foreign communities, or the violent attacks on our fellow missionaries and the destruction of their stations. The muleteer's vague comment to our captors at Lan-Chen Cheo was the closest thing to information we had received up to that point. We completed the long descent and were now navigating through the lush rice fields of Ho-nan. The imposing Taihang Range now lay between us and Yi-Ashin, and as I looked back at its towering cliffs with deep gratitude, it seemed to symbolize our miraculous escape. It felt as though every obstacle had been lowered and we had been delivered from great danger. Jehovah, our rock and refuge, had indeed fought against those who opposed us. These thoughts were made even more poignant by the knowledge that, at that very moment, Miss Rice was suffering a tragic fate not far from us, near Cheo. An hour or so later, we arrived at a large market town. Our journey paused in the main street, where our litter was set down amidst the muddy thoroughfare, not in an inn, but directly on the street. This prompted an immediate gathering of locals, creating a crowd around us of uncertain temperament. The escort and driver retreated to the comfort of an inn, leaving us in the open, with instructions to seek food in the south suburb if we needed it. It was then that we heard the alarming phrase, "Guild of the Great Sword," again, a warning that filled us with dread. Some well-meaning locals cautioned us against venturing into the south suburb, informing us of a presence there of the Guild of the Great Sword. This confirmed that the Boxers in Ho-nan were not merely a figment of the muleteer's imagination, but a harsh reality we might have to confront at our peril, right at the entrance to the province we had hoped would be peaceful. In light of this new information, it was clear why the escort had directed us towards the south suburb. They hoped that between the Boxers and the mob, we would meet our end. Exhausted and weary, we sought refuge from the intense sun and the overwhelming crowd under the awning of a small bread shop nearby, hoping to also purchase some much-needed food. Unfortunately, our first encounter with the locals in Ho-nan was discouraging. We were harshly turned away from the shop, with the shopkeeper even refusing to sell us a single piece of bread. Consequently, the ladies and children had no choice but to return to the cramped confines of the litter, which at least offered some respite from the pressing crowd, thanks to the barrier formed by its poles. This was one of the most distressing and tense periods we had ever faced. For 3 hours, we were on edge, constantly anticipating an attack. Leaving my family to find food was not an option, as separation in such chaos would likely mean we would never reunite in this world. Thousands filled the streets. The area in front of us was congested with layers of men and boys, all struggling to get closer to us. The heat and stench were unbearable, amplified by the direct sunlight and lack of any air circulation. It was a struggle to even remain conscious, compounded by hunger and thirst. While I was sickened by the conditions, even standing with my head above the crowd, I could only imagine the suffering of those in the litter. The only thing preventing a total collapse was the continuous use of fans, though they were now worn from excessive use. The children cried from hunger, fear, heat, sores, and sheer exhaustion. My dear wife, overwhelmed by fatigue, fell into a kind of swoon and, without any support for her head and back, she collapsed heavily to one side, her head striking against one of the uprights to which the litter poles were tied. This rough treatment was all the rest offered to her, a gentle soul who had only ever spoken words of life and love to those around her, willing to endure anything to save some. The harsh blow that brought her back to consciousness only elicited from her a smile of such heavenly quality that it revealed her inner thoughts and feelings. I shall never forget that smile. The very memory of it is a means of grace to me still. Occasionally, vendors of food or fruit approached us, but none were willing to sell to us. Finally, one man agreed to sell a few plums for an exorbitant price, but refused to sell any more when we asked for a second portion. Perhaps it was for the best, as we were extremely hungry, and the plums were only half ripe, a common occurrence in northern China. As time passed, the crowd's initial curiosity turned into something more alarming. We recognized certain behaviors in the Chinese crowd as early signs of trouble. The atmosphere grew noisy and rowdy, and a sense of open hostility started to emerge. The derogatory term "foreign devils" was increasingly used, signaling a worrying shift in the crowd's mood. We faced crude jokes and saw in many eyes the racial hatred expressed through muttered curses. Pressed against the litter's poles, I had no choice but to squeeze inside them for safety. However, the real concern was the poles themselves, which began to creak under the pressure. If the framework collapsed, it would likely trigger the crowd to finish destroying the litter and possibly harm us. I felt a panic unlike anything I had experienced before and looked desperately towards the inn where our escort was. In my distress, I prayed fervently, calling out to the Lord. My prayers were answered just in time. At the height of our crisis, the driver returned with the mules, accompanied by the escort. This caused the crowd to step back, allowing us to move. The litter was quickly hoisted up, and we started to make our way through the throng toward Huaikeyingfu. The mob, still noisy, followed us to the gate leading to the south suburb. There, we saw members of the Boxers, identifiable by their badges, confirming the earlier reports we had heard about their presence. How we ever got through must remain among the multiplied mysteries of our extraordinary escape, and be reckoned among the marvels of our wonder-working God. They demanded of the escort where the devils were being taken, and for what purpose. The answer probably saved our lives.
To Huaiking for execution.
Notwithstanding, they urged them to set us down and leave us in their hands. But the muleteer again came unwittingly to the rescue, with the spirited answer,
"Too late. We have waited all these hours in the place, and you have done nothing. You will have to wait now till we get to Huaiking."
Despite their evident hostility, the crowd refrained from any physical aggression, limiting themselves to verbal curses. However, a group of them, likely from the Boxers, trailed behind us at a distance. Later, when I was in Shanghai, I spoke with a colleague who worked in the same region. Upon learning about our experience, he was astonished that we had survived, especially considering the specific circumstances we were in. He informed me that the town, whose name I couldn't recall, was infamously anti-foreign. This revelation made it even more remarkable that we had managed to come out of that situation unharmed. The condition of the roads was extremely challenging. They were either flooded, turning into rivers, or transformed into quagmires by the heavy traffic. The soft ground had been churned into sticky mud, repeatedly bringing me to the brink of despair as I struggled through. The suction of the mud was so strong that it frequently pulled off my shoe, forcing me, though reluctantly, to abandon it. Without the needed attachment to keep my socks up above my ankles, and no time to stop and readjust them when they were systematically pulled off, I found it more practical to continue the journey barefoot. There were moments when the water was so deep that I had no choice but to mount the pack saddle. In some areas, the water expanded into lagoon-like pools, 3 to 4 feet deep. Riding was particularly difficult for me, not just because of the pain from the saddle, but also because of the slow pace of my donkey. While walking, I could keep up with the litter carrying my family, but on the donkey, I fell behind, uncertain when I would catch up with them again. At one point, we reached a particularly large and deep waterlogged area. The litter went ahead, and as usual my donkey and the escort lagged behind. By the time we entered the water, the litter was already far ahead, pulled by 2 strong mules. Despite my efforts to urge the donkey forward, it was unresponsive. Even the owners of the animal, who I hoped might have more influence, were unable to persuade it. As the litter reached solid ground and moved further away, my concern grew into alarm. Losing sight of it meant I could lose track of the route they took, leading to potentially dire consequences. The growing suspicion that this separation might be intentional and possibly a setup for harm weighed heavily on my mind. These troubling thoughts were compounded by the slow, stumbling progress of the donkey, which culminated in it stopping completely to enjoy the water at the deepest part of the lagoon. As the litter disappeared into the distance, turning a corner among the trees, I was left with a sense of helplessness, watching it become just a faint speck before vanishing from sight. For the first time since our escape began, I found myself separated from my loved ones, unable to see them or be seen by them. In genuine distress, I prayed fervently to God to guide me back to them before any harm could come their way and to show me the path they had taken. I was tempted to plunge into the water immediately, but I was unsure of the route and wary of unseen hazards like holes and ditches. As soon as the water became shallow, I hurried as fast as I could. With bare feet plunging and slipping in the mud, focused solely on catching up to them. When I reached the point where I had last seen them turn, I found a long stretch of road with only one exit at its end. I continued at the fastest pace I could manage, filled with immense gratitude when I finally saw the litter ahead of me. It was no longer a distant spectral image, but a substantial and real presence, exactly what I had been longing for. The joy of our reunion was profound, as their anxiety had been just as intense as mine. From that point on, I did not leave their side again. Moreover, there was no need to repeat such an ordeal as we were approaching the outskirts of Huaiqingfu. Shortly after, we reached the city gate. As we made our way through the streets, surrounded by a large crowd, we must have appeared quite pitiable. Our appearance was so disheveled and impoverished that it defied description. To the onlookers, we likely seemed exactly as we were perceived to be, criminals deserving of execution. Our state of degradation was as evident in our mode of transportation as it was on our persons, eliciting derisive laughter from the crowd. This mockery followed us in a relentless roar, with one word being repeated by everyone.
"Here come these foreign devils. They are being taken to prison and to death."
My heart failed me as Miss Gates said,
"There can be no question, from what they are saying, that we are to die here, for we are not being taken to the yamen at all, but to the common prison."
In a state of great indignation, I rushed to confront the leader, demanding a halt and insisting that we be taken to the yamen, the local government office, to present our papers to the prefect. Instead of listening to my plea, I was greeted with a barrage of abuse and was roughly jostled around. Since they were in control, my efforts were in vain, and the journey proceeded as it had before, with no change in our dire circumstances. To my great relief, our destination turned out to be not the jail, but the sub-prefect's yamen. We were brought into the first courtyard and set down just inside the gate. Our arrival had been anticipated, and everything was prepared. Soldiers and officials were present to keep the pressing mob at bay. Notably, the Talaoyi's litter was also there, seemingly ready for immediate departure. Almost immediately upon our arrival, the arrival of the high-ranking official was announced. He quickly took his seat in his litter, which was then lifted by bearers. The procession began with the sound of a large gong and shouts from the underlings, creating a path through the crowd. The official passed by us without a glance, and we were quickly swept up in the wake of his entourage, instructed to follow his chair. The command to follow the chair carried a deeply insulting implication in Chinese culture, especially for European women. It was an extreme indignity, suggesting that we were regarded as the lowest of the low. This insult was further intensified by its official nature, mandated by the Mandarin himself. The women were forced to walk in a position that was meant to brand them with shame and degradation among the lowest-ranking attendants behind the chair. Reflecting on his later actions, I like to think that perhaps this was a strategic move to deceive the hostile crowd into thinking we were being led to our execution, while he actually planned our rescue. But this is the most favorable interpretation I can offer. Such an act is difficult to justify without such a motive. That walk through the city is etched in my memory forever. It was during this time that we truly understood what it meant to be displayed before others, as if we were the lowest of the low. The streets were lined with thousands of onlookers, and we were surrounded by a diverse group of yamen workers and hangers-on. The great man's chair, carried by 8 strong runners, moved quickly ahead, announced by a large gong and the typical display of yamen symbols. It was impossible for us to keep pace with it, and we watched with growing anxiety as it moved further away. The exhaustion of the ladies made it difficult for them not to fall behind. We also had to consider the young age of the children and the slippery mud under our feet, which seemed to pull us back 2 steps for every step forward. Despite these challenges, the Yamen soldiers expected us to do the impossible and tried to help us keep up. We struggled to stay together, but the rushing and pushing of the runners made it extremely difficult. Miss Gates was slightly ahead with Headley, while I held Hope in one hand and supported my wife with the other. Her unwavering faith and courage, born of God's grace, was truly remarkable. The journey felt endless, as if we crossed the entire city until we finally reached the place where the great man's chair had stopped. It turned out to be an official inn used exclusively by the Yamen. We were instructed to enter, and once inside, the doors were shut and locked behind us. The room we were led to was large and relatively clean, but completely bare, without even a straw mat to sit or lie on, just the bare earth floor. Shortly after, a couple of chairs were brought in for us to use, and another was placed in the courtyard in front of the door, where the official seated himself, surrounded by his attendants. The official, though not tall, exuded an aura of dignity magnified by his luxurious robes, the grandeur associated with his office, and a palpable sense of authority. This presence effectively elevated his stature in both our eyes and, seemingly, in his own perception of himself. We were then summoned to appear before this formidable figure. My wife, too exhausted to stand, was permitted to remain seated at the doorway. Our respectful bow was met with no reciprocal gesture, an expected outcome given the circumstances and the disparity in our perceived social statuses. The fact that we even dared to bow, and his tolerance in not demanding the traditional Cheo, a more extreme form of obeisance, was notable. Throughout the encounter, he never once lifted his gaze from a deliberately downward position. As we stood before him, he rose from his seat and remained standing for the duration of the brief interview. He inquired about our journey, the reasons behind our departure from our station, and our intended destination. On hearing that we were making for Hankow, he remarked,
"You are on a fool's errand, for you will never get there."
And with a few instructions to those about him, he haughtily took his departure. The unexpectedly gentle demeanor of the official contrasted starkly with the harsh treatment we had received from other officials up to this point, raised our hopes. The relief of having a safe haven away from the aggressive crowds and the opportunity for some undisturbed rest was a welcome change. The arrival of a hot, savoury meal further bolstered our spirits, and we couldn't help but feel grateful, believing that God's mercy had led us into kinder hands. With heartfelt thanks, we blessed his holy name. However, uncertainty about the Mandarin's true intentions lingered, preventing us from fully shaking off the fears that had become almost habitual. Throughout our journey, we had been constantly warned that imprisonment and death awaited us. Observing our current lodgings, we couldn't ignore the fact that it resembled a cell for prisoners. Moreover, the official's ominous parting words that we would never reach Hankow loomed over us, suggesting not just the inevitability of our execution, but possibly its imminent occurrence. These thoughts were hard to dismiss, especially when a group of soldiers armed with swords and guns entered the inn later. We couldn't rule out the possibility that they were there to execute us privately during the night. Despite these fears, the night was, in its own way, good. We experienced God's loving kindness in several forms. Our cell door wasn't locked, and we had free access to the courtyard, which was guarded. We were allowed to use water from the large stone container for washing, and were given 2 straw mats. Though dirty, they were better than the bare earth, and provided some comfort for the women and children. We clung to every small act of kindness, interpreting them as signs of goodwill, and responded with gratitude and courteous behavior. Our hope was that by engaging with the guards in this manner, we might find an opportunity to share our faith, however briefly, and perhaps touch their hearts. Using my ragged piece of clothing with a small amount of copper cash as a makeshift pillow for the children, I rummaged in a small adjoining cell and luckily found 2 loose bricks. One served as a pillow for my wife and the other for Miss Gates, and I even managed to find a half-brick for myself. Thus, we each had something to rest our heads on for the night. The night was warm, and I kept watch outside under the stars. The peaceful stillness of the night was a stark contrast to the continuous noise, rush, and chaos we had endured for several days and nights. In this tranquility, even the looming fear of death seemed to fade. As the night progressed, the only activity from the guard was the occasional challenge when I moved to relieve my sore limbs or their routine tasks like arranging the opium tray. Gradually, the stars dimmed and disappeared as dawn approached. The sky began to redden in the east, signaling the arrival of a new day. By sunrise, the courtyard was bustling with activity. 2 large 3-mule carts were ready, into which we were quickly loaded. The ladies and Little Hope in the first cart, and Headley and I in the second. Escorted by 8 soldiers with bayonets and led by the Shawai on horseback, along with a couple of mounted troopers at the rear, we left the city through the Grand Gate before the city had fully awakened. Chapter 21. In Weariness and Painfulness. He said unto me, My grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. As we embarked on this new phase of our journey, we faced an arduous mode of travel that would push our endurance to its absolute limits. For 13 consecutive days, we were transported by a cart and hand-barrow, a process that was nothing short of torturous. As unwelcome foreigners, devoid of any leverage to appeal for mercy, we were treated like common criminals, transferred from one prison to another just like ordinary felons. In narrating the story of our escape, I have strived to provide a straightforward and factual account of the events as they unfolded. This narrative inevitably sheds light on some less flattering aspects of the Chinese character, and I am aware that some might perceive this as undue emphasis, potentially disparaging the people and hindering the missionary cause. However, any such concern is more sentimental than practical. The cause of truth is not served by disguising or sugarcoating realities. Conversely, an honest portrayal of the unenlightened state of the heathen should be seen as a compelling argument for their evangelization. It should serve as a strong call to prayer, dedication, and a deeper compassion for these people in the spirit of Christ's mercy. Just as Jesus wept over an enlightened nation persecuting God's messengers, the record of similar actions carried out in ignorance should evoke in us a similar sense of compassion and a commitment to self-sacrifice in the spirit of Christ. Therefore, I feel it's important to candidly state that our exposure to the treatment reserved for criminals subjected us to considerable barbarity. There was no consideration given to gender, age, or physical condition. Whether it was a woman with child, a strong man, a tender infant, or a mature adult, our captors showed equal indifference to all. During this particularly trying time, our physical conditions were severely diminished. My dear wife was afflicted with dysentery, and the children were suffering from their wounds and the immense strain of our journey. Yet for 10 consecutive days, they were compelled to endure an average of 10 hours daily in a springless cart, traversing rough terrain with nothing but the hard floorboard to sit on. Miss Gates, in her usual unselfish manner, chose the most uncomfortable spot at the very back of the cart, allowing my wife and daughter to sit closer to the front, where the jarring motion was slightly less violent. Regardless of the position, however, the experience was akin to clinging on to life, such was the severity of the ride. To illustrate what this was like, I can share a bit of my own experience, which mirrors that of the ladies. My young son and I were placed at the far end of the cart, which was then heavily loaded with the soldiers of our escort. These men occupied all available space, often lying down, either smoking or sleeping, leaving us with very little room. I was forced into a sitting position with my legs drawn up and Headley in between. My hands were constantly engaged in gripping the cart's frame to prevent being thrown off by the abrupt movements. Once, when I briefly let go to rest my arms, a sudden jolt resulted in a painful blow to my head, teaching me a harsh lesson about the necessity of maintaining a firm grip. As time passed, the cramped position became intolerable. Yet finding a way to adjust was a significant challenge. In our desperation, we had to come up with various strategies to cope with the intolerable conditions in the cart. We often had to stretch our stiffened limbs in any direction we could, regardless of the protests and curses from the soldiers who were disturbed from their sleep. The oscillation of the cart was particularly severe at our end, straining our muscles to the point of aching. Additionally, the unyielding hardness of the floor, the grating noise of the wheels, and the violent jolts and crashes were excruciating, especially to the nerves and bones at the base of the spine. There was some minor relief due to the softened state of the country roads, but this was overshadowed by the extreme discomfort when the cart traversed the uneven pavements of streets, bridges, or the disordered stone blocks at city gates. These moments were the epitome of agony. One saving grace of these carts was their effective shielding from the harsh sun. They were covered with a sturdy thatch of dried rushes and straw matting, secured to a strong, concave framework. This cover generally extended far enough to protect us from the slanting rays of the sun, although there was an opening at the back. This opening was a mixed blessing, providing much-needed ventilation, but also allowing the intense heat to beat down on our necks. Undergoing such travel for 10 straight days, typically from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. or even later, was an extraordinary trial. The fact that my wife, in her frail condition, managed to endure this even before considering the subsequent challenges has baffled many medical professionals. The only plausible explanation for her survival is the sustaining power of God, a conclusion that has been acknowledged even by those in the medical field. Leaving Huaikeng Fu, we headed east towards the city of Wuqi. The roads were heavily flooded, often submerging the cart axle-deep in muddy water. The cart frequently tilted at perilous angles, seemingly righting itself miraculously each time. At one point, we became so firmly stuck in a bog that, despite the animal's efforts and the driver's yelling and whipping, we couldn't move until our weight was lifted from the cart. Around noon, we arrived at a large village inn and were instructed to dismount in the courtyard. The reunion after the morning's separation overshadowed our fatigue, hunger, and thirst as we eagerly checked on each other and shared our experiences. We were led to a spacious guest room in an inner courtyard, which lacked a traditional kang, and the gates were shut behind us. Uncertain whether we were in the presence of friends or foes, we were caught between hope and fear as we waited for what would happen next. The entry of the Shaoyi was the next significant event. His kind greeting and courteous demeanor immediately put us at ease. His affable conversation and the substantial meal he ordered for us were a great comfort. After the meal, he bid us farewell with a gracious bow and generously gifted us some cash, displaying the manners of a true gentleman. He then departed with his orderlies, leaving us in the care of the soldiers. We were given 2 hours of much-needed rest, a time during which lying fully stretched on a straw mat felt like a luxury. Soon, we were ordered to resume our journey, returning to the familiar discomforts of the cart's motion. As we approached Wuchi, the soldiers readied their bayonets and flanked our carts, escorting us as if we were prisoners under arrest. Predictably, a large crowd followed us to the yamen gates, crowding in after us. The scene at the yamen was chaotic and beyond description, typical of what we encountered at every city and government office we passed through during our journey. Imagine, if you can, our 2 carts navigating the crowded streets of the city, moving as quickly as the rough roads allow. The sight of the armed escort immediately draws attention and speculation about who they are guarding. The word that they have foreigners spreads rapidly, and a small group of onlookers quickly grows into hundreds, then thousands, as we approach our destination. As a witness to these assembling mobs, it required immense faith and strength not to be overwhelmed by fear. Upon reaching the yamen gate, we are typically driven inside, halted, and instructed to dismount. The enormous crowd follows tumultuously, crowding around us, eager to catch the first glimpse as we move from the carts to the ground. Once the carts are driven away and the escort departs to report and submit our papers, we find ourselves standing alone amid the thronging masses. The sight we present is pitiful. I stand there with a 9-day growth of beard, wearing a torn and mud-spattered gown, my socks caked with mud, clutching the rolled-up beggar's rag that serves as both my purse and pillow. The lady's clothes are soiled and torn. Miss Gates is without shoes, and her stockings are worn through. The children's clothes are nearly in tatters, their faces marked by tears from fear and pain, evident from their long wounds. My dear wife's appearance clearly shows her suffering and illness, and all of us bear the signs of our prolonged exposure, deprivation, and sorrow. We undoubtedly draw curious stares, but pity seems scarce. Exhausted and aching from the day's harsh journey, bruised and longing for rest, we instead face the noise, heat, and potential danger from the encircling crowd. Holding little hope in my arms, I try to shield and comfort her as she sobs and hides her face against my neck. Hedley, displaying remarkable courage for such a young child, stands bravely next to his mother, facing the crowd with a sad but stoic expression, not uttering a single complaint. Eventually, soldiers and officials arrive to control the crowd, using a combination of loud commands and physical force. The scene becomes tumultuous, with the soldiers shouting, the crowd's growing excitement, and the use of bamboo sticks to maintain order. Sometimes we're left standing in this chaos for a long while. Other times, we're taken directly to the common prison. This could mean being placed in a cell or a guard room near the entrance, where we wait for the Mandarin's decision. Despite the noise and fear of an attack, the prison quarters feel like a refuge. However, even in prison, we aren't entirely free from disturbance, particularly if the jail is near the yamen's entrance or outside of a secure inner area. Any hope for peace and quiet vanishes until nightfall, when the large gates are finally closed. In Wuchi, we encountered a true Chinese prison for the first time. We were led to a small courtyard and instructed to sit on a very narrow bench against the outer wall, which was too uncomfortable, so we chose to stand. A quick look around revealed the grim reality of our situation. We were being treated as criminals. the sound of chains and the sight of prisoners peering at us through the bars of their cell was haunting. The realization that we were officially in a yamen prison made me despair. It was out of the depths truly that I cried, "Lord, hear my voice." For hope sickened in the knowledge that we were actually in the yamen prison, and that this was an official act. Gracious is the Lord and merciful. After what felt like an eternity, a messenger with a group of runners escorted us to a small room in a second courtyard, which was then closed off. This room was ours alone, though not free from visits. We were soon besieged by groups of yamen officials and employees who showed a mix of genuine interest and sympathy, but also an inconsiderate curiosity that lasted until midnight. Exhausted, bruised, and aching, we struggled to respond to the barrage of often trivial and repetitive questions from each new group of visitors. At the arrival of the Mandarin, there was a sense of anticipation mixed with apprehension, influenced by our previous encounters with officials. As he made his entrance, the room was prepared and his chair was set in place, clearing the way for his approach. Upon seeing him, we were immediately struck by his appearance. A young man, tall and slender, with a noticeable slouch, presenting a stark contrast to the dignified official we had met in Huaiqing. His demeanor lacked true dignity, replaced instead by an attempt at authoritative posture that came across more as petulant weakness than genuine authority. As he began to address us in a loud, almost bullying tone, it was difficult to tell whether his offensiveness was intentional or just a product of his manner. While he sat smoking his long tobacco pipe, he occasionally rose to shout at the disorderly crowd clamoring at the door, revealing his inability to command genuine respect. Despite his mannerisms, he proved to be an ally to us, regardless of his true feelings. When he left, we sincerely thanked him for his kindness, recognizing that even granting us an audience was a significant gesture. This meeting highlighted the importance of such favors, a realization that would become even more evident as we faced further challenges. In Wuqi, we received our first substantial news about the situation outside our immediate experience, learning about the alarming developments unfolding across China. We were told that all the great powers were at war with the Middle Kingdom, that the foreigners had fled in confusion even from Hankou and Shanghai, and that there was not one of them left in the country. The accuracy of these reports was uncertain, but the mere fact that such rumors were circulating among the populace posed a serious threat to our hopes of safely completing our journey. This news also shed light on the cryptic warning we received from the prefect in Huaiqing Fu when he learned of our intended destination. The idea that we were heading towards a region perceived as engulfed in conflict and hostility towards foreigners explained his cautionary remarks. This context added a layer of complexity and danger to our journey, underscoring the precariousness of our situation and the uncertainty of our future.
You are on a fool's errand, for you will never get there.
The rumors we heard in Wuqi became even more distressing with the revelation of the horrific events that had unfolded in Pao Ting Fu. We learned that the entire foreign community there had been massacred, with reports of extreme barbarity inflicted upon the women, including gruesome mutilation. Furthermore, we were cautioned that continuing towards Hankou via the usual route through Nanyang Fu was extremely risky. There had been riots at several stations, and in some areas, no foreigner could expect to pass without being harassed or worse. We were advised to consider a different route, heading west into Shenzi and then south through Sichuan and Cheo to Tongqing, but the impracticality of such a journey was immediately apparent. Resigned to the risks, we decided to continue on our original path. This decision seemed to elicit genuine sympathy from those around us, as everyone agreed that our chances of making it through safely were slim. In response to this outpouring of concern, my wife requested any spare clothing for the children. The reaction to her plea was heartwarming. We soon received several garments from the secretary's lady, which we gratefully put on the children. My wife was moved to tears by this act of kindness, and I remember the moment vividly, filled with gratitude to God. During our stay, there was a noticeable interest in the truth of God in Christ, and precious opportunities were given, through the many questions pressed upon us, of preaching unto them Jesus. Miss Gates especially was greatly helped in speaking, and one cannot but hope that the seed then sown was, to some at least, unto life eternal. As everyone finally left us to our thoughts, we had the opportunity to reflect on the daunting news we had received. The stories of war, riots, and massacres did little to uplift our spirits. The prospect of our journey through Ho-nan seemed increasingly perilous, mirroring the tragic fates of our fellow missionaries in Chile. The next day's journey, which would take us to the Yellow River, reportedly controlled by the Guild of the Big Sword, loomed ominously. The likelihood of crossing unchallenged seemed slim, but we found solace in remembering God's guidance thus far and entrusted our souls to His care. Finding comfort in the fact that we were not in a prison cell, we rested on the bare brick kang, embracing the peace of solitude and quickly falling asleep. The next morning, Sunday, July 15th, we prepared for another stage of our journey. The route was chosen to avoid potentially hostile areas, leading us through Cheo, Cheo, and Cheo. We received breakfast, a small amount of money for the road, and practical advice, including a suggestion from the secretary to cut Hope's hair to make her appear more like a local child, reducing the risk of drawing attention. Despite the emotional difficulty, my wife recognized the wisdom in this and bravely trimmed Hope's beloved locks. Our next destination was the Yellow River and the city of Yungtze on the other side. Despite the challenges, there was a sense of hope that crossing the river would bring a measure of safety, separating us from the terrors we had faced. This hope, combined with a longing for safety, remained dominant in our thoughts, sustaining us with the expectation of God's continued mercy and protection. The soldiers assigned to escort us during this leg of the journey were far from reassuring. Comprising 6 individuals, they were physically imposing and had a menacing demeanor. They made it uncomfortably crowded in the cart and conveyed in no uncertain terms that we should be cautious about our behavior. These were the men who, when I sought to speak to them of the grace of God, turned on me fiercely with an order to desist, saying,
"Stop that talk! Don't you know that the Emperor has made it a state crime to preach the Jesus doctrine? Your Jesus has brought trouble enough to China, but China will have no more of him now, forever."
The soldiers accompanying the ladies took an interest in reading our official papers aloud. It became clear that, despite the apparent kindness of the Wu-Chi Mandarin, he hadn't done anything to officially improve our situation. We weren't provided with a passport to replace the document identifying us as criminals, which could have potentially alleviated some of our hardships. Whether the Mandarin had the authority to issue such a document was uncertain. However, considering the significant independent actions taken by some humane and high-minded governors on behalf of foreigners, it seemed that much depended on the individual official's disposition. Regrettably, we received no preferential treatment in terms of our mode of travel or the accommodations provided at the end of each day's journey. The soldiers, noticing the mention of our expulsion from China in the Luan papers, jokingly interpreted it as an order for our execution. This misinterpretation uncorrected by any clarification in the Wuqi dispatch, influenced their behavior towards us, further endangering our safety. Close to the Yellow River, we halted at a serene roadside station, relishing a precious break from the incessant attention of bustling crowds. However, what made this stop memorable was not the peace it offered, but a harrowing incident involving our escort. At the time, we didn't fully realize how close we had come to death. It was only later, with a better understanding of the situation, that we recognized how the hand of God alone had spared us. During a meal, 2 of the soldiers came in and sat before us, and they said,
"A few Chinese miles more, and we shall be at the river. There are great dangers there for you foreigners, and we can't undertake to get you safely across unless you pay us for our trouble."
We were quite worried when they made this request, because we had to be careful with our limited money for daily expenses. On some occasions, we found that certain government offices had the ability to withhold the small daily allowance of 30 cash per person per day, as we personally experienced once. However, we didn't show our concern and responded with a friendly tone, saying, "Pay you for your trouble, gentlemen? Well, this isn't our responsibility, as you know. It's a matter for the Yamen officials. We're travelling under the authority of His Excellency of Wuqi, and he has taken responsibility for all payments along the way, including yours."
The amount of money the Laowai is offering us is not enough to compensate for the danger we're facing. We need several hundred more cash for each person, or we won't be able to proceed with it.
Seeing that the situation was getting dangerous, I suggested to the ladies that it might be a good idea to negotiate and offer a certain amount of money as a compromise, because giving them the full amount they demanded would have completely emptied our funds. However, my suggestion was overruled, and we decided to follow Miss Gates's advice, as she had more experience with Chinese matters. She strongly believed that even a slight concession would be disastrous, not only causing them to demand more, but also putting us at risk of being robbed under threat. So we firmly refused to give them any money. They gave us some time to reconsider our decision and left the room. Later, they returned along with their fellow companions just before our departure.
"Have you settled what you are going to give us?"
"We've informed you already. Our resources are limited, barely sufficient for our own basic sustenance during the journey. The decision to ferry us across the river lies not with us, but with the Laoi." Abuse followed freely as they gave full vent to their rage, and when this failed to make the due impression, they turned to threat.
"Who but we can take you across in safety? Pay us the money we ask for, or we will make off with the cart and leave you to find your own way to Yongtze as best you can."
Their menacing appearance was truly frightening, and enough to make anyone feel inwardly anxious. However, retreating from our position at this point would have put us in even greater danger. The only way to handle these bullies was to stand firm, unwavering, and keep our faith in God, even though we didn't fully comprehend the seriousness of the risk we were facing. As we remained resolute, they left with threats to abandon us and the desire to harm us clearly visible in their eyes. It's certain that it was only God's hand that prevented them from carrying out either of these threats. The remainder of our journey to the river's bank was filled with inner fear and constant prayers to God. Every step of the way, we feared being left behind or, as it turned out later, being attacked and harmed. But by the grace of God, we managed to make it through. The moment we finally laid eyes on the muddy waters of the famous Yellow River, a mixture of fear and joy overcame us. It's hard to put into words the longing I felt as I gazed across the wide, mile-wide river to the south bank, praying to reach it. We had now reached the limit of our escape plan. At Lan-Chen, Cheo, It was firmly believed that even if we managed to get this far, we wouldn't be able to go any farther. Our escort had also warned us of this. This wasn't just a baseless rumor. Later, upon arriving in Hankow, we discovered that there was a widely held belief, supported by reliable sources, that we had all been attacked and killed at the Yellow River. Allegedly, this was the result of an imperial order to block all river crossings for foreigners, and any hope of ever seeing us alive had been abandoned. The location where we were brought was relatively quiet, unlike some of the more significant fords such as Cheo. If we had been waiting at a more important crossing, the delay by the riverside could have led to serious consequences. Perhaps because this spot was not a common route for travellers, it wasn't considered necessary to closely monitor such an unlikely crossing. In any case, no Imperial Boxer guards approached us, and there were only a few people present who even noticed our presence. How we managed to cross the river, only God knows. Another attempt was made on the riverbank to extort money from us, and when they realized we were not yielding, they sat down to discuss their next move. For hours, our lives hung in the balance. I believe that we were as close to death then as we had ever been before, perhaps even closer than we realized at the time. It wasn't just a matter of dealing with the soldiers. The ferrymen also had to be taken into consideration. With great concern, we witnessed the negotiations to ferry us across the river falling apart. In ordinary circumstances, a delay like this would be considered normal in the everyday travel experience in China. However, everything was in turmoil at this point. The times, the conditions, our nerves, everything. With an imperial death warrant hanging over us, fleeing from a relentless pursuer, surrounded by enemies, and even our own escort threatening us, it was unreasonable to expect us to calmly observe the slow and ordinary process of haggling over a ferry fee. This was not just a matter of haggling. It involved matters of life and death, and every moment was precious. To put it simply, on one side of the river, there was death, and on the other, life. The frenzied arguments of the negotiators had now turned into a sullen refusal to take us to the side of life. This was another opportunity to demonstrate the power of God in keeping those who trust in Him in perfect peace. Our faith was in God, not in the escort or the boatmen, but in Him who has the ability to guide hearts for the fulfillment of His purposes. Once again, we waited upon our God. The soldiers were uncertain about what to do given the circumstances, whether to kill us or leave us. This indecision gave the ferryboat operators a chance to reconsider and secure a fare. Following the principle that getting something is better than nothing, they made a new offer. I cannot say for sure whether the escort saw this as a welcome way out of an uncomfortable situation, but what we saw was the guiding hand of our delivering God, just like the Israelites did when they walked through the Red Sea on dry land. We rejoiced in Him at that moment. Planks were quickly placed to board the boat, and the carts were rolled onto it. The 6 mules were crowded into the front well of the boat, with some resistance from them. The moorings were released, the sail was raised, and we were swiftly carried down the current of the mighty river, moving from the brink of death to life. Chapter 22. From Prison to Prison. But thanks be unto God, which always leadeth us in triumph in Christ. The journey across the river, lasting about 3 hours, went smoothly without any significant events. The scenery was rather dull, with unremarkable banks on both sides. The boat, crowded with 2 carts, 6 mules, an escort, and the crew, wasn't exactly comfortable. However, the experience of sailing on the Yellow River was surprisingly delightful, surpassing any pleasure I had previously known on familiar waters back home. The gentle motion of the boat was a welcome relief from the discomfort of the springless cart. Knowing we had overcome another challenging obstacle and were steadily moving towards our destination, the sense of relief was palpable. The likelihood of danger seemed to lessen. But more importantly, it was the profound peace from God, experienced in witnessing another example of His mighty help, that made this journey extraordinarily memorable. We didn't head straight to the opposite shore, but to a quieter spot, further downstream. This was probably for safety, or because it was a more suitable place to continue our journey. The area, marked only by a few travellers' booths, deep ruts from carts, and some locals idly waiting for work, hardly seemed like a crossing point. As we neared the shore, I felt an overwhelming sense of achievement. Despite the worrying rumours we had heard, it was as if we had crossed the Red Sea, witnessing a victory granted by God's mighty hand. Setting foot on this long-awaited shore, the realization of God's guidance and protection felt almost surreal. In that moment, my heart echoed with gratitude. The Lord is my strength and song, and He has become my salvation. Just as we were ready to continue our journey by cart, an unexpected delay occurred. The boatmen, backed by soldiers, demanded wine money, a traditional tip that has become an unwritten rule and is expected as a right. Technically, this payment should have been made by our escort, since we were under government custody and travelling at government expense. However, the boatmen were not concerned with these details. Their unsuccessful attempt to directly profit from us led them to indirectly claim their share, clearly motivated by self-interest. Fortunately, we found a way to fulfill their demand without compromising our principles or losing face. Wine money, unlike a forced payment, could be seen as a token of thanks. With genuine gratitude for reaching the other side safely, I gave them what I could afford. It was a relief to see they were completely satisfied with this gesture. This ensured a peaceful remainder of our journey to Yungtze. Regrettably, we couldn't keep a detailed diary during this time, so I can only provide a broad overview of our travels through Ho-nan over the next 11 days, leading up to our arrival at Xinyang Cheo on the Hubei border. We covered an average of 30 miles each day, totaling between 300 and 400 miles. We were in a cart from July 15th to July 23rd, then in a barrow from July 24th to the 26th. Listing the names of the cities we were at on each of those days might seem like a dull array of unfamiliar names, yet each one evokes a vivid array of memories for me. They bring to mind a spectrum of emotions: joy, sorrow, hope, despair, comfort, and disappointment. Associated with each city is the stark reminder of prison, and the journey between these places was marked by the struggles and hardships faced by prisoners in transit. During this phase of our journey, we encountered the most intense heat of the year, the dog days of an exceptionally hot summer. Despite the harsh conditions, I often find myself grateful that our journey didn't occur in winter. Enduring such hardships in extreme cold seems unimaginable to me. Lacking even basic necessities, dressed only in thin calico, survival in cold conditions would appear almost impossible. However, reflecting on what we did endure, it's difficult to assert even this. The changing seasons are under God's control, and His providence can sustain those in need in any weather, be it the biting cold or scorching heat. At each government office we had visited, the unsettling rumours we first heard in Wuqi were reiterated, maintaining a constant state of uncertainty about what awaited us ahead. The ongoing threat of being attacked en route, coupled with the fear of possible execution by local officials, created an intense nervous strain. The only solace I found during these tense moments was in communion with God. Approaching each city, I would silently plead, "O God, please lead us safely out of this city if it is your will." And upon leaving each city, having experienced the relief of answered prayers, I would again pray for safety as we approached the next destination, asking, "Oh my God, for your glory, lead us safely in, just as you have before." Our journey was fraught with uncertainty. Leaving a government office, we never knew what might happen on the streets before we could exit the city gates. Entering a city, often followed by a crowd, we faced the risk of riots even before reaching the safety of the government office. Additionally, traveling between cities presented its own set of potential dangers. Encountering idle processions, theatrical events, or fairs, not to mention the ever-present risk of anti-foreign sentiment in any town or hamlet we passed. Thus, our journey through each place, be it a hamlet, town, city, or government office, was enveloped in prayer, seeking God's protection as we entered and left each area. It was a period marked by unwavering faith in God, even though there wasn't always a strong sense of His presence. However, there were moments when I felt God's surrounding presence so vividly. It was as real to me as it was to Elisha in Dothan or Paul in Corinth. During these extraordinary and blessed times, especially amidst tumultuous crowds, all my fear disappeared. I felt only the calmness of being completely safe. I often shared this feeling with my young son, reassuring him, "We don't need to be afraid, my dear boy. These people can't harm us because the Lord God is protecting us under His wing. Our true protection doesn't come from these Chinese soldiers, but from God's bright angels. If God were to open our eyes like He did for Elisha's servant, we would see the same incredible vision he did, horses and chariots of fire all around us." After each long day of travel, we typically found rest either in the guardroom or in a cell next to the convicts. The guardroom was often only separated from the main prison by a set of strong wooden bars, behind which the chained prisoners were confined like animals. The sound of their chains clinking often reached our ears before our eyes adjusted to the constant dimness, revealing a heartbreaking and repulsive scene. This dreadful sight never became less shocking, no matter how often we saw it. Thankfully, we were spared the ordeal some of our fellow missionaries faced, being forced among the prisoners. Even just being close to such a place was distressing, yet our hearts ached for these poor, lost souls trapped in a far worse bondage than their physical chains. One guardroom, in particular, is etched in my memory. I recall our extreme fatigue and discomfort when we were ushered into the large courtyard of the yamen, facing an unusually large crowd that encircled us. This was one of those times when the officers and soldiers struggled to control the crowd until they used bamboo sticks. We were left where we were placed until orders came from the Lao-yi. Then we were quickly taken to the guard room and locked in until evening. This room was perhaps the most peculiar I had ever seen, filled with ancient curiosities. At the center, facing the entrance, stood an ornate wooden structure, carved in a crude, exaggerated Chinese style, adorned with bizarre creatures and pagodas, all covered in years of dust and spiderwebs. The room's design was ludicrously childlike, resembling a giant toy from a barbaric playroom. It was probably important for religious reasons, possibly symbolizing or containing a special ceremonial object. The low ceiling was adorned with rows of mushroom-shaped, red-tasseled hats typical of yamen officials. The dirty walls were a haphazard display of ancient weapons, clubs, uniforms, and equipment. At the room's far end, opposite where we were told to rest, was a sturdy barrier dividing us from the prison. Behind its bars, the haunting faces of criminals peered out. They chatted and laughed with the jailer, curiously observing us, the latest additions to their world. Mealtime provided a brief distraction as food was slid through a panel and eagerly consumed amidst the clinking of chains, as if it were the day's highlight. The guard, a group of about 12 to 15 men, lounged or lay on rush mats and benches, half-clothed, smoking opium and tobacco, engaging in the loud, crude humour typical of their class. Our exhaustion made the noise unbearable and the stench overwhelming. The room's moral decay was so intense we prayed not to spend the night there. Fortunately, an urgent appeal on behalf of my wife's critical health condition yielded surprisingly positive results. A runner was sent to arrange a meeting with one of the secretaries, hoping to secure different accommodations. By God's grace, he returned with the incredible news that the Changfeng agreed to see us. Miss Gates and I ventured out by lantern light for the meeting. We were received with unexpected kindness, and our request for different quarters was granted. While our new cell was still in the prison area, in a partially roofless building littered with debris, it offered us the immense relief of solitude, quiet, and fresher air. These conditions made the minor discomforts seem insignificant. On this particular occasion, our living space was part of the prison complex, but separated from the convict cells, giving us the unusual benefit of true privacy. In fact, I didn't even realize we were being watched until a small incident made it clear. Our door was left open, allowing us freedom to come and go as we pleased. I took this opportunity to explore a bit. A narrow passage led me to a small courtyard lined with buildings, including a long, low structure. In the dark, I didn't notice its barred door. As I tried to look inside, the sudden sound of chains startled me, and a person nearby confronted me, telling me to return to my room. That's when I understood we were actually in the yamen, officials, prison, and under surveillance. This was unsettling, as it suggested that our seemingly friendly reception might be a facade hiding more ominous intentions. Our living conditions were not always this favourable. I recall this cramped, decaying cabin as the most bearable place we stayed in. Once, we were locked in a dark, foul-smelling space, about 10 feet by 6, with just a tiny slit in the thick brick wall for light. This room, opening onto a courtyard surrounded by prison cages filled with captives, was only bearable because of a Mandarin lady's interest in the children, which, thankfully, spared us from spending a night there. Usually we were given a small, dark, dirty room without any furniture, crawling with vermin, and filled with a sickening stench. The smell was a clear indicator of the room's condition, and we could only pray for the strength to endure such harsh circumstances. I find it difficult to dwell on such painful memories, even now. However, our time in prison wasn't entirely bleak. There were moments of light and hope, reminders of the merciful kindness of a higher power who never abandoned us, as promised in his word. On 3 occasions, one of the mandarins and their wives requested to see our children and treated them with great kindness. One time, Miss Gates was allowed to accompany them to the official quarters, but on the other 2 occasions, they had to go alone. We had no choice but to comply with these orders, despite our deep anxiety. I vividly recall the sadness in my wife's eyes and my own heavy heart as we watched our young children tearfully but obediently walk across the courtyard under the guard's supervision, disappearing into the inner areas of the yamen. We were haunted by the fear that we might be executed and our children kept and raised in the yamen. In fact, at one yamen, the ladies were so taken with our foreign children that they seriously considered adopting them. One mandarin even offered to buy them from us, presuming we couldn't resist such a generous offer due to our poverty. Needless to say, the children's safe return was a huge relief and a reason for profound gratitude. Their return not only reassured us of their safety, but also brought us gifts of fine sweets and money. This indicated to us that we were safe, at least for that night, and allowed us to rest in peace. This memory brings me some joy. An instance when, instead of our children visiting the Yamen family came to visit us in our prison quarters. We were honored to receive the Yamen lady, her family, and several ladies from her suite. This was a significant event for us, and we had been informed in advance, allowing us time to prepare as best we could under the circumstances. Their arrival was modest and unpretentious. They simply walked in without any grand display and took their seats in our small courtyard. The vibrant colours of their embroidered silk clothing and the bright attire of their children formed a stark contrast to our own worn appearance and the bleakness of our surroundings. Yet their fascination with seeing real foreign babies overcame any disparity, and their friendly enthusiasm was both lively and expressive. The Yamen family included 3 delightful little girls, the oldest around 10, whose charming manners suggested they had received the best upbringing possible in China. It was heartwarming to see the oldest girl overcome her initial shyness and curiosity, realizing that our children were just like her. She engaged them in her language, taking their hands and talking to them. Our children, however, bore the signs of the many days of terror and hardship they had endured. The joy and liveliness they once had were gone, replaced by a deep, lingering sadness in their pale faces, as if they might never laugh again. But the little girl's gift of sweets managed to evoke a faint semblance of a smile, briefly lighting up their tired faces as they politely expressed their gratitude. The Yamen lady's kindness didn't end there. Later, she sent the children a gift of money, and most importantly, a padded quilt for them to sleep on, which was deeply appreciated. The kindness shown by the Yamen lady is a memory I cherish deeply, and I pray that it is remembered in her favor. During our 11 days of hardship, we received several acts of kindness that filled us with gratitude towards God and appreciation for those who extended their help. Another Yamen lady, following a visit from our children, sent a quilt to my wife. This gesture was particularly touching because we had been praying for something to keep her warm, making this gift seem like a direct answer to our prayers. Additionally, we received various pieces of clothing for our children, gradually accumulating a small but significant collection of belongings. The quilts and clothes proved to be more than just warmth and comfort. They also served as much-needed cushioning during our difficult journeys in carts and barrows. The difference they made, providing a soft layer between us and the hard surfaces, and in the case of the cart, raising us slightly above the level of our feet, was immense. One particularly hot day, we had arrived at a yamen in the late afternoon. After the usual commotion, we were taken to the guardroom. The crowd around us grew so large and unruly in their eagerness to see us that the guard eventually ordered me to sit outside, hoping that a good look at me might calm them. I sat alone on a chair amidst the crowd for about 2 hours, trying to project innocence through my demeanour, as I couldn't communicate through speech. However, my alarm grew when a man pushed his way through the crowd, approached me, addressed me as Holy Father, and prostrated himself before me, performing the Cheo ritual of bowing with his forehead to the ground 3 times. He was obviously a Roman Catholic, and I feared that if the crowd believed we were associated with his religion, it could lead to a riot and possibly endanger our lives. Recognizing the potential danger of the situation, I immediately stood up and, pulling the man to his feet, firmly expressed my disapproval of his actions. I made it clear, loudly enough for the surrounding crowd to hear, that the act of prostration was offensive to me. I emphasized the distinction between the Protestant Church, to which I belonged, and the Roman Catholic Church, stating that there was no affiliation between the two and that as a Protestant I could not associate with him. Despite this, the man insisted on explaining his situation. He revealed that he was a refugee, his church having been destroyed by the Boxers, and he had come to warn me of the dangers we faced in the city, believing I was a priest. While I expressed sincere sympathy for his plight, I had to be cautious in my response, especially when he kneeled again and presented a Roman Catholic prayer book with an image of Saint Joseph, claiming it as his credential. In response, I had to loudly and clearly reaffirm my Protestant beliefs and sternly refuse any association with him or his faith. I urged him to leave, understanding the critical nature of the situation. This decisive action clarified the crowd's suspicions. They had thought we were Roman Catholics. My overt rejection of the Catholic faith shifted their perception, and the crowd swiftly and unceremoniously pushed the man to the edge, allowing him to leave. This allowed the tension to dissipate, and I never saw the man again. After this incident, the lively commotion around us gradually subsided, and we soon found ourselves in a relatively calm environment. Although a number of people still visited us out of curiosity in the guardroom, their demeanor had changed. Among these visitors was an elderly woman who showed a remarkably genuine sympathy for our situation. She spent a long time talking with Miss Gates, deeply engaged in the conversation about spiritual matters, as if these discussions were indeed a source of life for her. When she eventually had to leave, she noticed that Miss Gates's small rush fan was worn out and kindly gave her own fan as a replacement. This gesture was particularly meaningful to us, valued not just for its practicality, but more so as a heartfelt expression of unexpected affection. The attitude of the mandarins in the various cities we passed through generally seemed to indicate a desire to quickly rid themselves of our presence. It appeared they wanted to avoid dealing with the complex issues our arrival had brought and preferred to pass the responsibility to others. This reluctance to engage with us was evident in their consistent refusal to grant us an audience, with one notable exception that I remember. A particularly tense period awaited us in Yungzi, where the issue of us not having a passport almost led the local official, Lao Yi, to send us back across the river. However, other opinions prevailed. For reasons known only to him and perhaps divinely influenced, he decided to forward us to his neighboring official in Cheo. It's possible he was aware of the other official's temperament and believed that his approach would offer a quicker and simpler resolution to the problem of what to do with us, the foreign devils. Consequently, we were sent on to Cheo. Upon our arrival in the city, we were greeted by massive crowds that escorted us to the yamen, where the courtyard soon became a scene of intense activity. We dismounted in the center of the large square and, as was typical, were left to fend for ourselves. Driven by an instinct for self-preservation, we decided to stay close to the gates of the second courtyard, reasoning that access might be more easily granted in case of any trouble. The gates were situated on a broad platform which was accessed by a flight of about a dozen long stone steps. We positioned ourselves at the base of these steps, doing our best despite our limited means. The afternoon sun was still intensely hot, and the combination of the heat with the growing restlessness and density of the crowd made the situation increasingly uncomfortable. After a while, the gate opened, and the Mandarin's deputy, holding our papers, stepped forward to the edge of the platform. He commanded us to stand before him, so there we stood on the topmost step, with a sea of agitated people behind us, and facing a man whose expression was enough to instill fear. We then underwent an interrogation, with Miss Gates taking the lead as the primary speaker.
What country do you foreign devils come from?
Your Excellency's little children are from Great England.
And how far off may Great England be?
30,000 li of water.
You have not come all that distance to the Middle Kingdom for nothing. What are you here for?
We are here because we have been sent here by the one living and true God, the Creator and Saviour of all men, to preach the glad news of his salvation for all men, through the forgiveness of their sins.
To be sure, you are of the Roman Catholic.
No, we have nothing whatsoever to do with the Roman Catholics. We are of the Protestants. The two religions are separate and distinct.
Protestant,
he said with a scowl.
But what else have you come to this country for besides preaching?
For nothing else.
Don't tell me you're not here to make money out of us. What's your trade?
We have no trade. Our sole work is to persuade men to repent and turn to God from idols by believing in Jesus, his Son, who died for them and rose again from the dead.
And pray, how long have you been in the country preaching this doctrine?
Miss Gates answered for herself.
14 years.
And I, for myself and family, 3 years. Fixing his eyes on my cue, he sneered.
You only 3 years and grown all that hair. That's too good. Where have you been residing in China?
In the province of Shanxi, at the prefectural city of Luan.
In Shanxi, Luan-Fue. And where are you going now?
We are going back for a time to our own land and are on our way to Hankow.
Oh yes, of course,
he sneered again.
Skulking out of the country, and for what reason I should like to know.
We are not going of our own accord. Your Excellency is aware that we are compelled to do so due to the disruptions caused by the Boxers.
Mentioning the Patriotic League of Boxers ignited an underlying rage. He pointed at the trembling documents in his hand and, with an intense glare, exclaimed with the fervour in his voice,
I'll tell you what you are. You are a parcel of runaways, and you shall be dealt with accordingly.
This statement clearly referred to Yu Xian's directive that all foreigners in Shanxi should be sent directly to him at Taiyuanfu, the provincial capital, following the imperial order for our extermination. This aligned with rumours that the crossings of the Yellow River would be closed to prevent anyone from fleeing the province. The man's foreboding demeanour and his ominous words understandably raised serious concerns for our safety. It appeared we were under the control of a Boxer official, similar in nature to Yu Xian, and if he didn't execute the order for our demise, it might be because he wanted the Shanxi murderer to whom we fell under jurisdiction to have the satisfaction of doing it himself. His remark implied that we, the runaways, were to be sent back, or else his words meant nothing. Just as he finished, the Talaui himself appeared at the gate. This led to one of the most extraordinary and disgraceful incidents we had ever encountered. The Talaui was in such a rage that he didn't even take the time to dress properly. He rushed onto the platform, bareheaded and struggling into a dirty gown. Normal protocols for interacting with foreigners were disregarded, as was basic decency. We were subjected to contempt, which, ironically, reflected more on him. Despite his treatment towards us, we felt sincere pity for this old man, who debased himself so in front of his own people. From the moment the Mandarin appeared, he was consumed with anger and hostility, directing a barrage of curses and insults at us with intense fury. He paced the platform, seemingly out of control, as he continued to rant and rave, spewing venomous words with a seemingly endless energy that seemed to stem from pure malice. Suddenly he turned towards me, screaming in my face,
"You devils deserve to be beheaded. Every single one of you, do you understand? Are you aware there's an imperial edict calling for your destruction? You should consider yourselves fortunate that I don't execute you right here and now. In fact, it's only by extreme mercy that I'm sparing you."
As he said this, he mimicked the act of beheading, using the edge of his hand to chop and saw at my neck so forcefully that I felt the impact for hours. After this display, he quickly retreated back through the gate. I couldn't fully grasp every word he said, but his tone and demeanor made it clear that he was threatening our lives. When he mimed the act of beheading, it removed any doubt about his intentions. I turned to the ladies and said, "There will be no mistake this time regarding the death sentence. He clearly intends to behead us. There's no doubt about it." Imagine the relief I felt when Miss Gates clarified the Mandarin's words and the meaning behind his actions. It was a mix of immense relief and astonishment. The open hostility he displayed was unlike anything we had previously encountered. Given his intense animosity and the means at his disposal to act on it, it seemed unthinkable that he would refrain from executing us. This hesitation to harm us was inexplicable by natural reasoning. The miraculous nature of our escape in this instance cannot be overstated, and several factors highlight this. Firstly, there was the Mandarin's intense dislike of foreigners. Additionally, the imperial edict calling for our destruction was actively in effect and known to him. A week later, when the Saunders Cooper group arrived in Cheo, they encountered similar hostile behavior from the old Lao Yi. However, he told them that he could exercise mercy due to a new edict from the throne, issued just hours before their arrival. This counter-edict annulled the previous order and guaranteed all foreigners safe passage to the coast. This raises the question, why were we spared when we arrived without such protection? The more I ponder this, the more baffling and extraordinary it seems. The counter-edict mentioned seems to have been originally a telegram enforcing the extermination decree. However, two officials tasked with its transmission courageously changed the critical word Shah, kill, to Pao, protect. Thus, the edict was issued in a revised form, contrary to the Empress Dowager's intention. Instead of, all foreigners are to be killed without fail. If they withdraw to the coast, they are nonetheless certainly to be killed, it read. All foreigners are to be protected without fail. If they withdraw to the coast, they are nonetheless certainly to be protected. Tragically, both officials were captured and executed with severe torture for their brave act. Another factor that made our escape seem improbable was the encouragement given to the public, both verbally and through actions, to demand our death, or even to take matters into their own hands. Thousands in the surrounding area were witness to this event, and the leader's murderous intentions were unmistakable. His frenzied ranting, while not heard by all, was visible to everyone, and his mimed suggestion of murder could have easily incited them to violence. If there was ever a time when a mob would feel justified in expressing their anti-foreign sentiment, it would have been then, in the Cheo Yamen. Why they refrained from attacking us remains inexplicable by natural reasoning. It seems likely that the Mandarin, by behaving as he did, aimed to provoke the crowd into demanding our immediate execution, allowing him to attribute any such action to the mob's uncontrollable behavior should there be a future inquiry. However, surprisingly, there was no assault or even a gesture of hostility towards us. Those familiar with Chinese culture will understand just how remarkable this was. At Cheo, we experienced a profound demonstration of God's might. It was nothing short of a miracle, not just because we were spared from death, but also because we weren't sent back to Shanxi, which had seemed inevitable. Even more remarkably, during the short time we were there before being quickly transferred to the next Xian in small carts, something extraordinary happened. The men-shang, who had been so harsh before, unexpectedly showed a glimmer of compassion towards the children. As we left that formidable place, we were given a gift of 1,000 cash, distributed in sums of 500 each. This experience deepened our appreciation for the immense love and protective power of our God. In our way, just as Israel of old, we could say that he not only led us out, but also blessed us with material provision. The way we were treated at the following yamen, Xinjiang, was a welcome departure from the horrors of Cheo. Although the Mandarin himself declined to meet with us, his principal secretary displayed great kindness. Upon reviewing our documents, he discovered that there was no official passport and promptly summoned us to address the issue. A tense moment followed when he turned to me and said,
"There is no passport here. How is this?"
The natural sequel would have been, "I have no alternative but to send you back, for I have no authority to forward you." And my heart stood still as I waited for the next word after our explanations had been made. For some minutes he conferred with his colleagues and then said,
"I will do the best I can for you."
The outcome was a document that closely matched the much-desired passport, crafted as effectively as possible under the circumstances. The genuine warmth of his behavior matched the generosity of this action, and it was impossible not to recognize the true nobility of the Chinese official when he displayed such commendable traits as seen here. The value of his memo was significant, appearing to resolve the issue of the passport definitively. It might not have been a perfect solution, ensuring that all mandarins would without fail send us forward, but the reality was that we encountered no further obstacles. We were consistently sent on our way without any apparent hesitation. The reason we were not sent back from Shanxi or subjected to worse treatment seems to me due to the recent arrival of the supposed Edict of Protection I mentioned earlier. This edict appeared to greatly annoy the Mandarin, judging from his behavior. As my wife's health continued to deteriorate, I sought an audience to request some easing of our prison conditions, but I was met with a dismissive and insulting refusal. When it was time to leave, we discovered that our journey would continue by barrow, as using a cart was deemed too luxurious for use. The conditions of travelling by barrow were far less comfortably than the cart, and we were even denied the standard prison allowance for food on the road, which was 30 cash per person. This was the only time we faced such deprivation. Travelling by barrow can be tolerable, even pleasant, under normal circumstances. If you're healthy and can choose your barrowman, equip your barrows, and decide your own schedule and stops, it's fine. However, when you have no control over any aspect of the journey, the barrows, the men, the timing, the location, your physical condition, or anything else, it's a different story. I wouldn't wish barrow travel under these conditions, akin to that of Chinese criminals, on anyone. After enduring 18 days of the hardships I've described, our suitability for this type of travel was questionable. The barrow is operated by 2 men, one pushing from behind and the other pulling from the front. We sat on a narrow board, on either side of the central wheel, which had a wooden casing that divided us. Facing away from the direction of travel, we had to find a way to position our legs without upsetting the balance of the barrow, to avoid trouble from the barrowmen. Sometimes, the barrow might have a rudimentary cover, a strip of straw matting overhead tied to a fragile bamboo rod. If that's the case, we consider ourselves fortunate. However, our greater fortune lies in the fact that the matting doesn't show any gaps or come apart from the strings. The most remarkable feature of our barrow, though, is the delightful music it produces for its drivers, wheel melodies emanating from the box in the centre. Compared to the ear-piercing screech of an unlubricated cartwheel, our wheel's tunes are as harmonious as Mendelssohn's compositions, in contrast to a hurdy-gurdy's dissonance. No traditional barrowman would ever think of operating a silent barrow. The horrendous screeching that grates on the nerves is the hallmark of their trade, as essential as a coster's cry is to them. There's a small relief available to alleviate the pain of relentless jolts and crashes in the form of a thick hempen tire, which can be added to the wheel when the road conditions demand it. Unfortunately, whenever we request this consideration, our barrowman always seems to find that the road conditions don't warrant it, and so we continue our journey under the scorching sun. At regular intervals, roadside booths are set up to provide respite for travellers. These structures are often simple shanties made of mud and stubble, occasionally more substantial buildings constructed from sun-dried bricks. In either case, they offer thatched roofs, no matter how modest, providing much-needed shade along with tables and benches. To take a brief 5-minute break here, moisten parched lips with a sip of water or enjoy a slice of melon, and then recline on the ground to relieve the overwhelming fatigue, becomes the most cherished and eagerly anticipated moment. I've witnessed countless times when my dear wife and Miss Gates simply descended from the barrow when it came to a stop and lay down right there. The image remains vivid in my mind as I recount these moments, with these two beloved individuals resting under the relentless sun, sprawled out on the dusty ground due to a lack of any other resting place, too exhausted and drained for words. Upon finally reaching our destination and being placed in our prison quarters, our immediate focus naturally shifted to addressing our most pressing needs. We would consider ourselves fortunate if we could quickly find a runner willing to provide for a tip and supply us with food right away. Often, we had to wait for several hours before food arrived, relying on the occasional kindness of the guards to offer us a cup of hot drinking water in the meantime. Having access to a sufficient amount of water for washing purposes was a luxury we could only dream of, never actually experience. If, after the children had been washed, we managed to refill the small hand bowl for ourselves, we regarded it as a great mercy. There were countless occasions when all 5 of us had to take turns using the same water, and it was barely 2 pints at that. There were even times when we longed for water in vain and had to go without, especially during the dog days. My wife's nurturing of our little ones remained consistently thorough, just as it was in our own home. Her unwavering sense of parental duty, coupled with the boundless love of an exceptional mother, compelled her to personally tend to the needs of our children almost until her strength was completely depleted. The fact that she eventually became unable to continue this task towards the end of our journey was a more distressing sign to me of her true exhaustion than anything else. We frequently implored her to let one of us take over while she rested, but her refusal, accompanied by a grateful smile, always left no room for argument. The coarse calico square that shielded their heads during the day served as a makeshift Turkish glove, and my sole dress, which I sacrificed for the purpose, became a towel. She made every effort to maintain their hair in decent condition using a wooden comb and painstakingly rid their clothing of vermin. I attribute with deep gratitude to God the truly remarkable healing of their sunburned wounds to her exceptional care. In response to our heartfelt prayers, the raw blisters, which had initially shown ominous signs of infection, miraculously dried up and transformed into satisfying scars. By the time we arrived in Sinyang Cheo, there were hardly any traces of them left. However, I have absolutely no doubt that her unwavering dedication saved their lives. During times when obtaining food was a challenging and scarce task, I witnessed her frequently sacrificing her own portion to ensure they were nourished, even when nourishment, however meagre, was a vital necessity for her. Her determination to secure their proper rest, both during the day and at night, was unwavering, and she vigilantly watched over them to that end. She never allowed herself to rest until she was certain they were as comfortable as she could possibly make them. We had one thing to be profoundly thankful for. We were never once put in irons. This is worth noting because it must be remembered that until we reached the city of Qiushan, the decree for our destruction was fully in effect, and our treatment in every yamen where we were imprisoned reflected this fact. Only once were we warned that in the next city we would be chained, as the Xian was notorious for using restraints on his prisoners. Trusting in God and willing to endure hardship for his glory, if necessary, even including being bound in chains, we presented our concerns to him. Upon our arrival, while we hardly expected anything other than the usual harsh treatment from the stern official, we discovered a generous answer to our prayers. Not only were we spared the threatened ordeal of chains, but we also experienced a level of leniency that exceeded all expectations. Another noteworthy fact I would like to mention here is that along the route we took, south of the Yellow River, we encountered no further sightings of the group associated with the big swords. Pro-boxers were prevalent in towns and cities, but the boxers, identifiable by their distinctive emblems and demeanour, were nowhere to be found. I also observed a change in the use of the offensive term foreign devils when directed at us. It became the exception rather than the rule, with the milder term foreigners taking its place more often. This provided a greater sense of relief to the mind than I can adequately convey to readers back home. The ominous hiss of the former expression had a nerve-wracking effect, as it constantly reminded us of the active hatred that could easily escalate to violence. However, in places where the term foreigners was more common, one typically found that such fears could be somewhat alleviated. Indeed, the rural inhabitants were generally calm and non-aggressive, offering no substantial reasons for serious concern. However, it remains a question how long this attitude would have persisted had we stayed in one place for an extended period. Experience made it abundantly clear that, as a rule, spending only a couple of hours in any location was more than enough. There were occasions when we had to swiftly pass through a village or market town, fearing the hostile crowds that jeered at us. Only twice were we allowed to rest on the road when the distances between stages were exceptionally long. In one instance, we were not dismounted until midnight, when all was quiet and our arrival went unnoticed. In the other case, we were caught in the rain and found refuge in a Kong Kwan, an official inn, complete with a strong escort at the gate. Our primary sustenance during this time consisted of rice, both in its dry and wet forms. Occasionally, we managed to diversify our diet with raw eggs and a preparation of bean curd, which resembled and tasted somewhat like sweet-end milk curds and provided a delightful coolness. In terms of treats, watermelons and the occasional cucumber were the only items on our list. As for beverages, we typically drank an infusion made from leaves, which I believed to be either beech or elm leaves. It had a pale, watery brown colour and was dignified by the name of tea. When served hot, it wasn't unpleasant, but when lukewarm, it was quite unappealing. However, thirst doesn't concern itself with taste, and we gratefully accepted whatever was available. At times, we couldn't find either tea or boiled water, and we were content to drink from wells or water barrels, disregarding hygiene guidelines. I distinctly remember one occasion when we had stopped at a roadside shanty for a brief respite, and in our desperate thirst, we urgently requested tea. The soldiers and barrowmen were consuming the last drops of our meagre supply, leaving us with nothing but water from the barrel. My wife was the first to experience the shortage, followed by the children. However, when it was my turn, I was horrified to discover that the water was simply putrid. My wife, in her intense thirst, hadn't noticed its foulness. There was no doubt that death lurked in that container, and all I could do was pray to God to spare us from the dire consequences of consuming such a contaminated liquid. Over time, the lack of food variety, coupled with the unappealing nature of our provisions, nearly made eating a form of torture. The dry rice was excessively dry, while the wet rice was overly moist. Even the addition of vegetables and vinegar failed to make the meals more palatable. One fortunate day, I encountered a man at a wayside booth selling a beverage I had never encountered before, which he referred to as wine of heaven. Initially, I hesitated to try it, fearing that it might be related to ordinary Chinese brandy and contain alcohol. However, Miss Gates, who was familiar with it, assured me that it was a non-alcoholic drink similar to our lemonade. With my teetotal concerns put to rest, I purchased 8 cash worth of it. Oh, the delight of that drink! It truly lived up to its name, Wine of Heaven, for it was a heavenly gift to me and all of us, a gracious provision from the hand of our Father in heaven. I can't help but express my gratitude to God whenever I think of that unexpected discovery, as it was undeniably a remarkable act of mercy. The treatment we received from the soldiers of the escort was not consistently harsh. While genuine kindness was rare, a prevailing attitude of not unkind indifference was fairly common. Every now and then, a rough but amiable disposition would surface, particularly towards the children. They would engage in playful banter and jokes as we bumped along the road, eliciting weary smiles from the kids, who seemed both unfamiliar with and too exhausted for such interactions. 2 kind individuals even offered us their handkerchiefs to shield our heads, ensuring each of us had some protection in that regard. We rarely went unanswered when we sought their assistance with challenges we encountered on the road. There were occasions when we genuinely regretted parting with one escort in exchange for another, especially if the new group didn't measure up in comparison. Many times, I have offered my thanks to God for the way those soldiers diligently carried out their duty towards us. One particular incident stands out. We arrived at a sizable village market, and upon entering, it immediately became evident that trouble was brewing. The local people swarmed around the barrows, hurling curses and threats, and had the guard hesitated for even a moment, our situation could have become dire. Nevertheless, they formed a protective ring around us, a small bodyguard of 8 amidst a throng of hundreds, ready to charge at the slightest sign of an attack. As we made our way through the long, stony street, we anticipated being engulfed at any moment, along with our defenders. The crowd pressed us toward the gate, preparing to pelt us with stones. In response, the escort turned and charged, causing the crowd to scatter and disperse. In the midst of all our changing trials and dangers, God remained our God, faithful and true. With Him as our refuge and source of strength, we continued our journey through the breathtaking yet treacherous land of Ho-nan, until we safely reached the border city of Cheo, marking the boundary with the province of Hupei, under his protective care. Now, if this were the end, it would be a sudden one, wouldn't it? However, there are 2 chapters left. Yet, YouTube has a 12-hour time limit, so we had to put those 2 chapters into another video. There should be a thumbnail here to click on and hear the remainder of the book.